Near the temple there was a platform filled with players, and in the center there was a battlefield in the shape of a circle. The main character's name was Jo Jung, and he once again defeated a weaker player. He had a great advantage due to his high power level. The other players were surprised by his strength level and cool equipment. They had never heard his name before. Meanwhile, Jo Jung played his favorite game and was delighted with his virtual achievements. With his unique abilities, he was the best on this server. But his path was not easy. At first, he had to overcome many different difficulties. But after 5 years of persistent play, he achieved his success and became invincible. The character Jung played wanted to reveal his real name for the first time. Suddenly, the monitor screen began to glitch badly. Jo Jung was shocked. He didn't understand why the screen started to glitch at such an important moment for him. He couldn't believe it. A sign appeared on the monitor screen. It said that he had been banned for using cheats. Jo Jung flies into a rage, causing him to smash his monitor with his hand. He wasted 5 years to reach that 200 level, but it was all in vain. But Jo Jung did not know that his monitor was under high voltage. Therefore, the main character was electrocuted and his body was completely paralyzed. The current passed through his entire body and he was instantly thrown back into his chair. He lost consciousness, his eyes turned white and his mouth began to foam. But suddenly he felt light, and as if he had fallen through space and began to fall down. Suddenly he landed on a hard surface and immediately vomited from hitting the ground. 3 people stood in front of him. They were discussing something. They talked about Jo Jung, called him a non-entity, and believed that he was lucky to be reborn into another world. They ordered him to stand up, but the main character did not react to this request. The captain came out of the crowd of people and angrily repeated his request to quickly stand up. Jo Jung thought that he was in a dream, and getting to his feet, he took one of the swords in his hand. The rest of the people in the room were shocked by what was happening. They thought that such a weak warrior like Jo Jung could not withstand the captain's blow and called him the son of the leader. Jo Jung walked towards the captain with a fierce look and wanted to stab him, because he thought it was a dream. The captain looked at Jo Jung with a confident look and chuckled at his boldness. But suddenly one of the warriors, whose name was Lan Shi, stopped the captain and asked everyone to go home. Jo Jung, along with the blade in his hands, began to be pulled by the hood by a man with blue hair. Jo Jung was shocked by this. The main character was shocked by the strength of this warrior when suddenly memories from his past life, from birth to today, came to Jo Jung's head. Our hero's head was literally torn from the inside due to the large flow of information that appeared literally in the moment, before the eyes of Jo Jung. Finally, it dawned on Jo Jung that he was not in a dream, but everything that was happening to him now was real, and he was really able to be reborn in another world. Having all the knowledge and memories from this life, Jo Jung immediately noticed that this place was very similar to his world in which he lived before. Several decades ago, a powerful cosmic storm occurred in this world which caused an apocalypse on Earth and greatly changed the lives of all living things. Many animals and plants have greatly mutated. A large number of people turned into bloodthirsty walking dead. They began to attack ordinary people. But thanks to this disaster, the remaining people gained an unusual ability called star power. People with this ability could use a light wave to crush zombies into pieces, and people with star power were hundreds of times stronger than an ordinary person. All the surviving people united and began to fight together. The main one was Jo Jung's father, level 5 master. He was the head of this city. Jo Jung sat in his room and thought about what to do next. He was lucky that his father was the head of this world. But Jo Jung was upset because he did not have star power and could not awaken it in himself. So everyone here considered him trash and a non-entity. Suddenly the door opened slightly and his father, who had recently returned to the city, entered the room. The main character was surprised that his father achieved such heights. In his memories, he was an ordinary person. The father heard what his son was talking about and said that there was no need to think about it, after which he patted him on the head, which made Jo Jung a little discouraged. His father sat down on his bed and with a smile suggested that he try again to awaken his star power. The father began the magic ritual and told Jo Jung to act according to the breathing exercises that his father had taught him before. Some kind of process began. The magical rays shone brighter and scattered throughout the room. Zhou Zheng was very grateful to his father for such support and help. The main character was confident that he would succeed since he moved into a new body. But 2 hours later he was covered in sweat. He was green and exhausted. He didn't feel any star power. Because of this, Zhou Zheng became very upset and called himself worthless. But his father told him not to lose heart. The father was sure that if Zhou Zheng could not gain star power, they would still not dare to humiliate him, because he himself could stand up for his son. The father turned around and was about to leave, telling Zhou Zheng to rest. Tired and upset, Zheng wanted to ask his father something. But suddenly, right in front of Zhou Zheng, a panel appeared, which was somehow activated. On this panel, there was a yes button. When pressed, Zheng would be able to enter the game. On the other side, the main character saw his character from the game, whom he had played before. Zhou Zheng couldn't believe that he could become a level 200 thief like his character from the game. The main character, after thinking a little, decided to enter the game and clicked on the yes button. Zheng saw his characteristics and realized that if this was really a game, then he was only at the first level. After which he noticed a huge number of functions, but could only use the skill tree. In this tree he could only see his skills and abilities as a thief. Well, immediately Zheng was upset because he remembered that in this world he was nothing, and he didn't know how to increase his level as a thief. Then a woman's voice called Zhou Zheng to dinner, but Zheng was not in the mood to go. Someone continued to talk about the need to go to dinner because some people don't even have the means to feed themselves. But the main character was stubborn until the moment he saw her. The housewife was standing near the entrance in a black suit, and a stats panel could also be seen near her. Zheng could not believe that such a beauty lived in his house, so he began to panic a little. The girl was very surprised. Her name was Mistress Su Junwen. But suddenly something came over Zhou Zheng, and he began to reach out to her. He greatly outraged the girl with his actions. She didn't understand why Zheng was bothering her and why he wanted to touch her. The main character felt ashamed. He decided to justify himself and said that he wanted to check whether the table of characteristics hanging near her was real. But Su Junwen didn't want to hear anything and simply turned around and left the room. All three of them gathered in the kitchen, where there was a round table at which they sat. The father was sitting next to Zheng, but the protagonist could not see his statistics because his level was too high. Zheng realized that outside the city there were various monsters and zombies, which posed a huge danger to any person. The next day, Zheng went to training. He himself was stronger than ordinary people in terms of indicators, but he needed some kind of protection to become even stronger and increase his level. Then he was called out by Lan Shi, a second-level warrior who asked him why Zheng came to the training because the father forbade his son to participate in them. But Zheng didn't listen to his words. He was curious if there were any weapons here, so he kindly asked Lan Shi about it. Lan Shi and Zhou Zheng stood near the shooting range, where people trained their skills in handling weapons. But here Yan Baisun got into their conversation, who was surprised by the appearance of the main character at training. This was a second-level warrior who had a sniper rifle. There was another warrior with him, who was clearly weaker than him. The presence of Zhou Zheng made them laugh a lot and surprised them a little. One of them decided to joke about Zheng, who wants to learn to shoot but does not want to become a warrior. But Zhou Zheng was not offended by this and laughed, only confirming the words of his friend Yan Baisun. The rest of the soldiers at the shooting range didn't understand why Zhou Zheng was just shooting with Captain Yan's rifle. But the captain said that everything was fine, and he didn't mind borrowing the weapon. Having shot enough, Zhou Zheng decided to take the gun for the day. Lan Shi was surprised that Mr. Zheng liked to shoot. But one of the assistants began to be indignant, and said that he took a lot of cartridges. But the captain didn't care. He believed that Zheng was a non-entity and nothing would happen anyway. Zhou Zheng decided to go ahead with his plan and headed out of the city, along with Lan Shi, who tagged behind him. But Lan Shi threatened Zheng's path with his hand. He didn't want him to leave the city with only a gun because it was very dangerous. But Zheng just wanted to kill a couple of zombies and increase his level. But Lan Shi didn't understand what he was talking about. They reached the wall that protected the city from monsters. It was very high and massive, several dozen times higher than our hero. But suddenly a man with a machine gun jumped over the wall and fell to the ground with a roar in front of Zhou Zheng. It was Shu Li, a third-stage warrior, an unusually strong and muscular man with a red eye. But Zhou Zheng was only happy to see him and met his uncle with joy before his eyes. He wanted to kill zombies with him. But the uncle did not like Zhou Zheng's decision. He scolded him and told him to quickly leave here and not interfere with him. But Zheng did not want to give up so easily and said that he wanted to stay and help his uncle, no matter what the cost. Zheng knew that everyone here despised him and considered him a non-entity, but at least once he wanted to show his shooting capabilities. With such a statement, he extremely surprised his uncle, who thought that Zheng was already changing for the better. They all climbed the tower together and stood next to Zheng, who took a fighting stance with a rifle. He took aim at the zombies, above which he could see the amount of health and their skill level. He fired a shot and hit a zombie in the shoulder. He didn't know if he could get experience for killing them. The uncle supported Zheng, but in some ways he mocked him because Zheng shot at the zombie's hand and did very little damage to him. Zheng was dissatisfied with this shot. Zheng took aim again and used his skill. He was able to see the vulnerabilities and places where it is better to shoot in the zombies and was able to successfully kill one of them with a headshot. And then a sign popped up above Zheng, saying that you would receive experience in the amount of 100 for killing level 2 zombies. Zheng was very happy that his guess was confirmed, and now he can kill zombies and gain experience for them, thereby becoming stronger. But the rest of the zombies began to move towards the place where their brother was killed and were eager to take revenge on the shooter. But Zheng managed to destroy them all, and received 100 experience points for all of them. And Zheng also noticed that for some zombies, he received 120 experience points. After killing a couple more zombies, the system reported increasing the level to the next one. Zheng was very happy, but also exhausted, so he decided to stop shooting. Zhou Zheng finally understood how to level up. Uncle Shu told Zheng that he still needed to practice, but he still had potential. Zhou Zheng also noticed that after increasing his level, he began to glow with blue flames. And no one saw this except himself. He decided to open his stats panel. They went up too. He also decided to add a couple of points to agility and strength. Suddenly, one of the captain's assistants shouted out that he had found the star crystal in the body of a poisoned zombie. Uncle Shu, his nephew Zhou Zheng, and Lang Shi quickly ran to the assistant. Uncle Shu said that such crystals are quite rare, and he was lucky with his find. His uncle also said that star crystals are divided into different colors and types. There are white, blue, green, purple, orange, and red crystals. There are also low, middle, and high-grade crystals. Uncle Shu added that these crystals are much more valuable than ordinary money. Only real wars use crystals. One white crystal is enough to keep an average person fed for a whole week. Zhou Zheng told Uncle to exchange the crystal for several packs of cigarettes for his brothers. Uncle Shu was very surprised by his nephew's action. After Zhou Zheng left this training base, the captain's assistants changed their minds about the main character. They realized that appearances are deceiving. After several months of training, Zhou Zheng became significantly stronger and more resilient, and also improved his performance. During dinner, Uncle Shu asked Zheng if he was going to stop improving, to which the main character replied that no matter how high his fighting skills were, everyone would still be afraid of bullets. Uncle Shu replied that 6th-degree wars are not afraid even of a bullet. Zhou Zheng thought about these words, but Uncle Shu said that you shouldn't take anything to heart. When suddenly an unfamiliar white car began to approach the gates of their castle, it was driving away from a crowd of evil zombies. Zhou Zheng thought it was his father's car. In the morning, Zheng saw his father leaving in it. The captain's assistant confirmed that it was their leader. Zhou Zheng wanted to finish off all these zombies himself, and asked not to touch them but to leave them for him. He started shooting from his rifle. All the bullets flew towards the target. The leader himself, Zhou Zheng's father, drew attention to the shooting. Thanks to Zhou Zheng, the car was able to break away from the chase. It managed to drive through the huge gates of the castle. The father thanked his son for his help and said that he had great potential in shooting. The leader told Uncle Shu that they urgently need to strengthen security. Lately, the zombies outside have become a little more aggressive. But Zhou Zheng knew that Dad was not telling something. He was definitely hiding something. Dad was acting very strange. Jo Jung remembered well that in the morning the car body was not so badly damaged. In addition, a second-degree war, he was badly scratched by a bloodthirsty zombie. After everything that happened, they went home in their car. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, but on the way, the leader's assistant Chen Chi behaved very strangely. There was definitely something wrong with him. Suddenly, the leader, Zhou Zheng's father, ordered an urgent stop of the car. With a menacing look, he asked Chen Chi if he knew what happens after a zombie attack. Assistant Chen Chi felt completely ill. He could not utter a word. Then the father took the gun in his hands and aimed it at the infected man's head. It was hard for the leader to pull the trigger. Before shooting, he asked for forgiveness for everything. After these words, Father Zhou Jung shot his infected assistant. Himself barely understood what happened. It happened very quickly. Now Jung knew how low the price of human life is in this world. When father and son arrived home, they immediately sat down at the table for dinner. After the past events, the main character completely lost his mood and desire to eat. Housewife Su Junwen asked him why he didn't want to eat again. Zhou Zheng replied that he was not hungry. The father, looking at his son, told him to get used to many things, which happened today. Otherwise, he will not be able to fully take the place of the leader in the future. The father also added that in order for as many people as possible to survive, something must be sacrificed. Already leaving the kitchen, the leader added that from tomorrow he would be forbidden to leave. He ordered Mistress Su to keep an eye on Jung. A new day has come. As soon as Su Junwen woke up, she discovered a note that the ringleader's son had left for her. At the same time, Zhou Jung was already far from his home, closer to the dense forest, along with Lan Shi. Lan Shi's assistant agreed to go into the forest with Zhou Jung and violate the leader's orders. Lan Shi also asked the main character why he went into this dangerous forest and not kill weak zombies, to which Zhou Jung replied that he gets very little experience with zombies, and in this forest he could get much more experience. After Zhou Jung responded, Lan Shi blocked his way and said that he had an obligation to protect him. But Zhou Jung wanted to prove that he was not a complete non-entity. Suddenly, Zhou Jung pointed the barrel of his rifle at his assistant, saying that he could defend himself. He pulled the trigger and the shot went off. It turns out that behind Lan Shi was one of the most dangerous snakes in this forest. The leader's son has successfully destroyed his prey. Lan Shi was very surprised how Zhou Zheng was able to detect the snake because he was not even a warrior. After that, Zhou Zheng pulled out a sharp knife and tried to find the star crystal right inside that big snake. But he wasn't there. At this time, Lan Shi was very worried about Zhou Zheng's behavior and said that in this forest there were the most dangerous gray shadow snakes that even the strongest and most powerful warriors could not cope with. But Zhou Zheng did not listen to his assistant. He thought that he could cope with any other snake. This forest was paradise for him. The next day, Zhou Zheng climbed the wall early in the morning in order to hunt again and raise his level. After the next hunt, Zheng told the boy who was an observer to call him brother and not to humiliate himself in front of him. He changed his face a little and became embarrassed. And then Zheng decides to give him the white crystal as a sign of gratitude. He did not expect such a valuable gift from him and was very surprised. And Zheng told him to spend it on treating his sister. From such generosity, the boy burst into tears because no one had ever helped him so much in his life. He thanked our hero, who was already far from him. Zheng and his friend went to give a bag of meat to poor people. Children from poor families immediately saw Zheng at the entrance to their house and ran out of the house to meet him. One of the children was the first to run up to him and hug his leg, because she really appreciated his work and help to poor people. Zheng was very happy with the children and was pleased that they appreciated him for his kindness and help. But Lan Shi was dissatisfied that only Zheng was blessed because he carried the bag of meat on himself throughout this entire journey and was very tired during this time. Zheng distributed snake meat to everyone in need for free, and one of the women, grateful for this, decided to thank our hero with a bowl of soup. But suddenly a man appeared behind the old woman who scared her. He was very glad to see Zheng because he considered him a born sniper. Soon Zheng is already sitting at home with his father and Mistress Su, and they are eating food together with their father. The father drinks a spoonful of soup and begins to say that he knows everything about the misdeeds of our hero. In the opinion of the father, Jung only worsened the situation with his actions. Here, Mistress Su gets into the conversation, blames herself for everything, and apologizes to the head. But he does not take offense at her and does not punish her for her inattention. His father knew all the rumors that were spreading about him throughout the city. He did not believe that his son could become such a skilled shooter in a couple of days. But Jung only confirmed his words and was a little happy that his father noticed him. The father decided to believe his son, but warned him not to get too close to the common class. Jung could not believe his father's words. He turned pale and was surprised at such a statement and decided to ask for what reason he should not get close to them. His father firmly told him that later they could all become his burden, and a heavy burden that Jung might not be able to bear. Meanwhile, a dissatisfied Captain Yan walked along the street with his friends and heard all the rumors about Jung, who was compared to him. He couldn't believe that such a non-entity like Jung could be compared to him and became even more angry with him. Then one of his friends said the name Jung. But this infuriated the captain very much. He began to shout at his comrade and tell him to shut up. But the captain's friend just wanted to let him know that Jung was standing right in front of him. Happy and full of energy, Jung stood in front of them. He kindly greeted the captain. Yan didn't expect to see him and was a little embarrassed and said that he was just heading towards him. But Jung did not want to listen to him and simply walked near him, thereby disgracing the captain and leaving him without attention. As a result, he angered the captain even more, who asked Jung again, already screaming at the top of his lungs. Then Jung heard him. The captain, with a smile on his face, noticed his shooting abilities and proposed a competition to see which of them was the better shooter and handler of weapons. But Jung did not want to participate anywhere and said that he did not have time, which puzzled Captain Yan. But when the captain bet the green crystal, Jung's face immediately changed and became interested in such an offer. Jung immediately turned in his direction and asked what the essence of the competition was, to which the captain suggested shooting at moving targets. But Jung found this boring, so he proposed a more complex and tough competition, namely going out hunting outside the city for one day. The captain did not expect this proposal and was a little scared, but he did not want to give up, so he suggested starting the competition in a week. Sometime later, Jung and Lan Shi were sitting on a fallen log in the forest. Lan Shi said that Yan Baishun is very dangerous and two-faced. You can expect anything from him, even some kind of setup. But Jang, with a confident face, knew that he could win. The main character wanted to punish Yan for his impudence. Sometime later, Jung was in the forest. He took a sword, attacked the flying dragonfly monster, and broke its head with one blow. Jumping off it, he saw the insect flying straight to the ground. The monster's lifeless body fell, and Jung received another 150 experience points for it. He had already learned how to use his sword quite well. At this time, Jung's father was informed about the upcoming hunting competition, but the father considered it normal and did not worry about it. But, on the other hand, he understood how vile Captain Yan could be, so he needed to prepare for this event. Already at night, an unknown man with a white beard sat on the roof of a house outside the city and watched the landscapes of the apocalypse. Right in front of the old man there were some strange creatures that looked like monsters. He said that soon fun and real horror awaits everyone. Jung went outside the next day and heard words of support for the upcoming competition from the city residents. He was very grateful to them all. Lan Shi was surprised at the attention he was able to receive in just a month. At this time, on a remote street, Jung's father was smoking a cigarette and thinking about something. He was asked to cancel the competition, but he said it was none of his business. Then they loaded the car and drove somewhere. It seemed that Jung's father was hiding something from everyone. Meanwhile, Jung approached the blacksmith's house. He wanted to find suitable weapons here. The blacksmith did not expect to see Jung here, but the main character said that he was interested in weapons, preferably a powerful bow. After thinking a little, the blacksmith remembered that he had a bow in the weapon box. He opened it and began to search among the various weapons for the bow he needed. Then he took out one bow and said that few people use it, and if it suits our hero, then the blacksmith will be able to give it to him. Jung really liked the bow, but Lan Shi believed that the best weapon with a bowstring was a crossbow. Jung left the house, pulled the bowstring, and fired a shot. Jung realized that he wanted to train his hand strength and accuracy. He would definitely need this bow. But Lan Shi doubted that Zheng would be able to use this combat bow calmly and without problems, because he was not even a warrior. The arrow that Zheng shot flew straight into the ball of the old woman's hair. Zheng did not expect this and apologized to her. The children who were there picked up all the arrows Zheng had shot and started playing with them. But a blacksmith suddenly came out into the street and took the arrows from the children, saying that this was a dangerous thing, not a toy. But then the blacksmith noticed something on the arrow, and this discovery shocked him. At the tip of one arrow was a tiny bug, which Zheng was able to somehow hit. A little later, Zheng was already in the forest with a bow, killing flying monsters with one hit directly to the head. After killing several insects, Zheng was finally able to increase his level to 15, and now he can unlock as many as 2 skills to choose from. He looked at all the skills and chose 2 of them, which were very useful in the game. But whether they would be good in this world, Zheng needed to test it. He chose a double attack and a backstab, after which he asked Lan Shi if there were stronger monsters nearby than these flies. Lan Shi said that there are sword-tail boars in the bamboo forest. One of them already wanted to attack our travelers. By the way, even the strongest warriors of the 4th and 5th ranks found it quite difficult to cope with these animals. The boar almost knocked Zheng off his feet, but he managed to jump up and dodge the attack. Lan Shi was afraid for the master and stood up to protect him. But he did not need it, and Zheng told Lan Shi to move aside. Zheng flew next to Lan Shi at lightning speed, which greatly surprised the assistant, because he did not know that Zhou Zheng could move so fast. The main character used his double strike skill and took half of the monster's health, and then he finished him off with a blow to the back, which dealt 150% more damage. The dead body of a huge boar fell to the ground with a crash, and Zheng just smiled and was glad that he had become much stronger and was able to defeat such a terrible and ferocious monster. Lan Shi fell into a stupor and was stunned by what he saw. He could not believe that Zheng was not a warrior after all, but had already become stronger than many of them. And Zheng, wiping his knife, again said that the corpse of the monster would be carried by Lan Shi, which infuriated him very much. For dinner, the Zheng family ate the wild boar they caught. The father was shocked by his son's achievements and didn't even know whether to praise or punish him. But Zhou Zheng, devouring boar meat, said that it would be better if his father lent him some star crystals or gold. He was going to bet these crystals on his victory in the upcoming competitions. Meanwhile, at the stadium there were 2 friends of Captain Yan, who was training inside the stadium like crazy. The captain trained hard for the entire month and took this dispute very seriously. Breathing heavily, he knew that he needed more than just winning this competition. He promised himself that the whole city would see how this trash Zheng would lose to him in the competition and turn out to be a complete non-entity again. The next day, Zheng and Captain Yan stood outside, surrounded by a support group. The richer layer of the population was on the side of the captain and rooted for him, and the rest of the poor part of the population, whom Zheng helped with supplies and money, rooted for him. The captain was even surprised by such a support group from a man who a few months ago was a complete non-entity. The main character approached the boy and asked him if he had bet on him winning the competition. But the boy did not have the money for this. Then Zheng handed him a white crystal and told him to bet it on Zheng's victory. This angered the captain. He believed that a child should not be involved in this matter. But Zheng asked the captain to calm down, because he would actually bet his own money on Zheng, so we can assume that he is not involved in this. Zheng wished the captain good luck and wanted to shake his hand before starting, but he turned around and simply left. The judge announced the rules, the main point of which was to bring as many valuable resources as possible, and it does not matter how they will be obtained. After the rules were announced, the competition was officially considered open, and the 2 cars in which Zheng and Yan were sitting set off in different directions. Captain Yan was confident that he would win and destroy the main character in this competition, as it turned out, using insidious methods for this. And the judge was sure that this was an unequal battle and that Captain Yan would definitely win. And for Zheng it would be a good lesson, if of course he survived. The father stood next to the assistant, who wanted to send someone to help Zheng in case of danger. But Zheng's father said that he himself would protect his son. Meanwhile, someone called the guy with gray hair and ordered target number 2, and offered a green crystal as a reward. The man opened the target pad and saw that his number 2 target was Zhou Zheng, who was signed as a student fighter. The man agreed to fulfill the order, but said that it all depends on the level of the green crystal. This man was Tang Lai, a rank 5 warrior who had the same strength as the protagonist's father. Suddenly, in another part of the abandoned city, some woman in a suit flew to the basement with lightning speed and entered it. She stood at the door and told her master that the competition had already begun. Behind the door sat a black silhouette unknown to us, who was clearly strong and rich. He also agreed to fulfill the order one last time for the green crystal. Meanwhile, Jung was driving through the forest and looking at the map that the Su family gave him. It was really good and accurate. He drove towards the habitat of shadow wolves and decided to start his resource extraction with them. He found 3 wolves in the forest, one of which was devouring a sword-bearing boar. Their eyes glowed and their fur was blue. They noticed Jung, and one of them stood up to his full height and took a fighting pose. He was several times larger and more massive than the main character. An instant passed and the 5 shadow wolves were defeated. Jo Jung realized that 5 wolves for a level is the limit. He couldn't kill more wolves, he wouldn't have enough strength. And at that time he was already level 16. He understood that his abilities were slightly worse than those of a rank 3 warrior. After the fight with the shadow wolves, he was left with bloody scars, so it was very painful and difficult for Jeng to even just move around. He remembered the medicines he had obtained, namely a small healing potion. Taking a closer look at this potion, Jung compared it to a disinfectant. At first he decided to pour this potion on his open wounds, but nothing worked. It did not heal. After some time, the main character realized that he needed to drink a healing potion. Indeed, after a few sips of this liquid, the wounds really began to heal, and Jung began to feel good. He was surprised at the speed of healing. He did not expect that these wounds would disappear instantly. It was an incredible effect. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, 3 warriors were sitting right under the huge trees and chatting about something. Their conversation was about betting on current competitions. They were arguing whether it was worth spending their money on bets. Suddenly a sound was heard from somewhere. The warriors paid attention to it. Someone started approaching them. It turns out that it was Tang Lai, a rank 5 warrior. He was surprised to meet people here. A girl from a company of warriors, her name was Yue, threatened Tang Lai. She told him not to move, to which Tang Lai replied that he just got lost in the forest. He also asked the soldiers if they had seen the guy who was depicted in the photo. It was Jo Jung. One of them let it slip. His name was Yura. He said that they saw this guy this morning and that Jo Jung is the son of their leader. His friend asked Yura to shut up, looking at him angrily. Tai Lan grinned evilly. And suddenly he attacked the warriors. Tang Lai dealt with them quite easily because he was very strong. However, he did not want to leave any traces or witnesses after the bloody battle, so he came to finish everyone off. During this fight, Jo Jeng was already at the very top of a huge tree. Directly below, next to this tree, was a pack of shadow wolves. Among them stood out one white wolf. This is probably the boss of the shadow wolves, Jo Jung thought. But our character's equipment was broken. He would not have been able to cope with this boss. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jung understood that if he did not find any valuable loot, he would be considered a non-entity. Jung listened. Some sounds of people could be heard next to him, and not far behind a few trees, a red streak flashed, indicating that Tang Lai was following him. Jung thought that this old man wanted to kill him. Tang Lai had already begun to approach the tree, as if it seemed to him that there was someone in the tree. But Jing managed to quickly hide behind this huge tree, so Tang Lai did not notice him. Jo Jing considered this man very strong, and apparently for good reason. Jo Jing was sure that this man had come for him, but he believed that the one who attacks first wins. With the help of all his abilities, Jo Jung was able to fly high into the air. This was noticed by Tang Lai. With all his speed, Jung landed right next to Tang Lai. The old man was very surprised and frightened by such a maneuver. He realized that it was the same Jo Jung. But the main character did not even think about stopping. He again began to gain speed and strength. He took out a knife and was ready to attack. Jung started throwing his quick punches at the old man. Tang Lai was shocked by such speed. It was the first time he had seen a newcomer with a low rank possess such abilities. But Jo Jung would not be able to keep his strength at its limit for long. He would soon run out of energy. Therefore, he decided to use his main trump card, a double attack. The double attack was so strong that it even broke through Old Man Tang Lai's block. And only now the main character realized that the old man had only lost a few drops of blood. His scale was almost completely full. The old man was still amazed at the abilities of the young warrior. He didn't understand how this was possible. Its characteristics were also unknown to Zheng. After the powerful attack, Zheng asked the old man if it was true that young Bai Shun had sent to kill him, to which Tang Lai replied that he did not need to know so much, since he would die soon. The old man used his powerful abilities and spells and began to attack. Zhou Zheng was hit by the old man's flash of light and was thrown back several meters. Zheng realized that he could not win this fight. Then he began to hide from Old Man Tang Lai behind the trees. While Wu Zhou Zheng had some time, he used his vulnerability scanning ability. The ability was activated and showed the weakest points of the old man's body. Then Zheng decided to shoot his rifle right at the old man's head, but Tang Lai managed to dodge the fast bullet. The old man struck back. The old man told the guy that dodging the bullet was a piece of cake. He said that Zheng doesn't even know how strong a level 6 warrior is. At this time, Zhou Zheng continued to hide from Tang Lai in the trees. Zheng realized that it was time to call an assistant. He needed to run away from the almighty old man, but Tang Lai did not want to let him go and chased after him. The chase lasted about 1 minute. When suddenly a cliff was visible ahead, the main character had to jump. Otherwise, he would have been caught by this vile old man. But Old Man Tang Lai did not want to let go of his prey, so he jumped after Zheng, not afraid of crashing. When Zheng landed, there were so many shadow wolves around him. They all snapped at the man. The main character again activates his ability Double Attack. When the old man landed on the ground, he called Zheng crazy. The old man said they would both die here. Tang Lai also added that the one who dies first will lose. Suddenly, the boss among the shadow wolves woke up from hibernation, his eyes burning with blue fire. The white wolf approached the cliff, opened its toothy mouth, and began to howl very loudly. A huge white wolf was approaching the old man and Zhou Zheng. They had nowhere to go. But the main character wanted to try to break through a pack of wolves, to which the old man Tang Lai replied that Zheng himself cut off his own path to retreat by jumping off a cliff. But it would not be difficult for the old man to get out of here. Zhou Zheng chuckled at the old man. He was going to throw 2 explosive grenades, thereby preventing Tang Lai from getting out of here. He threw grenades right under the paws of these wild beasts. After the explosion, a lot of dust rose around. Because of this, Tang Lai could hardly see anything around him. Thanks to the explosion of 2 of his grenades, Zhou Zheng was able to hide behind the thick smoke. As soon as the smoke cleared, the white wolf began to aggregate and began to attack Old Man Tang Lai. This white wolf was the boss of this pack of shadow wolves. He was very strong. The huge wolf has already begun to open its toothy mouth to bite and kill Old Man Tang Lai. But the old man managed to dodge in time. The wolf threw him aside. Meanwhile, Zheng was sitting on a tree. In his hands was the remaining healing potion, which he had not yet finished. As soon as Zhou Zheng drank this potion, all the wounds instantly disappeared. He was full of strength. The old man desperately tried to fight off the bloodthirsty wolves, but they did not want to retreat. After a while, the sounds of battle stopped. Zheng thought that Old Man Tang Lai was dead. The old man was almost exhausted, but Tang Lai desperately fought with the main boss of the shadow wolves. The rest of the wolves had already been killed. Tang Lai was already bleeding all over. He was breathing very heavily. When Zhou Zheng jumped from the tree, he was surprised how one person could slaughter an entire pack of the most dangerous wolves. He admitted that a rank 5 warrior was indeed a very strong person. Zheng approached the already dead old man Tang Lai. He began to touch him and look for something. Suddenly, in his pocket, he found an unknown bag. There were a lot of expensive diamonds in this small bag. And he also found an unknown piece of iron in this bag. While he was examining the jewels, the wolf boss tried to get up, but was too weak. Then Zhou Zheng decided that he needed to completely finish off this dangerous beast and the leader of all shadow wolves. Meanwhile, everyone in the city was waiting for the arrival of Yan and Zhou Zheng. Everyone was wondering who won this competition. People asked each other who bet on whom. They were very interested in who would win. Almost everyone bet on Commander Yan. Since they were sure that he was supposed to win, Yan was the favorite. Captain Yan's father was also present there. People said that his son had a 90% chance of winning. Everyone was happy to see him and already confidently congratulated his son on his victory. Mistress Su and Lan Shi were worried about Zheng. Zhou Zheng's father was also excited and had a very serious look on his face. Suddenly, Commander Yan's car drove straight into the square. The commander got out of the car. All the fans have already congratulated him on his victory. There was a lot of catch in his car. The father approached Ian and asked if he was wounded. Ian replied that it didn't matter. The main thing for the captain was to win. After the conversation, the father ordered the assistant to escort Yan to the ward to rest. Yan's father's name was Yang Chuan, and he said that the results would be announced as soon as Zhou Zheng returned. Suddenly the audience exclaimed, "Zhou Zheng is back!" Indeed, Zhou Zheng's car also drove into the square, and now two participants are standing next to each other and waiting for the results. Captain Yang immediately started talking. He said he was surprised that Zheng returned so quickly. Zheng replied that Yan would still have enough time to rest. After the conversation, Yan had some interesting proposal. He wanted to tell it to the crowd. He suggested counting the loot of each participant not immediately, but doing it one by one. The leader immediately realized that this captain wanted to disgrace his son. Zhou Zheng himself responded to Yan's proposal. He agreed with this proposal. Captain Yang grinned. He said that first he needed to count the dead animals from himself, and then only from Zheng. Everyone agreed. Within a few minutes, Ian and the judge wanted to calculate the cost of the captain's catch. A few seconds later, the fabric was removed from the trunk of the car. All the people standing nearby were amazed. Yang approached Zhou Zheng and smilingly asked who won this argument. Zheng lowered his head. The process of checking and counting dead mutant monsters began, and experienced evaluators were brought in. The people standing nearby were shocked by the loot captured by Captain Yan. They thought that they were imagining it. In the back lay a level 3 sword-bearing boar, which was several times larger than usual and tens of times stronger. Captain Yan, with a triumphant grin on his face, said that it was better to check if there were crystals in it and then calculate the final cost. But Zheng was not going to wait long and asked to quickly calculate the cost of the hunted animal, because he wanted to go home to take a bath. Amid the cheers of the fans, the appraisers cut open the belly and took out a medium-white crystal. Along with it, the cost of the boar was comparable to a top-grade star crystal. But all Zheng said was that he was lucky. But the captain did not agree with him and just grinned. Captain Yan wanted to share half of the crystals with Zheng, thereby placing him below himself in status. The captain was sure that Zheng was not even close to being able to collect as many resources. But the main character just grinned and decided to parody his words. The captain was angry at this and believed that Zheng rose to this status only thanks to his family, and he himself was worthless. Here Yan decided to play his trump card, because the sword-bearing boar was just an appetizer before the main course. There was a level 3 forest spider in the trunk of the car, which was very dangerous. The people standing nearby were scared. After all, they thought that he might be alive, but the captain reassured them and said that he had been dead for a long time. Yan's father was very happy about his merits in this competition. Even a rank 4 warrior would not dare to approach this spider. The appraiser pulled it out of the car, and another said it was worth 3 white crystals of the highest grade. The entire aristocracy of the city, rooting for the captain, burst into cries of support and cries of victory and the honor of the captain. And the captain, with an arrogant look, said that there was a huge difference between him and Zheng was simply insignificant compared to him. But Zhou Zheng, smiling, asked Yan if he considered himself a complete trash. With these words, Zheng greatly outraged his opponent. Zheng added that only scum could talk like that and brag about their success. So, without further ado, Zheng pulled the white cloth from his pickup truck that covered the prey he had caught. Everyone else was very surprised when they saw the booty, including Captain Yan's father and Zhou Zheng's father. On the roof of the car lay the dead carcass of the Shadow Wolf King. The captain was shocked by Zheng's loot, his face literally blurring in surprise and envy. Mistress Su was very happy that Zheng was able to kill the level 4 beast, and his father was very surprised how he was able to do it. The appraisers threw the carcass off the roof of the car and quoted a price of 1 low-grade blue crystal. People were surprised how expensive this wolf was, because 1 such crystal could be exchanged for 100 white crystals of the highest quality. The poor people of the city were happy about Zheng's victory in this competition, and were glad that they bet on him at his own suggestion and won. The captain could not believe it and come to terms with it. He brazenly accused Jung of cheating and called him a deceiver. But Jung, in turn, grinned and said that it was Yan who helped him in this by hiring a killer. Jung also noted that to kill him, he hired a level 5 warrior. "This was a very low act for Captain Yan," Jung said indignantly. But the captain didn't understand what Jung was talking about and thought that he was just trying to set him up. But then Yan's father intervened in the conversation. He recognized Jung's strength and victory and told his son to shut his mouth and talk less nonsense. This fat man with narrowed eyes seemed like a suspicious man, so Jung decided to keep him in mind. Suddenly the father approached, who believed that this was an ordinary argument between two boys and should not take the situation so seriously. The leader of the city decided to dilute the situation and said that Jung was lucky to kill the king of the Shadow Wolves, and Captain Yan is still stronger than Jung. That evening, Yan's father revealed all his cards in his office. He hired a killer and wanted to get rid of Jung as quickly as possible, because the main character was becoming more and more dangerous. That same day, the whole family, led by Jung, sat at the table at home and drank alcohol in honor of Jung's victory in the competition. After drinking a glass of beer, Jung felt bad. His father, as always, laughed at him because he had never tolerated alcohol. Jung decided that it would be better to eat meat, and Lan Shi chuckled at him. In the previous world, Jung also could not drink alcohol. Apparently his skills and habits do not change no matter what world he was in. The father proudly congratulated his son on his victory once again and said that Jung had already matured. Jung was very touched by his words, but he was more interested in the attempt on his life, which, in his opinion, was committed by someone from the Bai Xun family. But he didn't dare admit it out loud because his father is the leader of the city, and this could lead to some consequences and not necessarily good ones. Jung's father, hearing the words about Captain Yan and his father, said with a smile on his face that he took this game too close to his heart, so he tried to justify himself. That evening, Jung was in his room looking at the device found on the killer. He thought it was a bomb and threw it with all his might onto the floor, deciding to check it out. But apart from the smoke coming from the broken device, he saw nothing. Jung assumed that this tool was specifically a means of communication, but did not fully know what it was. Then Mistress Su suddenly came into the room with a bag of crystals for winning the competition. She asked where she could put this bag. Jung was a little confused when Mistress Su stood in this position. In fact, Jung really liked Mistress Su. Therefore, Jung, like a real man, took this bag from her and said that he would do everything himself. But this confused her, because she must carry out her duties herself. But Jung, with a confident smile on his face, said that she was an ordinary girl for him, and she shouldn't think so much and be humiliated just because of her status. But suddenly their father stood between them, who appeared very unexpectedly. He asked whether Jung had time or was he busy. While Jung, somewhat shocked and ashamed, answered his father yes, Mistress Su quickly ran out of the room, which seemed strange to Jung's father. But this was not important, because the father said that now the city did not doubt Jung, and he should start studying the introduction of administrative affairs and take his place in the future. But Jung did not want to become the head and treated his father's words as a joke. But he asked him to improve his equipment with the help of crystals that were in the bag. Meanwhile, at the captain's house, Yan could not calm down and claimed that Jung cheated in the competition. Then his evil brother appeared, who thought the same. After all, the wounds on the body of the killed wolf did not correspond to Jung's fighting style, and therefore someone else killed him. Yan switched to his father and said that something needs to be done about this. But Yan's father firmly and rudely told him that he knew about Jung's fraud. He told his son to forget about it once and for all. But the captain did not stop talking because he was very much afraid for his reputation, which had already begun to go down. But his father, lighting a cigarette, drove him out of the office and once again repeated to forget this incident. The enraged Captain Yan left the office and promised that he would solve this problem himself, despite the fact that he was the son of the head. The next day, outside the city near the wall, Jung again shot zombies, only at a higher level. He was finally able to increase his level to 20, with new equipment, which he did with the crystals he won in the competition, which really increased his level upgrade speed. But suddenly, behind the destroyed house, Jung saw a huge giant zombie, which only in appearance seemed very strong. He was accompanied by zombies and was very fierce and angry, but he did not notice the main character. Suddenly, on another roof, some kind of device was activated, emitting green gamma radiation, and next to it stood a man in military uniform. This man had the same device that Jung had recently, but it was clearly in working order. Suddenly, the zombie giant began to react to these rays, and he clearly did not like them, perhaps causing some harm. A man in uniform noticed this and radioed that the last stage of the mission, regeneration, was beginning. Jung on the roof of the house saw a giant zombie run towards the source of the sound. Jung did not hesitate and aimed his bow straight at the zombie giant. Thanks to vulnerability scanning, Jung hits this zombie right in the head, piercing it right through with his arrow. But the zombie giant didn't even fall, but only calmly pulled the arrow out of his head. Green liquid began to flow from the hole in the head, and the giant flew into a rage and broke the arrow in half. Jung was shocked that the giant remained alive with almost full health. Suddenly the giant turned his head in search of the offender and saw Jung standing on the roof. The giant's face broke into a terrible grimace. He was ready to swat Jung like a fly. He, without wasting a second, hit the base of the building, hitting some of the zombies nearby with his blow. Jung realized that he was in trouble now, and he clearly made him very angry. While Jung was thinking about what to do, the giant found a pillar and hit Jung with all his might, completely breaking the building. But Jung managed to dodge and use his new jump attack skill on the giant in the air. He jumped over him and struck him in the back, which took away half of the zombie giant's health. But the giant was not going to retreat or give up. He immediately responded with a strong blow from the pillar to Jung, who at the last moment managed to jump and dodge the attack. Meanwhile, the unknown man was polishing his sword and waiting for his prey. He did not understand why the zombies were taking so long to come to him, but he perfectly heard the sounds of battle and loud noise, and he became interested in what was happening there. Meanwhile, Jung was already able to deal with the giant zombie and put him on the ground. He found a blue crystal inside, which made him incredibly happy, because he did not expect such a gift. He went to the city and was already at the entrance to it. He was unexpectedly greeted by a post with a two-person guard. One of them did not recognize Jung and blocked the way. But as he came closer, he saw him and apologized for not recognizing him right away. But Jung asked why a guard was placed near the entrance, which had never been there. But the guard didn't really know anything. He only heard that zombies had become active near the city. This turned out to be extremely interesting and strange for Jung, because there were especially many of them hunting outside the city today. Therefore, he went to his father to find out more information. But when he entered the hall, he saw all the important persons of the city, and some man in a suit. The father noticed his son and said that he had arrived just in time and asked the surprised Jung to go into the room. The man named He Yanking continued the story about a huge crowd of different zombies, including giants, who are moving towards the city and will be here tomorrow. One of the warriors knew that everyone would agree to defend the city, but he believed that it was necessary to take the initiative and destroy them while they were still approaching. Captain Yan's father supported his idea and noted that in half a month the harvest would begin. The head asked Uncle Shu if anyone in the city knew about the mobilization, but Commander Shu assured the head that no one knew, and even if he knew, he would not dare to say. Suddenly, the leader ordered He Yanking to gather troops and tomorrow go outside the city for a special operation where Shu and Yang will cover the rear, and in his absence, Zhou Jung will remain in charge of the city. Many were surprised by the head's decision, and some were even annoyed by this decision, but no one could challenge it. But Jung was more surprised than everyone else and even a little frightened by his father's decision. Later, negotiations took place between Jung and his father personally, in which the father assured his son that he should gain experience in such matters. But Jung was not worried about his father's status, he was more worried about his health. His father calmed him down and told him not to worry about it. The father promised that he would return safe and sound, and Jung left the room. And the father burst into tears at how much his son had matured and changed. After several anxious days, the patrol finally returned from the special operation. Broken and wounded soldiers entered the city and said that his father was in trouble. This news really scared Jung into a cold sweat. He was most afraid that something would happen to his father during this time. Jung, having equipped himself and taking Lan Shi with him, moved out to help his father. While they were driving, Zheng noticed something strange, namely, not a single trace of a battle, or at least some kind of battle. Zheng looked at the driver suspiciously and asked where they were going. But then he just said to be patient and wait. But Zheng saw his life bar, which means Zheng realized that it was a trap. At the same second, the car drove up to the crowd of armed people and stopped. People armed with edged weapons were already tired of waiting for Zheng and wanted to quickly start the fun. The driver said with a malicious grin that they had arrived. Lan Shi tensed and at first did not understand what was happening here. Captain Yan suddenly came out and hinted that they would now come to an end. Lan Shi pulled out his weapon and stood in front of Zheng. He could not believe that Yan could betray the head. But the captain easily kicked him, pushing him back, and called him a puppy for daring to open his mouth. But Zheng managed to catch him and saved him from falling. Zheng looked hard at the captain and asked if he was responsible for the crowd of zombies that was supposed to come to the city. Yang said with a grin as he lit a cigarette that luring his father out of the city was a difficult task because Zheng's father was smart and quick-witted. Then Zheng began to suspect something. He was confused and angry at the words to lure him out. He guessed that they were planning something. And then, with anger in his words, Captain Yang shouted that his father had been holding the post of head for too long and the couple should get rid of him. Lan Shi warned that the weakest warrior here is rank 2. The wounded Lan Shi stood up, took up his weapon, and was ready to sacrifice himself so that Zheng could escape from here. But the warriors heard everything and said that none of them would leave here alive. But Zheng only became even more angry and confirmed these words. And literally at the same moment, Zheng killed him from behind. Having cut his throat with a knife, this warrior did not even have time to think how he was already dead. And then in a matter of seconds, he killed 2 more fighters, flying like a shadow from one to the other. A blue glow emanated from Zheng, and his eyes also glowed blue. The other warriors did not really understand what had happened and were eager to kill him. But he was ahead of their words and, like a shadow, was able to kill them. The Captain Yan did not expect this, and he felt very uneasy. His face changed, and he was very scared of the mad Zheng. The warriors couldn't believe that he was only a trainee and already had such power. Suddenly, Zheng dodged a bullet that flew towards him from behind. It was the captain with other fighters who, in fear, shot at him with all their weapons and thought that he was on adrenaline, and soon his term would end. But not a single bullet hit Zheng. He dodged every bullet and therefore was at the level of a level 6 warrior. He got to the captain and broke his nose with his foot and knocked him to the ground. The captain couldn't believe that he could die right now because he's a warrior of 3rd rank. But he should have realized long ago that rank is not so important. Because of the fear of death, Captain Yang spilled the beans and said that if he killed him, Zheng's father would also die, and then Zheng would be found and killed. Zheng did not believe this and demanded to know where they were keeping his father. The captain said a little nervously that Zheng's father was in the eastern part of the city, and while Zheng turned away, he stood up and began to take out the sword from his jacket, which he kept there just in case. He took it out completely and wanted to kill Zheng in the back, but the main character at the same instant was behind him. Zheng killed him in the throat from behind with a knife. Lan Shi, seeing this, was very frightened. He did not know what to do next, and what could happen to them now. But Zheng, without a drop of pity, said that he would kill all the traitors and save his father. Somewhere in the eastern part, far from the city, a flock of zombies was heading straight toward Zheng's father's detachment. They stood just above them on the rubble of destroyed houses. The leader was surprised by the strange movement of these zombies, because they were not even close to moving towards the city. The leader began to say something, but without allowing the leader to finish, Lao Yu hit him in the back with a spear, but the leader was able to feel it, and he managed to dodge, receiving a minor wound in the shoulder. Lao was happy with his new spear because he was able to wound the unsuspecting leader. In his opinion, this was very cool. But the leader interrupted him and asked why he decided to betray him. But Lao said with a grin that he was not the only one who decided to betray him and kill him. And at that very second an army approached with he, who did not want to chat, but wanted to quickly get rid of the leader. Zheng's father angrily objected. He said that everyone who betrayed him were hypocrites, since they wanted to take all the power for themselves. But then a fat man, Director Yan, appeared from the crowd of warriors, holding an incomprehensible magic circle in his hand. With a grin on his face, he activated his abilities and launched dozens of magic circles at the head. but Zheng's father easily dodged his every attack. The rest of the warriors at the same instant opened fire from dozens of weapons directly at the head, but the leader managed to activate the shield and protect himself from bullets. But while he was defending himself from bullets, Director Yang came in from behind and already wanted to kill Zheng's father, taking him by surprise. But the leader managed to activate his grenade, from which they both flew off in different directions. But one of the blades was able to hit the leader, which severely wounded him in the shoulder. The angry and incomprehensible Zheng's father stood completely alone against the entire crowd and did not understand why they betrayed him, although he trusted them. But Director Yang replied that trust in this world is worthless. He believed that the most important thing is power, and those who do not have power will remain losers for life. But this angered the leader even more, and it was immediately clear from his expression that he had become stronger and would now not feel sorry for anyone. This scared Director Yan because he did not expect that the leader would become even stronger and would not give up so easily. The leader attacked Director Yan with lightning speed and extraordinary strength, who, out of horror and excitement, at the last second managed to put up his shield, which could barely withstand the blow of the sword. The rest stood in complete shock and incomprehension. They did not know what to do next, and Yan's father began to ask for help because his shield could no longer withstand such force, and the leader's eyes shone the same color as Zheng's. Apparently, this was some kind of special power that their family possessed. Meanwhile, an excited Zheng was driving a car to the east and did not want to let his dad die because he was not sure that his father would be able to resist everyone. They began to approach the defensive headquarters, near which armed soldiers stood. But suddenly Zheng saw empty stripes of life ahead. He was confused. Zheng thought that the entire squad had died. Then an armed soldier blocked their way. He didn't notice Zheng and decided to deceive him. But the main character saw a red life scale, and that meant only one thing. And Zheng, without hesitation, stood on the car and said that the end would come for him right now. Before the fighter had time to come to his senses, in a split second from Zheng's lightning strike, the warrior lost his life. Zheng immediately cut the traitor's throat and was about to go to his father to help. At this time, the leader was fighting with Yan's father and his friends, whose names were Yu Jianrui and He Yanqing. The leader said that he would not die just like that. He said he wouldn't let traitors live. Yu Jianrui told the head that he was already all tired, but still so stubborn. Yan's father interrupted his comrade. He said that it was time to finish off the leader. Then he started shooting at him with his enchanted discs. But the leader was able to repel all the discs with his knight's sword. But one disc still fell into Zheng's father's hand, which caused the leader to drop his sword. This was the traitor's chance to kill Zheng's father, and they took advantage of this chance. The three of them began to attack the head. Yang Chuan took out his sharp knife and began stabbing Zheng's father's body. But it was not so simple. The head had a small retractable dagger hidden in his sleeve. He took it out. Yan's father was able to dodge the leader's blows and quickly jumped away from him. Now Yu Jianrui was ready to attack the leader. But Yan Chuan told him to stop. He told him that if he died, then all the granaries in the city would be burned. For what Yu Jianrui replied with a grin that he should try not to die. The warrior began to run away to deal the final blow to the chapter. And so Yu Jianrui took out his sharp sword. He had already swung and was ready to destroy the leader. Suddenly a small arrow flies into Yu Jianrui's sword from somewhere. She repelled the traitor's blow. All three were shocked by what was happening. Zhou Zheng stood on the bridge. He saved his father with just one shot. Yu Jianrui did not understand how such a non-entity could hit the sword from such a distance and deflect its blow. Zheng's father laughed at these fools. He said that they were the only non-entities here because they were traitors. The leader asked his son to help capture Yan Chuan, and he would deal with the other two later. Zheng told his father not to worry because the protagonist had everything under control. Zheng also threw his father a healing potion so that all the head's wounds would disappear. While the leader drank the potion, Zheng told Yang Chuan that he had already dealt with his son Yang. Now Zheng wanted to punish Father Yang as well. Yan's father asked Zheng what he did to his son. Zheng replied that Yang Chuan is not required to know this information. Then Yang Chuan wished Zheng dead and began shooting at him with his sharp discs. Zheng said that he is very weak because he hits from afar and is afraid to even come close. Zhou Zheng decided to use his skill again, double attack. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan only had half his health bar left. Yan's father could not cope alone. He called his friend He Yanking to come and help him. He Yanking instantly went into battle with Zhou Zheng. He tried to strike with his sword, but Zheng constantly dodged. Suddenly, He Yanking stumbled, and Zheng took this opportunity and stabbed the sharp sword directly into the back of the traitor. With one blow, Zhou Zheng destroyed almost half of his enemy's health. A few seconds passed, and Zhou Zheng had already disappeared somewhere. He Yanking did not understand where the leader's son had gone. In fact, Zhou Zheng gathered all his strength to fly into the air and deal a decisive blow to He Yanking. The blow was so fast and strong that He Yanking did not have time to dodge it. It was almost impossible. So one of the three traitors died. Meanwhile, all the people were told to go outside the city gates. One old man asked the warrior why they needed to hide in the city. The warrior replied that constant zombie attacks had begun, and they needed to stay outside the gates for a couple of days. Meanwhile, Uncle Shu let all the people through the city gates. He hoped that everything was fine with the head of the city and that he was still alive. At the head's house at this time, Su Junwen and Zheng's father were communicating. Zheng's father said that he was very glad that she was the one who took care of baby Zhou Zheng from childhood. For all the time spent with the Zheng family, Su Junwen has already become like her own daughter. The leader also added that if their city did not stand against the zombies, then he would give the baby Zhou Zheng to her. He shouted that this was not his dying wish, since he was not yet ready to die. Meanwhile, Zheng's father again found himself on the battlefield with Yu Jianrui. During the battle, Yu Jianrui saw his comrade He Yanqin being killed by Zhou Zheng. At this moment, Zheng's father attacked the traitor. Yu Jianrui did not expect his blow at this moment. The leader mercilessly struck his former comrade in the chest with a sharp sword. After such a strong blow, he flew several meters away from Zheng's father. The blow was very strong. After the blow, the leader said that he should go to hell and wait for him there. At this moment, Yu Jianrui hit his head on the ground. He didn't move anymore. It looks like he died. 2 traitors were killed, only Yan Chuan remained, Zhou Zheng said out loud. In response to this, Yang Chuan, standing nearby, said that if they kill him, then all the other residents of the besieged city will die too. Zheng's father knew about Yu Jianrui's betrayal, but he couldn't think that Yang Chuan was involved in it. Yang Chuan replied that he didn't do anything special for this city, but it still worked a lot. He was very annoyed that the son of a leader could put himself above other warriors. He took out a small red button and began to threaten that as soon as he pressed it, all the granaries would explode and turn to dust. In exchange for the button, he wanted to know where his son was now. Zhou Jing told him that Captain Yang was in the safest place. He also warned that if he pressed that red button, Zhou Zheng would kill them both. Suddenly, an unknown guy appeared on the tree. His name was Lu Yangshan. He was a rank 6 warrior. He came for Yang Chuan. Lu Yangshan said that his son had been dead for a long time. Yang Chuan's face turned pale. After these words, Yang Chuan was about to press that red button. He was very angry after hearing this. In an instant, Zhou Zheng knocked the red button out of Father Yan's hands. Zhou Zheng took out a sword. He told Captain Yan's father to go to hell with his son. Suddenly, a warrior of the 6th rank pushed Zhou Zheng aside and did not let Yang Chuan, the father of Captain Yan, be killed. Lu Yanshan managed to save Yan's father. The 6th rank warrior shouted at Zheng and asked why he was trying to kill his employer right in front of him. Lu Yanshan added that it was his catch. He was going to inconvenience some individuals that day and get what he deserves. Yang Chuan told the rank 6 warrior that he would increase the amount for killing Zhou Jing's family by 4 times. Lu Yangshan explained the situation. He said his son is dead, and what belonged to him has all been destroyed, and the only one who could save Yang Chuan was he. The level 6 warrior was counting on all of Yan Chuan's assets. He just told him so. Opposite the warrior Yi Yan Chuan stood Zheng and his father, and behind them Lan Shi climbed out of a pile of stones. The assistant said that he dealt with all the remaining traitors. Zhou Jing warned Lan Shi that it was very dangerous here, as a rank 6 warrior was standing opposite them. Then Lan Shi was amazed with fear. Zheng's father told the main character that he would detain a rank 6 warrior. He told Zheng to get out of here. Zhou Zheng told his father not to talk bullshit. After all, he was a little injured. Meanwhile, Lan Shi listened to Zheng and ran towards the car. 6th rank warrior Lu Yanshan ran after him at full speed. He was very fast. He started yelling at Lan Shi and told him that he didn't let anyone leave here. Suddenly Zhou Zheng appeared there. He asked if it was true that some 6th-rank warrior really considered himself omnipotent. He stopped Lu Yanshan and knocked him aside, thereby allowing Lan Shi to escape. The 6th-rank warrior shouted to Zheng that even though he could handle the other warriors, that didn't mean he could handle him. While Lu Yanshan was communicating with Zheng, the father wanted to unexpectedly stab him in the back with a sword. But the 6th-rank warrior was ready for this and simply dodged the blow. And yet, he still managed to deliver a good blow to Zheng's father's stomach. Meanwhile, Lan Shi had already delivered the car. He called the head and his son to quickly sit down and leave until no one was hurt. Zhou Zheng listened to the assistant, put his father on his shoulder, and quickly ran straight to the car. The 3 of them were already in the car and were going to go. The car started moving. To prevent Lu Yanshan from chasing them, Zhou Zheng threw several grenades behind him. The rank 6 warrior was about to run after Zheng and his family, but he definitely didn't expect the exploding grenades. He was able to cut a few grenades, but they still exploded, and thus they were able to detain Lu Yanshan, after which he stopped chasing them, and the car had already gone quite far. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan was indignant about Lu Yanshan and the fact that he would lose all his property. "Looks like old man Yang Chuan has already gone crazy." He raised his red button. And he said that if he doesn't get anything in this life, then neither will anyone. Lu Yanshan looked at his employer with a strange look. A rank 6 warrior called his master an ungrateful bastard. He also added that he also wouldn't mind going to his dead son. But something terrible happened. Lu Yanshan didn't have time to stop this old man. He's already pressed the button, which means that there were many explosions in the city. All the people went out into the street and were shocked by what was happening. Many were crying. All the granaries in the city were burning, and people just watched and observed. Uncle Shu was still standing near the city gates at this time, when suddenly he heard the sounds of explosions. A city warrior ran towards him straight from the scene of events. He said that something bad happened and all the granaries were blown up. Uncle Shu was completely shocked. He thought that Chief Yang Chuan did it. Meanwhile, Assistant Commander Shu saw a crowd of zombies in the distance. A bunch of nasty zombies were attacking the city. A few seconds later, the zombies were already near the gate. Uncle Shu took out his machine gun and started firing at these creatures. He said to stand until the last and not let them pass, even if you have to sacrifice your lives. Suddenly, one of the captain's assistants was wounded. He fell to the ground, and zombies immediately began to attack him. Captain Shu himself was immediately attacked. He tried to hold the line, but one of the zombies opened its toothy mouth and was ready to bite Captain Shu. Suddenly, this zombie was hit by a precise shot. It was Zhou Zheng who shot from his favorite bow. He shot directly from the car. As soon as Uncle Shu saw the living leader, he was very happy about his arrival. But there was no time to relax. The captain's assistant reported that all the people were already outside the city gates. Then he said to hold the defense for as long as possible and close the gates of the city. All the gates were already closed. And at this time, all the warriors went up to fire at the zombies directly from above. No one could have thought that all this happened because of one person, Yan Chuan. The losses among the soldiers were very serious. Uncle Shu said that even if they had several rank 5 warriors, it would still be difficult for them to hold the city's defense. Then Zhou Zheng came up with a brilliant idea. He said they shouldn't give a tough fight now, they had to evacuate people. Zheng's father liked this idea and said that his son had a managerial mindset, just like him. In the meantime, Mistress Su brought water for everyone to make everyone feel good. The leader once again praised his son for the idea he proposed, to which Zhou Zheng replied that he would immediately rush to help with the evacuation. Suddenly, the main character's vision became blurred and his head began to spin. He was very lethargic and tired. Father also said that without granaries they would not be able to evacuate many people. Su Junwen began to hold Zhou Zheng's shoulders to prevent him from falling. Zheng's father decided not to involve his son in the war with zombies, so a sleeping pill was specially added to his glass of water, which put him to sleep. While Zheng was sleeping, the leader ordered his son to be taken away from this place by helicopter. When Zhou Zheng first woke up, he asked where he was, to which Lan Shi replied that they were flying in a helicopter to a secluded place. Lan Shi explained the situation to Zheng. He said that the leader ordered them to fly away so that he would stay to defend the city. Zhou Jing looked out of the open door of the helicopter and understood why his father did it. Meanwhile, the city leader and Uncle Shu were still on top, right above the fence. Uncle Shu said that since he became the captain of the garrison, his life is no longer his own. Therefore, he is ready to defend the city. The leader of the city conveyed the order: let the soldiers who want to leave protect ordinary people during the evacuation. And he wished all his brothers to survive this terrible war with zombies. Zhang's father was ready to destroy all these zombie creatures. He mercilessly attacked with his huge knightly sword. And all this time, while he was fighting the zombies, he was thinking about Zhou Jing, that someday his son would become the brightest star. Meanwhile, our hero continued to fly in an unknown direction with his assistants. He was very worried about his father. He wanted to protect his hometown with his father from these nasty zombies. Lang Shi, looking at Zhou Jing, decided to calm him down. He said that the leader did this to protect him, to which Jung replied that this is not the way to do things. The main character also wanted to defend his city. He said that it shouldn't have ended like this for them, for his father and the residents of the city. Zhang reasoned that if he knew about Yan Chuan's intentions, he would definitely do something. Housewife Su said that no one can predict their fate. There is no fault in what happened, she added. A happily lived life is the greatest consolation for the dead, Lan Shi also added. Meanwhile, Lan Shi continued to encourage the main character. He told him that they should all move on, no matter what. Suddenly, the helicopter hit something. Panic began in the cabin. A clawed paw pierced the helicopter cabin. It looked like the paw of some kind of bird. No one understood what was happening. Everyone was in shock. Mistress Su tried to keep the helicopter flying, and then she realized that their helicopter was attacked by monsters. Lan Shi wanted to chase away those feathered creatures, but Zhang told the assistant to stay and protect Mistress Su from danger. Lang Shi then looked at Zheng with a scared look. Then Zheng said that this was an order and quickly jumped from the helicopter. He was tied to the helicopter with a thick rope. He wanted to attack the huge birds right in the jump. As soon as Zhou Jing grabbed onto the feathered monster, he immediately struck it hard on the neck. Then he clung to his wings and did not let go of the flying beast. Thanks to his cunning maneuver, he pushed the two birds head-on, and at that time he jumped off, and thus was not injured. But the monster birds barely suffered. Zheng realized that they are very stubborn. When he suddenly heard a scream, he immediately turned his attention to it. It turns out that right in front of the helicopter there was a huge monster. It looked very much like a dinosaur. The beast opened its mouth and roared loudly, which scared Lan Shi and the main character. But for some reason, the big flying dinosaur decided to turn away from the helicopter. Mistress Su and Lan Shi thought that the big dinosaur didn't care about them. They both exhaled in fear. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing had already climbed back into the helicopter cabin using a thick rope. As soon as Zheng returned to the cockpit, he immediately praised the owner for skillfully driving the helicopter. He was a little surprised at how good she was with the technique, to which she replied that Mr. Zheng was overpraising her, and that she would only save the life of her family. Then Lan Shi shouted out loudly. He told Zheng to look ahead. There was a city with tall buildings ahead, which Lan Shi noticed. The helicopter began to approach directly to this city. In the meantime, the main character was talking with Lan Shi's assistant, who said that several years ago he bought this card of a wandering warrior. Lan Shi showed the place on the map and said that if the map is correct, then the city they saw is located here. The name of the city was Titan. Zhou Jing said that the name of this city was quite majestic. Suddenly, Mistress Su announced that the tail section of the helicopter was damaged, and they urgently needed to land. Zheng gave the order to land the helicopter at the nearest location. The three of them landed the helicopter in an unknown forest. Judging by the map, they had 20 kilometers to walk to the Titan city. Zheng hoped that they would have time to get there before dark. They collected their backpacks and hit the road through an unknown forest. They followed the map exactly. Suddenly, Mistress Su screamed loudly. It was clear that she was frightened of something. Something frightened her. Then Zheng was already ready to attack in order to save Su. He took out his sharp dagger for self-defense. A huge, chubby hamster crawled out right in front of him, his health bar glowing green. Zheng told Mistress Su and Lan Shi that this animal was not dangerous and would not attack a person. Zheng noticed that this was the first time the owner was in such a panic. She was very nervous. Zhou Jing asked Su if this was her first time traveling outside her city. Mistress Sue nodded and apologized for making such a fuss here because of a simple hamster. The main character began to reason that if they met this hamster nearby, then somewhere nearby there was already that majestic Titan city. Suddenly, Lan Shi found a big road in the middle of the forest. Then all three of them realized that walking along the road, they would sooner or later reach the city. An unknown car began to drive right at them. No one expected it. Lan Shi shouted that someone was coming. He took out his long saber to protect Jing and the mistress. Jing also took out his bow and arrows and was ready to face the enemies. They stood right in the middle of the track and waited for that car to drive up. A couple of seconds later, a car pulled up and stopped right in front of them. Several people were sitting in the car. Among these people, there was one guy with pink hair. He looked at Jung and his friends with a slightly strange look. This man noticed Mistress Sue. Then he licked his lips. He really liked her. But Zhou Zheng was confused by this and immediately started shooting. He shot 3 of his enchanted snake arrows. The stranger did not expect such impudence on Zheng's part. He was clearly not ready for this. Meanwhile, the stranger's car had already begun to drive as far as possible from Zheng and his company. One of the strangers who was driving the car noticed that Zhou Zheng was a good archer. This stranger was wearing a hat and had a large cigarette in his mouth. As soon as the car left, Zheng told his friends to be careful in these dangerous places. And at that moment, one of these strangers was furious that they left without answering Zheng. The driver of the car said that they needed to hurry somewhere. Lan Shi told Zheng that if he saw these strangers again, he would fight with all his might. To which Zheng replied that it was too early for Lan Shi to fight with real warriors. He said that the assistant needs to train well. Zheng, Lan Shi, and Mistress Sue began to discuss how they could get to Titan City. Meanwhile, one of the strangers with pink hair asked his boss why they left, because there was a very attractive girl there that they could take advantage of. To which the boss in the hat answered him, "It's better not to mess with that guy with a bow." He also added that they have more important things to do. The boss said it wasn't worth wasting time on. He said that they would meet them again in the city of Titan. Our trio approached the outskirts of the city of Titan, which was an ordinary village. But suddenly Zheng saw a level 2 deer horse that looked graceful and better than other horses. Zheng was shocked because he had never seen such animals in his life. The owner of the horse showed up immediately. An old man who was the owner of this horse immediately appeared and offered his services as a cab driver. The driver said that his services are the cheapest and they will no longer find a horse here for transportation. Zheng approached the old man and asked how much it would cost to travel around the Titan city. The old man thought to himself that they were foreigners and a lot of money could be demanded from them. But suddenly other cab drivers appeared from behind this old man and began to offer their cheapest services for transporting people. The old man completely forgot about these people who were his competitors, and he got very angry because he thought that he was going to lose his clients. But suddenly the old man decided not to raise the price to the skies and offered the smallest one for 1 inferior white crystal, which greatly surprised his competitors. Zheng asked the driver if he had caught this deer horse, or if he was able to buy it somewhere. To which the driver replied that he bought it for a medium blue crystal. The driver said that the trainers caught and sold him this horse. Zheng was surprised, because he had never heard anything about them. The driver said that these are the same warriors who can simply tame some animals and use them for battles or for sale. The driver decided to ask where our heroes were coming from and why they needed titanium in the city. But Zheng did not like the driver's question and became upset, which greatly surprised his friends. The driver understood this and decided to apologize for his words and promised not to meddle in other people's affairs. Su Junwen decided to calm down the main character, but Zheng said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. Zheng thought about what to do next and what they would do in the Titan. At the entrance to the city, we can see huge and thick walls that protect it from dangers outside. Zheng, getting off the carriage, was very surprised because entrance to the city cost 1 star. In front of the entrance to the city there was a guard, and on the right there was a stall with cards. One of these cards was bought by Mrs. Sue for 1 star. They entered the city from maps and realized that it was the cheapest area of the city, filled with slums. Zheng, Assistant Lan Shi, and Mrs. Sue saw a man in a strange suit offering to check into the Happiness Hotel. The windows were broken, and the walls were falling apart from age. Our trio were not interested in such hotels. They sat on a bench and did not understand where to find good accommodation. But suddenly, using the maps, she found what seemed like a suitable hotel with a good name. They approached her, and it turned out to be a huge glass building, which turned out to be a hotel called Song. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in a Japanese costume came out of the hotel, as if she knew that they would come here to check in. But Jung decided to check on her and said that he just wanted to go to the toilet. But she just grinned and laughed at him. They went to the reception, where the girl announced the price of 2 low-grade white crystals for one night. This greatly surprised Lan Shi, but Jung took out 2 crystals without thinking and put them on the table. He said anything is better than living in a haunted house. Already at night, Jung sat in his room and thought about his father and about his city. But then the hostess came into his room and wanted to convey important information. She sat down on a chair and couldn't say anything because she didn't understand how to say this. She said that they only had crystals left for a week's stay in this hotel. This shocked Jung greatly. The next day, Jung and Lan Shi went outside, to the outer part of the city, where they noticed a huge number of warriors of 4th and 5th rank. Lan Shi was upset because he thought that he couldn't even become a soldier. After all, his rank is not as high as theirs. Na Zheng supported his friend and said not to be upset, because the rank can always be raised, and there are enough resources here for this. But Zheng knew that in his backpack there were 1,700 white crystals and a couple of blue crystals, but he understood that even they needed to be saved in order to survive here. Suddenly some beautiful woman appeared, took Lan Shi by the arm and offered information for a fee. But Lan Shi pushed her away, and Zheng said that the warriors would not buy any additional information. The girl insisted on her own, and said that she could sell a unique map with monsters outside of titanium for 1 white crystal. This proposal interested Zheng. Zheng bought this map from her and began to study it, and the displeased Lan Shi said that it was too expensive and followed Zheng. After some time, they reached the local city hall where all the documents were processed. They stood in line, and they were offered pieces of paper in which they had to fill in information about themselves. The manager, having studied the information, said to put his hand on the device to verify the entered information. Zheng put his hand on the device and it started scanning. A few seconds later, the device confirmed Zheng's status, which he indicated in his documents as a warrior trainee. The girl looked at him with a dominant gaze, thinking that he was a weakling, and said that he must complete tasks and pay a membership fee every 3 months. Then Lan Shi was examined. The girl was very happy and handed him a personal badge for a rank 2 warrior. This greatly puzzled and humiliated Zheng. Lan Shi didn't understand why they needed to register here, but Zheng replied that it was necessary in order to increase their rank and receive money. Zheng began to study the maps, and he found a place where he wants to go to get resources and sell them. Zheng also said that Lan Shi should not go on a mission with him, because they have completely different ranks. This outraged him. He believed that he had to protect his master. But Zheng just grinned because Lan Shi was always with him and saw his real strength, and therefore he no longer needed Lan Shi's protection. Lan Shi didn't have time to object when a blue crystal fell into his hands. But Lan Shi said that he did not need this crystal, because they already had little money. But Zheng replied that it was his personal money, and Su would not know anything. Zheng stood up and went to receive assignments. Lan Shi was very happy with such a gift, and thanked Mr. Zheng. After all, he had never had such valuables in his hands. Soon Zheng boarded the bus. He stood among other warriors. The main character was told that he smelled very strongly. Upon arrival at the Solar Bazaar, Zheng immediately jumped off the bus. He didn't expect that there were so many people taking public transport here. Zheng walked around the bazaar and did not understand why so many people were so far from the city. Suddenly, a good-natured man responded to him and offered to buy him a car at the lowest price. But Zheng was not interested in the car, but he saw a green motorcycle from this seller which he wanted to rent from him for 5 stars a day. He showed the seller where he wanted to go and surprised him very much. After all, even rank 5 warriors don't go there because you can easily die there. But he honestly said that he could handle everything and only asked how much the fuel would cost to go there. That same day, near a swamp in bare rocks, a huge jackal with yellow eyes was devouring a deer. But suddenly one of them was shot in the head. After such a blow, the animal died immediately. His relatives did not like this, and they were very angry with the one who shot and wanted to tear him into pieces. It turned out to be Jung. He received as many as 1,600 experience points for the killed jackal. This was a lot for him. Jung realized that this would be the best place to train and level up in the near future. He activated the scanner to search for vulnerabilities, pulled on a drinking bottle and fired a few more shots. He hit 3 more jackals with shots, for which he received a total of 4,800 experience. Jung approached them and took out one arrow from the jackal's head and realized that it was already worn out and could not be used. This was a good opportunity for him to practice his close combat skills. Suddenly a jackal attacked him from behind and managed to strike him on the shoulder, which was protected by iron plates. That jackal immediately struck again, but Jung managed to dodge it. Then the jackal, with its paw, struck the same blow as at the beginning, but Jing already knew about it and was able to dodge without any problems. This was followed by another jackal jump, which Jung was also able to dodge. Jung realized that it was time to end the training and go on the attack. In a split second, he was able to cut the jackal with his knife without making any effort. With one such training, Jing was able to get 2 blue crystals. He considered this a very good result. Jung understood that in order to become stronger, his thief skills alone were not enough for him, and he needed to thoroughly study star power. Jung returned to the bazaar and gave the motorcycle to the merchant, who was shocked at Jung's appearance. He was shocked how Jung could survive there. He thought that he was not afraid of death at all. Jung returned home and his friends were shocked by the bruises and cuts on his face, but he just said that the training was a little hard. Then Lan Shi happily announced that he had almost raised his level to rank 3 thanks to his blue crystal, which greatly surprised Sue. She was very angry with Jung because they were almost out of money and he was just throwing it away. But Jing calmed her down and showed her 2 mined blue crystals. Mistress Sue was very surprised that Jing was able to obtain them in one day. Now our Trinity had no need to stay in the hotel, and 2 blue crystals should have been enough for them to buy an apartment in this city. After a week, Jung was able to earn as many as 20 blue crystals. He realized that this was the best place to collect resources. But the monsters in this place were getting smaller and smaller, and Jung should have found a new place to hunt in order to collect even more resources. But suddenly Jung saw some strange light under the rock. These turned out to be very rare magic mushrooms. He already remembered the words of the girl in the city who told him to collect any plants he had never seen. It turned out to be huge mutant mushrooms that absorbed a huge amount of stellar power. It is very rare to find them. Jung definitely believed that these were mutated mushrooms because even he felt the star power, and was very happy with his find. In the evening, Jung was already approaching the bazaar. Everyone has already talked about the crazy warrior who goes there to dangerous places with his little rank. People were shocked how Jing managed to survive there and come back constantly crippled. Jung drove up to the merchant, returned the motorcycle to him. The merchant asked the main character why this time he returned so early, but Jing only replied that he wanted to go to the city market, which greatly surprised the merchant because Jing had never brought anything back from hunting. Jung approached the huge gate and saw the entrance to the market, which had a huge variety of stalls with items and resources. He saw a seller who was selling a bottle of perfume that cost only 1 white crystal of the highest grade. Jung also noticed that this seller offered to buy a bottle for some warrior so that he could give it to his beloved woman. But this made the warrior very angry because it turned out to be a warrior girl. The salesman was very scared and apologized. Meanwhile, Jung calmly walked up to the stall and bought 1 bottle for 1 white medium crystal. The warrior was very surprised at such a price, and the seller was very glad that he sold his goods at a higher price. But Jing bought this bottle specifically for Sue and really hoped that she would like it. Suddenly, Jung ran around the corner and made sure no one was around. With the help of his hand, he was able to activate some incomprehensible portal, from which he could easily get the skins of animals. He took a suitable place and began to trade these skins for 1 lower crystal. He sold a damaged skin, and for a good one he offered 1 medium white crystal. Various people approached him and offered to reduce the cost, but he did not agree to bargain. Suddenly one of the warriors was interested in Jung's skins. They were in perfect order, and a warrior of such a rank could not get so many skins himself, he thought. He decided to look into this and approached Jung, offered him to be friends and bought all his skins, and also gave his business card. While Chang Jian, a rank 6 warrior, was putting the skins in the trunk that he bought from the main character, Zheng was reading a business card about his elite equipment store. Zheng decided to ask why he didn't check the skins. Chan said that they trust their friends and he shouldn't worry about it. He got into the car and said to come to his store at any time. And in the meantime, some warrior behind Zheng was very surprised why all the skins had already been sold. This kid told his commander that if they bought these skins, their chances of success would increase significantly. But they weren't that important to the commander. The commander's name was Xiao. Well, the boy only became angrier at his commander, because they had already spent 5 days and had almost not fulfilled the contract one bit. But Zheng heard their conversation and intervened in their conversation, saying that she knew something about the armor. Zheng offered to help them for resources. Commander Xiao became curious about this and asked Zheng if he could detect armor defects, to which Zheng responded positively. But the smaller boy decided to object. He was sure that Zheng knew nothing about the armor and just wanted to deceive them. But Zheng gave an example from his personal life that even they might not know about. Zheng also talked about a mission with a rank 4 beast that they both took on but couldn't complete. But the commander only became more alert and asked persistently, why should they believe Zheng? But in the end, he gave in without getting any vague answer and asked the price Zheng wanted for the job. Zheng offered 1 inferior blue crystal for the job, but the assistant captain did not like this price. To which Zheng replied that for the mission they would be given 5 low-grade blue crystals, which means they would be in the black by 4. As a result, the commander decided to agree and extended his hand to confirm the deal and introduced himself as Xiao Heng. Zheng said with joy on his face that congratulations in advance on a successfully completed mission. The assistant commander thought that Zheng had deceived them, and the commander began to suspect that Zheng was not so simple. He did not believe that such a warrior trainee could understand armor so well, and even more so to trade in such a skin that even warriors of rank 5 cannot afford. And Zheng went home with relief, not knowing how much suspicion he had already brought on himself. The next day, our trio sat in a restaurant and considered options for houses for rent, which found a Su. Zheng chose one of the houses, but Lan Shi and Su were amazed by his choice because the house was very expensive and was located in an elite area. But Zheng said that at least once in your life you need to experience wealth and abundance. They came to look at the house, and it seemed to them much better than in the pictures. They thought it was worth the money and were happy with their new home. The joyful and kind tenant said that he had already given the keys to this house to Mistress Su, but he didn't know that it was just his assistant, and therefore embarrassed her greatly in front of everyone. But Zheng only smiled. Zheng remembered the bottle of perfume and gave it to the even more embarrassed Mr. Su. A spark flared up between them. They had a nice chat and walked forward, leaving behind the evil assistant Lan Shi, who was carrying all the things. The next day, Zheng went to the market to look for new arrows for his bow. He was noticed by 2 guys who remembered him when they drove a car across a bridge in the vicinity of the city of Titan. One of them, with a pipe in his mouth, knew that his partner could not forget that girl and wanted to take her to his place. He told his boss that he couldn't forget her and thought it was love at first sight. The boss didn't care about this, but he couldn't allow a fight right now because they had unfinished business. Zheng had already begun to leave, and the warrior said to himself that someday he would get to him. But Zheng knew about their intentions and was surprised how he restrained himself and did not attack, because he had already prepared a weapon for the fight. Soon Zheng again went to the swampy lands to hunt. But he was met by a column of 3 cars and 5 warriors, and 3 of them were rank 5 warriors. The main one said that now these places belong to the Milky Way gang, and entry into these lands is now prohibited for everyone. But Zheng did not like that his hunting place was being taken away from him and he refused to leave. But the warrior didn't like it, and he became very angry, approached Zheng from the mosque and wanted to threaten him. Suddenly Zheng's face changed sharply and said that they would all answer for their words. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, a warrior and an old man were looking for colored mushrooms. The warrior ordered his subordinates to shoot all the monsters nearby and find magic mushrooms. The old man turned out to be a debtor to the Milky Way gang, and if his information turns out to be correct, he will pay him off. He also knew that this warrior was their leader and he was very dangerous, because compared to him, warriors of the 4th rank feel insignificant. Suddenly the head called and they said they had a huge problem. The man at the end of the phone said that in the east their group was defeated and 3 rank 5 warriors were killed. This statement shocked Sun Tong. He became very angry and ordered the murderer to be detained and put to death. He also told one half to look for mushrooms, and the other to go through all the rocky swamps in order to find the killer. And at that moment Jung was hiding behind a rock. Thanks to his new skills, he was able to defeat 3 rank 5 warriors without much effort. Suddenly he saw a rank 4 warrior Cheng with a life bar above him. He also noticed Jung and shouted to his partners about his whereabouts. But before he had time to come to his senses, Jeng was no longer in his original place. Meanwhile, the leader and his partners arrived. Sun Tong was very angry and the rest stood simply in shock. After all, only 10 seconds had passed since they heard Chung scream, and now he was already lying dead, and it was as if the killer was not here. After some time, a group from the gang continued to search for Jeng in the reeds. And Jeng at that time was sitting behind the stones and saw dozens of health lines. He thought that there was a gang leader in the middle and wanted to finish him off. He leaned out and saw Sun Yan, who was a rank 7 warrior. Jung was surprised and realized that his speed was not enough to defeat such a warrior. He sadly realized that he would have to abandon his plan to kill him. He activated his speed and decided to run away from here as far as possible. The warriors heard this sound and saw the wind, but did not understand what had happened, much less saw Jung. Jeng reached the forest and drank a strength-restoring potion and was very angry that he could not carry out his plan in the first place. Suddenly he looked down and saw something white on the ground. He jumped down and picked up the bone. Jeng wondered where it could have come from here, and suddenly he saw something that made him angry and shocked him very much. It was a huge web near the tunnel, which contained the remains and bones of murdered people. Jung did not expect to see enemies here, much less spider monsters. Suddenly, a huge magic ball flew towards him from a dark tunnel. Jung was able to dodge the attack at the last second. A huge spider appeared in front of him, studying the strong purple power. And from it, Jung could not even recognize his power level. The spider jumped up to Jung, and the main character in turn pulled the bowstring and fired 4 shots at once. But not one of them was able to break through the skull-shaped shell on the spider. The spider responded with a lightning-fast attack with magic balls, from which Jung barely managed to escape. Here more of the same spiders appeared, their eyes glowing. Jung hid behind a tree and realized that his affairs were bad. He could not break through it. And the speed of the spider's attacks was very fast, and it was difficult for Jung to dodge them. When suddenly one of the spiders overtook Jung but missed, hitting the tree. The spider did not wait and immediately struck a second blow with a magic ray, which fortunately did not hit the main character and passed right a millimeter from his back. But Jung still couldn't keep his balance and fell to the ground from a height. Jung could have died now and understood this perfectly well. So he decided on the last option. He took out his knife, and swinging it sharply, he hit one of the spider's legs. The knife easily cut the leg and the green blood of the spider oozed out of it. Jeng, covered in green liquid, was very glad that he was able to injure the spider and increase his chances of survival. But the spider did not tolerate this and hit Jung with its paw, but he dodged and cut off another paw of the spider. The spider retreated in rage, left without its hind legs, and Jung, thanks to the gained second, managed to get up. Jung noticed that his blade began to emit power and glow with white light. Jeng realized that he had gained star power and was incredibly happy about it, although he had only officially become a level 1 warrior. A little later, 2 unknown warriors were driving a car and talking about something, when suddenly one of them saw a man in front and barely managed to turn the car to the side so as not to hit the stricken pedestrian. It turned out to be Jeng, who blithely came out of the forest and walked along the road. He cheerfully and kindly greeted the people in the car and asked them to give him a ride. But the driver was furious at such carelessness and did not want to put Jung in the car. But the gray-haired man gave the go-ahead and allowed Jung to get into the car, which surprised the driver. This gray-haired man turned out to be their boss named Hua. Jung jumped into the back seat of a pickup truck where another younger warrior was sitting. He wordlessly invited Jung to light a cigarette, but Jeng kindly refused and only asked, "What is the name of their squad?" The man, lighting a cigarette, said that they were a squad called Pattern. Jung decided to ask him if there were places in Titan where you could practice star power and increase your warrior level. He replied that there is a military training center in the 3rd region, but everything there is very expensive. The car drove into the outer area of Titan City and Jung asked to stop the car. He came out and thanked the guys, saying that he would definitely help them later. Jung was already approaching his new home and was thinking about how he could quickly increase his level. Lan Shi, who was already a rank 3 warrior, came out to meet him. He jumped into Zheng's friendly arms and thanked him for all the help Zheng had given him throughout this time. Well, then Su came out and Zheng said that he had become a 1st-rank warrior. Lan Shi and Su were very happy for him, and Su even burst into tears of happiness. In honor of all the events, they decided to have a feast in their new expensive home. But in fact, life for our trio was getting better and better. The next day, Zheng and Lan Shi went to the warrior training center on the advice of that guy from the car. They entered the center and were greeted by a woman in a suit. She asked which training room they wanted for training. Zheng said that his friend needed a level 3 hall for which he had to pay 1 blue crystal. She opened the hall on the tablet and said that they would have to sign an additional contract. Having done all the paperwork, the joyful Lan Shi went to train. And when he left, Zheng asked the girl to open the hall of level 5 for him, which made her shocked, because they saw his level. She asked him again in a trembling voice, and the already dissatisfied Zheng asked him to quickly open this hall for him. She agreed, but warned him that there were not just virtual preparations, but real monsters that could kill him. But Zheng knew about this and chose a mutant gorilla, a level 5 monster. She confirmed, and Zheng left without hearing the girl's words that the gorilla was almost rank 6, and the warriors passing nearby thought that he had decided to die. The guide took him to the door to the training room and asked him to insert a token to enter. Zheng, even through the door, felt the dangerous aura of the monster that was behind it. Then some 3 scum in purple suits appeared and laughed at Zheng, thinking that he was going to certain death. They began to parody him in every possible way and mock him. But Zheng only calmly replied that it was none of their business, and it was not worth interfering with it. They did not expect such an answer, and one of them demanded an apology. But Zheng challenged these warriors to battle. After such an offer, they were surprised and a little scared. And Zheng only said with ridicule that they did not have enough courage for this, and said to leave here, after which Zheng opened the huge door and entered the training arena. All the wars gathered near the door that Zheng entered. They didn't believe that a rank 1 warrior could challenge a rank 5 mutant gorilla. The leader of the warriors in the purple suit was very angry. His name was Luo, and he nervously lit a cigarette while his partner tried to calm him down. He couldn't believe what happened and told himself that Zheng was just a madman who would die right now. Meanwhile, Zheng entered a huge hall where there was a huge gorilla, which was lying on the floor under the influence of tranquilizers. Zheng was ready to fight him and increase his rank to 2 for killing him. He received a notification that the effect of the tranquilizer had ended, and the gorilla woke up, stood up on its 2 legs, and began beating its chest. She was not rank 5, but rank 6, but that didn't scare Zheng. Meanwhile, many warriors had already gathered outside the door, who thought that Zheng had already died. Suddenly, the Loa confidently announced that he could enter the hall and take away Zheng's corpse, which greatly frightened the complex worker. But of course the Loa was very afraid and did not intend to go there, and decided to excuse himself by saying that there were probably no bones left there anymore. But he was still very curious about what happened to Zheng, and he offered a green crystal to look into the surveillance cameras, to which the complex worker wanted to object, but Lua began to object, but did not get the desired result and just began to wait. Suddenly some sounds were heard from the door, and everyone was even more surprised. They couldn't believe that Zheng could still be alive. After 30 minutes, the soldiers could no longer believe their eyes. They did not understand why nothing was happening, and the door still did not open. This made Lua even more angry, and he punched his partner in the face. Luo couldn't believe that level 1 warrior Zheng could hold out with this gorilla for 30 minutes alone. Meanwhile, the gorilla already had less than half his health. The mutant gorilla struck the ground with a strong blow, but Zheng managed to jump to the side. Zheng walked in from the side and was able to strike the gorilla, severely injuring it. After this blow, Zheng saw that he had raised his warrior level to rank 2. The gorilla was not going to wait and struck, thus giving Zheng the opportunity to go behind him and strike. Than delivered the decisive blow to the neck, and the lifeless body of the gorilla fell onto the iron slabs of the hall. For killing the gorilla monster, Jung received an additional 7,200 experience points. Meanwhile, the Luo assistant stood near the door and tried to hear at least some sounds behind it. But suddenly the door opened and Jung came out. Jung scared him so much that he fell from fear, and the others, out of horror and envy, thought it was a ghost. Jung calmly asked the complex worker to clean the hall. Lua couldn't believe that he survived, and in one training session he immediately raised his rank to level 2. He walked through the complex, catching surprised glances and whispers and conversations about him. But Jung didn't even think about listening to them, but simply approached the girl and asked for another training hall. Only this time it was level 6. Jung chose a room from those offered and gave the surprised girl 1 green crystal for it. A level 6 mutant viper will be waiting for Jung in the new training hall. Many have already begun to believe in him and even bet on his victory. And someone, on the contrary, thought that he wanted to die. But Jung did not listen to anyone and confidently walked towards his new test. Meanwhile, in his office, Jiang Chung, the manager of this complex and a rank 7 warrior, was watching the fight between Zhou Jung and a gorilla. He couldn't believe that Jung was a rank 2 warrior, but his assistant confirmed this to him and added that before the training he was a rank 1 warrior. Then Jiang decided to turn on a live broadcast for all the warriors in the complex on the TV in the main hall with Zhou Jung's training. But the assistant got excited and said that such an event could not be carried out without approval from above. But Jiang did not want to hear anything. He just wanted to make a lot of money from this broadcast, regardless of whether Jung survived or not. Many warriors gathered in the hall and began to wait for the broadcast to start, because even 7th rank warriors cannot cope with the 6th rank viper monster. Suddenly the broadcast began, but nothing was visible except the poisonous fog of the viper. Many began to think that Jung had already died. But Jung was inside the smoke and his health was taken away a little from the poisonous gas of the viper. Therefore, Jung decided to immediately drink the antidote and restore his health. And after drinking the antidote, he fully recovered, gained new strength, and was ready for battle again. At the same moment, a huge black viper began to appear from the smoke, and the warriors in the hall could not see anything on the screen except the quickly moving silhouette of Jung. They could not believe how he survived in this fog. Suddenly a mutant viper appeared on the screen in full growth, and after that the screen immediately stopped broadcasting the battle. At this time Jung had already dealt with the viper, but he was all exhausted because he did not know that level 6 would become a difficult task for him. But this battle still brought Jung a level 3 warrior, which he was even more happy about. When suddenly he noticed a camera behind him, which had been showing his fight all this time, he decided to sort it out and go to the manager. People were in the hall at that time and did not understand who won the battle. Jung left the hall and was met by an employee of the complex who took him to the manager. He entered the office, in the center of which there was a table, and Jiang sat. Jung demanded to explain to him what just happened and why they climbed into his personal space and showed his fight. But Jiang told him to calm down and not worry about it, because at that very moment, an assistant came into the office with an incomprehensible box. He put it on the table. The lid of the box was glass but covered with a white rag. Jiang solemnly removed the rag and showed the contents of the box, saying that this was compensation for today's training as an apology. But Jung was more interested in the gold card, which gave him a 20% discount on all services in this complex. Jung accepted the gift and was about to leave, when suddenly Jiang stood up and with a loud cry asked him for an answer to his question. He asked how he managed to defeat this viper, which even Jiang could not kill. But Jiang was a little angry and really didn't want to answer his question. Then Jiang apologized and kindly invited him to an alliance called the King of Beasts, and assured that Jung in the alliance would be able to raise his level to rank 6 in a year. But Jung was not interested in this, and he left, slamming the door behind him. Meanwhile, Lan Shi finished his training and was now looking for Jung throughout the complex, and could not believe that the gentleman could go somewhere without him. Some warrior in Jiang's office said that he shouldn't have been so nice to Jung because he only has rank 3, but Jiang assured him that rank is not so important. Jiang only now realized that he shouldn't have broadcast his fight live. Jung had already gone outside and wanted to change his blade, which had already become unusable. He remembered a friend he met at the market and decided to go to his weapons store. He approached the building and saw warriors coming out with new and good weapons. Jung could not believe that the owner of such a huge store could buy wolf skins from him. Already in the shop owner's office, the blacksmith looked at Jung with some surprise and envy. And Jung, without noticing this, calmly drank the tea that the blacksmith poured for him. Here the blacksmith asked how Jung was able to reach level 3 in a couple of days. But Jung only laughed it off and said that he had trained a lot. Then the blacksmith laughed and asked him to come up with a better excuse next time. Jung immediately got down to business and asked for a new weapon from his collected spider webs, part of which he would keep for weapons, and the other he would sell. When Chan received this web, he almost cried because it was the best material for his equipment. Such a rare material could only be obtained from a ghost spider. After Chan examined and was convinced of the quality of the spider web, he made sure that in the case of Jung, the rank system did not work. His suspicions were lifted. Chan only had enough for 1 meter of such material, for which he offered 15 green crystals, and Jing immediately agreed. Chan was glad that he had obtained such material and to celebrate, offered Jung to make him a blade for free. They went to the workshop where the workers forged the weapons themselves so that the weapons had better star power conductivity. Jing knew that using star power it was possible to improve the characteristics of weapons, and Chan, confirming this, promised to make him a blade with a conductivity of at least 13%. Chan put on his glasses and hoped that thanks to this web he might be able to increase the conductivity of the weapon above 15%. He dropped a piece of web onto molten aluminum, and he began to forge a blade for Jung from this mass. Once the blade was perfectly shaped, he dipped the finished blade into a special conductivity solution and cooled it in it. He approached Jung with the ready-made blade and solemnly handed it over. Jung took the blade in his hand and spun it. It turned out to be much lighter than the previous blade. When Jung held the blade in his hands, due to the fact that he had star power from the blade, a knowledgeable person could recognize the warrior's true level of strength. Such knowledge was possessed by Chan, who was very surprised when he realized that Jung's level was approximately rank 8-9. It was also possible to understand from the Jing blade what kind of conductivity it has. And if you believe Chan, it was about 20%, which was a record for such a blade. Chan could sell it for 1 purple crystal, and in the end, gave it to Jung for free. Jung had already left the store and thanked Chan, and the angry and confident Chan went to the workshop in order to again forge a dagger with a conductivity of 20%, or even more. Jung was walking home along the city street when suddenly he was noticed by one of the gang in purple suits. He said this to his boss, who wanted to compete with him and punish him for the words he said in the complex, but his partner did not want to fight him. Loa did not tolerate such treatment and hit his partner, saying that Jung simply deceived the system. But another partner decided to add and said that he was already a warrior of rank 3, which surprised and angered the Loa a little, who kicked the unfortunate man, causing him to almost fall. In addition, the Loa said that he didn't care about his rank. While the group of idiots were arguing among themselves, Jung was buying flowers from a little girl, when suddenly this gang approached him from behind with a confident Loa and already nervous and frightened partners. But Jung simply turned around and, with a normal look, asked who they were, which greatly humiliated and angered the Lo, who immediately ordered his partners to break Jung's legs. But Jung did not wait and immediately sent the thin one flying, and then he knocked out his fat Loa partner with a blow to the neck. The Loa's jaw literally dropped when he saw how quickly Jung dealt with them. But suddenly the pillar into which the thin one flew broke, and one of its parts flew straight towards the girl with flowers. Jung noticed that the girl was in danger. Therefore, he reacted instantly, all thanks to his speed abilities. Jing took the girl in his arms and ran with her away from the falling pillar. The little girl managed to kick head Luo while she and Jung were running. He could not stand on his feet and began to fall to the ground. As soon as Jung stopped in place, he asked if the girl was okay, if she was okay. Meanwhile, Luo was lying on the ground behind them. Leader Luo stood up and said that Jung did not dare touch him, to which Jung replied that Luo provoked him first. Leader Luo grinned and ordered an apology to him, otherwise his family will kill him. Jung did not like Luo's behavior. Jung's face was very tense and angry. Jung decided to punish Luo, He hit the head hard on his left leg. Luo was not ready for this. After the blow, Leader Luo fell and began to scream very loudly due to the excruciating pain in his leg. After the blow, Jung said that what he hated most was threats, to which Luo began to sob heavily and ask for forgiveness from the main character. After hearing the words, Jo Jung turned his back on him and walked forward. The people around said that Jung was fearless, but stupid, since he is not afraid of the Luo family. Jo Jung thought to himself that in any battle the strongest wins. He was not afraid of the Luo family. A little time passed. The head of Luo was meanwhile taken to the city hospital. He lay in his room with an injured leg. At this time, Luo's father approached the head doctor. The doctor said that Luo's leg was crushed and that there would be consequences in the future. Father was very worried about Luo. He asked if his son would be able to increase his rank in the future, to which the doctor replied that such a possibility may not exist. The father instantly turned red with anger. He said it couldn't be. After that, Luo couldn't hold back his tears. He told his father that Jo Jung was to blame for everything. The father had to avenge his son. The father could not understand how a third-rank warrior could beat a fourth-rank warrior. He didn't know who Jo Jung was. After his reasoning, the father called his servant, Abin. He asked him to find out everything about Jing. Father Luo really wanted revenge. He didn't care who Jo Jung was or what power he had. The next day, Jo Jung passed by the market. He talked about how he could make money. Suddenly, he met Commander Xiao. Upon meeting, the commander thanked Jung for his help. Thanks to Jung, he was able to complete the mission. Commander Xiao introduced his brothers to Jo Jing. They were happy to see him and called Jo Jung a master. Jo Jung was uncomfortable with being called a master. Commander Xiao replied that Jung was acting too modestly. He reminded Jung that a few days ago the main character was a novice, but now he is already a third-rank warrior. Commander Xiao also added that his team was going to go to Weicheng County. He invited Jung to go with them. Jo Jung said that he would be happy to go with them if they had money. And at that time, in the central square, the assistant captain was recruiting soldiers from the 5th rank to the team. Jung realized that everything was almost the same as in the game. The assistant captain announced a reward of 1 medium blue crystal for helping their team. Suddenly, a rank 6 warrior came out of the crowd and asked if they needed people. His name was Zhan Shun. Commander Xiao replied that now they need warriors from rank 5. Zhan Shun said that he could temporarily join their team, but in that case the reward should be more than 1 crystal. The captain told Zhan Shun that they could distribute the crystals as the mission progressed. The 6th rank warrior was outraged by this. He replied that he was not ready to die for a couple of white crystals. At this moment, Jo Jung took out a weapon so that later no one would reveal that he had a game bag. He remembered that Brother Chan had said that he had increased the conductivity of his bow to 11% using the web. True, Jung did not know whether this was good or not. After a little time, Zhan Shun finally agreed with Commander Xiao and his team. The 6th rank warrior jumped straight into the back of the car. As soon as he jumped into the back of the cars, he immediately asked Jing about his bow. Zhan Shun thought that Jo Jung's bow was very weak. The rank 6 warrior took out his silver bow to show off. He said this bow has a conductivity of 5%. The assistant captain shouted to Master Jo Jung to get into the cabin of the car because the wind was too strong. To which Jung replied that he was fine here. Rank 6 warrior Zhan Shun mockingly said that if Jung is called a master, then he is a supermaster. Zhan Shun considered himself much stronger than Jung. A few hours later, the car was already far outside the city of Titan. They were located right at the market called Solnechny. Commander Xiao got out of the car and said that they needed to do some shopping before starting the mission. As soon as the car arrived at the market, Jung was immediately greeted by his friends and brother Zhao. Jung was glad to see them again. One of his friends, whose name was Uncle Wang, gave Jung medicinal herbs since he did not need them. Uncle Wang found these herbs a few days ago. Zhan Shun wondered why they were sucking up to a rank 3 warrior so much. While Jung was talking with Uncle Wang, the 6th rank warrior wanted to show that he was the real master. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was only interested in Jo Jung. Zhan Shun did not understand why Jung was given so much attention. The warrior's face paled a little. While Zhang Shun was in misunderstanding, people continued to support the main character and believe in him. After Zheng was given the medicine, he began to think about where he would spend it. This medicine was not comparable to a healing potion, but it could still help Zheng in battle. While Zheng was looking at the potion, Zhang Shun suggested that he switch to another weapon, a gun. But Zheng was already accustomed to his bow and did not want to change his weapon. Then the 6th rank warrior said, "Zheng is a poseur." While Zhou Zheng and Zhang Shun were talking, the car had already arrived at the outskirts of Weichen. Everyone got out of the car, and a second car was driving behind them. Some people also got out of another car. Uncle Xiao said that this is the Mad Bear Gang, and they should be careful with these people. The place where Zheng and his team were was completely destroyed. While Zheng and Uncle Xiao were talking, suddenly one zombie decided to suddenly attack his uncle. The zombie was immediately hit by an accurate shot. It was Zhang Shun who saved Captain Xiao. Zhou Zheng praised the rank 6 warrior for such an accurate shot. Captain Xiao warned his team that in these 5 minutes they must break through the trading floor. Otherwise there will be even more zombies. The killed zombie dropped 2 blue crystals. Zheng said that this was not so bad. The 6th rank warrior angrily replied that Zheng came here only to see the sights. Zheng said that everyone on the team was in favor of distributing labor. It turns out that for the sake of reward, Zhang Shun had to work hard to earn diamonds. The 6th rank warrior listened to the main character and began to attack the crowd of zombies. Everyone around was shocked by Zhang Shun's strength. In the meantime, there was a bunch of zombies with a high level not far from the team. One of Commander Xiao's assistants said that it was too dangerous to continue fighting these zombies. But a warrior of rank 6, Zhang Shun, decided to try to defeat these zombies alone. Zhang Shun shot the zombie directly in the head, but the zombie did not even turn in his direction. It seemed that these zombies were quite strong. Zheng and Zhang Shun were shocked by this. Then Zhou Zheng decided to help his friend. He said that he would deal with them. Commander Xiao said that these zombies are not ordinary at all. And the 6th rank warrior told Zheng not to drag them into this battle. But Zhou Zheng did not listen to them and was already rushing to meet the zombies. Zheng couldn't miss out on so much experience. It was only because of experience that he began to fight these dangerous zombies. Not even a moment had passed before Zheng had already destroyed a couple of dozen zombies, and this was not the limit. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun could not understand why Commander Xiao took Zheng into his team. Commander Xiao and his soldiers did not pay attention to Zhang Shun. They watched Zheng's battle. As soon as Zhang Shun approached them, he was completely shocked. A rank 6 warrior definitely could not expect such abilities from Zheng. Zheng simply destroyed all the zombies. He could no longer be stopped. He gained a lot of experience by killing these zombies. In addition to his dagger, Zhou Zheng also used a bow for long-range combat. Zheng shot very accurately with his bow and almost never missed. After some time, Zheng destroyed most of the zombies. He only thought about leveling up. He was expecting to level up to level 30 that day. Thanks to him, he could learn new techniques and new abilities. Zhang Shun did not understand how such a weak warrior could destroy all the zombies in 3 minutes. After the fight with the zombies ended, Zheng asked for help to collect arrows on the battlefield. These arrows can be used in other battles. Everyone was happy for Zheng. No one expected that he would be able to defeat such dangerous zombies in just 3 minutes. Some considered him their idol. Captain Xiao's assistants began helping Zheng search for the used arrows. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun was looking for crystals from the corpses of dead zombies. He took his sharp dagger and looked for jewelry in the zombies. Suddenly, 1 blue crystal fell out of 1 zombie. The assistant commander said that Zhang Shun was very lucky. The assistant also reminded the 6th rank warrior that the arrows could be used again. To which Zhang Shun replied that he is a rank 6 warrior. Why should he help a rank 3 warrior collect arrows? Commander Xiao meanwhile noticed the main part of the shopping street nearby. The commander told his assistants, Lu Chu, Chen Mana, to return for the pickup truck. Xiao also said that when they start the car, the sound will attract a new crowd of zombies. Therefore Xiao asked a rank 6 warrior and Zheng to help deal with the new wave of zombies. Zhou Zheng and Zhang Shun stood up in their battle positions and were ready to defend their buddies. And at that time the zombies were moving straight towards them. Then Zheng asked the assistant to hold his bow, after which Zheng invited Zhang Shun to compete with him. The one who destroys the most zombies will win. Zhang Xun agreed he was ready to win a rank 3 warrior. After all, Zhang Xun's rank was 2 times higher. Zhou Zheng said that then he would be the first. Zheng immediately began to attack the approaching crowd of zombies. He rushed past the crowd of zombies at full speed and destroyed everyone. In total, he killed about 50 zombies. The zombies were no match for Zhou Zheng. At this moment, Zheng realized that he could not be defeated. The thief system combined with the star power of the warrior made Zhou Zheng almost invulnerable. Zhang Xun couldn't believe that Zheng could take out zombies so easily and quickly. He realized that he would lose this fight. Commander Xiao and his assistant noticed that Zheng was holding a dagger with high conductivity. With this dagger, Zheng easily killed these zombies. Zhang Xun also noticed this special dagger in Zheng's hands, with great conductivity. The 6th rank warrior could not understand where Zheng got this dagger from. The conductivity of this dagger was higher than that of any other weapon. Zhang Xun thought about how to steal this dagger from Zheng. After these words, Zhang Xun began to calm himself down, and he thought that it was better to kill a level 7 mutant than to steal a dagger. Zhang Xun also thought that this was a very dirty job for him. After all, he was not a thief. After his reasoning, he decided to help Zheng finish off the zombies. A few seconds passed and all the zombies were killed. As soon as Zheng killed the last zombie, he was immediately leveled up. He was pleased with his work. After fighting together, Zhang Xun approached Zheng to praise him for his ability and super strength. He held out his hand to Zheng and said that the protagonist fully deserved to bear the name of a master. Zhang Xun also added that Zhou Zheng is much stronger than the commander who had rank 7. The brothers were glad Zheng and the 6th rank warrior were able to defeat all these zombies. They thought they would make a lot of money. After shaking hands with Zheng, Zhang Xun thought why he should pretend to be kind. He wanted to get a fixed reward. Suddenly, one of the brothers shouted loudly that a giant zombie was coming towards them. This zombie was different. He was 2 times bigger and 2 times stronger. Uncle Xiao ordered everyone to retreat. He did not want to sacrifice the lives of his assistants. He also called Zhou Zheng into the car, but Zheng told everyone to move away. He wanted to protect his friends. Zheng noticed that the speed of this zombie was much faster than the machine. So someone has to stop him. The huge zombie was getting closer and closer to the convoy, and behind him he brought in several more ordinary zombies. But Zheng only looked with contempt at his team and at the huge zombie, because he understood that he would destroy him. Meanwhile, the big man got even angrier and took one of the cars that was standing nearby, and he threw it straight at the patrol, which scattered in all directions except for Zheng. But Zheng was able to stop the car without making any effort, and angered the zombies even more. Zheng confidently stated that the squad needed to leave quickly, and he would be able to protect them. The 6th rank warrior was surprised by this statement. He realized that he had underestimated Zheng. The rank 6 warrior agreed with him, confirming Zheng's words. The commander said that he would wait for Zheng on the highway, and Zheng gave a sign of consent and was already ready for battle. 2 cars with fighters began to leave, and the giant turned all his attention to Zheng. Yi started to attack with crushing punches, but Zheng was much stronger and calmly knocked him down. And Zheng's team watched this battle from afar and noticed that Zheng was winning it. The 6th rank warrior was shocked by this strength. He did not understand how Zheng achieved this. In the meantime, the giant had already risen, and Zheng did a scan of vulnerabilities, of which he had few. But this did not frighten Zheng at all, because his strength was many times greater than his. The big man tore off the foundations of the building and tried to hit Zheng, but Zheng managed to jump and dodge the blow. Zheng used a jump attack while jumping and was able to hit the big guy from behind. 10 minutes had already passed. The commander of the operation began to get a little worried. He did not believe that something could happen to Zheng. But a rank 6 warrior knew about people and was confident that Zheng would have enough strength to cope with a large zombie. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed through binoculars Zheng, who was walking straight towards them. He walked completely unharmed and not at all tired from the battle. Zheng approached one of the warriors and threw 1 blue crystal into his hand, which received nothing for the operation. A rank 6 warrior was surprised how a rank 3 warrior could get a blue crystal. He felt its power and strength, which was higher than his rank. The commander was very happy for Zheng's help and said that only Zheng would serve, which greatly embarrassed him. And the sixth-rank warrior praised Zheng and recognized his strength, when suddenly 2 cars from another squad appeared. Driving towards their commander was a bearded man with a Kalashnikov assault rifle, who was opposite take all the loot from our squad. But the commander was dissatisfied with his arrogance and only humiliated him with a word. This made the man very angry, and he already pulled the shutter of the machine gun for battle. And the dissatisfied Jing at this time got into the car and was angry that he could not rest in peace. The 6th-rank warrior did not like this bearded man, so Zhan Shun began to threaten him. The man saw Zhan Shun's rank and was very surprised that the squad leader hired such a strong warrior. In fear, he ordered his guys to turn their cars around and drive away. Zheng was surprised that everyone in this world is looking at your rank and decided to increase his rank as quickly as possible. After 3 days, Zheng, killing monsters, was able to reach level 30 of a thief and pump himself a new skill for a lightning attack. Zheng understood that he needed to kill as many monsters as possible because his level was about to increase. At this time, cars from the Luo family's intelligence service drove near Zheng's house. They reported this to the Loa, and he promised himself that he would make Zheng want to die and beg for mercy. Zheng also continued to hunt mutant beasts the next day. He collected a blue crystal from the mutant, but noticed an incomprehensible green glow nearby. He saw a warrior with a green glow of rank 7. He fought with mutant monkeys. Zheng thought that this man was respected in the Titan and decided to help him. He fought elegantly, but there were too many monkeys. Suddenly, one of Zheng's arrows hit one of the monkeys, who wanted to attack from behind. A 7th-rank warrior noticed Zheng and got a little angry with him because he almost hit him in the head. But he still needed help. He himself asked Zheng about it and promised to share the spoils. Zheng calmly distracted a bunch of monkeys from him with his bow. He took his blade and headed towards 2 monkeys and told Zhang Xiaoqi to take on the other mutant monkeys. They both dealt with the mutant monkeys without any problems, and Xiaoqi was surprised how Zheng, a rank 3 warrior, was able to defeat them. But Zheng did not answer him and immediately asked about the reward he would receive. But Zhang Xiaoqi brazenly asked why Zheng was not afraid of him, to which the main character replied that he could easily cope with him. But Zheng did not argue or attack with him because he felt some kind of hidden danger from Zheng. He just laughed and took out a bottle of an incomprehensible drink. He handed it a bottle of healing water to Zheng, which very quickly restores strength and health. Zheng decided to show off, saying that Zheng came with everything ready. But Zheng knew that without him, Zhang would probably have died. Zhang was confident in the main character and invited him to his alliance, which he wants to create the other day, and invited Zheng in advance, who happily agreed. Zheng was on his way to the city and was thinking of buying a shoe shop for the owner. Meanwhile, the enraged Loa, standing near Zheng's house, ordered to attack him and find Zheng. His henchmen began to break down the fence of Zheng's house, and the Loa watched from a wheelchair. Mrs. Su, who heard all this and went outside, was very frightened and did not understand what was happening. And the Loa, with a smirk on his face, ordered her to be taken hostage for interrogation. His henchmen grabbed and wanted to tie her up, but Su resisted. Then Lan Shi ran out of the house and said to stop all this madness. When he saw Su, he became very angry and called Kapiatan Loa an idiot, which only made him even more angry. Without further ado, he ordered the killing of Lan Shi. After some time, Zheng approached his house and heard worried and condemning words about the ferocity of the Luo family. When he got home, he was very surprised and frightened. Zheng saw the ruined yard and Lan Shi, who was crippled, lying in the yard. He ran up to him and still couldn't understand what exactly happened, and Lan Shi began to apologize, wanted to say something else, but passed out. Zheng was very scared for his only best friend, who had already become part of the family. He went with Lan Shi to the hospital, where he was admitted to the operating room. Zheng was very worried and tried to understand what happened during his absence. But suddenly a surgeon came out of the operating room and made Zheng happy, saying that the Lan Shi had survived and his life was not in danger. Zheng entered the operating room and felt very sorry for his friend, who may not be able to train due to crushed bones in his arms and legs. Suddenly he remembered the words of people on the street about the Lua family and immediately understood everything. Zheng immediately went to the Lua family's house and promised that for the sake of his friend he would wipe out the culprits from the face of the earth. At this time, at the Lua family's home, the LOA kept Mistress Sue tied to a cross in the basement for interrogation. Loa could no longer stand it and decided to start interrogating. In the room with him was his assistant, whom he kicked out of the room with a scream, and he was already getting ready to interrogate Sue, accompanying his thoughts with strange tortures that Jung will regret all his life. He decided to be nice to her first, and said that in Titan there are no girls as beautiful as Mrs. Sue. He knew that Jung probably liked her too, and he, taking out a knife, wanted to disfigure her entire face as revenge. But he realized that she was tied too high for him, and therefore he could not reach her face. After his complaints, she was moved to the seat, where he invited her to become his girlfriend, and then he would do no harm, but she just spat in his face at this offer. This disrespect towards him made him very angry and infuriated that he already raised his knife to stab, when suddenly he felt the blade of Jung's blade near my neck. Jung was already ready to kill him, and the frightened Loa clearly did not expect such an outcome. He dealt with the Loa and freed Sue from the ropes. She burst into tears from the situation she had experienced, and in tears jumped into the arms of Jung, who was pleasantly surprised. Then, without wasting time, they ran across the rooftops away from this house. Jung stopped at the first tree he came across. He lowered Sue from his shoulders and asked her to sit here without making a sound until he returned. Worried about Jung's life, Su Yun-won asked him not to come back. But Jung took her hands and asked her not to worry about him, because the work he started had to be finished. He assured her that everything would be fine and went back to the Lua family home. At this time, in the office of the head of the Loa family, his father's assistant reported on today's raid on the Jeng house in which he was not there. He couldn't believe they couldn't find him and walked around his office angrily, when suddenly they heard an incomprehensible sound coming from the corridor. But the Loa's father knew where the uninvited guest was because he had a very high level of star power. Then Jung entered the door directly to Luo's office without fear of anything. He felt the aura of Lua, a rank 8 warrior, but this did not frighten Jing because he had found out how to fight them. They did not expect that Jing himself would come into their hands, but Lua realized that Jung decided to make his job easier and ordered a rank 6 Abin warrior to finish off Jung. Abin rushed to attack, but Jung was ready for it. He was able to calmly dodge her and hit Abin in the back with a blade. Lua was surprised by Jung's speed, but he believed that Jung would never be able to penetrate Abin's thick skin. And Abin, in turn, did not feel anything at first and wanted to strike. How his whole body was pierced by severe pain. He saw a huge cut on his skin and was very scared. And Jung understood that his skills were too strong and he could easily pierce the skin of such a freak as Abin. But Abin couldn't just play around, and without thinking about the consequences at all, in a state of rage, he rushed at Jung. Lua specifically fell into shock and could not believe that a rank 3 warrior was stronger and fought better than a rank 6 warrior. And at that moment, Jing caught Abin being careless and killed him. Abina's lifeless body fell to the floor, and Jung went to the head of the family for payment. Then Lua stood up from his chair and even praised Jung for his extraordinary talent. But he could not tolerate such insolent actions of Jung, and fully activated his star power as an 8th rank warrior. The warriors guarding the Lua family heard and saw this and declared an alarm throughout the territory. Mrs. Sue saw this and realized that everything was not going according to plan and began to worry even more. Jing and Lua stood opposite each other, and the leader of the family warned him about 30 rank 4 warriors who would not allow him to escape if something happened. But suddenly they are interrupted by someone breaking in and frightened guards. They started talking about Lua's son, who was in trouble, and they scared his father very much. But Jung decided to continue for them and simply said with a grin on his face that he finished him off. Father was seriously frightened and worried. He could not believe Jung's words, but the excited guards confirmed Jung's words to spite his grandfather. Lua couldn't believe what had happened, and Jung decided that this was the best time to attack. But by this time the father of the Loa was even more furious and wanted to tear Jung into pieces. Jung used an instant attack and was able to strike with the Lua blade, but did not hurt him. Jung did not expect a rank 8 warrior to be so strong and able to withstand Jung's blow. Lua did not hesitate to deliver a powerful blow to Jung with a maeda, but missed. Lua, enraged, began inflicting dozens of magical blows, which destroyed everything in their path, and Jung could barely heal from them. but I was still able to find the right moment and push off from the flying sofa and was able to get to the Lue and use the flying lightning attack skill again. Thanks to her, he was able to wound the Lua dagger in the chest. Lua didn't expect that such a brat could hurt him, but he didn't even feel anything, and it gave him confidence. Hit Zheng back with a machete while he is distracted. After the blow, he threw Zheng into the wall with his feet. Zheng turned out to be able to dodge a direct hit, but received a serious wound on his chest. According to his father, the winner is the one who does not spare himself, and Zheng adhered to these words and drank the healing potion. He said that he poisoned the dagger, and after the first blow with the dagger, Lua had no chance of winning. The blade was coated with shadow spider venom, which even the stench of rank 8 cannot withstand. Lua felt a heaviness all over his body and could not believe that he would lose this battle. Zheng ran away from the house and found Mrs. Su on the same tree. She saw Zheng and was very scared for the wound on Zheng's chest. They set off together through the forest away from the house, which was already surrounded by dozens of high-ranking soldiers. But Zheng could not stand it and began to fall, because the health potion he drank was not enough to fully recover and heal the wound. So Zheng began to pass out, falling down to the ground. The lady was afraid of this most of all and did not know what to do. And the situation was aggravated by the voices of the Lua family warriors, who were looking for them and were already close. But Su pulled herself together and Zheng on her shoulders and was not going to give up. She was ready to save Zheng's life at any cost. Meanwhile, in the Luo family's house, Commander Yan's father lay unconscious. His servants found out that the cause of death was poisoning. One of the city guards noticed that a special warrior had appeared in the Titan Zhou Zheng. Meanwhile, Su and Zhou Zheng were already on a small cliff. Su was very worried about her master. She needed to find medicinal herbs to stop the bleeding. With the last of his strength, Zheng told Su that there was medicine and a bandage in his bag. Su found this medicine and opened the bottle and began to pour it onto the deep wound. Zheng realized that the wound was too deep. Even the health potion did not help. After applying this medicine, Zheng's pain decreased, but the wound did not heal completely. Su looked into Zheng's eyes and asked how he was feeling. Zheng said that he was very sleepy. A few hours later, the street became lighter, and Zheng continued to doze on Mistress Su's lap. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng opened his eyes. Su noticed this and asked if the gentleman had gotten enough sleep. Zheng noticed that after deep sleep, his wound quietly disappeared. Su was glad that Zheng's wound had healed. She said that he only felt better because of the medicinal medicine, to which Zheng replied that he was able to avoid death only thanks to Su. After a short conversation with Mistress Su, Zheng suggested that she go find food so as not to starve. Zheng and Su were already at the main market of Titan City. While they were looking for food, they heard two guys discussing who killed Luo Guohai and his son. Zheng listened carefully to the conversation of these guys. They said that Luo's murder greatly frightened all the Titan guards. Then Zheng wondered who the Titan guards were. While Zheng and Su walked around the market, one of the Titan guards was looking for the culprit behind Luo's murder. He looked at Zhou Zheng's portfolio. This guard suspected Zheng's murder. His assistant knocked on the door of this commander guard. He said that he had thoroughly interrogated everyone. The assistant captain also said that this guy was involved in everything. The guard commander took this sheet of paper in his hands. On this piece of paper was a picture of Zheng, and it was written that he was a rank 3 warrior. The commander did not understand how this was possible, while the guards were trying to figure out who Zheng was. Mistress Su and her master came to visit Lan Shi. Su started crying and saying that it was all her fault. Lan Shi calmed her down. Lan Shi said that if anyone should be blamed, it should be him. He considered himself a useless nonentity. Zheng said that he would not abandon his servant and would find a way to cure Lan Shi. Lan Shi was about to say something when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The Titan guards entered the room. They were looking for the warrior Zhou Zheng. The main character responded and said that he was Zhou Zheng, to which the guards replied that Zheng should have seen these people. One of the guards opened a piece of paper. On this piece of paper there was a photo of Luo and his son. Zheng said he wanted to talk outside the door. Lan Shi began to worry about Zheng, but Su said that everything would be fine. Lan Shi asked again. He did not understand what the owner of the Su was talking about. The hostess said that she would not tell the assistant anything. After talking with the guards, Jo Jung said that if they want to find out anything else about him, then all they have to do is knock on this door. Jung was willing to cooperate with the guards. When the guards were leaving the hospital, one of them asked why they didn't detain Jo Jung. The commander replied to his assistant that a rank 3 warrior was unable to kill a rank 8 warrior. The guard commander did not believe in Jung's abilities. The commander also added that Luo was already dead. He said that the dead do not care about all this. The assistant then asked the commander what they would write in the report about Luo. The commander, without thinking twice, said that the report could write that Luo ate a poisonous plant, after which he died. The next day, Jing went to his friend Chan and brought some equipment material. Chan looked at the skin of a rank 6 poisonous viper with excitement, and could not believe that Jung was able to get it himself. He said that this party would help solve all the problems with equipment and weapons, and Jung was only glad that he would help his friend. Chang ordered his assistant to take this skin from Jing at the highest price, and Jing at that moment asked him about the best doctor in titanium. Brother Chan was very scared for Jung. He couldn't believe that Jung could have been hurt. But Jung, with pity on his face, said that it was not about him, but about his friend, who had all the bones of his arms and legs broken. Brother Chan got very angry and wanted to set his people against the offenders of Jung's friends. But Jung was a little embarrassed and said not to worry because he had already figured it out himself. Chan thought about the doctor and remembered the King of Healing, whose hospital was located in a rich area of the city. On the same day, they reached his hospital, where there were a lot of people who also wanted to seek help. They began to approach the Dr. Vanu, a student of Mr. Fan's healing, for an appointment. He invited Jung to a reception and asked what they wanted. Jung approached and respectfully asked to speak to King Fan of Healing. But Wang replied that it would be very expensive for his teacher to go for private treatment. He also added that he should leave because, in his opinion, a rank 3 warrior would not be able to get rare healing herbs for Mr. Fan. But such condescension of Wang greatly angered Jung. But Wang only replied that the herbs for the master were in an area with monsters of rank 5 and above, and Jung could not cope with them. Chan decided to resolve the situation so that it did not turn into a conflict and suggested that Jung go to another doctor. They left the hospital and Jung decided to take a walk here a little and sent Chan on business. Jung walked around the entire hospital and found a wall leading to the backyard of the hospital. Jung, without hesitation, accelerated and was about to jump over the wall. He was able to easily overcome the wall in one jump, and he ended up in the backyard, where an old man was sitting, fertilizing the flowers. This was the healing Dr. Fan who had level 8 star power. Jung could not believe that such an old man, much less a healer, could have level 8. Meanwhile, the old man stood up and his back began to ache, which was strange for the King of Healing. He went to his desk and asked Jung what request he came to him with. Jing greeted the Fan and told about his friend Lan Shi, to which the doctor repeated his conditions. About medicinal herbs, and if Jung can find and bring them, then he might help him. Fan added that Jung needs bone herbs to heal crushed fractures. Jung understood Dr. Fan's conditions and said goodbye to him. Jung came to the Warriors' Union and was on the computer trying to find information about bone grass. After a long time, he found an article about it and learned that it is sold for 1 purple crystal and grows in the Valley of Poisonous Mists. At this time, in the Valley of Poisonous Mists, an unknown group of warriors in full equipment were preparing for a sortie. But then their calm was ended by Jung, who burst in here on his motorcycle and greatly surprised them. Jung walked down the motorcycle without a word and took the antidote potion in his hand. He drank it and went into the forest without any protection from the poison. With his actions, which the local warriors did not know about, he greatly surprised them because they thought that Jung had gone to certain death. Jung, making his way through the branches, tried to find the treasured bone grass. He noticed a huge number of red life bars in the forest and could easily improve his level through experience, but he had only one goal. But suddenly he heard the screams of people who were fighting with some elite monster. But that didn't interest him right now, and he continued his search. After some time, he found a cave. His intuition told him that there was something good and valuable in the cave. Jung entered the cave and saw only one lifeline. This surprised Jung very much. It was dark in the cave, and so he threw a luminous flask to see his enemy. The flask illuminated a huge red mutant viper with different heads, and near it was the treasured bone grass, which this viper apparently guarded. Jung was very worried because he didn't know if he could cope with such a mutant, but he had to get the grass despite everything. He decided to distract the viper and threw a stone at the wall of the cave, which bounced straight at the viper. This, in Jang's opinion, helped distract her, and with lightning speed he reached the bone grass and was about to pick it. But at the same moment the viper almost swallowed Jung, who at the last moments jumped away from her. Jung realized that he simply couldn't take this grass and would have to fight this viper and destroy it in order to take it. Jung did not have time to come up with a plan of attack when two heads of a viper almost pinned him to the ground. He immediately wanted to strike, but the viper had already managed to react and almost ate Jung. But Jung was not easy and was able to jump to the side. Jung did not know that this type of viper was so strong and most importantly very fast because its speed was comparable to this viper. Jung jumped aside and went to a safe zone for him and came up with the perfect plan. This plan gave him hope, because he could attack the snake with a bow, but it would not be able to because it cannot go beyond its limits. Jung pulled the bowstring and began shelling. This was in fact considered a bug that Jung really wanted to take advantage of in this world. After 3 hours he was able to kill a poisonous viper and was very exhausted. Using the bug was definitely enough for him for the next few days. He used almost his entire arsenal of arrows, about 50 of them, to kill this snake. But it was worth it because Jung was very glad that he could finally kill her. For the murder, Jung received a lot of experience and was able to pump up his thief level to 33. And also as a bonus, I was able to get 1 green crystal from each viper head. But his main goal was still bone grass, which he was finally able to pick later without any problems. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a group of warriors tried to cope with a huge viper that was not like its predecessors. She was so strong and fast that she could calmly attack and catch up with her enemy in a split second, and then swallow him alive. This monster was the Viper Queen of level 7 mutants who lived in these forests. People in the group of warriors noticed that after several hours of battle she lost a lot of health, but she did not weaken, but only evolved even more. Jung also heard the roar of a wild mutant from the cave, and was surprised that there were other mutant bosses in this forest. Meanwhile, the Queen of Vipers became even stronger and simply scattered warriors to the sides with her body and destroyed everything in her path. The other warriors that Jung saw entering the forest were already running to the aid of their friends. One of them wanted to quickly catch up with her because she killed everyone who remained there. He really wanted to avenge his brothers. Meanwhile, Jung left the cave and headed to his motorcycle to exit, when suddenly I heard a strong roar and powerful movement among the trees. And at that same second, the queen snake jumped out at him, who apparently lived in the cave and ran there to restore her health. Jung saw the health bar and almost got scared and rushed to attack it. He hit the snake and with one blow was able to send the wounded body of the snake to another world. The people running after her heard the sounds of battle and did not understand what was happening and who could even be there. After all, they had completely forgotten about Jung. After some time, they found the corpse of the snake, but the warriors were still unhappy that someone else had killed the Snake Queen. Meanwhile, Jung, pleased with himself, rode his motorcycle to Titan. He got to the hospital and jumped over the fence again. This was already starting to irritate Dr. Fan. But before he could finish speaking, Jung showed him bone grass. Fan, like a small child, took it in his hands and began to look at it with joy, because he perfectly understood that it was very difficult to get it. Here he looked at Jung and was surprised how a third-rank warrior could get bone grass himself, because it is very rare and expensive. But Jung, with a smile on his face, said that he was not interested in the cost. The main thing for him was to cure his friend Lan Shi. Having already reached the hospital, the doctor began to examine Lan Shi's hand and was surprised that he was so badly injured. But fortunately he successfully brewed a potion from bone herb that can completely restore his bones. He began the treatment process and said that in a week everything would be back to its previous form, and thanked Jung for this, who got it all. Jung thanked the fan for his kindness and for his work. Jung hoped that they were settled and said goodbye to the old man, who did not like being called that and left the office dissatisfied. Lan Shi realized that he had caused a lot of trouble and problems for Jung. But Zheng sat down on a chair and said with a smile that if he were in trouble, Lan Shi would definitely help him. And Lan Shi only confirmed Zheng's words and added that he would give his life for him if necessary. Zheng knew about this, which is why he was so kind and helped Lan Shi in everything, because he considered him a member of his family. Lan Shi burst into tears at these words, and tears of happiness began to roll down his face. But their intimate conversation was suddenly interrupted by a call coming from Zheng's pocket. It was a communicator prototype of a phone that was given to him in the Warriors' Union, but Zheng was wondering who decided to call him. He picked up the phone, and on the other end was Zhang Xiaoqi Stink, rank 7, whom he met in the forest and helped. He invited him to come on the mission and take part in it, but warned Zheng that it would be very dangerous. That same day, Zheng went to his friend Chan's store and looked for some shurikens. He looked and chose one type of shuriken and asked the price for them. Chang replied that one costs 100, and Zheng took everything and asked him to prepare daggers for him because he agreed to go on a mission. Brother Chan was very happy about such a good deal and said to wait a little while he packed everything. Meanwhile, in the hotel of the Emperor's Star, 4 high-ranking warriors were sitting in the lobby, who were also supposed to participate in the mission. One of them was Zhan Hu, an 8th-rank warrior. He had heard a lot about the 3rd-rank warrior Zheng, and did not understand how such a weak boy could join them. But another rank 8 warrior named Wei Qianjun hoped that Zheng would not turn out to be a complete non-entity. Suddenly, a happy Zheng Xiaoqi, who had leveled up to rank 8, came into the hall. One of the warriors named Lu Chuanchen, also a rank 8 warrior, praised him for his efforts and perseverance, thanks to which Zheng reached level 8. And Zhang Hu was happy for brother Zhang, and now knew that their chances of winning the mission would be much higher. 8 hours have already passed, and Zhang began to complain about Zhang, why his 3rd-rank Stink still hasn't shown up. When suddenly Zhang, with a smile on his face, points to the door where Zheng is already standing. Happy Zheng entered the hall with a huge backpack with equipment. Zheng introduced Zheng to the team, and Zheng greeted everyone kindly. Brother Zhang Hu was glad to have a new person on the team and extended his hand to shake hands. But Zheng did not answer anything and walked past. Embarrassing Zhang's brother, Zhan Hu thought that Zheng despised him. I was about to get angry, but Zheng realized what he did was wrong and immediately apologized to him. Zheng clapped his hands and told everyone to go to the room to discuss the mission plan in the room that was upstairs. They got up and opened the door into a spacious room with fur sofas and a table in the middle. Zheng immediately jumped onto the sofa and was surprised at how soft and pleasant it was to the touch. And the warrior with purple hair, whose name is still unknown, was called with contempt by Zheng as a hillbilly. And brother Zhang, who immediately noticed the bar and took a bottle of drink from there, immediately drank it. Then the purple-haired warrior looked at Zhang Hu with contempt and called him a redneck. And Zhang sat down on a chair and repeated once again that the mission was dangerous, but the reward for it was very great. As for the reward for a successful mission, Zhang offered everyone 10% and the remaining 40% to be divided according to the contribution of forces to it. But Zhang immediately objected and pointed to Zhang, who, in his opinion, does not deserve 10%. But Zhang then suggested that he distribute the reward in parts. Brother Zhang Hu was not ready for this and did not know how to distribute everything correctly. But the situation was resolved by a warrior with purple hair, by offering everyone 5% and 70% of the rewards to be divided according to the contribution. Zheng immediately agreed with this decision of his future mission partner. Zhang was surprised, because he did not expect that Zheng would agree so easily and also gave his consent. Zhang couldn't believe that Zheng really thought he could get more rewards than rank 8 warriors in this mission. He still thought that the boy was not so simple, since he so easily agreed with this distribution. Then Zhang said that in honor of the successful distribution agreement, he was giving the whole team a small bonus, in the form of any equipment in the warrior store of your choice, which will cost no more than 1 medium green crystal. Zheng was surprised because he had never heard of the warrior shop before. And the purple-haired warrior said that this is a warrior union store, and only warriors of rank 7 and above can use it. Zheng thought that he would no longer be able to receive any bonus. But Zhang suggested that he use the computer at the Union hotels where this store was available. Zheng opened the store website and saw a huge number of different types of weapons and equipment. and I found in him something that I now wanted to get at any cost. It turned out to be an elven bow with 30% conductivity for 2 high-grade purple crystals. Zheng hoped that in the near future he would be able to save up for it and no one would buy it out during this time. Suddenly Zheng noticed a thing that would help him a lot in this mission, just for 1 green crystal. After some time, a delivery man from the Warriors' Union came to them and gave them all the parcels. The parcels were all piled on the table and everyone began to look for and take theirs. And even more so, Zhang Hu, who ordered as many as 2 parcels for himself. Zhang Hu also noticed that Zheng had already earned the green crystal and had not started the mission, which greatly embarrassed Zheng in front of everyone. Zheng was surprised why Zheng was so happy about this gift, because in the forest he gave him a bottle of monkey wine, which cost several purple crystals. Zheng opened his parcel and took out his shoes. Brother Zhang Hu did not expect Zheng to buy such luxury, and not weapons, for example. Zheng tried on the boots and realized that they were much more comfortable and lighter than the previous ones. Now Zheng was confident that he could earn an elven bow by successfully completing this mission. Fully equipped, they went out of town in 2 cars. After some time, Zhang Hu asked Zheng to stop the car. He invited Zheng to get out of the car and walk with him, which seemed strange to Zheng. But Zheng assured him that Zhang Hu wanted to test his strength and make sure that he was not a non-entity. They went to the edge of the road where behind the fence there were 2 earth wolves, with whom Zheng offered to fight. One of the warriors thought that it was too cruel for a 3rd-rank warrior to fight 2 4th-level wolves. Another warrior thought that if he lost to a wolf, then he was definitely not worth taking on the mission. But Zheng was completely confident in Zheng. Zheng jumped over the fence and headed towards the wolves, who had already noticed him. But suddenly Zhang Hu noticed a whole flock behind them and wanted to bring Zheng back. But Zhang stopped him because he was confident in Zheng. He also added that the pack would be more convincing than 2 wolves, in order to be sure of Zheng's strength. Behind the 2 wolves there were 4 more for a total of 6. Zheng, without hesitation, pulled the string on his bow and loaded 3 arrows at once. The wolves rushed at him at once, and Zheng lowered the bowstring and did not even move. Each arrow instantly hit 2 wolves thanks to the thief skill that Zheng possessed. Zheng killed absolutely all 6 wolves in a second and was glad that after so much time he had not forgotten how to shoot a bow. All the other warriors were in complete shock except for Zhang, who found out what Zheng was capable of. Already in the car, Zhang Hu began to pester Zheng with questions about his strength, how he achieved it, and much more. Zhang warned brother Zhang Hu not to get distracted because they had already entered the red zone. Zhang Hu noticed the mutant bird, loaded the machine gun and fired the entire magazine at it. Absolutely all the bullets hit the bird but did not kill it, but only drove it away. Zhang also warned his warriors from another car that they had entered the red mutation zone. After some time, they drove into the forest they needed and got out of their cars. Further, it was possible to advance only on foot through the thickets of the forest, because it was still necessary to go 50 kilometers to the goal. They set off in a line through the wilds of the forest, looking both ways because there were a lot of high-level mutants in it. Zheng heard someone and asked everyone to stop. Everyone stood in a circle and were ready. They did not believe Zheng a little, because they themselves did not feel the presence of mutants nearby. But Zheng said not to worry and trust him and better prepare for battle. When suddenly the bushes began to move, some kind of animal was sitting in the bushes. Suddenly, at that same second, in the leaves of the trees, Zheng noticed a forest leopard, which he immediately shot with a bow. Everyone was scared because an unknown animal was sitting behind the bushes. Its eyes were red. Suddenly this beast came out of the bushes. It turned out to be a large level 8 leopard. Brother Zhang was terrified. He told the guys to be careful with this beast. As soon as the leopard jumped out of the bushes, it immediately began to run away. The animal wanted to attack Zhang's team. The menacing leopard jumped very quickly towards the people. He was clearly hungry. But Zhang Hu got into a fight with a mad leopard. He wanted to stop the dangerous animal. While Zhang Hu was fighting the leopard, his team was already running to his aid. Zhou Zheng and brother Zheng attacked the leopard with swords. They struck the animal hard on the back. The leopard definitely didn't like it. It was very painful for him. After several blows to the back, the enraged leopard became even more aggressive. The leopard knocked the weapon out of Zhang Hu's hands. Brother Zhang started to fall to the ground. The leopard had already opened its mouth and was ready to bite the helpless Zhang Hu, but one moment passed before Zhou Zheng took the leopard's blow on himself and thereby saved Zhang Hu. The crazy leopard clung to Zheng's sword. Then a warrior from Brother Zhang's team came to Zheng's aid. His weapon was a spear. The warrior dealt several strong blows to the leopard's belly. The leopard retreated, appearing to be badly wounded. Zhang Hu decided to take the chance. He decided to finally finish off the leopard. He picked up his iron-tipped bat and hit the leopard's head with all his might. After Zhang's team completely defeated the dangerous leopard, Zheng thought about the strength of the 8th-rank warriors. Zheng realized that if he wanted to, he would not be able to escape from these warriors. After killing a dangerous beast, Zhang Hu was very lucky. A rank 8 leopard dropped 1 green crystal. Zheng asked Brother Zhang Hu whether he needed the corpse of this leopard. Zhang Hu replied that he did not need the skin of this beast, since the smell of blood from this skin will attract other dangerous animals. Then Zheng said that he would take the remains of the leopard himself. After all, the remains of a rank 8 animal can be sold for a lot of money. Zhou Zheng needed a lot of money just to buy an elven bow. For this bow, Zheng was willing to become a scavenger. Meanwhile, Brother Zhang's team and Zhou Zheng himself continued to advance. Brother Zhang said that there were only 17 kilometers left to go to the end of the journey. He also said that they need to stick together. Zhang Hu said that as soon as they complete this mission, he will drink for a whole week, to which the purple-haired warrior replied that first he needed to survive. This time Brother Zhang's team must defeat a level 9 pterosaur, he also added. Zhang Hu said that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the last time the pterosaur monster invaded Titan, it was driven away by rank 9 warriors. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng had a bad feeling. Zheng looked to the side. There he saw the skulls of some skeletons. He looked at the trees. There were those damned skeletons on them too. The skeletons were wrapped in some kind of vines. Zheng realized that there was a predatory plant that would attack people. He shouted to his team to be very careful, but Brother Zhang and his team did not understand what Zhou Zheng was talking about. Suddenly the predator plant grabbed Brother Zhang and Lu Chuanchen. They didn't even understand what happened. This monster plant had many vines. Thanks to these vines, it could catch people. The purple-haired warrior began to attack this treacherous plant. Zhang Hu also came to the rescue. He also tried to defeat this plant, but the plant monster grabbed his weapon. One of the warriors also took out his sword and tried to tear apart the vines of this plant. However, the vines were too strong. Therefore, the warrior decided to use all his strength to defeat the plant monster. This warrior began to hit this plant with all his strength with his sword. However, the plant was much stronger, it simply pushed him away. The warrior noticed that the plant was quite strong. He realized that it would be difficult for the team to cope with him. This plant was called a vine. It began to shrink, thereby squeezing Brother Zhang and his friend. Zheng began to think. He decided that if this plant had a health bar, then it also had weaknesses. Without thinking twice, Zheng decided to use his skill. This skill was called vulnerability scanning. Zheng identified the weak points of this tree monster. Zheng realized that it was impossible to deal with the vines, but the tree itself had many weak points. Then he picked up a bow and began shooting at the trunk of this tree, right at the most vulnerable places. The warriors from Brother Zhang's team also wanted to fight this monster tree, but Zheng told everyone to leave. He wanted to destroy this tree himself. The warriors looked at Zheng with a surprised look. Since Zhou Zheng was a rank 3 warrior, no one believed in his victory. Everyone thought that Zheng had gone crazy. Looking at the warriors, Zheng told them to trust him despite his low rank. After these words, Zheng continued to fire at this tree. The lifespan of this tree was almost ending. The tree monster was almost defeated. While Zheng was struggling with this plant, he saw that he was credited with 5,000 experience points. Zheng was surprised that he had gained so much experience. The warriors from Brother Zhang's team were also surprised at how quickly Zheng was leveling up, and how quickly he was gaining experience. As soon as Zhou Zheng defeated this monster plant, Brother Zhang and warrior Lu Chuanchen fell from a height and were able to free themselves from the nasty vines. A few seconds later, Brother Zhang came to his senses. He was somehow too aggressive. He was not prepared for the fact that some predatory plant would grab him. One of the warriors began to calm down Brother Zhang. At this time, Zhou Zheng was admiring his new level. His level increased to 34. Brother Zhang's team was exploring new territory at this time. Suddenly, Zhan Hu found the ring of the huge Zhonglishi dragon in the grass. The conductivity of this ring was 20%. One of the warriors, whose name was Wei, did not think that a creature like the rank 8 Zhonglishi dragon would die here. As the team inspected the area, the warriors realized that many small units had been destroyed by the Zhonglishi dragon. They were killed on the spot. Armor and weapons were scattered everywhere. Brother Zhang thanked Zhou Zheng for saving him. Brother Zheng was very grateful to Zheng. All the other warriors also praised Zheng for her work and congratulated the main character on defeating the plant monster. While everyone was thanking Zheng, a landslide suddenly began nearby, with a large number of stones falling from a great height. Brother Zhang and his team also heard the sound of falling stones. No one understood where this sound was coming from. In fact, at the top of the cliff, the very dragon Zhonglishi woke up. It was one of the most dangerous dragons in the whole world. Brother Zhang informed his team that the dragon Zhonglishi lived nearby. He also said that the wings of this dragon do the most damage. One of the warriors wanted to try to attack the fierce dragon, but Brother Zhang said that the dragon was too strong. "We need to attack him altogether." After these words, Zhang told Zhan Hu to cover him. Zhan Hu listened to the commander and took out his rifle with a silencer. This rifle was a Type 10 rifle. It was quite a powerful weapon. Zheng and his team went to attack the Zhonglishi dragon. They wanted to defeat him and complete their mission. One of the warriors was the first to attack the ferocious dragon. He jumped on the dragon and struck it with all his might with his sharp sword. This warrior wanted to inflict as much damage as possible on the dragon. In addition to Zheng's blows to the dragon, Zhonglishi began to shoot Zhang Hu. He shot quite accurately and almost did not miss. As soon as the dragon sensed danger, it immediately opened its mouth and began to howl loudly. The dragon Zhonglishi was ready to attack the miserable people. The dragon pushed the warrior away and looked at him with its fierce gaze, after which the dragon flew into the air. The warrior certainly did not expect this. Zhan Hu immediately changed his fighting position. He was afraid that the dragon would attack him. Zhan decided to hide behind the stones. From his cover, Zhan Hu tried to shoot at the wild animal, but something went wrong. Dragon, with its huge tail, destroyed the stones behind which Zhan Hu was sitting. From this blow, Zhan fell to the ground, but after a few minutes he was back on his feet. He was ready to fight this dragon. His entire team came to his aid, along with Zhou Zheng. They wanted to defeat the dragon monster together. But the Zhonglishi dragon had his own trump card. He could spew fire from his mouth. None of Brother Zhang's team knew about this dragon ability, so they were not prepared for this. Everyone on the team thought that this dragon had no weak points, but Zheng found the weak point of the Zhonglishi dragon. The dragon continued to spew fire at people. It was very aggressive. Because of the fire, Brother Zhang's team could not get close to the dragon. They hid from the fire behind an iron cover. Brother Zhang did not understand how to defeat the dragon. Zhang thought his team would have to surrender, but Zhou Zheng didn't even think about giving up. Zheng thought a little and realized that the fiery breath takes a lot of vitality from the dragon. Zheng used his ability called Vulnerability Scan. Thanks to this ability, he found the dragon's weakest point. While Zhou Zheng was using his ability, Zhang was about to retreat. Brother Zhang understood that Zhonglishi's dragon was too strong, so he decided not to risk the lives of his team. Brother Zhang saw Zhou Zheng go to attack the huge dragon. Brother was worried about Zheng. He was afraid that Zheng might die. A few moments passed before Zheng attacked the ferocious dragon with his daggers. Zheng attacked the dragon using his abilities. He wanted to destroy as much health as possible. After several blows from Zheng, the Zhonglishi dragon felt severe pain in its abdomen. Due to severe pain, the dragon began to howl loudly. The dragon wanted to take revenge on his offender, so he attacked Zhang. Brother Zhang and one of the warriors shouted to Zhang that it was impossible to hide from this dragon's attack. But Zhou Zheng did not listen to them. Thanks to his masterful blow to the dragon's head, Zhang knocked off several health units from the dragon. After Zheng noticed that the dragon's health bar had decreased, he realized that with the help of his super skills, he could destroy the Zhonglishi dragon. Due to Zheng's strong blows, the dragon fell off the cliff. thereby losing several more health units. Jung himself jumped after the dragon. He wanted to finish off the bloodthirsty dragon. Jung told Brother Jang and his team to use guns to fight the dragon. Guns were needed to keep the dragon at a distance. After Zhou Jing's words, Zhan said that Jung is a genius. This was a great idea. Brother Jang ordered the wounded dragon to be shot. Everyone from Brother Jang's team was surprised by Zhou Jung's skills. They couldn't believe that a rank 3 warrior was capable of injuring the Zhonglishi pterosaur. A few seconds later, a huge projectile flew into the head of the huge dragon. Zhan Hu shot the dragon straight in the head. He wanted to defeat this monster as quickly as possible. While the team was firing at the dragon, Jung again went into battle with the most dangerous pterosaur. Jung jumped onto the back of the dragon and hit the huge pterosaur with all his might. Meanwhile, the Zhonglishi dragon already had half its health left. While Jung was fighting the monster, the purple-haired warrior asked Brother Jang where he found this guy named Zhou Jung. The warrior was delighted with Jung's strength. Brother Jang replied that Zhou Jung was special and then lit his cigarette. Zhan Hu couldn't believe his eyes. Jung fought the dragon alone. All team members were surprised by the protagonist's skills. At this time, Zhou Jung was still on the back of the Zhonglishi dragon. He used his super strength to destroy the dangerous pterosaur monster. The dragon's health bar gradually decreased. The dragon howled in pain and Jung could not do anything. Suddenly, the Zhonglishi dragon went berserk and threw Jung off his back. Zhou Jung warned his allies that the dragon had become much more aggressive. The dragon again began to shoot a large amount of fire from its mouth. The pterosaur went berserk in an instant. Suddenly, this dragon had several extra heads, each dragon head spewing fire. Jang realized that he had wounded the dragon. All that remained was to wait until the monster died from poisoning. Half an hour passed, and the Zhonglishi dragon was defeated by Zhou Jung. As soon as the dragon died, Jang's level increased, and he was now level 35. Zhou Jung was happy about the promotion as he was eager to learn a new skill. A window opened in front of him, informing him that the main hero had received a new thief skill. After the death of the dragon Zhonglishi, Jung asked each of the team to help him open the corpse in order to find some precious diamonds. Zhan Hu at this time tried to tear off the pterosaur's bowl with the help of his dagger. But he couldn't do anything. The dragon's scales were too strong, so Zhang Hu couldn't tear them off. Instead, one of his daggers broke. Then one of the warriors said that you need to use your superpower. Otherwise, the dragon's scales cannot be torn off. Zhan used his superpower, and thanks to it, he was still able to tear off one small scale. This scale could be exchanged for one green crystal. One of the warriors found a more expensive crystal. It was a purple crystal. Brother Jang was still proud of Jung. Jang would never have thought that an ordinary rank 3 warrior could defeat a huge dragon. Jung told his brother that he was just lucky. Brother Jang told Zhou Jung to be less modest because he believed that Jung had a certain talent as a warrior. A few hours later, Brother Jang's team was already in the hotel room. They began to discuss how they would divide the spoils. Zhan Hu offered to exchange all the trophies for star crystals. Brother Jang reminded everyone that Zhou Jung had defeated the Zhonglishi dragon, so Jung had to decide how they would distribute their spoils. Jung said that let everyone decide what they will exchange their trophies for. Jang also added that dragon scales are much more expensive than one green crystal. Brother Jang agreed with the main character. Zhan Hu also decided to take the scales. He trusted Jung. Brother Jang said that according to the agreement, each person should receive 5%, and half of the remaining interest should be given to Jung for his good work. The entire team agreed with Commander Jang. Jung said that if they trust him, then he is ready to show the guys one reliable store with equipment. This store could sell dragon scales and split the income. The warriors asked Jung to look into this matter. Brother Jang said that this thing could be exchanged for points in the warrior union. After some time, Jang's team was already in the warriors' alliance. The leader of the union carefully examined the dragon's scales. He made sure that these were indeed real pterosaur scales. The chairman who examined the scales was called Shen. The warriors explained to Shen that they were able to defeat the dangerous pterosaur Zhonglishi. Shen praised Brother Jang's team. He expressed his great gratitude. I also decided to increase the reward for a completed mission by 10%. The leader of the Warrior Union presented each team member with a 10-star Warrior rank badge. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Warriors Union, a crowd of people saw on the screen that someone was able to defeat a dangerous pterosaur. Suddenly, Brother Zhang's team entered the Warriors Union Hall. Everyone was shocked that these warriors were able to defeat such a dangerous dragon monster. Some people asked for autographs from these majestic warriors. The crowd of people rejoiced and congratulated the warriors on their victory over the monster. But Zheng took off his 10-star warrior badge. He didn't want to show off and stand out from the crowd. Soon, Zhou Zheng went to some cash register. He asked the girl to open a new room for him. Zheng wanted to check something there. Suddenly, the girl recognized Zhou Zheng. She said that she would quickly reveal everything. After completing the actions, the girl said goodbye to Zheng. Zhou Zheng at this moment was only thinking about the badge. He believed that this badge contained some great power. Meanwhile, in a villa on the 5th transport ring of Titan, one guy dreamed of buying himself a weapon with the best conductivity in the entire city of Titan. He wanted to buy himself an elven bow with 30% conductivity. This kid didn't eat or drink. He risked his life just to save money for this bow. He had been waiting for this day for so long. When the guy pressed the buy button, he got an error. This guy was simply in shock. It turns out that someone had already bought this bow just a minute ago. He was just furious. While the boy could not believe what was happening, a package was delivered to Zhou Zheng on the other side of the city. When Zheng opened the box, there was the best bow in the Titan City elven bow. Zheng was very happy about purchasing a new weapon, and one that also had such conductivity. He took the bow in his hands and admired it. Meanwhile, in Chan's brother's equipment store, his servant was bringing him breakfast, and she was not at ease because Chan had not slept for several days, but only worked. But Chan didn't care about sleep, because he made a lot of cool equipment thanks to Zheng's new materials, and was pleased with himself. He decided to invite Zheng and celebrate this, saying that he would soon open an auction for many of his things and invited Zheng to it. Zheng liked this idea, but he was more interested in whether Chan could buy rare material from him to improve his equipment. Chan was surprised by this offer. He was wondering what other materials Zheng could obtain. Zheng told about the scales of a pterosaur. Chan could not have expected this and was very surprised, thinking that Zheng was just joking. A little later, in the wild forests, some group of low-ranking warriors was able to kill a mutant boar. But some person who was higher in rank was indignant and said that this boar belonged to him. Other warriors began to be indignant and could not believe that their work was in vain and that some scoundrels would simply take their loot right now. One of these scoundrels was the same warrior of 6th rank, who again raised his self-esteem on people who were weaker than him. When low-ranking warriors heard his indignation, they began to apologize in fear so as not to get any problems in their direction. A warrior of 6th rank understood his greatness in front of them, and he liked to mock and humiliate the weak. But suddenly he heard ridicule of him from behind, which greatly angered him. But it turned out to be Zheng, who came out of the bushes and scolded him for his manners towards weak warriors. The 6th rank warrior clearly changed her face and began to make excuses and flatter Zheng. Zheng began to reproach him for taking loot from the weak, but he only joked and said that he would not bother them anymore. The 6th rank warrior decided to change the topic and invited him to his commander because he really wanted to see him. Zheng said his contact number and said goodbye to him. The weak warriors could not believe that a rank 6 warrior feared and respected a rank 3 warrior so much. They thought that Zheng was the son of some official. And Zheng, in turn, went hunting further and noticed a wild boar, which he was able to kill with lightning speed in one blow. Zheng almost learned to use his stealth skill perfectly, which was very similar to the skill in the game. Zheng decided to use the communicator and saw a forest of mutant black monkeys nearby, where he decided to train and improve his level. Near the forest there were armed convoys picking berries. Zheng was surprised what they were doing here. He thought he had lost his way, but the communicator showed exactly this place, and his target was ahead in the forest. Then Zheng decided to use the thief's invisibility skill. He made his way through the soldiers and workers undetected and entered the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a pack of rabid monkeys were fighting. with warriors from the detachment of the Red Tripod, the captain of which was very strong and had a high rank. Jung watched everything from behind the bushes and was sure that the leader of the monkeys must have been nearby. Jing, invisible, calmly walked near the battlefield and headed towards where the black monkeys were running. After 2 hours of walking, he killed a couple of monkeys and trained his stealth well. Jing hoped that he could improve his rank today, but suddenly he heard a loud growl. It turned out to be the leader of the black monkeys who lived in a tree nearby. Jing again became invisible and began to watch the leader. He understood that it would be very difficult to kill the leader because there were so many other monkeys nearby. But suddenly Jung noticed a bloody orchid on the leader's tree, which he wanted to get with all his might. The leader was sitting on a tree and eating something. Behind him was a bloody orchid which he was guarding. Jung, in stealth, decided to carefully make his way among the abnormal monkeys who were playing with each other. But suddenly he noticed how one of the monkeys provoked the other, and she flew at full speed straight towards Jung. One ran near Jung, and he barely dodged, and the second was already preparing to jump, and she suddenly jumped on the monkey, in front of which stood Jung. But Jung, due to his flexibility, was miraculously able to dodge a direct collision. Jung was almost at the tree and looked at the leader. Jung, without hesitation, picked up speed and flew a distance of 50 meters in an instant. Straight into the tree he got caught on. The monkeys didn't even understand what happened. Jung began to climb the tree to the very top. At the very top, he watched the leader from behind and counted about 7 blood orchid flowers. But he had to lure the leader out, because here he was, literally watching his flowers with both eyes. He decided to distract him and threw a stone down from a tree straight at the monkeys. The monkeys went crazy and didn't understand who was disturbing their peace. The leader also noticed and heard all these disturbances, and was distracted by the monkeys below. Jing, without wasting a second, jumped onto the leader's tree straight to the orchids. In a split second, he picked all 7 orchids and was also able to remain invisible to other animals. The leader noticed suspicious movements from behind and began to turn around. He saw an empty tree, as if there were no orchids here. He was very surprised, and he got angry. He began to bang on his chest in rage, giving a signal to all the monkeys. This sound was so loud that it created sound waves that echoed into Jung's brain. While Jung was trying to escape invisibility, he was almost knocked down by one of the monkeys, which managed to graze him a little. Jung did not immediately realize that his invisibility had disappeared, and he was now clearly visible. This was noticed by the leader and other monkeys, who immediately switched to him. Jung understood this and immediately began to run away from danger. He made a jump and was able to instantly escape from dozens of monkeys at once, but he was prevented from escaping by an incomprehensible explosion that formed literally in front of his eyes. It turned out to be the leader of the monkeys, who had enormous speed and was much larger than Jung. At first Jung didn't even understand what was happening, but then it dawned on him that the matter was bad and he himself could not cope with it. Meanwhile, workers complained about a loud roar that literally tore their ears from the inside. And the leader of the Red Tripod could not believe that the leader himself decided to go out to fight them. He jumped straight towards them, trying to hit Jung, who was running away from him. Jung was able to elude him and thereby set the leader and other monkeys against the Red Tripod detachment. But he didn't care that he missed out on such a loot, because he had leveled up his level to Star Power Level 4. At this time, the workers were organizedly herded into cars and tried to remain calm. At this time, Jung had already come out of invisibility, and with his eyes and was looking for his car. He realized that the monkey was still able to be detained by a group of warriors. He got into the car and let the column of workers pass, and he himself followed them. At this time, someone took a photo of him and gave this photo to the captain of some squad. According to their assumptions, it was Zhou Jung who killed the Queen of Vipers, because of which many fighters from their squad died. The captain was angry, but found out that it was Zhou Jung, and his assistant added that he is a 10-star member of the Warrior Union and has good and strong friends, so it will be very difficult for him to do anything. The captain, furious with hopelessness, threw out all the photographs from the table. He could not believe that his soldiers died just like that. But the assistant gave hope and gave a photograph of a person who might be able to help the captain solve his problem with Jung. Meanwhile, Jung studied information about the blood orchid, which had a good restorative effect. Zheng understood that selling it would be unprofitable and it would be better to implement it in the medical field and find a person who could help him. And then he remembered Uncle Wang, who works in car rental and used to understand medicines. Zheng invited Wang to an expensive restaurant, which greatly surprised and delighted him. He did not understand where Zheng got the money from. Zheng admitted to him that he still didn't know his name, but Uncle Wang reciprocated because he called Zheng just crazy. It turns out that his name was Wang Zekun, but Zheng was not very interested in ordinary conversation because he came on business. Zheng took out a bloody orchid from his pocket and showed it to the surprised Uncle Wang. He took it in his hand and couldn't believe that he was touching a real bloody orchid. But Zheng abruptly returned it because he was afraid that the warriors would see it, and then there would definitely be problems. He also said that it was worth 1 purple crystal. Uncle Wang said that he could have bought it if he still worked for a pharmaceutical corporation. But unfortunately he was fired from there due to his low rank, and now he didn't need this orchid. But Zheng did not come to sell it or find out its prices. He wanted to take advantage of Van's skills in pharmaceuticals and open his own store selling medicines and potions to warriors. Uncle Wang happily agreed, but said that it takes a lot of money to create medicines. But Zheng was already completely ready to open the store, and therefore did not worry about money and other problems. Zheng also shared this idea with his friends at home, and said that the store would be managed by the owner of Su. Lan Shi immediately joined the conversation and asked to become the head of security to keep order. To sell medicine, Zheng needed to buy computers for the store for convenient online sales. When Zheng thought about everything, he decided to start transforming all his plans into reality. After 5 days, they finally prepared everything and were going to open a store. But before that, they invited Uncle Van. Zheng introduced him to Mistress Su, who would be in charge of the shop, and the head of the shop's security, Lan Shi. Wang was surprised how Zheng could put one rank 3 warrior to protect a shop in such an area. But after some time, 3 more cars arrived, from which the master came out along with his people, whom Zheng also called. In Uncle Wang's opinion, they were already better security, but this was still not enough to protect the bloody orchid. Meanwhile, some hooligans were watching the whole situation from around the corner and quickly wanted to take money from this store. But suddenly one of the robbers' jaw dropped when he saw 10 rank 8-star warriors who also came for the opening of the Zheng store. Even Wang did not expect to see them and thought that Zheng hired them for money. Everyone gathered in a small group, and Zheng led them into the store to show them everything from the inside. The next day, Zheng and his friends and comrades inaugurated the store for all people. But at that time, standing on the water barrel, was the same Gan who had been tracking Zheng all this time. Ganya replied that he did not leave it like that because last time he let them escape with his father. Now this incident did not leave him alone, and he wanted to kill Zheng with his own hands. That same day, Zheng and the master set off on another mission to kill the Monkey King. The master was unsure that with such a composition they would be able to defeat the king of the monkeys. But Zheng assured that he was already wounded and just needed to finish him off. And where in the forest a detachment of military foxes fought with a monkey, they could hardly run away from her because the wounded monkey was still very strong. Suddenly she pushed one warrior into a tree and wanted to crush him, but his comrade held back the blow and saved his comrade from death. He also asked to find a way to stop him while he restrained him. The master and Zheng watched this from the bushes and were surprised at what a good understanding they had with each other. Zheng began to doubt that he would be able to steal the Monkey King from them, but suddenly another team of warriors appeared ahead. They were dressed in purple suits and belonged to Nifeng's gang, who were clearly stronger than the war foxes. One of the war foxes thought that they had come with good intentions and offered to wait and then celebrate the catch with them. But the detachment commander did not want to share the spoils, much less celebrate the catch. So, unexpectedly for the fox commander, he launched a blade at him, which almost hit him. The commander of the detachment about Feng said that foxes have no future, and they will all die here today. He took out his blades and ordered his soldiers to deal with the military foxes and ordered some to finish off the Monkey King. The master did not expect such a turn of events, so he thought that this was the end for the military foxes. But Zheng thought differently and did not want to lose his prey, much less give it to some arrogant idiots. So he used the invisibility skill and went towards the warriors who were fighting the Monkey King. Zheng unexpectedly and covertly hit one of the warriors in the back with a blade. While other warriors fought with the Monkey King and did not notice this, suddenly one of them noticed his comrade, who was standing in his tracks and did not move. Zheng dealt with the warrior and also remained invisible, because he was able to jump away from the monkey's blow. The other two warriors were surprised how their comrade could be killed, and they did not even notice it. And while they were in shock and did not understand what was happening, Zheng was able to deliver more than 10 blows to the Monkey King in a second. And in the end, he killed him, throwing his lifeless body to the ground. Two warriors ran up to the corpse and noticed that Zheng had taken away the monkey's teeth, which were very valuable. Joyful Zheng ran away into the forest and was very glad that he came across two fools who didn't even have time to do anything. At this time, the commander returned, who in a rage beat his comrades because they missed the thief who robbed them and killed a comrade. The master, who was watching everything from the bushes, was in complete shock. Now he understood why Zheng is called the Master of Speed. Zheng realized that he should not run away because he did not need such an incident again as with the Luo family. He promised himself that he had to kill everyone who saw him so as not to leave traces. Meanwhile, the leader of the detachment with two warriors went in search of Zheng, who, according to the assistant, ran away in this direction. The leader understood how dangerous Zheng could be, since he was able to silently kill a rank 6 warrior and finish off the Monkey King and take all his valuables. One of the comrades told the head that Zheng's rank was 4. It would be better if he did not say this because his words caused great concern among the head. He asked his comrades to be quiet. The leader began to listen, but he could not hear anyone. He did not even hear a strange sound. He could not believe that Zheng had run away. Suddenly, Zheng jumped from a tree branch straight onto one of the head's assistants. In visibility, he was able to hit him in the back and take away more than half of his health. And then he delivered the last fatal blow to the body from the front, finishing off his opponent with it. Then he came out of invisibility and looked at the dumbfounded head, who did not even understand what had happened. But the leader was still confident that he could defeat Zheng, because he had a much higher rank than him. Zheng just grinned and became invisible again. The leader and his comrade did not understand where he had disappeared and thought that he was a ghost. In the same second, Zheng went to the back of the head and put a dagger to his neck. Only then the leader realized that he had absolutely no chance. Having dealt with both, Zheng took a bag of crystals from the head, of which there were quite a few. Zheng, having rested a little, decided to deal with the remaining Feng warriors. In the meantime, only one warrior remained from the military foxes, who could not resist the Feng fighters and literally fought with their last strength. But Feng's fighters did not decide to bother with him for long and killed him. The master could not believe that the military fox fighters would so easily disappear from the face of the earth. Zheng suddenly returned and scared the master a lot and said that their leader had also disappeared. The master did not expect this and began to ask Zheng for details, who did not listen to him, but counted the remaining fighters. He asked to cover him from the bushes while he fought the remaining fighters. In the meantime, the Feng fighters dealt with all the military foxes and waited for the return of the chairman. But suddenly one of them saw Zheng coming out of the forest. Zheng walked with an elven bow, which he wanted to try on them, and the warriors seemed to have a thirst for money in their eyes, and they immediately forgot about the chapter. They only wanted to get this bow. But Zheng didn't think so, pulled the bowstring and fired 3 shots at once, which hit all the fighters exactly and took away their health quite well. The fighters were greatly infuriated by this insolence, and they rushed into close combat with Zheng. But suddenly a bullet almost hit one of them right in the head, but the warrior managed to block. The warrior warned his comrades that there was a sniper somewhere who was helping Zheng. Zheng, in turn, liked such well-coordinated work and the perfect combination. And somewhere nearby in the forest sat Gan and his assistant, who were waiting for Zheng to return to attack him. Gan saw the Zheng detachment, and the assistant decided to distinguish himself and kill anyone from the Zheng detachment himself. At this moment, Zheng was walking with the master and the fighters, who were contentedly carrying loot and resources. Zheng wanted to say something to the master about dividing the spoils, but suddenly he felt danger nearby, as if someone would attack them right now. Zheng, without explaining anything to the master, grabbed him with lightning speed and pushed him away from the bullet that would have killed him if not for Zheng. The whole squad hid behind the trees, and Zheng tried to figure out who opened fire on them. The sniper fired Ganya, who was at a loss as to how the man managed to dodge his shot. Gan immediately realized that it was Jung and he saved the master's life. He did not understand how he could move so quickly. Meanwhile, Jung told the squad to stay in cover while he checked the situation and found the people who were shooting at them. Jung moved towards Gan with lightning speed, which he was still able to notice, starting to prepare for battle. Gan took the katana in his hand and jumped down towards Jung, leaving his partner above with nothing to do. The partner thought that this was a warrior of only 4 ranks, and he could deal with him himself without asking his boss Gan for permission. Meanwhile, Gan hid behind a tree, deciding that the initiative to attack would be left to Ha Jung, who would come to him himself. Zheng watched the 2 life bars and thought about his plan of attack. Gan's partner looked for Jung, but could not find him, so he decided to hide in the bushes. But Jung was already standing above him invisibly. He understood why this stink was so self-confident, because he had rank 6. Suddenly Jung noticed another strip of life nearby. He saw in the distance the silhouette of Lu Yunshan, who destroyed his father and the entire village. Jung promised himself that Lu Yongshan would pay 10 times the amount for the siege of the city and the death of Jung's father. Partner Gan had an incomprehensible feeling of anxiety, as if someone was nearby, but thought that he was hallucinating, and Jung simply watched him, standing literally in front of his eyes, and did not want to kill them so easily. Therefore Zheng walked around Xiao Jian from the side and came out without the invisible man, as if realizing that his opponent was sitting in ambush. Then Jian's suspicions of hallucinations subsided, and he waited for Zheng to come at least a step closer to attack. But Zheng, with a smile on his face, simply stopped and stood rooted to the spot. He motioned for Xiao Jian to come out of hiding and fight him fairly. Xiao Jian couldn't believe how Zheng was able to notice him. Then he decided not to waste time, and like a crazy person, jumped onto Zheng with a katana in his hands. He put so much effort into this blow, but Zheng dodged and the blow landed on a tree. Then Zheng decided to punish him for such negligence in battle and struck him in the back with a very strong blade. The blow took away almost all of Xiao Jian's health, and he was almost dying. Zheng himself was surprised how he could take away so much health. Xiao Jian began to convulse and cry, begging not to kill him. Gan heard this and was shocked how Zheng was able to kill a 6th-rank warrior with 1 blow. Zheng turned to Gan and said that 10,000 people in the besieged city were waiting for him to take revenge. Gan was even more frightened. He didn't understand how Zheng could notice him. Zheng walked near Gan's hiding place and assured him that he should not have attacked him again, because now Zheng had become much stronger than before. Gan couldn't believe his words. He froze, afraid to even move, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from fear. But still he overcame himself and jumped out from behind the cover. But Zheng seemed not to be here. Only the corpse of his comrade lay. But Ganya's inner instinct told him that someone was watching him with wild eyes right now. Gan had almost gone crazy and started swinging his sword in all directions, trying to find Zheng. But after 10 minutes, he was exhausted and cut down all the trees nearby without finding anyone. He didn't know whether Zheng had run away or was just bluffing. Gan already thought that the danger had passed and relaxed a little. He could not believe that a rank 4 warrior could scare him so much. But Zheng was invisible all this time and was waiting for the moment when Gan would relax. Therefore he took advantage of this and struck him from behind when Gan did not expect it. He was able to hit him with both punches. But Gan reacted and struck back, but Zheng managed to dodge him. Zheng dealt another blow, which Gan again did not have time to dodge. After the attack, Zheng jumped to the side again, and Gan began to praise Zheng for his speed and his quick attacks, which still cannot kill him. But Zheng didn't even intend to kill him right away. He smeared his blades with the poison of the ghost spider, which has already begun to act and slowly kill Gani. Zheng approached him and said that all this is the pain that he is experiencing right now for the deaths of many of his people, including his father. Already that evening in the master's dining room they celebrated the victory in the mission, in which they obtained much more resources than they expected. Suddenly someone called Zheng, and he answered the phone. It turned out to be the leader of the Lightning Squad, which included that arrogant warrior of rank 6. He said that his warrior talked a lot about Zheng and praised him in every possible way, which turned out to be rare for such an arrogant warrior. The leader got straight to the point and invited him to an abyss-level mission with his team, where Jung could receive a big reward. And at this time, in the training complex of the Warriors' Union, the leader of the detachment, whose member fell in love with Mrs. Su, was resting. That's when he came. His name was Chen. He boasted to his commander that he had finally achieved level 5 star power. The leader praised him and invited him to celebrate, asking him what he wanted as a gift, to which he immediately began talking about Su. Meanwhile, Jung reached his store and handed Su a flower, which he had completely forgotten about, which greatly embarrassed and delighted Su's owner. Lan Shi watched all this with amusement and hoped that someday at least a small part of Jung's power would improve in the skill of love. Suddenly a car drove up to the store and a courier with flowers got out and handed the bouquet to Mrs. Su. This gift was prepared by Chen, who followed the courier all dressed up as if on a date. Mistress Su couldn't believe that he even still remembered about them, and Jung stood on the sidelines and looked at it all in bewilderment. Chen began to walk towards Mrs. Su, calling her various sweet words. But Jung blocked his way and, with a stony and serious face, ordered him to get out of his store. But Chen, not understanding the seriousness of the consequences, only laughed at Jung's words. People who were passing by the store heard this and began to gather near it, not understanding what was happening there. Meanwhile, Jung grabbed Chun and threatened to kill him. Chun couldn't believe how fast a rank 4 warrior could be. But suddenly, Leader Chen began to throw threats in response, promising to destroy Jung's store if he did not let Chun go. Mistress Su watched all this and asked everyone to stop this madness, and Lan Shi believed that they were the first to run into Jung. But suddenly Chen remembered about the guards, and said that Jung could not escape their punishment if Jung killed or maimed him. Then Jung, without hesitation, grabbed him by the neck and literally pulled Chun out into the street with one hand. And again he put the blade to his neck, already preparing to kill him, which greatly frightened all the people around. Suddenly, 2 guard warriors in white suits flew to earth from the sky and ordered to immediately stop the scandal. But they saw Zhou Jung and were very surprised, who did not want to obey anything. Chen, in tears, began to complain to the guards that Jung wanted to kill him right on the street. One of the new guard soldiers ordered Jung to let Chun go. Otherwise, he would have to shoot Jung right there. But Jung did not want to let Chun go at all. And then Chen, believing in the strength of the guards, began to call Jung names. Jung said with a serene face that he doesn't like being threatened. And he cut Chen's throat and pushed him away from him, which stunned all the people nearby. The leader, in fear of what he saw, caught his dead fighter, and Jung just started laughing at him, joking that he had nothing to do with it, since Chun died in his hands. Everyone literally went crazy at Jung's words and his serene smile. The young guard was about to engage in battles with Jung, but his partner stopped him, saying that even he should not attack Jung. The leader, who was standing nearby, could not believe that the guards would just stand there and do nothing, and began to be indignant. Ah Jing intervened in the conversation and said that he would not kill anyone else if they stopped looking for trouble. In the end, the guard could not stand it and yelled at the chief to get away from here quickly, which greatly surprised both the chief and the young guard. After the leader left, Jung invited Commander Shu to come to the store and drink tea for helping resolve the conflict, but he refused. And other people thought that if the store is covered by guards, the goods in the store are definitely of high quality and good. And literally forgetting about the incident with Chen's murder, they rushed to the store to do some shopping. The owner of the Su did not expect that all this would develop into such an influx of clients, and did not have time to serve everyone. And Zheng just waved to Mrs. Su and left the store on her shoulders. And the young guard still couldn't believe that they had become such cowards. But his boss reminded him about Article 16, but he knew about her and still couldn't believe it. And the commander himself did not believe that Zheng, a rank 4 warrior, could become a 10-star member of the Warrior Union. After all, they stood much above the law and could do almost whatever they wanted, because the guards themselves were only 8-star warriors. Meanwhile, the leader was driving out of town and was already trying to come up with a plan on how Zheng would take revenge if he stayed in the city. And suddenly he came up with a brilliant plan that, in his opinion, would make Zheng beg for death. But Zheng was one step ahead, and clearly did not want to leave them alive. So he jumped into the cart and asked for the blue crystal to follow the head's pickup truck. At this time the leader of the gang was traveling into the forest. In this forest, one of the military detachments wanted to kill a huge boar. People surrounded the animal and were ready to kill it. Suddenly the boar fell to the ground from a strong blow to the head. Suddenly the boss came out of the bushes with his men. He said that these people from the detachment killed his wild boar, which he raised. He asked these people how they were going to pay. One of the warriors from this detachment said that they could not know that this boar belonged to someone. The warriors of this detachment began to apologize to the leader. One warrior offered the boss white crystals. The leader didn't say this enough. White crystals could buy almost nothing. The leader, looking angrily at the detachment of warriors, offered them to pay with their lives. At this time, Jo Jung was sitting on a tree and closely monitoring the entire situation. He realized that the gang led by the boss, when they were in a bad mood, went out of town to kill innocent soldiers. While the boss was communicating with the soldiers of an unknown detachment, a car behind him caught fire. The boss began to fuss and asked his men who started shooting. His subordinates said that no one opened fire. All this time the car was burning, and at one moment there was a small explosion. The boss realized that there was a sniper somewhere nearby. The leader became very alarmed by this situation. Meanwhile, an unknown detachment of warriors ran away as far as possible. Suddenly, Jo Jung appeared right in front of the boss, getting closer and closer. The boss noticed Jung. The leader was interested in this talented guy. When Jung came closer to the boss, he invited the head to fight with him instead of offending weak warriors. The boss laughed and said with a smile on his face that he was glad to see Jung here. After the boss's words, Jo Jung immediately began to attack the head. He decided to use his super ability called double attack. Thanks to this skill, Jung was able to dodge several attacks from the head. In addition, Jo Jung still managed to land several blows on the boss. During the boss fight, Jung suddenly disappeared. The leader and his assistant were scared, as Jo Jung could suddenly attack from anywhere. And then the boss realized why Jung set fire and blew up the car. Jo Jung wanted to cut off their escape route. While the boss was thinking about Jo Jung's plans, he and his servants found themselves in the center of a circle that was made of grass. The boss realized that they were trapped and told everyone to get out of this circle. Suddenly a strong wind blew, a lot of dust rose. The boss did not understand what was happening here, and at this time, Jo Jung was approaching him at the speed of light, with 2 daggers in his hands. Jung killed the boss's entire team. He stood opposite the boss and looked him straight in the eyes. The boss said that Jo Jung is very strong for his 4th rank. The leader did not expect that his team could be destroyed so easily. Jung said that he had heard this phrase several times already. The boss was not the first to tell Jo Jung about his low rank. The leader shouted to Jo Jung if he dared to fight in a fair fight, without his superpowers and skills. Jung replied that he could fight without his abilities. After speaking, Jung immediately ran towards the boss. After some time, Jo Jung was riding in some kind of cart. The coachman asked the main character how much he had earned here, to which Jung replied that very little. It turns out that Jo Jung destroyed the boss of a large gang, but he did not find any crystals in the forest. While Jung was riding the cart, someone called him. Jung picked up the phone. Brother Chan was on the line. He was saying something about the auction. Chang told Jo Jung to quickly go to him, straight to the auction. The auction was taking place in some small building. Jung was already there. Lan Shi and Mistress Su were also there with him. Jo Jung was also given a number from his room. His number was 9. Some girl was receiving guests in room number 9. She was happy to see Jung and his friends. As soon as Jo Jung and his friends entered this room, Mistress Su was delighted with the beauty and comfort of this room. Meanwhile, the auction had already begun in the building. The presenter named the starting price of the first lot. Jo Jung and the guys were sitting at the back of the hall. Lan Shi asked Jung if he would participate in the auction. Jung replied that there was nothing interesting yet. A little time passed, and the presenter announced lot number 37. This was an unusual dagger with a conductivity of 35%. This weapon was simply perfect. Everyone was delighted with this dagger. Everyone wanted to get it. Jung immediately started calling Brother Chan. Jo Jung also really liked this unique dagger with great conductivity. He told Chan that this dagger should be his. The presenter named the original price of this lot. The price was 1 lowest purple crystal. Many people sitting in the auction hall thought that the prices for this dagger would be higher, and all because this dagger was exclusive. One man from the audience was ready to buy the dagger for its starting price of 1 lower purple crystal. Following this man, other spectators began to raise their hands. People offered 1.2 inferior purple crystal and later 1.5 purple crystal. Zheng asked Chang to give this dagger away outside the auction, but Chang said that this dagger could only be obtained according to the rules of the auction. But Brother Chang said that he was ready to help Zheng get this unique dagger. Chan suggested some way. At this time, the bid for this lot increased to 1 premium purple crystal. The presenter asked if there would still be anyone willing to increase the price of this dagger. Another unknown man from the audience increased the price of the dagger to 1.7 high-grade purple crystal. Everyone present at this auction was shocked by this price. Then the person from hall number 9 shouted that he was ready to buy this dagger for 2 high-grade purple crystals. This person turned out to be Zhou Zheng. Lan Shi was worried about his master. Zheng reassured Lan Shi and said that everything was under control. The presenter said the price of 2 purple crystals, and asked the audience if anyone wanted to increase the price. But there was no answer, which means the dagger was sold to Zheng. Lot number 37 was sold to Zhou Zheng from room 9 for 2 premium purple crystals. Zheng had already received this dagger and was examining it. Zheng really liked this dagger, and Mistress Su also appreciated it. Zhou Zheng thanked Brother Chang for his help. Chan said that the company that produced the dagger gave a deferment on payment for the dagger, and all because this company knew that Zheng killed the pterosaur monster. Brother Chan sold a pterosaur skin to this company. He said that the price of the skin was much higher than the price of the dagger. Zheng thought for a moment. He wanted to quickly test this unique weapon in battle. Zheng decided to test the dagger on a level 7 one-legged dog. This dagger had a conductivity of 35%, so any level 7 beast could be easily defeated. After training in a special room on the way out, a man was surprised that a rank 4 warrior was training in a rank 7 room. Zhou Zheng called his commander and asked where they were meeting. The commander said on the main eastern highway. After some time, Zheng was already there. He was met by Zhang Shun. Rank 6 warrior Zhang Shun couldn't keep his mouth shut, so Zheng had to pretend that his real name was Gao Shou. One of the warriors greeted Gao Shou and introduced himself. His name was Chao Yun. Zheng deliberately made up a name for himself so that no one would know who he was. Chao Yun began to tell all the warriors about the advanced level mission that must be completed. He showed a place on the map and said that there was a lot of different equipment there. To complete the mission, the Alliance of Warriors requires at least 3 sets of equipment. Zheng said that this mission is quite difficult. Chao Yun replied that this was an abyss-level mission. Missions were divided into different levels. However, Zheng realized that this mission was just as difficult as a pterosaur. Chao Yun said that if they could complete this mission, then they could become 10-star members of the Alliance. One large warrior shouted loudly that he was ready to fight for this title. His name was Butcher Sin. This warrior told Gao Shou and Chao Yun that they were cowards and told them to return home. Gao Shou, or Zhou Zheng, asked to repeat what the butcher had said. Xing replied that Gao Shou was using the commander, and as soon as real difficulties appeared, he would decide to run away. Butcher Xing asked Zheng if he would go on a mission. Zheng replied that of course he would go. It was already too late to change anything. Xing patted Gao Shou on the back and said that he made the right choice. The butcher said that Gao Shou is now like a brother to him. If someone in Titan dares to offend Zheng, he will find the offender and punish him. Zheng laughed and thought why he always meets such people who like to beat people. All the warriors sat in a circle and found a common topic for conversation. Chao Yun gathered all the warriors here to complete the mission. He was glad that everything was in place. After some time, all the soldiers were already on their way to the place of the mission. As soon as they arrived at the mission site, Chao Yun suggested walking through the area. First, the team had to clean up the city's land administration. Butcher Xing called Gao Shou's brother. He said that there are a lot of zombies here. When suddenly one zombie jumped out in front of him, Sin easily fought it off. While Xing was fighting the zombies, Gao Shou admitted that his real name was Zhou Zheng. Butcher Sin was shocked by this information, and because of this he was distracted from the battle. A huge zombie was flying straight at him. A bullet from Zheng's shot flew right in front of Xing's head. Zhou Zheng saved Butcher Xing from the zombies. The butcher smiled and said that he forgives Zheng for lying, and that's all because he saved him. After a short fight with zombies, the team had to move on. One of the team's warriors, whose name was Wei Heng, told Gao Shou that poisonous zombies are not so simple. He asked if the main character was going to go to where these creatures lived. Zheng heard what the warrior Wei Heng was talking about and smiled a little. Wei Heng continued to tell Zheng not to go kill these dangerous zombies for money. When suddenly Butcher Sin approached this warrior, Xing began to say that if Zheng could not earn this money, then Wei Heng would not succeed at all. He called the warrior Bezdarem. The warrior Wei Heng stood up and wanted to say something, but Xing interrupted him and asked if he could dare to touch him. Here Zhou Zheng intervened in the conversation. He told them to stop quarreling. If it were not for the fear of influencing the mission, Zheng would definitely have taught the butcher Xing a lesson. After 10 minutes, the entire team of warriors fled from high-ranking monsters. Xing was delighted with Zheng's speed. Xing believed that even if the team failed to win, it would not be difficult for Zheng to escape. Meanwhile, there was full house music all around. Explosions thundered everywhere. Chow Yun noticed a high-level zombie nearby. He shouted to his team to hide before it was too late. A huge, scary dragon was flying right in the sky. Team saw this big beast. All the warriors were shocked by what was happening. A huge dragon flew around the warriors. He clearly wanted something from the people. Suddenly, a huge dragon flew at one of the warriors, grabbed him by the jacket, and flew in an unknown direction. Chow Yun asked what kind of monster this was. Wei Heng was sure that this dragon was at least level 10. The commander told his team that while the monster was hunting zombies, they should prepare for the next attack. A huge zombie giant stood about 50 meters away. He was the strongest among all the zombies. Chow Yun said that it would not be easy to fight the blue zombie giant. But this zombie had weaknesses. He was very slow. Wei Heng said that the probability of this blue zombie dropping a purple crystal is very high, but the battle with this zombie will obviously not be easy. Zhou Zheng asked the commander if it was true that this blue scaly zombie was very slow. Chow Yun replied that it was true. Then Zheng said that he would kill this huge monster. The commander looked at him with a frightened look. Butcher Xing said that Zhou Zheng has gone crazy and does not understand who he will have to fight with. Zheng thought about it. He believed that others might not be able to destroy the armor of this blue zombie. But he had super skills with which he could destroy the highest-ranked zombies. At this time, Wei Heng and Butcher Xing began to fight again. Wei Heng did not want to let Zhou Zheng fight the huge zombie. Wei Heng said that Zheng can't do anything other than how to shoot a bow. He didn't believe that the protagonist would be able to break through the blue zombie's armor. Zhou Zheng said that Wei Heng is right, so Zheng reached into his pocket to get his unique blade, which he got at an auction. Zheng was confident that with the help of this weapon he could defeat the blue zombie. The butcher was surprised that Commander Chow Yun was hiding Brother Zhou Zheng's weapon from them. The commander said that this dagger would not help a rank 4 warrior defeat zombies. Zhou Zheng said that he was confident that he could defeat the main zombie. Zheng asked the team for help. He wanted them to destroy all the remaining weak zombies. Xing believed Zheng. Other warriors from the team began to support Zheng. They entrusted him with this mission. Zhou Zheng was ready to fight the huge blue zombie. Zheng jumped to the ground and rushed towards the huge blue zombie at lightning speed, killing all the zombies in his path. Suddenly one of the zombies sensed Zheng's approach, and he even managed to turn around to grab it with his rotten hand. But before he had time to move, he found himself standing in the same place with a pierced chest. His entire team was shocked by his speed and realized that they had underestimated him. Meanwhile, Zheng was already approaching the zombie giant, who was also running towards Zheng at full speed. He hit the ground with his huge hand, but Zheng managed to dodge it. But the giant did not calm down and was about to strike a second blow while Zheng was in the air. But he missed again, and Zheng tried to cut off his hand. Zheng understood that he would not be able to injure him so easily, because he had a very powerful defense. The zombie giant tried to strike again, but Zheng had already managed to jump to the side in advance to a safe direction. Zheng was convinced that he was very slow, much slower than the divine pterosaur. Xing stood on the roof and distracted the zombies. He wondered how Zheng could move like a snake, But another warrior said that this dexterity would be of no use if he could not inflict any damage on the giant. But they still had confidence in Jung and continued to kill zombies. After 2 hours, they had already killed almost all the zombies and went down to the very bottom. One of the warriors did not understand what was happening, and why Jung had not done anything yet. He began to get a little angry because he was almost exhausted, and Jung still continued to jump like a monkey. One of the warriors couldn't believe that Jung really couldn't defeat a huge zombie. But suddenly a huge blue zombie vomited an incomprehensible blue liquid. The rest of the team looked at it and couldn't believe how Jung did it, because the zombie giant wasn't even injured. Brother Xing believed Jung and ordered everyone to stand to the end and continue to distract the zombies. Jung understood that in 2 hours of almost inaction, he had put enormous moral pressure on his team, and he should have changed the strategy. He ran away from the zombies, climbing the nearest building. As a result, at the last second, jumping from it onto a nearby building, he was able to stop the zombie giant, who was running after him and fell straight onto the building. Jung shouted to Brother Xing and asked him for help so that he could crush the zombie giant's leg. Brother Xing heard Jung's request and ran straight towards the zombies with a sledgehammer. And he hit him on the leg with all his might, damaging it a little. But the giant was not going to give up like that and turned sharply, trying to grab Brother Sin. But Jung distracted him by flying straight towards his head, and landed on a nearby building that looked like a factory. Jung said that he would distract the zombies, and Brother Xing would continue to crush his leg. His team was surprised by this tactic because it really seemed to work. After 30 minutes, the zombie was already without a leg, sitting among the ruins and dust from destroyed buildings with almost no health. Then Jung made the final jump on the zombie giant, knocked him down, and finished him off. Jung was very exhausted, but he was able to upgrade his thief level to 39 and get respect from the team. Jung was very happy that they were able to defeat the zombies and complete the tasks. Already at night, they settled in an abandoned house and lit a fire there. They earned a purple crystal for each, and in addition, zombie giant scales, not bad, so it will cost on sale. Everyone was happy about the job done successfully and mostly praised Jung. But towards evening, everyone wanted to sleep and a couple of guys remained on guard. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, while everyone was sleeping, one of them went somewhere. The warrior on guard wondered where his comrade went so late at night. It turned out to be Wei Heng, who did not expect to be noticed and was clearly agitated, but excused himself by saying that he had gone to the toilet. The leader of the detachment, who was on patrol, said to be on the alert and not to go far. But Wei didn't want to go to the toilet at all, but was plotting something bad against him. It turns out he knew Gan and Xiao Jian and was on their side, and with the help of an incomprehensible device wanted to kill Zhou Jung. He placed it in an inconspicuous place in the very corner of the building. The very next morning, quite a few zombies entered the buildings, one of whom was hit by Jung's arrow and fell. The group was already moving in full force to the medical office to get the equipment. After some time, the detachment began to remove various medical equipment from the building and load them in the truck they arrived in. Suddenly, the leader of the squad heard strange loud sounds of zombies and got very scared because he didn't understand where they came from. The rest of the squad also heard this and got a little scared. Suddenly, a sniper from the roof shouted that a huge crowd of poisonous zombies was approaching them. They had already reached the fence that protected the building from trouble, but they easily began to lick it. Therefore, the detachment had to move to the roof. It was clear from it that no one would have time to leave, because there were already too many zombies. The leader began to blame himself for this, but Brother Xing began to calm him down. And Wei Heng just watched all this with a smile and chuckled at the squad, which greatly infuriated Brother Xing. Meanwhile, Jung was trying to think of something, and then an idea came to his mind. He told the team that he could break free and squeeze through the zombies and fly to them in a helicopter. But the team will have to rely on him again and defend against the zombies until Jung arrives. The leader of the detachment looked at the map and fell into some shock, because the helicopter was 5 kilometers away from them, and they still had to be able to control it. But Jung was confident that he would cope 70%, and Brother Xing wished him good luck on his journey. Jung jumped off the building and activated his stealth, starting to run through the crowd of zombies. The squad except Wei observed Jung's speed and were even more confident in him. But Wen He only escalated the situation and said that Jung could have simply escaped. The leader of the squad could not tolerate this and promised to expel Wei from the squad upon arrival in Titan. But Wei He decided to leave himself because he was sure that the entire squad would die, and Zheng too. He quietly jumped onto another building and hid behind an air duct, trying to open something. It turned out to be a hang glider, with the help of which he wanted to save himself and fly away. Meanwhile, zombies made their way into the building and broke through the door leading to the roof. The squad was already exhausted from defending, but had to stand to the end and not give up. But the zombies were not going to give a head start, and were already climbing in a group along the wall on the other side of the roof. Meanwhile, Zheng ran to the building where the helicopter was supposed to be. Jing had already run about 2 kilometers and noticed that the number of zombies was getting smaller. In the distance he saw a huge building on top of which there was a helipad. But suddenly one of the zombies who stood in front of Zheng was literally cut into 2 parts. It turned out to be a mutant rat of level 7 strength, which was quite large and armored. Zheng watched as she easily killed and slashed zombies who could do nothing. Jing was shocked that such a small mutant could easily destroy zombies. The black rat dealt with 3 zombies and suddenly stared at Zheng, who was invisible. The rat hit his tail sharply, and it hit Zheng's hand right. Zheng lost his invisibility and jumped back in surprise. He couldn't believe that a rat could smell his body odor. But the problem turned out to be a blue giant zombie, the liquid of which remained on Zheng's sleeve. Then Zheng realized that a battle could not be avoided and attacked the rat from behind and hit him with a blade. But he couldn't break through the rat's shell because it was too well protected. Zheng realized that it would take at least 10 minutes to kill a rat, so he decided not to waste time and tear off a piece of cloth and throw it to the rat. The rat immediately reacted to the thrown piece, and with incredible force she rushed towards him. Zheng again went invisible and rushed, running around the zombies to the building where the helicopter stood. Jing was finally able to overcome this path to the coveted helicopter in just 15 minutes. He climbed to the very top and saw a helicopter, near which there were a couple of zombies. He took a canister of fuel and poured it into the barrel of the helicopter. Zheng sincerely hoped that the helicopter would take off. He refueled the helicopter with a canister, came out of stealth and entered it, which greatly surprised the zombies, who did not understand where Zheng came from. But they didn't care about Zheng's skills, and they got mad, ran to the helicopter and began to try to get Zheng. And Zheng tried to start the helicopter, but he didn't understand anything because it had more buttons than the helicopter that Mistress Lu taught him to fly. But Zheng still had difficulty starting it and taking off. Meanwhile, the squad fought with all its strength and almost gave up, having already killed 100 zombies. The leader maintained the morale of his comrades and believed in the return of Brother Zheng. But suddenly Wei Heng came out of hiding and called everyone idiots, saying that zombies had already devoured Zheng. He continued to mock the team and considered them a bunch of naive nobodies. Brother Xing, when he saw Wei Heng on a hang glider, revealed his treacherous plan as a traitor and began to call him names. But Wei Heng, with a victorious smile on his face, added that he did not come on the mission for resources and rewards. And in order to finish off Zheng, and in addition to get rid of the team, he pressed a button to activate the engine on the hang glider and flew on it, leaving the team to die. But suddenly he saw a helicopter with Zhou Zheng and was very surprised and even angry because his plan didn't seem to work. The team noticed Zheng's helicopter and were very happy and calmed down because now they could survive. Zheng flew up to the building and threw off the rope, which the guys from the squad clung to. Then Zheng lowered the squad to the ground, and they hooked the car with medical devices to the cable, and Zheng solemnly raised the helicopter higher and flew home. They flew high above the city, where zombies walked in droves and were happy that Zheng managed and saved the whole team. And most of all was Brother Sin, who already thought that this would be the last day of his life. But the commander could not calm himself down. He was sure that Wei Han was behind everything and promised to finish him off upon arrival in Titan. But suddenly, one fighter noticed Wei Han, who was flying nearby right in front of them. The team was charged with energy again and was ready to blow it to pieces in the air. But Zheng said not to rush because it could be dangerous, but only asked to wait a little. And Wei Han noticed the approaching helicopter with the team and was very scared because he knew that it could come to an end. And Brother Sin, with an angry look, waited until he could take revenge on him for all the grievances that he had accumulated during all this time. Jung flew forward a little and overtook the hang glider, cutting it off with the rear propeller. Because of this, the hang glider was damaged and began to fall along with Wei Han, who began to get very nervous. While he was falling, one of the zombies almost grabbed him by the leg, but Jung's arrow flew at him and instantly hit the zombie. Wei Heng saw this and became even more frightened. He began to understand that they wanted to deal with him with their own hands. At this time, Jung and his squad stood on the roof and loaded their bow. He fired another shot, which hit one of the wings of the hang glider and disabled it. Jung called Wei Heng, who fell right in front of the building, to settle accounts with him. And at this time, Wei Heng was already fighting off the crowd of zombies that was near the building, just like the guys from the squad did. After a few minutes, he dealt with all the zombies, but was very tired. Then the guys from his previous team appeared in front of him, whom he left to die and ran away, mocking them and Jung. But unexpectedly for everyone, Wei Heng, with an evil smile on his face, said that they could not kill him. This greatly surprised Jung, who was very interested in why they had to believe his words. But Wei Heng, with a frightened smile on his face, took out the badge of the Shadow Clan and said that everyone would be in trouble if they killed him. Brother Xing was surprised by his position and could not believe that he was a shadow, but Zheng didn't care about his status. The presence of this clan behind him added to Zheng's desire to kill him even more, and his squad supported Zheng in this. Then Wei Xing had no choice but to be the first to attack Zheng and take him with him. But Zheng was able to easily dodge his full blow, leaving Wei Xing in a bad position, thanks to which Zheng was able to go behind his back and hit him with a blade, knocking him to the ground and taking away a large amount of health. He could no longer get up from the ground, and Brother Sin finished him off. After completing their mission, all the warriors of the team sat in the building of the Warriors' Union and talked about various topics. Warrior Zhang Xiao never thought that he could become a 10-star member of the Warrior Alliance. Commander Chao Yun said that this tea contained star power. Zheng told the commander that this type of tea is called shooting star. They say that there are 3 days a year in which you need to have time to collect it. Commander Chao Yun decided to tell the whole team the truth about Zhou Zheng's real name. Zhou Zheng's nickname was Master. The commander asked the warriors if they had noticed his level of ability. The warriors said Zheng was very strong. He was one of the few 10-star Titan warriors. Zheng was not much embarrassed. Butcher Xing asked Zheng if he really was a 10-star Titan warrior. Zheng replied that it was just luck. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Warriors' Union, Shen communicated with the chairman of the Warriors' Union. Shen asked what to do with the warrior Zhou Zheng. The chairman said that since Zheng was able to fulfill the conditions for promotion, then he must receive a promotion. But Shen said that if Chu He found out that the first 11-star warrior in Titan was not him, but some rank 4 warrior, Shen couldn't even imagine how Chu He would react. The chairman really wanted to see his reaction. The chairman also added that Zheng should be noted as a red-level warrior. He wanted to observe Zheng and see if those 2 missions were luck and fortune. Shen said he would carry out the order. The chairman also said to hide Zhou Zheng's photo and not hide his real name. Director Shen came into the barn room. Sin asked if they completed this mission well. Shen asked all the warriors to sit down. He said that this mission was 80% completed. All participants in the mission can become 10-star warriors. All the warriors of Chao Yun's team were very happy about this news. Director Xin walked up to Zhou Jing and wanted to tell him something. Shen gave Zheng a new membership card. After talking with the warriors, Director Shen thought about how, in such a short period of time, the Warrior Alliance had given so many guys 10-star-level warriors. Director Shen also noticed that with every promotion, this warrior Zhou Zheng appears. A kid with rank 4 has become an 11-star warrior. High-level Titans will now not be able to sit still. The next day, Zheng ran into the forest until level 40 he had 95% of the experience left. After Zheng learns level 40 shooting skills, the effectiveness of leveling up will become even greater. Finding himself in a field, Zheng noticed that the grass was rumpled, which meant that other troops had already been there. Suddenly, nearby, Zhou Zheng noticed the flag of an alliance called the King of Beasts. Zheng had heard about this gang before, but this was his first time meeting them. He was very interested in what they were doing. Zhou Jing realized that there was no point in provoking this gang. While Zheng was hiding from the gang, he heard some engine sounds. Looking into the distance, he noticed people from this gang riding on their motorcycles. A very beautiful girl was sitting on one of the motorcycles with a white dog. This gang was going somewhere on their motorcycles. Jung wanted to see how these gang members were catching animals. People from this union chased deer and other animals. A girl from this gang reached into her pocket to get something. In her hands was some kind of pink powder. The girl began to spray this pink powder next to several deer. The deer smelled the smell of this powder. The smell was very pleasant. Suddenly, at one moment, several deer fell to the ground. They were unconscious. It seemed that this pink pollen was poison. A beautiful girl told her dog not to scare away the poor deer. After that, the girl got off the motorcycle and walked up to one of the deer and began to pet it. She quietly told the deer that she would not harm them. Suddenly, the dog began to bark loudly. She saw some unfamiliar person. It was Zhou Zheng. One of the gang members noticed Zhou Zheng and asked him not to interfere with the hunt here. And this warrior also asked who he was. Zheng said that he had no evil intentions. He just wanted to watch their gang hunt. Zheng also said that he was just curious to see how they hunted the Beast King Alliance, so he wanted to learn a little from them. One warrior, his name was Wu Di, said that Zheng was running into trouble. Zheng was very surprised that this girl from the gang had a rank above 8. This girl's name was Xiang Shihan. She told the Wu Di warrior not to behave so aggressively. Xiang Shihan asked Zheng what he wanted to learn from them. Zheng replied that he loved animals very much. Zhou Zheng wanted to learn how to tame them. Warrior Xiang Shihan said that taming animals is very simple. All you need is this pink powder. Zheng asked if he could buy it. Xiang Shihan said that it costs 1 blue crystal. Zheng agreed with this proposal. Wu Di didn't understand why Xiang Shihan sold the powder so cheaply. Before, she sold it for 1 purple crystal. Xiang Shihan replied that she decides whether or not to sell this powder. In any case, this kind of powder is only effective for deer. Meanwhile, Zheng went deep into the forest. Then he noticed a huge rank 7 mutant python. Zheng was lucky that he found some dangerous animal right in the forest. He wanted to try the pink powder on a python. Zhou Zheng started pouring the powder directly onto the mutant python's head. But why the powder did not work? Zheng did not understand why the python did not fall asleep. Zhou Zheng thought that he was deceived by this girl, but in fact the powder could only be used on deer. Zheng saw how the python began to hit itself. Zheng was glad that this powder made the python hurt itself. Suddenly, the mutant python noticed Zheng. The python had huge red eyes. Zheng jumped from the tree. He wanted to land directly on the python's head. The main character wanted to destroy the python. At this time, somewhere not far from Zheng's battle with the python, there was another gang with various warriors. Suddenly, these warriors heard the sounds of battle. One of the warriors took off his hair and ordered them to move faster in that direction. This warrior with his hair was talking about some girl, according to him. As soon as he got this girl, the old man immediately killed her. The warrior said that when he returns, he will definitely compensate for everything. And at this time, a gang of these warriors arrived at the place where Zhou Zheng was fighting. At this place, the python was already lying unconscious. The warriors thought that this python was killed by a person who had at least rank 8. There was a very strong smell of blood at the battle site. A warrior with blue hair noticed this. They called him Mister. The soldiers told the master that this time their task was to ensure his safety. One of the warriors suggested going to the end of the red zone. The gentleman listened to his warrior and ordered him to move faster in this direction. After killing the python, Zheng added 20% to his experience loss. He thought that there were many animals with level above 7 here. Zheng believed that wealth was found where there was risk. Suddenly, Zheng met a large white monkey on his way. It attacked him. Zheng began to strike at this huge monkey. A minute later, the monkey was defeated. She was lying on the ground unconscious. But suddenly, Zheng saw someone on the tree. He quickly hid behind a fallen tree, and someone started shooting at him. On the tree, Zheng saw several dozen monkeys. They all looked at him with a menacing look. Zheng was a little scared. One monkey pointed his finger at the man. All the monkeys wanted to get rid of Zheng. They were ready to attack, and so the white monkeys began to fire small stones at Zhou Zheng. Zheng tried to dodge each stone. Zheng wanted to practice on these white monkeys. He wanted to fully master his skill called dodging. Dodging is avoiding an attack while in close proximity to an opponent. Zhang tried to dodge the stones, but something went wrong, and one large stone still hit Zheng's chest. Zheng flew straight into a tree, and the back of his head hit the tree trunk. But Zheng understood that he had a lot of medicinal medicines, so he was not afraid of these monkeys. He was almost immortal. While Zheng was fighting with the monkeys, the blue-haired warrior was also looking for prey. This time he destroyed the timber wolf. The warriors clapped the gentleman. They said that he had a very amazing blade. But the warrior with blue hair began to shout at his assistants. He said that he just wanted to return home as soon as possible. One of the warriors approached in the head. This warrior was called Sen. The warrior told the chief that he could only return home when he reached rank 7. The leader of the gang shouted at the soldiers. He asked why they were not doing anything to return home. He ordered the soldiers to find him several half-dead animals. While Zheng was fighting the white monkeys, he had a strange feeling. It turns out that Zheng has reached an average level of evasion. Now Zheng wanted to increase his level to 40 as quickly as possible. Using evasion and stealth, Zheng attacked the white monkeys. And here is that long-awaited level 40. Zheng finally reached him. A window appeared right in front of Zheng's face, and it described a skill called stealth. Zheng read everything carefully. He realized that an attack on several people, plus 500 damage and bleeding, is enough to kill a mutant beast below level 3. While Zheng was studying his abilities, he heard the cry of the white monkeys again. Several dozen more dangerous monkeys were approaching him directly. Zheng started shooting at them and fighting them. He really wanted to raise his rank higher and higher. 9 days have passed since Zheng fought the monkeys. During this time, he was able to find several expensive diamonds and kill almost all the monkeys. With the new skill, the efficiency of leveling up has indeed increased greatly. While Zheng was looking at the mined crystals, he suddenly heard a very loud cry of some animal. This animal was the White Monkey King, and he was approaching Zheng. Zheng did not even have time to come to his senses when the Monkey King attacked him. Zheng wanted to destroy the huge monkey and get a lot of experience from him. Meanwhile, the leader of the gang and the warriors were walking through the forest in search of high-ranking prey. Sen noticed some strange sounds. It looked like someone was fighting in the future. When the warriors from this gang came closer, they saw a rank 5 warrior fighting with a huge monkey. The gang leader told Sen to kill Zheng. The leader wanted to take the Monkey King away from Zheng. If the gang leader can kill this huge monkey, then he will increase his level anyway. The leader also ordered his subordinate warriors, Fang Kai and Tang Jinghe, to get rid of Zheng. He asked the rest of the remaining warriors to help him destroy the Monkey King. While Zheng was fighting the Monkey King, he noticed that a bunch of warriors wanted to attack him. Fang Kai and Tang Jinghe started firing at Zheng with their crossbows. Zheng was able to dodge all of their shots. The warriors did not understand how a rank 5 warrior was able to dodge arrows so well. After several shots from the warriors, Zheng flew straight towards these warriors. He wanted to take revenge on them. Using stealth and a double attack, he did a good job of harming these warriors. But the warriors laughed at Zheng since they felt almost no pain. But suddenly the poison from the dagger began to work, and the warrior's health bar began to decrease. The warriors did not understand how this was possible. Zheng wanted to kill these warriors. He was already flying towards one of them with 2 daggers in his hands. At this time, the leader of the gang was fighting with a huge monkey. Sen reminded the warriors that the leader himself must finish off this monkey. A few seconds passed. Sen turned back. 2 corpses of his gang's warriors lay behind him. He realized that Zheng had dealt with them. Zheng at that moment was sitting on a high tree and thinking. He realized that the gang leader's armor was made of a divine pterosaur. The Monkey King didn't have much health left. The head of the gang needed to beat this monster in order to gain a large amount of experience. But the leader of this gang dared to take the loot Zheng. The main character wanted to take revenge on the leader and take the pterosaur armor from him. Qiao Yun struck directly at the almost dead monster and successfully killed it. Thanks to killing such a high-ranking monster, the master was able to reach the 7th rank of warrior and was incredibly happy. He decided to test his strength, and in the blink of an eye he was able to demolish a tree that was nearby. The rest of the warriors congratulated him on receiving a new rank, which he was in fact unworthy of. Out of joy, Mr. Chow Yun invited all his assistants to the club at his expense upon arrival in Titan. But one of the warriors began to suspect something and asked his comrades to hurry up and check on Fan and Tanny. As a result, they found 2 corpses of their comrades and could not believe that rank 7 warriors were killed so easily and quickly. But Mr. Chow Yun thought that they were simply careless and ran into a dangerous beast, and a rank 5 warrior could not harm them in any way. All this time they were watched by Zheng, who was invisible and learned that they were from the elite Tianhe gang. One of the warriors was at first afraid of Zheng, but now he didn't care about him, but rather wanted to kill him. But Zheng heard all their conversations and threats, literally standing right in front of them. One of the warriors walked right in front of Zheng and said to himself that he would easily deal with him when they met. But Zheng decided to show them all that jokes and threats towards him are bad, and invisibility was able to kill one of the warriors. They couldn't believe that a comrade had been killed right before their eyes and began to worry very much. One of the warriors began to shake his comrade, who was walking next to the murdered man, and tried to find out who the killer was. But he saw nothing. The worried team fully armed themselves and surrounded Mr. Chow Yun to protect him from the intruder. But no one appeared for a long time, and one of the warriors already began to get very angry, but could not do anything. In the dead of night, Zheng found their hiding place, which was located in a cave. Because they stole his beast, Zheng will definitely not leave them alone and will kill every member of this group. He even had a strategy, because he saw a large concentration of mutants nearby. He reached them and took out a bow which provoked the mutant wolves. Meanwhile, the squad was sitting in a cave near the fire, and Mr. Chow Yun ridiculed his comrades who had fallen at the hands of a rank 5 warrior. But suddenly he was interrupted by the sound of shots from the forest, which all the soldiers heard and were very surprised. One of the warriors decided to check who decided to hunt on such a night, because at this time it's even difficult to find shelter. Coming out of the cave, he saw Zheng, who had prepared a kind of gift for them. Behind him appeared several dozen eyes of mutants burning in the dark, and Zheng himself, with an evil smile on his face, turned on the invisibility and simply disappeared. The warrior could not believe what happened right now and where he had gone. But suddenly 3 mutant wolves jumped out of the darkness at him, from which he began to defend himself. Zheng ran away and began to watch them while sitting on a tree. After 3 hours, the warriors were able to cope with all the mutants brought by Zheng. And then Zheng himself came out to the tired warriors, who wanted revenge for the fact that they robbed him. This outburst from Zheng greatly infuriated the warrior, who was about to attack Zheng. But he was stopped by the angry and frightened Mr. Chow Yun, who said that Zheng would have problems with the Tianhe gang. But this only angered Zheng more, who even thought about letting him live, but had already changed his mind. The squad could not believe that Zheng was not frightened at all, and they began to threaten him even more, talking about the high position of the gang in the city of Titan. They continued to say that if something happened, Zheng could not escape punishment and all his relatives would break off relations with him. But Zheng did not care about the threats. Then the already enraged Chow Yun, whom everyone always respected and listened to, suggested that Zheng leave and then his father might not kill him. But Zheng only grinned at his stupid and unfavorable conditions. And he already got down to business, instantly killing 3 warriors who surrounded him due to their thief skill. And at this time, in the office of the Tianhe gang, the leader had already sensed trouble and asked to gather all the masters of the hall for a meeting. It was the leader named Chu Tianhe, and had ranked 9-star power. The next day, residents noticed the cars of the Tianhe gang and the trade union, which were traveling as a group outside the city. They thought they were going to hunt a level 11 king lizard that had been spotted in the forest nearby. Meanwhile, Zheng was sitting at a personal computer in the Warriors Union and trying to find a new mission. He also began to understand that in Titan, without good and strong friends, the maximum he could protect himself. But Zheng also had family and close friends who could also get into trouble because of him. But suddenly he noticed an ideal and difficult mission of hell level for himself and decided to take it on. At this time, outside the climbing forest, the squad was fighting with a level 11 mutant lizard. The people from this squad were very confident in killing her. One of them volunteered to fight her first because he thought he could handle it. Shihan sat on a nearby tree with her tame dog and watched the battle. Zheng suddenly appeared, and without greeting, he praised her for being good with animals. And only a second later she realized that it was Zheng. She did not understand how he appeared here and was very surprised. Zheng began to say something about the king snake, and she couldn't understand why she didn't feel a rank 5 warrior nearby. Shihan replied to Zheng that it was very difficult to tame a king-level monster, and in general the powder she gave him only affected deer. Zheng realized this a long time ago and asked for the lost blue crystal to be returned to him. But Shihan only shouted that the goods could not be returned, and her little dog began to get angry at Zheng. And on the battlefield, the lizard dominated and scattered warriors to the sides, and captured some with its vines. The commander miscalculated his strength and barely fought off the lizard's attacks and ordered his soldiers to retreat. And Zheng learned from Shihan about the burial ground where the leader of her squad had gone, a city that was much better developed than Titanium. Zheng immediately became interested in the city, and he was already planning to go there someday. But suddenly Shikani received a call and was told that someone had taken a mission from the level of hell and the Union of Beast Lords. Without thinking, she ran to her headquarters to report this to her head. And Zheng did not have time to stop her and ask about the intricacies of the mission that he took on. Then he saw that the detachment had lost a lot of strength and was about to leave and finish off the lizard the next day. Already in the evening, Zheng decided to finish off this lizard himself, because experience and resources would not be superfluous to him. He launched a couple of dozen lightning attacks and ultimately killed the lizard. The next day the squad literally stood in complete shock. After all, they didn't even see the lizard's corpse. It was as if it had simply disappeared. Meanwhile, Zheng was already far away in the ruins of the city and was trying to sort out his inventory, filled with various things and resources. Yesterday he leveled up the thief and unlocked skills for a poisoned blade, which affected the victim for 1 minute when attacking. Zheng immediately decided to test it on zombies who were nearby. And from the roof of the house he was watched by some elite detachment with high-ranking warriors. The leader of this detachment believed that Zheng, as a rank 5 warrior, was a complete non-entity and ordered the sniper to finish him off. Meanwhile, Zheng easily chopped zombies with pieces without making a huge effort. He decided to jump on one of the zombies and hack it to death. But suddenly, a bullet flew from behind him, miraculously not hitting him. But because of her, Zheng did not notice the huge high-level zombie, which with his blow demolished Zheng into a pile of stones, which exploded together with Zheng. The soldiers on the roof of the building thought he was hiding. The leader even praised Zheng for being very fast and having unusually good technique. But surviving a blow from a high-level zombie is almost impossible. But one of the warriors only encouraged the boss and said that Zheng was an idiot for attacking these zombies on their territory. In the end, they decided not to check Zheng and went to look for a place to train. And Zheng came to his senses a minute later, all crippled and wounded. A dozen zombies and a giant were already approaching him, and Zheng had literally a drop of health left. But Zheng was not going to give up and took a healing potion from his system portfolio. He immediately drank it in the hope of recovery. But this process takes a very long time, which Zheng did not have in this situation. Zombies were already approaching him, and besides, Zheng thought that he was still being watched by a sniper. The giant raised his hand to strike, but Zheng's arrow flew into him. Zheng barely got up and took the blade in his hands. He had almost all the bones broken, and Zheng could not move quickly. But suddenly, in what seems like a hopeless situation, the system raises Zheng to rank 6. Zheng's muscles begin to strengthen and his broken bones begin to recover a little, which makes him very happy. Zheng was able to activate his invisibility ability again and ran away from the area. He found a secluded place in an abandoned building and decided to drink monkey wine to help his wounds heal faster. Although the potion was intended for warriors of rank 7 and above, Zheng didn't care about it. The potion turned out to be very strong and tasty, and Zheng suddenly fell asleep. Falling asleep, he promised to take revenge on those warriors. The very next day, warriors trained on the ruins of buildings, killing zombies. One of the zombies almost grabbed the weakest of them, but a bullet immediately flew into the zombie's hand. Their sniper was working from the roof, complaining that they were too inattentive because his main task was to protect the leader, not them. But the leader, even without his help, without any effort, destroyed the zombies. Later, the squad decided to take a break and eat. One of them was happy that in a week he would reach rank 8. The leader gave his guys another 2 hours to rest, and then they had to go to training again. Zheng, meanwhile, woke up and almost fully recovered, and while sleeping he reached the middle of the 6th rank of star power thanks to monkey wine. Jung understood that he was lucky to survive the zombie strike because his armor could not withstand the blow. He changed into a new outfit, left the hiding place, and went in search of his offenders. Jung watched the squad that fought the zombies and saw many of them were rank 8, and the leader already had a peak of rank 8. For the next few days, Jung continued to closely observe them in stealth mode, even when they were not training. He watched them fry food and chat amicably with each other, learning their weaknesses and strategies. Suddenly, one of the warriors felt something was wrong. The rest of the warriors saw this and also boasted of their weapons, looking around, trying to see someone. And the warrior had the feeling that he was being watched by the same Jung. But his comrades, not seeing anything, thought that his brother was hallucinating. And in any case, a sniper was sitting on their roof who should not have missed anyone. But Jung heard all this and was behind the wall. He waited until they all dispersed, and then he could overtake everyone and kill. The next day, a disgruntled sniper named Abin was left on the roof to control the situation, while they themselves went to train. But at that moment, Jung came onto the roof invisibly. Abin, feeling that he was being watched, began to look around but did not notice anyone. Abin decided not to pay attention to this and began to do his job. He began to look into his scope and noticed that his entire squad was scattering in different directions. This extremely outraged Abin. But at that moment, Jung came almost close and dealt a strong blow to the mind in the back, a poisonous blade that struck all the organs of Abin. Abin fell to his knees and saw Jung standing with a blade. Abin tried to get up and do something, threatening Jung at the same time, but he couldn't because he was numb from the poison and couldn't move. Then Jung, using his skill, flew to attack not Abin and killed him with ease while he couldn't even move. Meanwhile, a detachment of 2 people who separated from the main force and the head. We killed the last zombies and were about to move on, and Jung followed them and promised to provide them with a more difficult level. He jumped onto the roof of the house and fired his bow at the selected zombie giants. Jung successfully provoked Jung and ran towards him. Jung noticed this and began to run away towards the 2 warriors he had been watching earlier. They were killing zombies and heard the sound of the chosen zombies approaching and wondered how they could come to them. 6 selected zombies smashed the building, and I was furious looking for Jung. But in the end I stumbled upon 2 warriors from the squad. The warriors were not going to think long and pounced on them. Each of them took on 3 selected zombies. They fought, and Jung watched them from the roof and had no doubt that these were rank 8 warriors because they coped well with the giants. But Jung was not going to wait until they killed the chosen zombies and decided to deal with them right now. Invisibly, he approached one of the warriors and swung his blade, hitting him right in the back with all my might. He immediately got rigor from the poison, but managed to inform his friend about the danger. A comrade noticed Jung, who finished off the warrior, and became very angry. But Jung also saw him and shot him with a bow and a poison arrow. He managed to substitute his spear and repel the blow, but he still hit him in the shoulder. He didn't understand why he couldn't move and stood there like a stone. But Jung did not hesitate, ran behind him and killed him. The rest of the squad, along with the leader, dealt with zombies nearby. The leader looked towards the huge building where the blue royal dragon sat and did not understand when they would be qualified enough. He chopped down the zombies, realizing in despair that he would not be able to defeat the dragon and gain glory, because even the strongest warrior Chu-He and Titan could not do anything with him. He did not understand whether he had reached the military limit or not. But suddenly they heard the voice of Gao from the group that Jung destroyed. They ran to the scene and saw Gao, who was barely on his feet. One of the comrades ran up to him and told him to be patient. But it is impossible for a warrior to survive with poisoned poison in a cut throat. Finally, he only said that it was all Zhou Jing's fault. The brother who held him in his arms was very surprised how Jing even survived. Suddenly the leader felt something and looked to the side. On the roof, he saw the silhouette of Jung, who was looking straight at him. Jung gestured that his whole squad, including him, would come to an end. They realized that Abin died before everyone else, because he would have already reported the attack, and then Jung killed Lao Zhang and Lao Gao. The leader understood that Jung would not calm down until he had killed everyone, and therefore it was necessary to remain alert. That same night, the squad ran away from the scene and found a better shelter. The boss was meditating and knew that Jung, in his opinion, would lose, because even Chu-hee did not dare to kill him. But Jung was still jumping on the rooftops in the night-collapsed city. But Jung knew where he was going, because he tracked the detachment's place of residence and decided that that night he would end both the detachment and his mission. He saw a huge blue dragon begin to fly away from its nest to hunt. Jung had been waiting for this moment and could finally begin his hell-level mission. The dragon will be gone for about 30 minutes, and during this time Jung will have to pick up his egg for the mission. He reached the skyscraper. With lightning speed, he tried to climb to the very top as quickly as possible. On the roof of the building, he noticed 5 dragon eggs and 10 minutes left before the dragon returned. Jung understood why no one wanted to take on this mission, because the eggs weighed more than a ton and were very large. But this is not a problem for Jung because he had a system backpack where he put everything. He took 2 eggs for himself and took 1 for the mission and decided to leave 2 so that the dragon would not destroy the entire Titan in a rage. He put 1 egg in a special box and again entered the invisible. The dragon flew into his lair and noticed the eggs were missing. He got very angry and growled with anger and was ready to smash the egg thief to pieces. The 2 remaining members of the squad heard the sounds and decided to check what was happening. They saw an angry dragon and could not understand why he was so alarmed and irritated. But suddenly they heard Jung's voice, who was sitting behind them on a huge box, which was a gift for the head for his attempt to kill him. But the leader and his comrade were not going to listen to him, but immediately grabbed their swords and ran towards Jung. Jung jumped up at the moment of impact and let them break the box with the dragon egg, which got them dirty from head to toe. At first they didn't understand anything and told Jung that such jokes would make his death even worse. But Jung just laughed and said that the show is just beginning. And at that very second an angry dragon appears above the building, who smelled the mucus from his child's egg and was ready to tear the head and his assistant apart. The leader and his creator saw a huge dragon and began to panic and blame Zhou Zheng. The dragon saw the destroyed egg and made sure that it belongs to him. The dragon realized that those 2 warriors were destroying him and became very angry. And the warrior and the leader decided to split up and try to run away, because they thought that this was the only chance for salvation. The dragon ran off in rage along the roof of the building and smashed it into pieces, and the warriors managed to jump from behind in different directions. The dragon noticed that he had not killed anyone, and all the warriors fled. He noticed one of the warriors who was running away from him in panic. He understood that he would come to an end. So he asked his leader to survive and take revenge on Jung for him. The warrior stopped and out of fear believed in himself, preparing for the battle that he had lost in advance. The dragon didn't think twice and hit the warrior with all his might, who flew 500 meters from the impact and pierced several abandoned buildings with his body. The warrior finally landed on the concrete, breaking through almost through it. He was all battered and crippled and therefore could not move. And the dragon had already flown up to him and was stretching his blue paw towards him. Out of anger, the dragon pressed the warrior against the concrete slab with all his might. But this was not enough for the dragon, and he growled even stronger and flew off to look for another warrior. At this time, the leader of the detachment was running along the road, hoping to reach the city and survive, or find help. Along the way, he came up with a plan to douse himself with water and wash off the dragon egg mucus. Jung sat on the roof of the house and watched his offenders suffer because they watched him in the same way when he was almost killed by an elite zombie. But the dragon managed to reach the head and pin it to the ground with 1 blow. The wounded leader lay exhausted and could not believe that everything would end so badly for him. But the dragon didn't care what he thought, because he just wanted revenge on him for breaking the egg. The dragon dealt with both, but still did not calm down, because he lost as many as 3 eggs but found only 1. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he noticed a Titan in the distance and was about to fly there to destroy everything there. But Jung knew that the rage of a large dragon was not so easy to calm down, and therefore he decided to set off fireworks, which would distract him and not allow him to rush around and destroy everything in his path, but would force him to defend his nest. He launched fireworks left in the dragon's lair, to which he immediately flew there. A group of soldiers who were nearby were shocked that someone dared to set off fireworks in the middle of the night. A rank 9 Chu. He warrior came out of the warrior's lair and thought that it was a warrior who took on a hell-level mission and was right. The next day, Chu He's team went to investigate the place where fireworks were fired at night. Suddenly, the leader noticed the silhouette of a man in the ruins of destroyed buildings. It turned out to be Zhou Zheng, who slept here the rest of the night and just woke up. He, without even asking who was in front of him, simply turned around and left, leaving surprised faces staring at him. One of the warriors of the squad was shocked by Zheng's indifference and courage and really wanted to meet him someday. Zheng took the egg out of the system backpack and placed it on his car, after covering his prey with a white sheet. Zheng reached the Warriors' Union and did not know what to do next because only one egg fit in his backpack. Then Zheng decided not to hesitate and immediately passed the mission. He went with the Union of Warriors and saw some happy team, which pushed him away from the entrance to the building. The leader of this squad told Zheng to get out of the way, as his squad was going to hand in an abyss-level mission. Self-confident and contented, the warriors entered the building, followed by Zheng. All warriors were rank 8 and their squad was called Fighting Spirit. They went to the cashier and presented their coupon and already saw themselves as 10-star members of the Union. But suddenly Zheng came up and put his coupon of 11-star Union members and asked to accept the mission. The morale squad leader was furious and thought that Zheng was a fake card, and the excited employee said that there was only one hell-level mission on his card. Then the entire squad fell into complete shock and looked at Zheng as if she were crazy. Director Shen found out about the successfully completed mission, and he ran excitedly to report this news to the chairman of the Warriors' Union. With a cry, he opened the doors to the office of the chairman, who was intently drawing something. The chairman lost his way and got really angry because he drew the line ugly, and Director Sheng apologized for his bad manners. The chairman calmed down and asked him again, and then Director Sheng explained everything clearly and verbatim. The chairman couldn't believe his ears that someone in the city was able to complete a hell-level mission and was in total shock. The chairman of the Union, the King of Beasts, found out about this and was also seriously surprised. But his assistant personally confirmed this information, which he heard from the director of Sheng on the phone. But the chairman couldn't just believe it and decided to go and see this man himself. The sharp sword detachment fenced off the area near the car with the egg and did not allow anyone to approach. People stood and watched all these. They were very interested in what was under the canvas and why it was protected so much. Meanwhile, in the VIP hall of the Warriors' Union, Zhou Jing listened to Director Shen's praise in his direction. Zhou Zheng drank tea and said thanks for all the wishes in his direction, but suddenly Shen again offered to join the alliance of warriors, but Zheng again refused. Zheng understood perfectly well that being in an alliance means being under control, but Zheng will be able to protect himself and his loved ones only if he himself rises to the top. Meanwhile, people from the Warriors' Union removed the canvas from the egg and were simply shocked by its greatness and size. Suddenly, another car pulled up. The chairman of the Union, the King of Beasts, came out of it, who personally wanted to make sure of the mission. He looked at the egg and was now personally convinced that he had not been deceived. And his financial assistant suggested not to hesitate and send the money to the performer. The chairman became interested in meeting the team that completed the mission. But the finance assistant said that Zheng carried out the mission alone and had already left here. The chairman could not believe the words of his assistant, and an unimaginable surprise appeared on his face, from how a man alone could lift an egg that weighs several tons and in addition lower it from 200 meters. Dissatisfied, Zheng walked to his store. He was angry that his car with the egg was taken. Zheng finally reached his shop and greeted Langxi and the owner. They noticed him and were very happy about his return because they had not seen him for a very long time. Lady Su rushed into Zheng's arms. Because she thought that something had happened to him, Lan Shi was surprised at Zheng's rank 6-star power. Zheng solemnly spoke about moving to a new house, which was located in a wealthy area. After some time, Zheng showed a new house on the map. Lan Shi was very surprised that Zheng wanted to buy this house because it cost a lot of money. But Zheng expected such questions and immediately took out an orange crystal for a successfully completed mission. But suddenly someone called the phone. It turned out to be Zhang's brother, who was angry at Zheng for completing such a difficult mission without their help. But Zheng decided to justify himself and said that he did not know that he could handle her. Zheng hung up and said that everything was no longer important, because today they would celebrate in a luxury hotel. Zheng decides to invite all his friends and invite them to the celebrations. Zheng also did not forget about the master, who was very surprised and promised to come. Meanwhile, the hotel learned about Zheng's arrival and began to prepare. But suddenly one of the residents noticed that his number had been changed and hit the table in a rage. It was Mr. Pan who demanded the manager to explain what was the matter, to which the manager said about the important guest, Zhou Zheng. He began to explain to Mr. Pan that Zheng had completed a hell-level mission, and it would be better not to disturb such a person. But Pan, having heard these same glory, changed in his face to a rather and benevolent one, because he himself wanted to get to know him. Suddenly one of the assistants said that Mr. Zheng had already arrived. Zheng entered the hotel and was shocked by what was happening here and why none of the visitors were there, to which all the employees and the manager greeted him with a smile and did not explain anything. Manager Zhao immediately took the uncomprehending Zheng's hand and was very happy that a warrior like Zheng would celebrate a banquet in this hotel. A little later, another car with Zheng's friends arrived at the hotel. Brother Zhang came out of it, who was glad to be invited to the banquet and wanted to have a good drink at it. Then another joyful friend of Zheng arrived, who praised Zheng in every possible way. Then the master arrived, who was very happy for Zheng and his mission, and congratulated him again. All friends sat down at a huge table, where they began to feast and celebrate Zheng's victory. And at this time, in the office of the mayor of the city, a Titan, they gave a dossier and all the merits of Zhou Zheng. He was very interested in Zheng and his merits, so he ordered his servant to arrange a meeting with him. The next day in the morning, people began to notice the local government helicopter, and were surprised, because it was almost never taken into the air. The helicopter landed on the territory of Zheng's new house, and a girl came out and said that the mayor was inviting Zheng to breakfast. Zheng was standing in his dressing gown and was surprised that the mayor's helicopter personally flew to him. Zheng boarded the helicopter and they flew to the cottage of the mayor of Titan City, where the butler was waiting for him at the entrance. The butler led Zheng into the room where the mayor was now waiting for him. Zheng entered a huge hall, in the center of which there was a table with various foods, and the mayor sat opposite, named Mo Wu, and had a very high rank because Zheng could not even see what. Zheng sat down at the table, and the mayor immediately praised him for his successful mission and said that he would have called him earlier, but did not want to disturb him during his celebration. The mayor asked him to relax, have breakfast, and admire the scenery through the panoramic window. Zheng did not appreciate such hospitality and kindly agreed. After a hearty breakfast, the mayor wiped his face with a napkin. He laughed at Zheng, who ate almost nothing, because he believed that a young body should eat well. The servant poured tea for the mayor, and he told Zheng that he was very glad to meet him and wanted to resolve the issue with him about money and titanium. The mayor told Zheng about the class interests of each warrior in Titan, which has enormous strength and potential. Due to the fact that Zheng had a 1-star token with a purple level, he enjoyed any privileges of a Titan. Right now, he has already become a 5-star member of a Titan. Yi was in 26th place on the list of the most powerful titanium warriors, and therefore the mayor wanted to show Zheng an interesting scheme, namely the scheme of the new city and any street except the 1st and 5th under its control. The mayor also added that Zheng will also be able to receive 10% of the profits of the new city, which will soon be built. The mayor proposed Yanhe County, 150 kilometers from the city, where warriors would rest and train. This is also a very profitable location because if everything is organized correctly, then in a few months it will be a thriving transit station. Zheng found it very tempting. He understood that this project would require a lot of effort. But Zheng decided to agree to the deal and took control of 6th Street. After saying goodbye, the butler asked the mayor why he gave Zheng so much in his possession. But the mayor explained to him that Zheng's hidden powers would cover all the costs for him, because the Titan needed such talented warriors as Zheng. Ordinary people and warriors heard the news that they would build a transit station and were very happy. 2 of the guards walked around the courtyard together. The younger of them was depressed and upset, because he knew that the vice-captain of this region would be Zhou Zheng, because of which he thought that he would lose his job, because he unknowingly wanted to attack him, even though he was an outlaw. Zheng drove up to a new area, and the guards who were waiting for him were surprised at what kind of car Zheng was driving. Zheng greeted all the guards, who were surprised that Zheng was only rank 6. Jung got out of the car and understood that everyone thinks that he is weak and unhappy that he took the post of vice captain of this area. Therefore, he offered those who disagree to fight him, and if Jung loses in a duel, he will leave without objection. Jung also added that if he was defeated, he would give the winner his place and all the privileges. But before he had time to finish, one of the guards had already volunteered. That same young guard decided to support this madman, but his commander stopped him. Recalling the incident when Jung killed Luo Guohai, an 8th-rank warrior having only 3rd rank. And now Jing already had 6 ranks of star power and had greatly improved his fighting skills and became stronger. And the madman who challenged Jung was Li Fangxing, an 8th-rank warrior. Jung was not interested in him at all, and Jung then asked if anyone else would fight him. But Li Fangxing was confident that he would defeat rank 6 and said that there was no point in calling anyone else because he would be his last opponent in this place. Jung agreed and tore off a branch from a tree that was nearby. He handed it to Li Fangxing because he was sure that he would hardly be able to show all his strength with his bare hands. Jung and Li Fangxing stood on both sides and prepared for battle, while the other guards bet on victory. Li Fangxing apologized to Jing in advance and ran to attack him. He jumped and wanted to hit Jing right on the head, but Jung used his thief skill and dodged, literally staying in the same place. The rest of the guards were very surprised by Jung with this technique. They had never seen anything like this before. Li Fangxing did not have time to jerk from his place, as Jung was already behind him with a branch at his throat, which meant his actual defeat. The young guard was shocked by his strength. With just one blow, he was able to win the battle against an 8th-rank warrior. Later, a guard detachment, together with Jung, went to training, and Jung warned that he did not know how to command and most often acts alone. Therefore, upon arrival, not Jung, but another person took control of the guards. Also with them was another detachment of Commander Zhu Zhenghua, who explained the rules to his team. And Zhang's guard detachment also explained the rules and norms of discipline. Ahead, Jung's group noticed a small concentration of poisonous zombies that could slow down their progress. But Jing didn't think so, and decided to deal with them alone. Jing jumped down and ran to the zombies, whom she began to shoot with a bow. He easily killed several zombies per shot thanks to his skills as a thief. The guards watched this, and were surprised that Jung's strength limit was updated every time. Suddenly, the communication transmitted that one elite zombie of the highest level was approaching Jung, who had already come almost close to Jing and destroyed the building in front of him. But Jung was confident that he would defeat the big guy and only asked to support him remotely. The commander of the guard ordered everyone to take up arms and help Jing. Squad 2 noticed that Squad 1 encountered an elite zombie and thought they were in big trouble. The squad leader decided to just wait for the first squad to start pleading for help. After a couple of minutes, Jung was already able to remove half the health of an elite zombie. And while he could no longer move, Jung came from behind and finished him off. The commander of the second group was informed about this, and he could not believe that they dealt with the elite zombie so quickly. And Zhou Jung, thanks to killing zombies, was able to upgrade his thief level to rank 48. By nightfall, the squad lit a fire in one of the buildings, and the commander reported to 2 squads about the results of today's battle with zombies. The commander suggested taking a good rest until tomorrow and finishing the cleanup the next day. The commander put down the radio and began to praise Jung, thanks to whom they surpassed the second squad. One of the guards decided to congratulate everyone and promised to show off personally to the second detachment. The next day, Jung was already killing zombies under the gunfire of his team. Jung understood that there were too many zombies, and it would take a very long time to simply kill them. So Jung came up with the idea of collecting them all in a heap. He came to his squad and asked for the grenades that were in the box. Meanwhile, another squad nearby dealt with a bunch of zombies. Suddenly, they heard incomprehensible loud sounds from the side of the first detachment. He realized that it was the sound of grenades, but he did not understand why he was using grenades to kill zombies. Jing ran around with a dozen grenades and blew up all the zombies behind him. He flew every meter with lightning speed, leaving a grenade there. The commander of the second detachment watched this and thought that Jung wanted to drive everyone to death with his crazy antics. But at the same time, another group of warriors of rank 7 and higher according to their aura appears, led by the chairman of the Warriors' Union. who ordered his large brigade to destroy all the main forces of zombies, the path to which was paved by the vanguard forces of Zhou Zheng. The soldiers heard the order and immediately ran to attack. After 3 days, 2 squads and forces from the chairman of the Warriors' Union managed to clear the area from zombies for a new area. Zheng said goodbye to the guards and headed to the city himself. The guards thought that Zheng had a wife and he would rather see her, because they heard how Zheng flew into a rage because of the mistress of the Sioux. But Zheng was ashamed to hear gossip about himself, and he pretended that he had not heard them. Zheng got into his car and drove into the city, but suddenly saw a transport squad car ahead. They stood armed against the huge mutant wolves and clearly could not cope with them themselves. Their signalman said that the rescuers would arrive only in half an hour. The commander of the transport detachment was very excited and said that in half an hour they would only have time to collect their corpses. One of the soldiers noticed that Zhou Zheng's car with a sign drove up to them and reported this to the commander. Zheng asked if they needed help, to which he saw rank 6 and immediately lost hope. He said to get Zheng out of here with his rank because this is just certain death for him. But Zheng did not listen and got out of the car, clearly realizing that they needed help. Zheng went to deal with the wolves, and a detachment of warriors thought that he just wanted to die. But Zheng was able to kill all the wolves except one with one blow, who, in a rage, was about to attack Zheng and avenge his relatives. But Zheng killed him in a second, cutting off half of his torso. The transport squad was shocked by Zheng's strength. They couldn't believe how a rank 6 warrior had such strength. The leader of the squad thought that even level 6 guards at this time were strong warriors, with strength much higher than their rank, but he was wrong. And Zheng stood among the corpses of mutant wolves, and then someone called him on the phone. It turned out to be Uncle Van. He reported very good news for Zheng. Development of the Blood Orchid healing potion has been completed. Zhou Zheng was already visiting Uncle Wang. They were looking at the flask with the potion. Zheng realized that this flask was not at all different from the health potion in the game. Uncle Wang said that the effect of this healing elixir compared to this medicine is just garbage. Wang said that blood orchids are very rare, so it would not be possible to create a lot of such elixir. Zheng again picked up this flask with the elixir and looked at it carefully. Then he put it to his mouth and drank almost all of the elixir. Zheng didn't think that in the real world you can also make this elixir from the game. Zheng asked Uncle Wang how many bottles he made of this elixir. Wang replied that 87 bottles were made, and he also said there were a lot of ointments left that he made from waste. Zheng said that he would take all the bottles with the elixir and leave the ointment with Uncle Wang. Zheng was sure that ointments would soon be bought at any price. Uncle Wang said that he would give all the bottles back without any problems. Then Zheng said goodbye to his uncle and went about his business. Zheng understood that after the development of the new city, many warriors would flock to his store, which meant there would be an excellent opportunity to earn extra money. At this time, Zheng had already called Brother Xiao Zhang. He had a great offer for Brother Zhang. Several hours passed, and Brother Zhang gathered all his warriors in one place for one important matter. Next to him lay some unknown box. Commander Zhang kicked this box with all his might. All the warriors were very surprised by the contents in this box. They thought that their commander Zhang had become a rich man. There were a lot of green diamonds in this box. Brother Zhang calmed the warriors and said that these were not his crystals. They belonged to Zhou Zheng. Commander Zhang called everyone here to spend all these crystals, but only on the condition that they buy only healing ointments. Meanwhile, far in the forest, Zhou Zheng was hunting a snake. Some warrior from the gang was watching him through binoculars. This warrior told his boss that there was some kid here practicing archery. The gang boss said that there is nothing strange about archery. Then the warrior said that Zheng's bow is not ordinary, but with high conductivity. The boss looked through the binoculars. He really saw that same elven bow. He ordered his warriors to go there right now. The boss and his warriors were already running towards Zhou Zheng. One of the warriors talked with the boss. They talked about the fact that the leader of their gang ordered to find his son in the red zone, while the boss believed that the leader's son had been dead for a long time. The boss replied to the warrior that whether the son of the head was alive or not, he was now interested in Zheng. Meanwhile, the main character was still fighting with a huge python, The snake was almost destroyed, and at that time, Zhou Jing was already level 49. Zheng was thinking that if he could shoot that python today, he would be able to reach level 50. Upon reaching level 50, Zheng will have a new skill. Suddenly Zheng heard some screams behind him. Zheng tensed a little. An unknown gang was walking straight to Zhou Zheng. One of the warriors of this gang said that his boss wanted to talk to Zheng about something. Zheng did not pay attention to these robbers, but continued to shoot with his bow. The warriors from the gang were shocked by such impudence. Then one of the gang warriors jumped with a sword on Zheng. He shouted that his boss ordered him to come down from the tree. Zheng simply dodged the warrior's blows and continued to shoot, ignoring the entire gang. At this moment, the huge python did not have much health left. Zheng wanted to destroy it and gain a new skill. The warrior still tried to hit Zhou Zheng with his sword, but Zheng dodged several blows well. The boss of this gang didn't understand what Zheng was doing. And finally Zheng reached level 50, and now he has a new skill. Zheng quickly opened the skill panel, selected this skill, and wanted to test it on the attacking warrior. In an instant, Zheng struck at the aggressive warrior. The warrior has very little health left. The boss and the other warriors did not understand who this archer was. Zheng came down from the tree and told the warriors not to be afraid of him because they themselves called him. The boss said that they were all members of the Tianhe gang, and he also said that Zheng could not even imagine what would happen to him if he tried to attack them. Zheng glared at the boss and said that he had not trained in public for a long time, and even more so from such a gang. The gang boss said that whoever killed Zheng would receive a low-grade purple crystal. Zheng was ready to fight the warriors. He took out his 2 daggers. When the warriors ran up to Zheng, they were a little shocked by his abilities. In an instant, Zhou Zheng disappeared, as if he had teleported at the speed of light. While Zheng was using his new skill, he was also striking at the Tianhe gang warriors. Zheng was able to wound several warriors at once using his skills. Then the gang boss himself attacked Zheng. The boss said that he would kill him. Zheng dodged the boss's blow. He was ready to attack him. Zheng lifted the boss up a little and stabbed him in the stomach. The gang boss felt a very strong pain in his stomach, after which the boss fell to his knees. Zheng told him that his gang should learn how to fight properly. The gang boss Tianhe was destroyed. After the fight with the boss, Zheng looked at his equipment. The protagonist believed that these equipment could be sold for a lot of money. Zheng heard a sound again. It was like the sound of some animal. Zheng turned around. A huge level 8 armored bull was running straight at him. Zheng quickly evaded this bull. Zheng was not ready to fight this dangerous animal. The armored bull was ready to attack again. His eyes were very bright. Zheng shouted to the bull that he was not afraid at all. Zhou Zheng was ready to fight. The fight began. Zheng took his dagger and stabbed the armored bull in the back. From such a strong blow, the bull fell directly to the ground, and Zheng was already running to finish off the dangerous animal. Zheng delivered another hard blow right on the bull's head. The huge bull tried to stand up. Zheng did not understand how, after so many blows, this bull did not run out of health. Zheng realized that he would have to drive the bull until he died. Suddenly, the armored man became even more enraged. He was furious. Zheng did not expect such aggression from a huge bull. Zheng tried to stay on the bull's back, and he also struck with a dagger whenever possible. 6 hours later, Zheng was still struggling with the bull. The bull could not throw the man off. Zhou Zheng was holding on tightly, but the health of the bull was completely at a minimum. Zheng almost destroyed this dangerous animal. Zheng delivered the final blows with his dagger to the huge bull. The armored bull felt very strong pain. Suddenly, the animal fell to the ground and Zheng flew forward. Zheng said it was time to finish this huge bull, but Zheng felt sorry for this beast. The bull looked at him with a sad look. Zheng still decided to let the bull go and not kill him. That night in the forest, Zhou Zheng decided to spend the night in a cave. Zheng lit a fire and sat warming himself next to it. Early the next morning, Zheng got up, wondering where that armored bull had gone. Right in front of him stood this beast and looked him straight in the eyes. Zheng thought that the bull would start attacking him again. Zheng managed to get his dagger, but the bull approached Zheng and began to lick his hand. Zheng clearly did not expect this. At that time, in the same forest where Zhou Zheng was, there were some warriors. They were driving in several cars. One of the warriors began to talk about a man who was able to ride a level 7 animal. His brother answered him that the King of Beasts Alliance has several such pets, and each of them is worth more than a purple crystal. The first warrior answered his brother that they too would be able to afford such pets when they could earn money. The brother said that to buy such a pet you need not only money but also status. Suddenly they noticed something in the distance. They looked back. Right on the road, a few meters away from them, there was some kind of animal that looked like a bull. All the warriors stopped their cars, after which they got out of the cars and began to look forward curiously. One of the warriors said that there was someone ahead. Zhou Zheng was approaching this group of warriors directly on his level 8 armored bull. One warrior from the squad greeted Zheng as he passed by. Another warrior asked his brother why he said hello. He angrily told him that Zheng was riding a level 8 armored bull, and that this person was the only one in Titan who was able to ride this animal. After some time, Zheng was already at the Titan gate. Upon arrival in Titan City, Zheng's blue sign came out. It said that you should not enter the city with wild animals. Then Zheng thought that if he left the beast here, the other warriors would simply kill the armored bull. Zheng opened a section of the system. Zheng hoped that after level 60, the pet system would be open, because keeping pets in this system is much more convenient. But Zhou Zheng didn't understand what to do now. He realized that to solve this problem, he needed to find people. Meanwhile, the warriors from the King of Beasts Alliance were resting in the field after a tiring hunt for animals. One of Xiang Shihan's friends, her name was Qin Yun, asked Shihan why she hadn't told about this beautiful place before. Xiang Shihan replied that she herself had just learned about it, so she wanted to show this beauty to her friend Qin Yun. Suddenly, someone called Qin Yun. She looked back a little. Her close friend and warrior Manhwa was approaching her. He waved his hand to her. The warriors of the Beast King Alliance, seeing Manhwa and his people, were in shock. And that's all, because Manhwa had his own chocobo. Chocobo is a bird that costs 1 medium blue crystal. As soon as Manhwa approached Qin Yun, he immediately greeted her. Manhwa said that Qin Yun is still the same beauty. Manhwa really liked the character of Qin Yun's friend. Xiang Shihan at this time told her friend that she would go and take a little rest from hunting. Manhwa stopped Shihan. He wanted to get to know her better. Manhwa introduced himself and said his name, and he also said that he was the general director of the Min Company. Shihan listened to Manhwa and said that she would not interfere with his communication. She was already getting ready to go. But then, Manhwa stopped the girl and asked if she was in the union of the King of Beasts. After which Manhwa decided to show off his chocobo birds, he asked Shihan if she knew their value. Xiang Shihan simply remained silent. Manhwa met so many girls, but none of those girls made him feel like Xiang Shihan. Manhwa wanted to get Xiang Shihan's heart. Shihan at that moment thought that Manhwa was just a pathetic braggart. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zhou Zheng ran out on a level 8 armored bull calling Xiang Shihan. The warriors from the Union were very frightened by this bull. But then they realized that this bull was saddled by some man. Zhou Zheng approached Xiang Shihan and said something to her. At this moment, Xiang Shihan and Manhwa were simply shocked. They could not find a single word. Zheng rushed here so quickly that not a single warrior understood what had happened. The warriors from the Alliance did not understand how the warrior Zhou Zheng was able to ride such a dangerous level 8 beast. They said that not a single person had yet been able to ride this armored bull. Zheng asked Shihan if she was free now and if she had time now. Xiang Shihan asked Manhwa for forgiveness. She said that her friend had come to see her. Zheng told Shihan to climb onto this armored bull, after which they rode off on this bull to an unknown destination. Manhwa didn't understand what just happened. Manhwa ran towards his chocobo in a rage because he wanted to go complain to his father because the girl was taken away right before his eyes. But his comrade asked to calm down because they could not do anything to this person, but Manhwa did not stop. Then the comrade called the name Zheng, and Manhwa stopped and thought he could not believe that this seemingly ordinary boy could be the Zheng that all the Titans were talking about. Manhwa realized that it was not in vain that he stopped in time, because he would have been reprimanded by his father if he had complained about Zhou Zheng. Then Manhwa decided to switch to Qin Yun, whom he offered to ride his bird. Zheng was riding a bull, and Shihana was very curious about how he was able to tame it. Zheng said he almost killed her, and then the bull started chasing him. But Zheng did not want to talk simply, but immediately got down to business and asked what to feed such a bull. But Shihan was a little upset because she didn't know what might suit this bull, because everything depends on his behavior. But she promised to help in the future if any problems arise. But before she had time to finish, Jung turned his head straight towards her with a questioning face, which greatly embarrassed Shihan, and she blushed. She abruptly jumped up from the bull and ran, saying goodbye and saying that there were important things to do. But Jung stopped her and asked her phone number, without which he is unlikely to be able to quickly find her and find out anything important about the bull. At this time, people in the city were unhappy with the prices for the elixir, which restores health. A friend of theirs came up to them and asked if they had bought any medicine, to which they angrily replied that now they only sell 1 bottle per person. And the master watched them and heard all their conversations, and was very glad that Jung had stocked up on medicine in advance. Therefore, he called Jung and made him happy, and offered to send them medicines at an inflated price, because they simply would not have any options left. But Jung asked not to rush into sending and selling medicines and to closely monitor warehouses. Jung was confident that when things went exactly according to his plan, he would become the richest man in Titan. And Brother Jang was rebuilding the streets and called Jung, saying that he was too tired of doing this. He asked Jung to send the best street designer to design the street correctly. Jang also said that he needs materials to build the street, the prices for which are very high, but after the opening of the street they should pay for themselves. Jung listened to him and hung up. He didn't know where to get even more crystals because his crystals were few. He began to look at his inventory and noticed equipment, members of the Tianhe gang. He thought that now it was possible to sell their equipment, because he was sure that the gang had already stopped looking for them. At the market, a dubious grandfather with soldiers approached him and asked him to inspect the goods. He examined the armor, and he obviously didn't like her very much. He thought that Jung had found it in the trash of the equipment store. With her words, she puzzled and angered Jung. But the grandfather said that the equipment was damaged, and it would be very difficult to sell it for good money. Then Jung asked how it could be repaired. Grandfather knew one workshop, but it wouldn't help Jung in any way, so he offered to sell all the equipment to him. Jung understood that they were trying to deceive him, but decided to continue this circus and asked the price. Then the grandfather, with a grin on his face, offered 1 white crystal for 1 equipment. Jung was very surprised by such brazen trading. But then some young warrior suddenly appeared, who said everything bad about his grandfather and said that Jung's equipment costs at least 1 blue crystal. His grandfather immediately started yelling at him and ordered him to leave, but the young warrior had no intention of going anywhere. But the grandfather did not decide to talk to him for a long time and ordered his soldiers to take him to the forest to be torn apart by wolves. Then the young warrior ran away from them in fear because he didn't want to die. But Jing caught up with him in a split second and grabbed him by the collar and asked him not to rush. The young warrior, in hysterics, asked to be released and thought that Jung was at the same time with the old man. But Jung found out his name and offered to become his personal sales agent. But the grandfather did not like Jung's behavior and threatened him. But Jing, with a stony and dissatisfied face, began to take out a sword that was nearby on the stand. And in the blink of an eye he found himself behind his grandfather and presented a sword to his neck. But the grandfather, like many others, was sure that Jung could not do anything to him in the middle of the street. Grandfather believed in himself, and with an evil smile on his face asked if Jung had the courage to continue. And the guard asked Brother Jung to lower his sword. But suddenly another guard appeared and asked Jung to leave his grandfather to him. Jung released the surprised grandfather into the hands of the guard, who started kicking him in public, and he apologized in shock and asked for mercy. Jung asked to be locked up anywhere for several days for his insolence. Zhang Yonglin looked at all this in complete shock and did not understand how this was possible. Jung, without further ado, took the stunned Zhang by the hand and invited him to talk. Zhang brought Zhang Yonglin to an open-air noodle restaurant and ordered food that Zhang Yonglin did not eat, and Zhang asked why he did not eat. Zhang Yonglin thought that there might be problems, and said in a trembling voice that the food here is the most delicious. Zhang ate and said that, being a speculator, Zhang Yonglin should know many specters and understand them well. But Zhang Yonglin was wondering why Zhang took him in as a speculator, to which Zhang responded and said about his character. Soon Zheng came to his friend and he was shocked how Zheng was able to tame a rank 8 bull. He came closer to him and thought about trying to tame the rank 11 mutant lizard, but Zheng was sure that this would only lead to death. A friend gave Zheng a book with tasks. Although the station was not yet completed, it was already open. Brother Zhu suggested that Zheng should simply distribute foreign warriors. Brother Xiao called Zheng and said that the medicine had increased 4 times. Then Zheng offered to sell 60% of the trading squad. But suddenly some man said that Zheng would not be able to sell for such a price, because the rest thought the same as him. Zheng heard about this and wondered who told him this. He kindly turned to a gentleman named Gu and asked such a strange question about conductivity. Gu, according to the system, was a master of inlaying and could improve conductivity by 12% for a purple crystal. But we must take into account that if the outcome is unsuccessful, the weapon will be damaged, and the crystal will not be returned. Zheng decided to think, and a warrior nearby heard the conversation and considered the man Gu to be a liar and a fraud. He immediately came running and started yelling at him for breaking his saber with 20% conductivity. The warrior promised to watch him all day, and in general he would have been killed long ago if it were possible to fight on this street. It was already dark and Master Gu began to get ready, and the warrior promised that he would come to supervise tomorrow. Master Gu went home and noticed Zheng behind the alley. Master Gu didn't expect to see him here and was clearly very excited. But Zheng asked him not to worry, because he just wanted to talk. Master Gu realized that Zheng believed him. And Zheng was confident in him because the system could not make a mistake. Already in the master's house, Gu examined Zheng's weapons and realized from it that Zheng was a very important person in titanium. But Zheng didn't care how many people knew him. He was interested in how Master Gu learned to increase conductivity using inlaying. The master did this completely by accident and even a little unexpectedly for him. Master Gu asked Zheng to stay overnight as guard because the inlay process is long. Zheng was surprised how Master Gu decided to tell him about his skills so easily. Late at night, Zheng was lying on the balcony and regretted that he had given away the blade and not his knife, because the result would have been better. Zheng decided to meditate and raise his star power using the blue crystal, when suddenly a tired and upset Master Gu came out of the room. Zheng was seriously scared because from the expression on the master's face he thought something had happened. Nervous Zheng ran out of the balcony and began to question the master, who was greedily drinking water. And the master asked him not to worry so much, because he just came to drink water. Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, because the master almost scared him to death. But in the end, the peerless Zheng blade broke. Zheng stood and looked at the fragments of his sword in tears, and Master Gu warned that the probability was very small. But suddenly Zheng woke up and screamed in fear, because it turned out to be just a nightmare. But suddenly Master Gu appeared in front of Zheng, who had just woken up, and knew that Zheng had a nightmare about a broken knife. Zheng, not expecting to see him, flew to the side and thought that Master Gu had decided to scare him to death. Zheng returned to normal and could not believe that this incident could so mix up all his thoughts that Zheng really even lost control of himself. Master Gu brought the box with the Zheng blade covered with a white sheet and invited the excited Zheng to look at the result for himself. Zheng removed the sheet and saw a whole blade and could not believe what really happened. And Master Gu only said that Zheng was lucky, because he was able to increase the conductivity of the blade by another 12%. And now this blade had the highest conductivity in titanium. Zheng began to twirl the blade in her hands and was very happy about the successful inlay. Zheng paid Master Gu and thanked him for the work done and said goodbye to him. Then Zheng immediately called Brother Chan, to whom he told about the inlay and about his blade, and suggested that he try to control all the equipment in titanium. Brother Chang didn't understand a little what he was talking about, but he still believed Zheng and decided to discuss everything in detail with him tomorrow. Brother Chan hung up the phone and was surprised every time by the varied and sometimes crazy news from Zheng. Meanwhile, the station began to operate successfully and a bunch of people crowded into one of the Zheng stores who wanted to buy a hemostatic elixir. The master looked at all this and could not believe that now everyone was buying packs of bottles for 4 white crystals, when before they could not even buy 1 crystal each. Meanwhile, in the estate of the head of the Tianhu gang, the boss did not understand why his son had not returned for half a month. From misunderstanding and some growing anxiety, he smashed the facade on his balcony in a rage. But suddenly, the assistant of the head came, who dragged some person in a bag and thought that he was somehow connected with the disappearance of the son of head Hu Tian. There was a speculator in the bag. Assistant Zheng gagged. "Leader Tian." He pulled the gag out of his mouth and grabbed his head. The gang's assistants threw all the equipment on the floor that they found on him when he was selling it. He found out that the armor belonged to the Tian He gang and was horrified. He began to shake and demand an answer from the speculator. Suddenly, one of the warriors said that this equipment belonged to Fang Kan and Kun Lin, who were in the detachment with the son of the head. Then the leader got even more furious and started screaming at the poor speculator who didn't know anything. Hearing no clear answer, the ringleader angrily threw him into the facade of his balcony. The leader knew that the equipment of the Tian He gang had a special marking. The chief assistant to the head said that, judging by the damage, all members of the detachment died. After all, the equipment had mortal wounds of a level 6 wolf, and since, with the strength of warriors of rank 8, they could hardly die from this mutant. The leader began to go to the assistant in a rage and could not believe that someone could kill them. He took the equipment in his hands, and out of rage his star power activated, and he once again asked his assistant to confirm his words. The assistant was very scared and nervous from the anger of the head, and said that this speculator was just selling weapons, which he gave to him. Zhou Zheng, such a name really infuriated the head, who promised to tear him and his loved ones into small pieces. Meanwhile, Zheng was strolling around his own newly built station. Suddenly, he was called out by Brother Chan, who was standing on the other side of the street. Zheng approached him, and he thanked him for such an impressive place. And Zheng only said that all this was thanks to the common efforts. And Brother Chan decided to casually ask why he didn't let him open an equipment store here. But Zheng just laughed and took out his blade, which he spoke about earlier. Zheng gave support to this blade in Chang's hands, and he stood as if stunned, because the conductivity of this blade was above 40%. Zheng told about the inlay master, and Brother Chan asked him to tell him about him, no matter what the cost. Zheng could only introduce him to him, and then it would be up to Brother Chan himself. By evening, Chan met the old man and was about to leave Titanium to study inlay. Joyful Chan took the dissatisfied and tired grandfather by the arm and headed towards the exit from the Titanium. They left. Zheng was surprised how impatient and interested Brother Chan was in this matter. Well, suddenly Zheng called from an unknown number. It was apparently the leader of Tian He, who did not reveal his name, and said that he took a member of the Zheng family for his act. He also said that he was waiting for him in the 7th district and, in addition, killed all the members of the Warhammer gang, except 3. If Zheng hesitates, they will kill all his family members, and warned of the consequences of enmity with their gang. Zheng hung up and decided to check it out by calling the head of the Warhammer, but they were almost dead already. Zheng turned pale and realized that this was not a joke and he had problems again. Zheng took his bull and went to the 7th district. Zheng was ready to tear anyone who dares to become his relatives. Meanwhile, in the Tianhe Gang Tower, a profiteer and a craftsman, friend Zheng, were sitting in a detention cell. Suddenly, the door opened into the cell. They forcefully threw Lan Shi and Mistress Su and ordered them to be good. Lan Shi was shocked by what just happened, and the master saw them and asked if they were all right. Meanwhile, the security chief, ordered the guards to monitor all extraneous sounds, and, if anything, call for help. Zheng, meanwhile, had already reached Tianhe's tower in invisibility and was watching her from a tree. He entered the tower and heard the guards talking about people who were locked on the most dangerous 11th floor for an attempt on the life of the head's son. Zheng immediately caught this information and went to the elevator. On the 11th floor, one of the guards really wanted to go to the toilet and asked his partner to be careful and attentive. Zheng, invisible, had already made his way to the 11th floor and noticed a security guard running to the toilet. While the other guard was yawning carelessly, Zheng had already put a knife to his neck. Zheng came out invisible, and the guard with a dumbfounded and frightened face was holding his neck. Zheng examined the body and did not find the card key. Then Zheng didn't find a better option than to simply try to pry open the door with a knife and suddenly heard footsteps. It was the guard who returned from the toilet, and was simply stunned by the sight of the corpse of his comrade. And Zheng's imprisoned friends heard sounds and noise coming from the door. It was Zheng who opened the door with that guard's key. happy to see his friends safe and sound. Everyone else was very happy to see Jung because they were sure that he would come to save them. Lan Shi was about to say something with joy, but Jung asked everyone to shut up and first leave the complex. Jung ran out with Mistress Su on his shoulders, and the rest of Jung's friends also ran after him. Jung asked if Mrs. Su was scared, but she said that she was sure that Jung would come for them and save them. And the main guard noticed the chatter of other onlookers and noticed that the blood had not cooled yet, and therefore Jung could not run far. Jung ran to the gate exiting the city, where he was stopped by guards and told that he was not allowed to leave the city before dawn. But Jung asked to urgently open. The guards recognized Deputy Jung and immediately opened the gate for him. The master decided to speak out about the Tianhe gang because they acted inhumanely towards them and his squad. But Jung, with an evil smile on his face, promised the master that he would avenge all the killed warriors of the brothers who died just like that. But first, our group had to go to the first station and put everything in order. After 5 minutes, Tianhe warriors ran up to the gate and demanded to open the gate, but the guards refused. In the morning, Jung began to think about how to act against the Tianhe gang. Jung knew that the Tianhe gang had at least several tens of thousands of fighters. It would not be possible to defeat them at once. Therefore, he decided to smash and destroy individual units outside the city, one of whom ran into Jung and at first thought that some kind of prey was running towards them. But when one of the spectators noticed Zhou Jung, he was very frightened, because he knew that they would now come to an end. Jung, with an evil face of revenge, ran towards Tianhe's detachment and was ready to kill them all. Thanks to his bull, he swept away all their cars and turned them over, and then dealt with them. A few days later, the assistant reported to the head that Zhou Jung had brought many problems and destroyed a lot of hunting parties. The leader was very angry. Everything did not go according to his plan. He ordered the detachments to be accompanied by high-ranking soldiers. Jung and the master were waiting for the gang units, which had not been there recently, so they decided to return to the base. Jung mounted his ox and guessed that Tianhe's gang would soon send more high-ranking warriors. Suddenly, Jung received a phone call from the leader, who immediately announced that he would kill Jung. But Jung just laughed and offered to talk to the head in reality face to face. He offered him a deal of 10 purple crystals for ransoming his son, to which the leader was very surprised. He got up from his chair and yelled that he was deceiving and was just trying to lure him out. But Jung confirmed his words and threatened to kill his son if he didn't come. Jung hung up, and the master wondered why Jung lied to him. Jung said that his only way to lure the head and destroy the top of the Tianhe gang, but there is a person who doesn't really like Jung's activities, so he decided to make a deal with him. The mayor understood that the young and hot-tempered Zhou Jung was causing a lot of trouble, but this was the norm for a promising warrior. The mayor understood that after the loss of his son, the Tianhe gang began to allow themselves too much and bring little benefit to the Titan. Therefore, he decided to remove him from the post of head of the gang, and the leader, Tian. He had already arrived at Jung's station and abandoned his car. He didn't notice Jung nearby and started calling him all over the street. Jung watched it from afar through binoculars and was surprised at how quickly it came. He decided to give him an explosive tip and took out a hand grenade launcher from his inventory. He shot at Tianhe, who managed to run across to another street in a split second. Jung was surprised at how quickly he moved. No wonder he was a rank 9 warrior. Jung jumped off the building and attracted the attention of the head, who ran after him. They reached the edge of the forest, and the leader, furious, asked where his son was. Why the evil and cunning Jung, who planned a plan in which he drove the head into a trap in advance. Jung took out a crystal fruit from the system backpack right in front of him. This fruit emitted enormous star power, which attracted high-ranking mutants, but Tianhe did not understand what he was talking about. He asked the cheerful Jung, who was looking at him angrily, to stop fooling around and give him his rank. But Jung only said that the leader was a good person, but his son himself dragged the whole gang and him to the bottom. Tianhe had already started to get angry and was yelling at Jung. But Jung said about his gang, which had already almost collapsed, and about the mayor, who abandoned him, which began to enrage the head a lot. But Jung was not delirious, because due to Mayor Jung's instructions, he had to lure Tianhe into a personal conversation and not involve the gang members. Tianhe began to guess that Jung had deceived him and that his son was actually killed. And the avenging Jung, with a smirk, took out his son's armor and said that this was the only thing left of him. He could not believe his eyes. He fully hoped that his worthless son was alive. He furiously took out a knife and rushed at Jung. But before he could get closer to him, a huge white tiger, which lived in the forest beyond this area, jumped out at him. The leader began to defend himself from the ferocious tiger and clearly did not expect such a setup. And Jung used the invisibility skill and ran away from here. The leader did not understand how this was possible, and already understood that he had lost. A level 11 royal lizard began to come out of the forest to help the tiger, and this definitely meant the end for the head of the Tianhe gang. Jung went to the Warrior Union complex and heard a conversation of people who heard about the change of power in the Tianhe gang. He entered the complex, where he was greeted by a complex worker. Dissatisfied, Jung asked to open a room with rank 8 mutants for him. Jung was confident that this time he could reach rank 7-star power and entered the training hall. Half an hour later, he finally came out of there, and the worker who led him there was very surprised. Jung returned home and was greeted by the joyful Lan Shi and Mistress Su, who saw his rank 7-star power. A joyful Jung stood in front of them and had a green aura of a rank 7-star power warrior near him. And Jung was able to reach level 60 of a thief and told Lan Shi to push his training. And Lan Shi was a little embarrassed and said that he was trying hard and training, but he was not doing well. But Jung encouraged him and said that he needed to leave for a long time in the burial ground and left the house at the disposal of Lan Shi. Mistress Su was afraid for Mr. Jung and asked him to be careful, but Jung only patted her on the head, because she definitely shouldn't worry about Jung anymore, because he can stand up for himself. Already on the way, Brother Zhu began to ask Jung inappropriate questions about Mrs. Su. But Shihan heard all these conversations and became angry, and told Jung that he had better stay in Titan with his mistress. Brother Zhu remembered that the road from Titanium to the burial ground is very dangerous and will be difficult to overcome. But thanks to Jung, their chances of victory increase. Even before the start of the journey, Jung was in the office of the head of the King of Beasts, who invited him to go on this journey. But Jung was wondering why he hired him. Is it really for the sake of getting big profits from this road? But the leader of the King of Beasts interrupted him and simply offered him 10% of the profit for the journey, to which Jung immediately agreed. While Jung was sleeping, Shihan tried to wake him up, and when he woke up, she was too close, which made Jung embarrassed and blushed. Jung did not expect that he would react this way and began to talk some nonsense. But Shihan wondered where his armored bull was, and Jung excused himself, saying that he was in a safe place, because Jung could not just tell everyone about his system backpack, in which, upon reaching thief rank 60, a pet storage room opened, from where getting pets in front of people was quite a troublesome task. Shihan said that he shouldn't have left the bull in a safe place, because taking it on such an important task is very dangerous. The convoy began to enter the red zone, where the detachment would have to walk. There were many dangers ahead of them, so no one should lose their vigilance and fall behind. They climbed onto one of the roofs and activated their star abilities. Brother Zhu's face changed because he saw something incomprehensible and dangerous. It turned out to be 2 black rats who were trying to kill an elite zombie. Zhu understood that black rats usually lived in packs in such places, and this zombie only attracted their attention, because he couldn't calm down and tried to hit the rats with his fist, eventually breaking a concrete tile with one of his blows, under which there were dozens or even more black rats. Several hundred black rats crawled out of their holes, and a huge zombie was also right next to them. The leader of the alliance, the King of Beasts, told all the warriors to follow him. The leader said that they need to go even higher. Zhou Zheng and her friend Xiang Shihan ran to the nearest building, while the leader of the Union tried to fight off a pack of black rats. While Xiang Shihan was climbing the hills, one of the black rats had already attacked. But Zheng was able to save his friend. He helped her dodge. Xiang Shihan thanked Zhou Zheng. The protagonist told her to be more careful next time. A little time passed, and all the warriors of the Union, along with Zhou Zheng, were already on the roof of one of the buildings. The leader of the Union ordered all the soldiers to immediately jump to the opposite side of the building. The soldiers listened to the commander and began to jump to the other side of the building. All the warriors jumped over, leaving only Zhou Zheng and his girlfriend Xiang Shihan on the other side. Xiang Shihan was very afraid to jump, since the distance between the two houses was quite large. Zheng said that he would be happy to help the girl get to the other side. Behind them, behind the door, they could hear a pack of rats climbing onto the roof, straight towards them. Zheng said it was time to act. Zheng asked Xiang Shihan to trust him. He wanted to give her a lift so that she could jump to the opposite house. The girl began to run away. She was very nervous. Zhou Zheng pushed the girl away as hard as possible, and now Xiang Shihan was already on the other side of the house. Zheng again helped her friend. The leader called Zheng to everyone. Zheng replied to the head of the union to let them go, and he would contact them later. The ringleader did not understand what Zhou Zheng was doing. The girl shouted Zheng to go to them. Zheng said they couldn't escape the black rats, so someone had to stop them. The ringleader was completely shocked by Zheng's words. He looked down and realized that Zhou Zheng was completely right. Meanwhile, the rabid rats had already broken through the door and were ready to destroy Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng laughed at the rats and began to run away from them, a whole flock of black rats chasing him. Zheng began to jump off the roof. Some rats began to jump after him. With the help of his hook, Zheng was able to stay on some kind of iron beam. The leader watched Zheng and called him crazy. Suddenly, the iron structure on which the main character was hanging fell, and with it Zhou Zheng. The girl Xiang Shihan began to worry about Zheng and asked the head if everything was okay with Zhou Zheng. The leader replied that with the help of his skills, Zheng must defeat these evil rats. The leader looked at Xiang Shihan a little strangely and asked her if she was really worried about some guy named Zhou Zheng. Xiang replied that she was just worried about her friend. Xiang felt a little awkward. The leader replied that it was normal to worry about other people, after which he said that they had little time and they needed to hurry. At this time, Zhou Zheng was able to break away from the pack of black rats. He blew up the rats with his grenades. Zheng said to himself that it was not difficult to lure these rats here. Although the black rats were very aggressive, Zheng did not have time to play with them now. Zheng decided to call on his friend for help, using his superpower. A level 8 armored bull appeared from a small portal, ready to help Zheng deal with the black rats. Zheng called his boar and sat astride it to avoid being attacked by a pack of rats. Suddenly, in front of the boar, a queen rat came out, which was much larger than her relatives. She didn't intend to wait long and rushed at the Zheng bull. But the bull was not simple, and with his powerful blow he pinned the mouse to the wall. A lifeless rat with a torso punctured by a horn lay on a concrete tile. The rest of the rats saw that their leader was killed, and the same began to scatter to the sides. The Vedas did not know how to proceed. Meanwhile, the team was waiting for Zheng on the roof of the building, and Shihan was watching from it and was very worried about Zheng. Brother Zhu told her not to worry, because he knew what he was getting into. This means that he was sure that his strength would be enough to win, but suddenly Shihan stopped listening to him and began to smile with joy. Then she saw a satisfied Zheng walking towards them, not the least bit wounded. The leader of the King of Beasts, who was with them, offered to go down and meet him. They went down, and the leader praised Zhou Zheng, but said that it would only get more difficult, because they were approaching the middle of the red zone. Suddenly, one of the soldiers ran and shouted that at a gas station he and his partner had found a tank that was running. The leader looked at the map and noted a more or less suitable road for transportation. The entire team sat on the roof of the tank, and the other 2 soldiers sat behind the wheels and on the passenger seat of a homemade truck. Suddenly, a mutant bird of prey wanted to attack them, but she received bullets in the wing and flew away abruptly. Brother Zhu did not expect that Zheng could shoot so well with a rifle, because he thought that he only knew how to shoot with a bow. By nightfall, the tank had already arrived at the building where the team decided to spend the night. They lit a fire, and the leader, looking at the map, suggested that they would get to the burial ground tomorrow. He said that he and Zhu would remain on guard at night, and the rest could rest for now. At night, Zheng looked at a yellow flower that exploded in the sky like fireworks. Shihan sat with him and watched this and was very happy because it was very beautiful and unusual. Zheng said that this is a plant that explodes at low temperatures and its luminous parts scatter all over the sky. Shihan was surprised how he knows so much, but Zheng simply made it all up, and she blindly believed. Shihan got ready to go to bed and thanked Zheng for the company. The next day, in the vicinity of the burial ground, some group of warriors killed weaker warriors. The most important of them ordered to check all the corpses and find out who was alive. But suddenly a tank with Zheng on top and the team passed by. The assistant squad leader asked if it was worth catching up with them because they saw what they were doing here. But the captain, with a grin, ordered to keep an eye on them in the burial ground so that they wouldn't say anything. The leader of the detachment said that on the course, 4 station in front of the burial ground, is the village of Yuzhny. Suddenly, Jung noticed that near the truck some warriors of rank 6 were fighting with a white wolf mutant of rank 7. One of them attacked the wolf from above and easily killed him. Jang looked in surprise because he didn't understand how this was possible. How rank 6 warriors were able to kill a rank 7 wolf without even using star power. Jang noticed how they rejoiced at the prey, and not a drop of sweat was visible on their face. They generally fought not at full power. Jung and the squad finally reached the first station, where they were met by a huge gate. They went to the gate, and Brother Ju was surprised by the size, because the place of deployment was much larger than the titanium itself. Previously, Jung thought that this was the same place as titanium, but now the surprised Jung realized that it was not even close to him. Joyful Shihan wanted to quickly get to the titanium, and the leader replied that they would get there today. The leader really wanted to show the squad something they had never seen before. These were electric capsules somewhat reminiscent of an airship, but the controls were more like an airplane. Shihan and Jang were very surprised by the new flying machines. The leader, with a smile, teased his surprised and joyful detachment, which had never seen such a thing before in life. They got in line and after 10 minutes boarded the airship. Jung told the joyful Ju that there are such airships all over the burial ground. Brother Ju was sure that if one station is so huge, then he cannot even imagine what size the burial ground itself will be. The airship began to take off, and Shihan still could not calm down from the new sensations, and Jung even became a little ashamed of her. The airship soared into the air, and from the happiness of feeling the flight, she began to shake Jung, who made him laugh a lot. Suddenly they all decided to look out the window, because the view from it was simply beautiful. But Jung understood that although all this was beautiful, what if the airship collided with some kind of flying mutant? What could happen in principle? But before he had time to think about the consequences, the airship began to shake violently, and someone from the detachment did not understand anything. The pilot reported that a flock of level 5 mutant flamingos was flying down for 3 hours. The soldiers who were on the ship and worked there climbed up the airship. Jung was already starting to worry about the flight, and didn't think that things could be so bad. And the flock had almost flown up to the airship and was about to attack it. But one of the warriors calmly loaded his crossbow with some strange iron bullet. He took aim at the birds and shot a net at them, which they could not break, after which he informed the pilot that the danger had been eliminated. Jung noticed that the rest of the flamingos started to retreat and flew away. Jung couldn't believe it. He began to understand that there was some connection between those people in the vicinity of the Titan and these warriors. The man who just eliminated a level 5 flamingo was walking aboard an airship without using star power. Yi Jung noticed a certain detail on the crossbow and began to suspect that it was all about metal. Jung stood up from his seat and walked towards this warrior. He offered him a cigarette with a friendly smile and said that he did a good job. The satisfied warrior guard happily took the cigarette and thanked Jung. He lit a cigarette, and Jung decided to ask a question about the bullet from which the warrior fired. The warrior laughed at Jung and realized that he was going to the burial ground for the first time and did not know much yet, to which Jung replied that he was made of titanium. But the warrior had never heard of the Titan city. He thought it was some kind of small town. The warrior showed his crossbow and said that it was not even close to the bullet. The whole secret was in the warhead, made of composite metal. Jung was surprised by the name of this metal, because he had never heard of such a thing before. To which the warrior replied that since last year they had managed to crystallize the composite metal, and therefore right now there are powerful and weak subspecies. This metal was divided into subspecies, called armor penetration. The greater the penetration of the material, the more expensive it is. The metal of this crossbow had an armor penetration of 8, and its cost is equal to the income of the entire airship. Jung was very surprised, but the warrior reassured him and said that the airline is still not at a loss, because this happens 1 time out of 10 flights. Jung sat down in his seat and told everything to Ju, who was also surprised and wanted to get this metal for hunting. But Jung said that not everyone is destined to use this metal because a rank 1 warrior can only use armor-piercing weapons with an index of 2. But there is also the benefit of future battles, which will be even more interesting. Suddenly Shihan decided to ask the head why this place is called a burial ground. But the leader asked to wait a little because at the first stop near the Titan, everything will be clear. Half an hour later they left the airship and were very surprised by the views here. In front of them stood a grave field, on which were the remains of the bones of a large number of various mutants. Jung even felt uneasy when he realized how many attacks the burial ground had survived to collect so many bones. Soon they all boarded the new board of the airship, and after a while, Jung heard the voice of the flight attendant about the arrival in the burial ground in the city. The burial ground was a huge city, the outskirts of which resembled titanium and were low-quality areas compared to the center. Jung was very glad that he came to such a city, because in it he could improve his skills. The detachment reached the Triumph Hotel in the 11th district of the city burial ground, where they were met by the workers of this hotel. Jung and Shihan were not very happy with this hotel and reception, but Ju's brother liked it very much. The leader of the detachment took out 4 tickets for single rooms in the hotel and invited everyone to choose. Dissatisfied, Jung, without hesitation, grabbed one of the tickets and went to his room to rest. But suddenly he was surrounded by female workers and began offering their massage services, which greatly angered Jung. Jung began to refuse, and the leader and brother Ju looked at this and laughed at Jung. Shihan looked at this with displeasure and blamed it all on the head who specifically chose this hotel. Already at night, Jung took a shower and thought about how his horizons are limited. He decided to throw away all his cards and start over with a clean slate to stay in this city. Jung believed that in addition to composite metal, many other interesting things could be found in this city. Jung happily thought through all his thoughts and decided to study the burial ground from tomorrow. The leader and his assistant went to the 4th squad, which is monitoring the hatched eggs of Zhou Jing. When they left, Jung asked Brother Ju to keep an eye on the Titan because Jung wanted to stay in the burial ground. Brother Ju was surprised at first, but agreed and promised that no one would harm his family and friends with him. Jung wondered how many people there were and what kind of business environment it was compared to Titan. He went to one of the stalls along the way and bought a map of the city for 1 white crystal. He immediately threw out the crystal because the price was too high, and the cashier just said it like that. The cashier realized that Jung had arrived recently and offered him an electronic card that shows mutant animals in 3D format. And he said for it the price of 1 blue crystal. Jung picked up the card and looked at it, leafed through it a little, and was surprised at how good it was. He took it without hesitation, and the cashier was glad of such a sale and happily accepted the crystal. Jung stood with a map in his hands and tried to catch a ride in the city. A poor cabman with a carriage stopped near him and asked where Jung should go. And Jung kindly asked to take him to the 9th district on Equipment Street. Jung looked at the blades on which the price was already written. He was wondering what kind of armor this blade had, to which the consultant immediately opened the glass box with the blade and pulled it out. And she opened a special panel built into the blade, where the armor was written with a firepower of 5 and a conductivity of 27%. Jung was very surprised that such a blade had such a huge price of as much as 1.5 purple crystals. Jung returned the blade to the consultant and said that he would look again. Maybe he'll look in anyway. Jung walked for 6 hours and realized that all the weapons in the burial ground start with 1 purple crystal. In titanium he was a rich man, and in the burial ground he barely reached the average. But suddenly, Jung noticed the evening auction that was being held right now. He only managed to come to the final lot in this show. The presenter said that they had just received a piece of composite metal from a mysterious person. All the people literally went into shock and wanted to get him. They were sure that his armor had at least 5 punch. The presenter began to remove the sheet from the metal, 10 centimeters in diameter and 2 centimeters thick. And the people in the hall reacted badly to this because the piece was too small for them. And almost all the warriors used swords and spears. Jung sat without showing his emotions and understood that such a piece should definitely be enough to make 1 dagger. The presenter solemnly said that his armor had a piercing power of 11, which was 2 less than the indicator of the strongest metal. Jung was very surprised and wanted to get it. The starting price for it was 1 purple crystal of the highest quality. Jung didn't know if he had enough money to take such metal, but his weapon was almost worn out. He urgently needed a new one. After 10 minutes, the price of the metal was 6.5 purple crystals. Yi Jung decided to interrupt at the last second and bet 6.6 purple crystals. Jung understood that this was his last money. But I have already decided to act to the end. In the end, Jung won and took his prize. Some mysterious man sat next to him and said that he was engaged in forging, and he wanted to get metal with such strength. And Jung decided to ask him if this piece was enough to forge one dagger. What the mysterious stranger, whose name was Luo Tianshan, would have been enough for. Luo Tianshanyu brought Jung to his workshop and said that the creation of the blade was about to begin. He melted Jing metal and poured it into a special bowl. Half an hour later, Master Luo Tianshan was very tired, but he was pleased with the successfully completed work. He was able to make a composite metal blade with at least 20% conductivity. Jung left it a couple of times in the air and took it in his hand. This blade lay even better than the old one in his hand. He decided to test it in action and attached a special indicator to it. The indicator showed armor 11, and Jung was very happy because he was not deceived by more than one. Satisfied, Zhou Zheng left the workshop for Luo Tianshan, who accompanied him along with his assistant. Joyful Luo Tianshan told his assistant that in the next few days they need to move the store and start their journey. After all, today was a happy day not only for Zheng, but also for Luo Tianshan, who could now cling to the title of Star Maker. Zheng came on the night flight on the airship to fly home. Joyful and happy as a little boy, he brandished his new blade in the cabin, frightening the other passengers. The next day, Zheng went to the western part of the city and noticed that there were various shops with equipment marked on the map. In one of the shops, he found a hang glider that Wei Heng used and wanted the same ones for himself. He reached the store where a friendly man at the checkout who owned this store was waiting for him. He went out to Zheng and offered wings for every taste, from hovering to portable. Zheng chose one for himself and tried it on himself. The seller said that these are the best wings and the price for them is only one low-grade green crystal. Zheng completed the purchase and took the wings in a special case, and the seller said goodbye to him. Zheng walked around the corner and put the case with wings in his backpack and took out the touch navigator. He tried to find a place where he could test his new blade. Outside the western part, the warriors recruited other people with at least level 5 to march into the Rhino Plain. Zheng approached him and asked him to enroll him in the Rhino Plain. The warrior turned his attention to him. I saw he had rank 7 and asked if he had an armored weapon, to which Zheng replied no. Then the warrior was disappointed in Zheng and said that he could do nothing here without armor-piercing weapons. But Zheng presented his old blade with a conductivity of 47% and thought that it was no worse than a blade with armored firepower. But the warrior had already begun to leave and said that Zheng could not even break the defense of an armored rhinoceros with such a blade. But Zheng still did not lag behind him and followed him, saying that he had never even tried to fight them with an ordinary blade. His tenacity was noticed by the commander of this detachment and accepted him into the team. A couple of minutes later, everyone arrived, and the squad leader greeted all the mercenaries in the Wolf Fang ranks. He got into the car and gave the order upon arrival to attract the attention of rhinoceroses, and their killing would be left to other warriors. A convoy of 3 vehicles moved towards the plain, and the commander promised everyone a nice reward for a successful mission. Zheng and other guys without combat weapon armor sat in the back of one of the cars and talked about this squad. Suddenly, the car was chased by a pack of huge level 6 wolves. The commander, without hesitation, began to shoot at them from a machine gun with live bullets. He hit the target exactly, and the wounded wolves immediately began to retreat. Zheng was shocked that he wasted so much composite metal on some level 6 wolves. Suddenly, the leader of the pack, a level 7 wolf, began to run quickly from the pack towards the cars. The leader was about to jump on the car in which Zheng was sitting, and in leader Zheng it was the only opportunity to show his strength and ability. He took out a blade. But the squad leader in another car hit the target with one shot to the head. Zheng was shocked, and the other warrior thought that this leader was not even worth one armor-piercing bullet with an index of 8. Another warrior was very greedy and happy that he was in such a team where live bullets do not spare the armor. After 20 minutes, the team reached the Rhino Plain, where they calmly walked around the meadow. The team got out of the cars and the leader ordered the three without armor of combat weapons to disperse to three sides and lure rhinos, but no more than 2 individuals. While others were surprised by such a difficult and dangerous task, Jung accepted his mission with a smile on his face. Jung and his 2 partners fled in different directions, and the leader with other warriors began to wait. Jung spotted one level 9 armored rhinoceros and shot him with 2 arrows from a bow. The rhinoceros got really mad and ran towards Jung, and while Jung was rushing towards him, he managed to take it out of the system backpack, his new knife with armored punch, which I really wanted to test. Also, the conductivity of this knife was slightly higher than the previous blade and amounted to 53%. The rhinoceros had already managed to reach Jung and hit the tree trunk with all his might, from which Jung jumped, and he used a sudden blow several times, thereby wounding the rhinoceros at least 3 times. The rhinoceros was numb from pain. Jung was able to destroy almost all of his health, and his life bar was almost 0. Jung was happy with the result, because his knife cut the shell of an armored rhinoceros like tofu. Suddenly another rhinoceros came running in response to the cries of his comrade, and they both almost hit Jung, who managed to dodge. Jung finished his testing and put his blade back into the system backpack, and he set to work, which the commander assigned him. The commander noticed Jung running away from 2 rhinoceroses, and was surprised how quickly he lured them out. The assistant commander, who gathered people in the square, even praised Jung and said that he was not bad. The commander took up his sword and asked Jung to rest until they finished the job. They noticed how one of the rhinoceroses was injured, but did not pay much attention to this, but concentrated their forces on the second rhinoceros. One of the warriors of a weak class also decided to try to wound him with his armor with a level 9 live bullet. Jung suggested that if he manages to pierce a rhinoceros, then weapons of the highest class. But the bullet hit the shell and left no mark on the rhinoceros. The warrior was very upset because he did not calculate the kinetic force of the gunpowder of his weapon, which could not reach the speed of a bullet of armor with a strike force of 9. But Jung decided to ask him if all the weapons of the captain and the others have an armor penetration of 9, to which he nodded positively. But he also said that it was their first time in Rhino Plain, and that they had just stepped up to level 9 armor-piercing weapons. And even with him, it was very difficult to cope with the rhinoceroses. Towards evening, when it began to get dark, the detachment finally dealt with the rhinoceroses. The commander was happy with such a harvest, and asked for the number of the trade union card in order to give him a reward later. Jung did not immediately realize that this was a special card of the Burial Ground Alliance warriors. When it finally dawned on him, he said that he didn't have it, because he hadn't registered it yet. After some time, Jung was already in the western town in the branch of the Warriors Union. The burial ground had a level rating system. Members of the union would automatically be promoted to the next level after receiving 10 stars. Jung came to the branch of the union to get his membership card. The woman at the checkout said that Jung will open the card soon. Thanks to the Wolfang mission, Jung was able to rise to 7 stars. Jung realized that it looked like he would be staying in the burying ground for a long time. After some time, Jung was driving with his squad in a car. He asked him to stop. The warriors from this squad said goodbye to him and wished him good luck. As soon as Jung got out of the car, he decided to immediately summon a level 8 armored bull to his side. Using his skill, Jung was able to summon a bull, and now the main character was already sitting on a huge animal. The bull ran very fast, but Jung held on to it tightly. Jung flew past the 2 warriors. The 2 warriors from the Wolfang squad were shocked. They did not expect to see Jung riding a level 8 bull. The bull and Jung quickly rushed straight towards the level 9 rhinoceros. Jung jumped off the boar and jumped on one of the rhinoceroses. He injured several level 9 rhinos with his skills. This was a fairly easy fight for Jung. At this time, an unknown person was watching Jung through binoculars. This man's name was Shen Jun, and his assistant was Li Chengming. Shen told his assistant to watch the guy with binoculars. Assistant Li was very surprised by Jung's skills. He was surprised that a rank 7 warrior could already practice evasion at a micro-distance. Assistant Li said that Jung's strength was at least rank 10. Shen said that this guy has extraordinary strength. The assistant told Chairman Sheng that in the future, this guy could become one of the strongest warriors. Shen said that they must find out who this rank 7 warrior is. The assistant suggested that the chairman check this genius. While Shen and the assistant were communicating, Jing was already able to reach level 62, having killed several level 9 rhinoceroses. Zheng wondered if rhinoceros meat was edible. He remembered that the Wolfang squad did not take the meat after destroying the rhinoceros. Zhou Jing really wanted to try rhinoceros meat. He did not want to deny himself. The main character's backpack could hold anything. There was plenty of room for rhino meat, too. After the fight with the rhinoceroses, Zheng had to rush to the city. He was about to leave when he suddenly felt someone approaching him. Zheng took out a blue dagger and was ready to defend himself. Chairman Shen approached him. Warrior Jing wanted to hit the chairman, but he said he would not harm the main character. Jing asked who this old man was. Chairman Shen and his assistant Li introduced themselves to Zheng and greeted him. Zhou Jing also introduced himself and greeted the strangers. After meeting a rank 7 warrior, the chairman wanted to find out something. He fully analyzed Zheng. The chairman was surprised that the main character only had 7 stars. Shen realized that Zheng had only registered yesterday, so there was nothing surprising. After talking with Zheng, the chairman asked the assistant for his communicator. The assistant handed the communicator to Shen, after which he handed over his communicator to Zheng. The chairman told the main character that he had already replaced all his data with Zheng's data. Zheng became curious about what kind of device it was. He had never seen anything like it before. Assistant Li told Zheng that this device is called a satellite communicator. The range of this device covers half the country. Almost no one in the burial ground had this device. Zheng thought that they were 2 merchants, so he asked how much this communicator was worth. Chairman Shen said that this was a gift from Zheng, so he would give it away for free. Assistant Li was a little shocked. After a short conversation with Zheng, the chairman and assistant were about to leave for their own business. Chairman Shen said that this device already has his number recorded. Zheng examined the device. He wanted to understand whether it was original or fake. Zheng was a little scared by such a gift. For some reason, he did not trust Chairman Shen and his assistant. After using the communicator for a while, Zheng realized that this was a really cool thing, and he wanted to fully explore this device. Suddenly, someone called Zheng on the communicator. Zheng allowed Chairman Shen. He wanted to tell Zheng that warriors of his level should not focus on killing monsters. It is better to make these monsters their partners. The chairman also asked if Jing was tired of destroying rank 9 mutants, because Zheng's strength was much greater. He told Zheng that a warrior should train and develop himself throughout his life. After the telephone conversation, Assistant Li told the chairman that the communicator was too good a gift for a rank 7 warrior. The chairman answered the assistant that that's why he and the president should look into the distance. The chairman said that if you just send an invitation to Zheng to join their alliance, he will most likely refuse, so the best offer is to simply lure Zheng with gifts. Chairman Shen was confident that Zhou Zheng would definitely accept their invitation in the future. The chairman and his assistant continued to drive in the car, the chairman telling the assistant that this was a win-win strategy. After the call, Zheng had already reached the Snake Valley. He decided to drink some healing potion. After a few sips, Zheng realized that Old Man Shen was right. Zheng had already noticed a couple of huge snakes and was flying towards them. Zheng used his flying device to reach the mutant snakes. Zheng knew that fighting these snakes would not be easy. Half a month has passed since Zheng came to the Snake Valley. Zhou Zheng finished off the last snakes. He used the stealth skill. Finally, he dealt with all the snakes. He was very happy. While Zheng was fighting the snakes, some unknown detachment was passing near the battle site. One warrior from this detachment heard the sounds of a fight. He thought that some warrior was fighting ahead. The leader of this detachment told his warrior that most likely someone was fighting a snake. The leader of the detachment approached the cliff and told the warrior that no one could withstand this thick, poisonous fog near the cliff. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed the edge of the cliff. It was Zhou Zheng. He was climbing out of a cliff with poisonous fog. When Zheng climbed out of the cliff, the leader of the detachment and one of the warriors were in complete shock at how this warrior survived. The warrior asked the head that not one warrior could withstand this thick poison. The leader simply remained silent. When Zheng stood up and greeted the unknown squad, after a short introduction, Zheng said that he had to hurry somewhere and had no time to chat. Suddenly, the leader of the squad stopped Zheng. He wanted to say something to the main character. Jung said that he had nothing to give to the warriors. At that moment, the leader did not understand how a rank 7 warrior could be so strong. A few seconds of silence passed, and the leader of the squad said that he wanted to invite Jung to complete one mission. The assistant did not understand what his leader was doing. The assistant added that they didn't even know this warrior, and even more so, Jung was only rank 7. The leader of the squad said that all the warriors should shut up. He also added that he made this decision himself and wants to see Jung in his squad. Jung replied that he did not like to join unfamiliar squads, so he usually turned down all invitations. But sometimes he is happy to agree and help unknown warriors, so Jung accepted the invitation. A few minutes passed. Jung talked a little with the soldiers, after which the leader of the squad asked Jung to take out his communicator so that he could transfer the mission to Jung. Jung took out his communicator from his pocket. All the warriors were in shock and did not understand where a rank 7 warrior got a satellite communicator. There were no more than 60 of these devices in the city. Jung asked if the warriors had any questions. All the warriors in the squad were silent. They were very surprised. The leader of the squad, that he really did not make a mistake in taking this guy into the team, Jung was not so simple. The leader transmitted Jung's mission to his satellite communicator. The mission was called Pathfinders. The leader said that the mission is located in the C-118 area, and there are level 12 mutants in this area, but the rewards of the mission are worth the risk. The mission was quite difficult for this detachment. The leader thought that there was no way to complete it. His warriors reassured him and said that if they could still complete this mission, they would receive a good reward. Jung, on the contrary, liked this mission. It was not easy even for Jung. The whole team was already heading to the mission site. The leader was not sure of its completion. The leader of the detachment took out binoculars and decided to inspect the territory. In binoculars, he saw white tigers. These tigers were very aggressive and dangerous for an ordinary warrior. The tiger's eyes sparkled purple. The leader was a little scared. He had never encountered such predators before. The assistant to the head said that there is no way to get around, so to get to Area C-118 you will have to go through these mutants. From the crowd of warriors, Jung shouted. He said that there would be no need to bypass the white tigers. Jung was very confident in his skills and in his weapons. Jung told the warriors that he would distract the white tigers, and at that time the detachment should quietly pass undetected. The leader of the squad told Jung not to show off and listen to his orders, to which Jung replied that the commander should not worry about him. Jung was already far from the head of the detachment. He was heading straight towards the white tigers. Finally, Jung told the commander that he was not a fool to commit suicide. The assistant asked the head if Jung was a normal person to do such hopeless things. The commander reminded the warrior how they met Jung. The leader said that more than one warrior had never escaped from the Valley of Snakes, but Jung could, which means he has some special survival skills. Approaching the white tigers, Jung decided to use his skill stealth. Jung decided to sneak past one large tiger without the animal noticing him. As soon as Jung got as close as possible, he realized that there were not so few white tigers here. Then Jung had a good idea. He decided to lure the tigers out of his house using fireworks. Jung somehow released several fireworks. These fireworks were noticed by the leader and several warriors from his squad. The leader of the squad did not understand what Jung was doing. The assistant commander was also shocked. With the help of fireworks, Jung was able to lure the tigers out, after which several white tigers noticed Jung and decided to chase him. The leader noticed that Jung managed to distract these monsters, which means it was already possible to move to Area C-118. The commander realized that he had to move out before the tigers returned. Arriving at the place, all the warriors were very tired, so they decided to stop. One of the warriors asked the head if everything was okay with Jung. While the squad was resting, an angry roar suddenly sounded. The leader told the warriors that such a roar was only made by animals above rank 12. The entire squad thought that Jung had been eaten by one of the white tigers. The squad leader finally stopped believing in a miracle. He was ready to give up. Suddenly Jung himself came out behind the head. It was very unexpected. The warriors and the squad leader couldn't believe their eyes. Standing right in front of them was a living Jo Jung, without a single scratch. Jo Jung looked at the warriors with a confident look. He asked the squad if they were happy to see him. The assistant squad leader turned to Jung. He called him an absolute master. The assistant was very happy that Jung returned. The leader thanked Jung for the work done. He said that his squad reached here only thanks to Jo Jung. After these words, the leader of the detachment handed the detector to the main character. Jung examined it. The leader said that this detector shows what percentage of the current mission has been completed. The detector showed 1%. In order to complete the mission, the detector must be 60%. Jung thoroughly studied this detector and said that he was ready for the next test. 2 days have passed since then, and now the detector showed 60%. The mission was completely completed. Jung informed the squad that this mission was completely completed. The warriors from this detachment were very happy. Now they were thinking about what they would buy with the money they earned from the mission. After completing the mission, the squad came to the building where they are rewarded for completed missions. The squad leader asked Jung what his plans were and what he would do now. Jung said he plans to rest. After this, the squad leader said that Jung could contact them at any time for help. Jo Jung said that he was glad to help the squad and would contact them another time. All the warriors, together with the head of the detachment, said goodbye to Jung and wished him good luck. The assistant asked why the commander did not invite Jung to their team. The leader replied that their squad was too weak for such a warrior as Jung. The commander also said that his squad was still ahead, so you don't have to worry about it. The person who entrusted the mission to the detachment, his name was Director Hai, did not expect that the team would return alive and even completely complete this difficult mission. Director Hai turned to Commander Lei Hu. He wanted to say something about the mission. The director opened a box with medals and jewelry. Commander Lei took this box. He was a little tense. Commander Lei then left the chairman's room. Director Hai knew that Commander Lei's squad was not capable of completing this mission, so he asked his servant if he knew who helped this squad. The servant began to pull out a photograph from his suit. He said that when the squad was on a mission, another warrior joined them. Director Hai took the photo and looked closely at the face of this warrior. This photo was of Jo Jung. After taking the photo, the director was glad that they had found the person who helped Commander Lei's squad. Meanwhile, Jung was driving his car about his business. Jo Jung realized that the only advantage of the apocalypse was cheap transportation. While Jung was driving past the forest, he was noticed by one of the strangers. It was one of Director Hai's subordinates. This stranger said on the phone that Jo Jung was passing by, and he also said that Jung was heading towards Boneyard City. Another subordinate heard information about Jung, and he also said that Director Hai underestimated the main character. This warrior understood that Jung was only rank 7. Anyone could solve this problem. The warrior ordered all his subordinates to move straight towards Jo Jung's car. They wanted to ambush him. A couple of minutes later, Jung drove up to the cars of these warriors. Jung noticed 4 cars around him and people in them. The main character suspected something. Jo Jung was ready to defend himself. He felt that he was about to be attacked. Suddenly, all the guns mounted on these warriors' vehicles began to shoot at the protagonist's vehicle. The car caught fire and started smoking a little. The commander laughed and said that this car was quite beautiful. While Jung's car was being blown up, one of his subordinates was recording everything on camera. After the car was blown up, the commander wanted to announce a general gathering. But before he could, a rocket flew behind him and blew up the cars of Director Hai's squad. The commander was in complete shock. He did not understand what happened here. Several more missiles flew towards Hai's subordinate warriors. It turns out that Jo Jung managed to jump out of his car and was now firing at these warriors with a bazooka. The warriors did not understand who dared to attack them. They ran away from the hot flames. Then Jo Jung climbed down from the tree and waved to the commander. Jo Jung said that he could not die without finding out who wanted to kill him. The commander answered, "Which will clear everything up for Jung before he dies." He said they were warriors from the Haitian company. Jo Jung realized that Commander Lei and his squad were somehow related to these warriors. After his words, the commander ordered the soldiers to kill Jo Jung, but Jo Jung used evasion, and with the help of it, he was able to dodge all the attacks of the aggressive warriors. The commander of the Haitian squad was shocked by Jung's capabilities. He understood that only a very strong warrior could use evasion at a micro distance, but definitely not a rank 7 warrior. Jung chuckled at the commander and said that he was sorry. Jung took out his special dagger. The main character was ready to attack the warriors. The commander said to be more careful with Jung because the main character was very strong and could kill anyone. In an instant, Zhou Jing was able to destroy several warriors at once. He was very good at his skills. Jung grinned at the destroyed warriors, since they were 9 ranks, and he dealt with them so easily. Jing felt very confident. He felt every move of the enemy. The commander continued to wonder how this was possible. A rank 7 warrior destroyed several rank 9 warriors. Jung told the commander that even the good training of these warriors did not help defeat him. He simply laughed at the commander. After which, Jung invited the commander to show his real strength and fight him like a real warrior. The commander was very angry. He wanted to destroy Jung and avenge his warriors. He began to attack Jung. But Zhou Jung easily dodged the commander's blows, and with the help of his new skill, Jung was able to finish off the commander. This skill was 2 daggers that deal double damage. After the battle with the Haitian detachment, the main character called Commander Lei. Jung told the commander that he was not very sincere to him. The commander didn't understand what was going on. He didn't understand what Zhou Jung was talking about. But then Commander Lei realized that Director Hai had ordered to find and kill Zhou Jing. He asked Jung if it was true that Director Hai's warriors had found him, and he also added that he would immediately send his people to help Jung. But Jung no longer needed help. Commander Lei said that the people from the gang who attacked him are ruthless freaks, especially you need to be careful with Haoshan. Jung said that he had heard this name somewhere before. The commander said that when Jung is free, he can come to Haiyang Tower. Warrior Zhou Jung agreed with this proposal, after which he ended the call. After talking with Jung, his assistant came into the commander's room and said that there was a problem. Commander Lei didn't understand what his warrior was talking about. It turns out that Mr. Haoshan and his gang were all completely killed. The commander fell silent for a few seconds. He realized who killed this gang. He realized that Zhou Jing did it. It was he who got rid of the gang. The commander realized that Jing was truly ruthless. After his fight, Jung decided to have a good rest in the field, along with his bull. Jung remembered his friends. He thought about Lan Shi and Mistress Su, and he also remembered Xiang Shihan. She was his best friend. Jung thought about why he decided to remember her. In fact, the main character really liked Xiang Shihan. While Zhou Jung was remembering her, he heard someone calling him. He looked around and realized that this was the alliance of the King of Beasts. His friend Xiang Shihan was also there, and she called Jung to her. Jung only had time to think about her when she immediately appeared here. Xiang Shihan greeted the main character. She was very happy to see him. She ran up to him with a joyful face. Xiang Shihan had not seen Zhou Jing for more than a month. Jung told her to mount his armored bull. After she climbed onto the huge bull, Jung asked his friend how she ended up there. She replied that she was currently undergoing an internship at the Tamir's Union. The art of taming animals here is more developed than in the city of Titan, which is why she ended up here. Also, along with Xiang Shihan, the deputy head of Telchin came to this field. He was interested in this boy who was sitting on a huge armored bull. One of the warriors showed information about Zhou Jung. From here, the Telchin leader learned that this warrior was only rank 7 and blue 8-star level. After reading the information, the leader said that Jung was a non-entity. And what right did he have to take away his girl? Telchin was jealous of Xiang Shihan of Jung. While Jung was communicating with Xiang Shihan, the leader told his warrior that if Jung continued to communicate with his girlfriend, he would be destroyed. Jung noticed the leader. He asked Xiang Shihan if she knew him. Xiang Shihan replied that this is the deputy chairman of the Tamir's Union. He is very emotional. Jung thought that this guy, the deputy, was just an ordinary jealous person who thought that he could kill him with just one glance. The warriors from the King of Beasts alliance were already calling the girl back to them. They said that it was time to go. Xiang Shihan was a little upset. Finally, Zhou Jing asked the girl for her phone number. She happily agreed to give him her number. After that, Zhou Jung thanked Xiang Shihan and said goodbye to her. Xiang Shihan also wished him good luck. The girl came closer to the warriors. They immediately started talking about Zhou Jung, asking whether he was her boyfriend or not. Meanwhile, the leader watched Zheng as he moved further and further away on his armored bull. An hour later, Zheng was already in Boneyard City. He came to Boss Lei to talk to him. Zheng first greeted Commander Lei. He was happy to see him again. The assistant commander was very surprised by the armored bull. He didn't think that Zheng would come on this huge level 8 bull. Zheng accepted the commander's invitation. Zheng also reminded the commander of the promised gift. Before that, the commander promised to give something to Zhou Zheng. Commander Lei handed the main character some kind of leaflet. It turned out to be the ownership of the Haiyan Tower. Warrior Zheng was very surprised at such a gift. After handing the sheet, the commander boldly said that now Zhou Zheng became the owner of this tower. Zheng did not believe that this was possible. He was a little worried. He felt awkward. After a minute of conversation, Commander Lei decided to show what was inside this tower. As soon as Commander Lei entered, he was immediately greeted by his servants. One of the subordinates asked the commander something about Zheng, but the commander replied that this was their new boss and the owner of this tower. All the servants congratulated Zhou Zheng on starting his possession of this tower with a smile on their faces. Zheng noticed that all the servants were very obedient and disciplined, which meant that this tower was constantly changing owners. Zheng said that no matter how many owners had changed before him, he said that from now on he would manage everything here himself, and the servants' salaries would be doubled. All the servants were happy about this news. They really liked the new owner of this tower. The subordinates thanked Zhou Zheng for such generosity. Zhou Zheng appointed Manager Shu in charge. The main character said to call him if anything happened. Then he dictated his number. Hearing the number, Manager Shu realized that the number was 10 digits, which meant a symbol of power and status in Boneyard City. Shu watched Zheng and wondered who their new boss was. He was very curious. Several days have passed since Zhou Zheng has already fully explored Haiyang Tower. At the moment, Zheng was on the roof of the tower. He was resting there on a sun lounger. Next to there was a large swimming pool. Zheng completely relaxed and felt complete pleasure from his rest. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhou Zheng took off his glasses and answered the call. From the voice, he knew that it was the girl Xiang Shihan. Xiang Shihan said that she just returned from animal taming training. She asked that the King of Beasts take her away from the Alliance as soon as there was time. Zheng said that he would be happy to pick her up. As soon as Xiang Shihan stopped talking on the phone, the manager immediately approached her and asked her what she was doing. Xiang Shihan replied that she was talking on the phone with her friend. The manager said she made more progress than usual today. Xiang Shihan thanked the leader. The uncle responded by saying that he wanted to celebrate her good result. The manager invited her to dinner. But Xiang Shihan refused dinner. She said that she was meeting her friend today. After these words, the leader became angry. He was very angry. Suddenly, the warriors from the King of Beasts Alliance began to shout loudly. It turns out that some guy was hovering right in the sky with bouquets of flowers. He was flying closer and closer. It was actually Zhou Zheng. He seemed to be flying towards Xiang Shihan, holding a huge bouquet of roses in his hands. As soon as the main character descended to the ground, he immediately handed the flowers to Xiang Shihan. She was very surprised. Zheng said that these flowers are very suitable for Xiang Shihan, after which he handed them to the girl. Xiang Shihan thanked Zheng for such beautiful flowers. She said it was very cute. Zhou Zheng waved to Deputy Chief Qin. Zheng and Qin made eye contact. They stared at each other without looking away, after which the manager showed his middle finger to Zheng and said that if Zheng does not have enough money to pay the bill, then let Xiang Shihan call him. That same evening, Xiang Shihan and Zhou Zheng were already in Haiyang Tower. They were both very decently dressed. Everyone greeted Zheng, and the girl Xiang Shihan asked Zheng if it was true that he had reserved a place here. Zheng said that it was not entirely true. Zheng clarified that the entire Haiyang Tower now belongs only to him. Zheng and Xiang have already taken one of the tables. Zheng said that there must be a lot of good wines here, but unfortunately, the main character did not understand them. Zhou Zheng was a little nervous. Xiang Shihan said that he also drinks very rarely. She thought Zheng was very cute. After the conversation, Zheng offered to drink to the meeting because such an occasion occurs very rarely. After 15 minutes, Zheng began to feel uneasy and a little ill. It seems that Zheng got drunk. Zheng turned to Xiang Shihan. The girl looked at him silently and smiled a little. Jo Jung stood up. He wanted to confess that he loved Xiang Shihan. He told Xiang Shihan that he really needed her. But Jung didn't have time to finish. He fell to the floor and felt very bad. Xiang Shihan was a little worried about Jung. Jung asked Xiang Shihan to stay here and be his mistress. Jo Jung was very drunk at that moment. Xiang Shihan laughed at Jung and said that she would happily stay with him. She said that if she didn't like him, she wouldn't come to the tower to drink wine with him. The next day came. Xiang Shihan stayed with Jo Jung in the tower. Since early morning, Xiang Shihan left the tower for a walk outside. Passers-by greeted her. One of the passing acquaintances asked Xiang Shihan why she was so happy. Did some good event happen to her? Xiang Shihan nodded her head. She smiled a little. At this time, Jo Jung was still sleeping in his bed. He realized that he really drank a lot yesterday. He recalled what Xiang Shihan said last night. Suddenly, he noticed a letter on the bedside table. He took it. Jung realized that it was a letter from Xiang Shihan. And then Jung remembered that last night he offered Xiang Shihan to become his mistress and stay in his tower. Remembering this, he immediately felt ashamed. While Jung was lying in bed, his phone rang. Director Shun Junxing spoke to him. He told Jung to approach the legendary military training department. An hour later, Jung was already in Director Shun's room. The director reminded Jung that he was now the owner of Haiyang Tower. Jung smiled and said that the director was knowledgeable. Jung asked the director if he was interested in Haiyang Tower. Director Shen replied that Haiyang Tower is a shortcut for them. He said that if they want to survive in the burial ground, then they should rise to the privileged class. Director Shen told Jo Jung that his status would make it difficult to preserve the property. But then Jung told Director Shen that he had guessed something. The director sighed heavily. He said that for burial ground warriors, Class A licenses are indeed very useful. Jung asked what a grade Shun was talking about. Class A was a pretty low class. The director asked Jo Jung not to be offended. He said that this was the maximum he could give him. The director said that in the entire burial ground there were only 3 class rank warriors. Shun was one of these 3. Now all information about Jo Jung will not be available in the warrior terminal. This information is moved to a server that can only be read by S-class warriors. When Jung looked closely at the Class A license, he noticed the serial number of the Class A license. Director Shen said that this is now Jung's number, and he also said that all A-class warriors will also be notified of Jung's entry. The director shook Jo Jung's hand and congratulated him. Shen said that Jung is the youngest warrior to achieve any grade. Jung also thanked the director. He was glad to become an A-class warrior at such a young age. The director said it was too early to thank him and reminded Jung of his mission. Director Shun said that their squad accidentally lost one member. At this moment, Jung felt like he had sold out. The director suggested that Jung replace one of the team members. Jung said that he agreed because his duty told him to do so. Jung left, and his brother, who stood above him, contacted Chairman Shun and clarified whether his decision would be a good idea. When Jung was leaving the director's building, Shun shouted to the main character that he should be more assertive. Jung, meanwhile, was already on his way to the base of the 7th Detachment. Their base was located in the Rodina Hotel. As Jung walked to the base of the 7th Division, he thought that he had only recently confessed his love to the girl, and now he would not be able to return home for some time. At that moment, all the warriors of the 7th Detachment gathered in the office and discussed something. There were only 20 minutes left before departure for the mission, and the soldiers were a little worried. One of the warriors of the 7th Detachment was very interested in who Jo Jung was. The captain of the 7th Squad said that he was a warrior of rank 7. He was sent from headquarters to replace the warrior Lao Guo. One of the warriors of the detachment thought that Jung was taken to the team only by pull. The fat man said that if Jo Jung's strength did not meet their requirements, he would immediately kick him out of the team. The squad leader wanted to know more information about Jo Jung, but only a rank warrior can access Jung's information. Suddenly the door opened and Jo Jung came into the room and greeted everyone, after which he said his name. Jung wanted to report something to the soldiers of the 7th Squad. The warriors carefully examined Jo Jung. One of the warriors asked if Jung would really go on a mission without good armor. Jung said that he had not yet found suitable armor. He remembered that the armor he had before was destroyed when he leveled up. The warriors wanted to give Jung their armor from the supply. Jung thanked the warriors from the 7th Division for their generosity. One of the warriors said that they did not need his gratitude. He asked Jung not to drag them down when the time came. When the warriors of the 7th Division came out of the building, people immediately noticed them, as these warriors were very popular. The warriors walked down the street with Jung, and people did not look at them as heroes. People said that this was the elite 7th squad, and all the warriors from this squad had at least rank 12. But suddenly they noticed Jung. He was only rank 7. People were very surprised by this. They thought that Jung was the assistant of these warriors. They did not believe that a rank 7 warrior could be in such an elite team. The captain told Jung not to pay attention to these people. Jung replied that he did not take people's statements to heart. He did not care what people said about him. The team of the 7th squad wanted to get to their destination by boat. The captain of the squad said that the statements of ordinary people affect their mood, so you need to listen to them less. The captain also said that during this difficult mission, Jung would be able to adapt to their squad. Some warriors started making jokes about Jung, saying that the captain was worrying too much about Jung. The captain told Jung that this was just a class wasteland exploration mission. Jung remembered that he had already completed a mission to explore the wasteland. He was a little tense. The team's airship was flying on a mission, and the commander told Jung the various rules of the squad and its powers. Also, the patrol squad must disperse mutant animals and prevent their accumulations. The commander took the communicator out of the box and threw it to Jung, because in an hour they were supposed to enter the settlement zone. Jung picked up the communicator and was very surprised. He had never seen such communicators on the market and considered it a special piece of equipment. Jung decided to ask the commander a question because he didn't quite understand one thing. But the commander was told that someone was ahead, and he, without being distracted by Jung, took the binoculars, and I saw 3 warriors in it, with a mutant running near them. It was a level 10 fighting white tiger. The commander looked through binoculars and could not understand how a mutant of this level was so close to the burial ground. 2 warriors still kept their composure, and one had already lost his composure and hope, and thought that they would all die now. Suddenly, one of them noticed a patrol airship to the commander, who hovered over them. They started screaming and calling for help from the patrol team, and the commander saw it very well. They were all armed and were ready to go down and give this mutant what he deserved. A warrior with a hand grenade launcher approached the exit hatch from the airship, and from a fairly great height he jumped down to help. Jung was surprised that he was not even scared and without thinking ran to help. The warrior landed on the ground with a crash and asked the others to come down to him. The warriors who were on the ground began to justify how they got here, and were very glad that they would be saved. A warrior from our squad turned towards the tiger and said that these guys were very lucky to meet them. The tiger did not wait for his attack and immediately rushed into battle, but the warrior loaded his weapon and managed to shoot him a couple of times. But this did not kill the tiger, but only stopped it for a while. A rank 12 warrior stood in bewilderment as to how his armor-piercing bullets did not kill a rank 10 tiger. The entire squad had already gone down, and the commander called out to Jung. He suggested that Jung deal with the tiger. Although in his opinion Jung could not win, he would at least improve his strength. One of the warriors noticed his rank and did not understand how he was on patrol. Maybe a warrior of rank 7. The warrior, who looked like an Eskimo, asked if this task would be dangerous for Jung, to which the commander replied that even if Jung could not cope with him, then there would be an argument for the department to immediately expel Jung. Jung understood that breaking the defense of a level 10 mutant and killing him would require some effort, and perhaps Jung's blade would break. But Jung had to show his strength and prove that he was worthy of an A-class warrior. Jung dodged the tiger's attack and passed under its paws. He stood up and used an instant blow and a blow from the back and was able to kill the tiger in 2 hits. He stood on the body of the dead beast and proudly said that the task was completed. The commander and the Eskimo were literally shocked by what they saw. They began to think that Jung himself was some kind of mutant. The entire team went back into the airship and flew away, and the warriors below were amazed at the strength of Jung. Already in the airship, Jung, the captain, clicked. He and his partner looked in his direction and smiled. The captain apologized for his prejudices and guesses about Jung in the past. The fat warrior praised Jung and told the commander that it was not for nothing that the military training center of the ambassador named Zhou Jung. The patrol fat man also noticed that if Jung reaches rank 10, then his strength will be very great. Therefore, the commander decided to take Jung under his wing, monitor and help him in his achievements, and grow thanks to their help. Everyone in the squad happily agreed to this, and Jung was even a little surprised and thanked the guys. One of the warriors noticed that the airship was approaching the required Hone, a 201. The commander heard this and saw it too and asked the guys to prepare to go into the unknown. Now the squad was in zone A200 Gungguan. The next zone will be unknown at 201. The squad sniper laughed at the name of this zone and remembered the story of the commander of the third squad named Jin, who named this zone after his city. Jung thought with a smirk that maybe Jin just likes to be nostalgic. Suddenly the commander looked at his tablet and something seemed to him very static. He took a closer look and was very frightened from misunderstanding. Jang, with obvious anxiety, asked what happened to him, to which the commander replied that forest monkeys should live in this place. But for some reason the detachment did not meet more than one monkey on its way. But the sniper only decided to cheer up the team and believed that this was only for the better, and they shouldn't bother about it. When suddenly an incomprehensible thing begins to fly at this sniper with great speed. The fat patrolman manages to stand in front of him and put up his shield. It turned out to be a sudden attack of monkeys who were hiding in the trees. They jumped out of the trees and surrounded the squad. But the commander only looked at them with contempt, because they were a worthless bunch of monkeys. The whole team began to fight them using their own methods. They successfully dealt with most of it, and the rest of the monkeys fled in horror. The commander praised everyone for the job done, but scolded Cheng Hao with the grenade launcher, who had wasted too many rounds. Jung even thought that this squad could understand each other without words. After several hours of walking, the sniper of the detachment noticed traces of zombies and reported this to the commander. It was a high-level blue-colored giant zombie. The patrol team hid from him under the building and listened to his steps. Jung asked the commander what they should do in this situation, because this zombie was more dangerous than level 13 mutant animals, and the captain decided to bypass him. After a while, the team found some kind of shelter for the first time and entered this 6-meter zombie into the protocol for Zone A201. The commander also considered him very dangerous and asked him to set the zone level to a red signal. A satisfied fat patrolman returned from a sortie with an incomprehensible sphere in his hands. It turned out to be a fresh purple fruit that can boost a warrior's strength well. The patrolman immediately offered to eat this Zheng fruit to increase his level. Yi Jing, not expecting such generosity, gladly accepted the gift. Zheng knew that this fruit was worth a few purple crystals, and he just gave it away and acted like a real brother. Another patrol warrior also returned from the sortie. He informed the commander about a cave in which there may be mutant snakes. The commander did not expect that his team would encounter such difficulties in developing this wasteland. They reached the cave and Zheng asked to be the first to enter the cave. Zheng walked a little forward and stood in front of the entrance to the unknown. The commander warned him that mutant snakes were the most dangerous thing he could encounter here, but Zheng asked him not to worry about him. After all, Zheng once already lived in the Valley of Snakes for a whole month and managed to survive there. So Zheng has enough experience. The rest of the patrol soldiers looked at him in shock, as if he were crazy, because they themselves could never have been there for so long. The commander asked not to show his superiority in case of danger and let him go. Zheng entered the cave and turned on the invisibility ability. He hid on a stone because he heard a strong roar. It turned out to be a dragon snake, which somehow sensed him in a state of stealth. She flew with all her might into the stone Zheng was sitting behind and destroyed it. Zheng decided to try to hurt her and used an instant attack. One of the warriors noted on the communicator that he had brought the detection level to 60%, and therefore, after Zheng's return, he could go home. Suddenly, Zheng runs out of the cave in fear and asks everyone to quickly get out of here. All in obvious excitement and lack of understanding about what is happening, they begin to run away with Zheng. Cheng Hao did not understand what a big and dangerous mutant Zheng could provoke because the sound was very loud. The fat patrolman ran in a hurry because he was a little behind the team and tried to shout to Zheng, which has long since fled farther than others deep into the forest, which greatly impressed his comrades. After running a little, they hid in the rear and everyone calmed down. The commander asked Zheng who he could provoke. to which Jung spoke about a dragon snake with an unknown, and, in his opinion, quite high level. He also spoke about its appearance. It was not for nothing that Chung Hao said that the Ministry of Military Training evaluates these Darkon snakes at least 15 levels of strength, but the sniper warrior said that the main thing is that everyone remained alive. The commander stated that after the completion of the mission, the right to name this place will remain with Jung, because he did the main work. Jung began to think and came up with nothing better than to call it the Cave of Dragon Snakes, so that it would be a warning to other warriors. Meanwhile, in the burial ground, an airship with an extraordinary emblem stood on the roof of the building. People loaded boxes of goods into it and did it as quickly as possible for unknown reasons. One of the guards apparently was a traitor and gave some person the exact date of takeoff of the airship with cargo and named its number. On the other side of the tube, an unknown person received the information and passed it on to capture group number 3. The next morning, the airship with the cargo was already in the air, and the pilots in it were happy about the good weather and didn't even think about what awaited them. And 2 warriors, apparently a capture group, one of whom had wings and called himself Liu Jilong, noticed the target and began to take off in her direction to intercept. The team of pilots on the airship initially did not notice the man below and were discussing their evening in the restaurant after completing the mission. The captain himself decided to pay for everyone, and the rest of the crew was happy about his generosity. But suddenly, one of them noticed a creature approaching straight towards the airship. It was Liu Jinglong, who had already reached the wing of the airship. The pilot team noticed Liu Jinglong flying near the window and calmed down because they realized that this was not some kind of mutant. The rest of the team greeted Liu Jinglong and thought how he could fly alone in the sky and did not even expect what awaited them next. Liu Jinglong, without hesitation, fired about a dozen knives at the airship, which hit all parts of the airship. The captain and staff did not expect such a setup and was very scared, but it was already too late. Zhang, meanwhile, dealt with another mutant alone, showing his strength. His team and commander were shocked that he was able to deal with a level 9 piercing armored lizard with one blow. Suddenly, the commander received a call on his communicator. Zhang noticed that the commander had received a call, and he was clearly not very happy with the news transmitted to him over the communicator. The commander hung up and informed the team about the attack on the 6th airship with valuable cargo. Chen Gang did not understand how the guards on board could not cope with the mutants. But another warrior said that it was not a mutant, but the attacks of some silty warrior. Liu Jinglong has already managed to shoot down the plane and set it on fire, and then send it to the ground. He called his head and handed over the plane and further actions to it, and he himself went to stop the Zheng patrol. Zheng rode his motorcycle, and his team rode in front of him. But suddenly the Liu Jinglong hang glider hovered above him, gaining the required height so that Zheng would not hear him. But Zheng was not so easy and felt it. But it was too late, because Liu Jinglong managed to attack Zheng and his team again with many knives. Zheng managed to jump off the motorcycle and warn the team. Zheng realized that with such intensity and range, he would not have time to dodge this attack. After the attack exploded, Zheng managed to change into new equipment during the attack and noticed a pile of knives on himself. Zheng looked at himself and realized that he was not wounded, because the penetrating ability of the knives was terrible. He stood up and looked at his squad and asked if everyone was safe. The commander, together with the fat patrolman, embroidered from the dust and said that everything was fine with them. And Liu Jinglong looked at their confusion from above and laughed at them. Zheng looked at him with contempt and a murderous look, because he already wanted to attack him. But he managed to notice the airship, which was already empty and completely broken, and the crew was probably killed. The commander called his superiors and conveyed information about the robbery that occurred about half an hour ago. Zheng was shocked that they were late and began to worry very much. But the fat patrolman said not to worry and not to take it to heart, because this often happens in burial grounds. The commander confirmed his thought and decided that the team should already be returning, because it had completed its task. Zheng sat in his tower in the evening and looked out the window. Zheng understood that he had been on the verge of death many times and always got off lightly, and he wondered whether he could be resurrected after death. The next day Zheng went to the 9th district to look for new armor. He heard a woman calling people to the Guohai auction, the final lot of which would be a product from the meteorite company. Zheng decided to look at the lots in the auction because he thought that he would find something worthwhile. Zheng took his seat and was indignant that some person bought a saber for as many as 9 purple crystals of the highest quality. The next lot was a mutant vine, the meaning of which was currently unknown. The auctioneer said that the vine was obtained from the lair of the level 12 fire beasts, and its starting price was 1 medium purple crystal. Zheng didn't understand what this item was at first, but I remembered that I had already seen her somewhere and she was very similar to something. And then he remembered about the dragon's egg, which was entwined with these vines. Zheng remembered that the alliance of the King of Beasts came here precisely for these vines in order to bring out Darkon. Zheng remembered that he had 1 egg left, and if he could hatch it, he would get his own flying beast. Zheng immediately placed 2 medium purple crystals, and people looked at him like he was an idiot. The auctioneer accepted the bid and started the countdown. Satisfied, Zheng sat and waited for the end of the auction for this lot, and people looked at him like he was crazy. Even the auctioneer himself thought that Zheng was crazy for buying such strange things for such a price. But the countdown ended and no one interrupted Zheng. Zheng went to the cashier for the prize and gave the money without any problems and was given his generative vine. But suddenly he heard the voice of the chief sorting items for auction, who managed the sorting of items for the next auction. The manager told his assistant to guard the cargo and keep an eye on the workers for now, and he went to the toilet. He did his business and left the toilet, followed by Zheng with a blade with an evil grin. Zheng came from behind and presented a knife to the manager's throat and scared him to death. He put him in a disadvantageous position and took out his communicator and asked who brought the spawning vine. The manager remembered that it was brought by a short warrior with rank 12 star power. The manager took Zheng outside and showed him the same warrior who was sitting at the table. Zheng thanked him and gave 1 purple crystal for his concern. The manager was very happy and wanted to say something to Zheng, but Zheng had already left. Zheng approached the warrior without greeting and showed a striking vine on his communicator and asked where he got it. Shorty wondered how Zheng had a satellite communicator. He did not understand how a rank 7 warrior could get it and asked him about it, to which Zheng seriously replied that he had stolen it. Zheng asked his question again, but the short man got angry and said that Zheng was tired of living since he was stealing such things. Shorty still asked why Zheng needed this vine, but Zheng did not want to answer and simply turned around and was about to leave when the short man stopped him. He asked what would be the benefit for him if he told Zheng about the location of the vine, to which Zheng said with ridicule that the short man would have a friend in the form of him, and if he didn't tell him, then he would be an enemy. Meanwhile, Shihan was riding a huge mutant elephant with her teacher in this city. Suddenly, Zheng called her and told her about the foray for the generating vines, and she said that she would wait for him. The teacher, who was in love with her, suggested going to a restaurant for dinner together, but she hung up and told her mentor that she already had a boyfriend in the form of Zheng. The mentor was indignant because she never talked about the guy. He could not believe that it was Zheng, in his opinion, a weak brat, to which Shihan confirmed his fears and said that they started dating recently. Shihan thanked her mentor for teaching her and treating her well, but he couldn't count on more. The mentor howled and was upset that some brat could take his woman away from him. Zheng sat in the Ministry of Warriors and remembered Shihan, with whom he had just spoken. Zheng looked at the monitor screen and found a mission in which he had to bring something in the amount of 20 grand. Zheng heard a conversation between 2 warriors who were talking about the 6th airship and its robberies, that there was a very valuable cargo there, namely materials from a level 15 mutant beast, collected by 11 soldiers of the Ministry of Military Training. Zheng became curious about this airship, or rather the materials that lay in it. Zheng decided to call the mayor of the city and find out better about the 6th airship. Shun heard that he said that he would deal with this incident, but Zheng didn't care. He was only interested in the materials that were there. Zheng reached the special class airship, where he was stopped by security and told that only B-class warriors were allowed here. Zheng did not answer anything, put the communicator to the panel and moved on. The guard was shocked how a rank 7 warrior was able to pass. The guard also noticed that he had a satellite communicator and was even more surprised. Zheng flew to area number C-152. Zheng looked at all the dangers of this area and was surprised how Hu Yang dared to come here. Zheng took out his armored bull from the system backpack, and he steamed off to meet short Hu Yan and drove near a broken gorge. Suddenly, a level 11 poisonous scorpion jumped out at him. Jung jumped off the bull and asked the bull to wait because he definitely wouldn't be able to handle him. But Jung, in principle, can try. Jung took out a knife and slid under the scorpion, who jumped on him and hit him right under the shoulder blades. Jung killed the scorpion after some time and found one purple crystal in it. O also collected poison from him in a flask and decided to try it on other mutants. But suddenly I heard the sounds of approaching scorpions, of which there were quite a lot. Jung considered this place to be a good place for future training. But now he didn't have time for them and, using the invisibility skill, he went to Huyan. The scorpions saw that Jung had evaporated and were very surprised by what they saw. Huyan was hiding behind a large cobblestone and waiting for Jung, who was late for the meeting as usual. But Huyang noticed that his jerky was missing, and at the same moment Jung appeared, standing with a bag of his meat in his hand. Jung sat with Huyan in the Crimson Cloud mutant animal hideout. Huyan wanted to offer one deal, and Jung gave the words to him. If Jung tells you how to use this vine, then Huyan will help him distract these animals. Jung said it was a generative vine, but Huyang still didn't understand anything. Then Jung said that the whole essence comes from the name, to which Huyan replied that this vine is a useless thing. Huyan was already upset, because he thought that this vine was a very useful thing, but he was mistaken only because Jung deceived him. But words are words, so Huyan took out a pistol and went to distract the crimson animals. He loaded his gun and started screaming and attracting the attention of animals. The crimson animals noticed this and were very annoyed because their peace was disturbed. One of the animals actually went into monster mode and flew towards Huyan, and Jung just looked at it all from around the corner with his shovel and chuckled a little. Jung thought that Huyang had pretty good speed and went to look for a vine. Jung found a layer of 3 eggs entwined with a vine and began to dig them up. After a couple of minutes, Jung dug up as many as 6 pieces. But Jung also grabbed all the eggs that were required to complete the task. Jung met with Huyan, who was very out of breath, and Jung said that he did not lure everyone out and did not do a very good job. Huyan clearly didn't like Jung's cunning because he worked at 100, almost to the point of death. Meanwhile, the animals began to fuss and get very angry. Huyan watched this and didn't understand why they were so angry. Did Jung really do something to their nest? Jung only said with a smile that he had stirred the egg a little, for which Huyan praised him. Jung once again sent Huyan to distract the animals because he could not collect anything, but Jung put all the loot in the system backpack. Jung suggested provoking the animals from that dune to attack himself, but the excited Huyan clearly did not want to go there and was very nervous. Jung thought that their king was there, but everything turned out wrong, and Huyan said not to confuse the king's lair. It was located in that area nearby, and most likely it is located there right now. Jung decided to make fun of him and said that he lives here, to which Huyan replied that he would never live in a damned place. Huyang will distract the animals for the last time while Jing digs up the vine, because meeting him is a complete misfortune for him. Huyan decided not to use weapons this time because it would be too dangerous. At first glance, the cute animals noticed Huyang again, who displeasedly lured these animals towards him with a gesture. Here, instead of 2, as many as 4 animals flew at him, from which Huyan ran in horror. Jung again looked from around the corner and laughed as Huyan ran away and cursed at the whole world. Jung will remember him as a person who actually helped him for no reason. After a couple more minutes, Huyan looked with fear at the King of God Clouds, who was seriously enraged. Jung showed one generative vine and said that he got it much easier. Jung said that everything was just beginning, and Huyan didn't understand why they were so angry. Jung looked at his inventory, where there were a lot of eggs, but a couple were missing, and told Huyan that he wanted to study eggs. At Jung's proposal, Huyan's whole body seemed to turn to stone. They hid behind a cobblestone, and Huyan suggested they just leave, since Jung had his vine. But Jung thought it was too boring and suggested that Huyan practice a little here. Huyang immediately refused, because there were level 12 beasts here, and with Jung and Huyang's level, it would be impossible to train here normally. But Jung offered him a bet for another foray, if he kills one flying animal. Otherwise, if Jung loses it, then it will all be at the disposal of Huyan. Huyan was more interested not in his argument, but in the bag, which somehow ended up in his hands again. But Jung said he should not care about this bag of meat, but rather take an argument with him. Hu Yan agreed and remained waiting in the shelter and did not understand why Zheng was so confident. Zheng lured one animal and jumped on it. Zheng easily used his thief technique and knocked out the animal. The animal fell to the ground with a crash right in front of Hu Yan. Hu Yan stood in complete shock. How could a rank 7 warrior stun the God Cloud beast? Zheng himself landed on the ground and approached the animal. He took out a cone with scorpion venom and gave the animal a drink while he was unconscious. The animal woke up from this and went berserk, and Zheng began to run away from him. But the poison affected him and he began to shake violently and the animal's eyes began to dim. Zheng noticed how the animal died and considered this method quite good in the fight against opponents. Joyful at winning the argument, Zheng turned around like Hu Yang. Hu Yan couldn't believe that he had lost the argument and promised to argue with him again in order to be sure to win. Hu Yang asked what Zheng gave him to drink, to which Zheng showed him the poison of the scarlet scorpion. Hu Yan thought it was a good way to first lure the victim, stun him, and then poison him, but Hu Yan didn't understand how Zheng was able to stun him. Zheng said with a satisfied smile that Hu Yang lost, and only Zheng can use the technique all over the world. Hu Yan was very surprised, and began to worry a little because he had to go distract the animals again. And now everything is like a new one. Hu Yang runs from crimson animals. Zheng digs up the vine and steals the eggs. And all this was observed by a warrior of some detachment, who did not understand why Zheng and Hu Yang risked their lives for the sake of the vine. But the commander of this detachment didn't care. The most important thing was that they would have to go through them. Suddenly Zheng's communicator rang, warning of danger. He looked into it and noticed 4 dots approaching in his direction. Before he had time to come to his senses, they were already behind him. Hu Yan was running from the animal at that time and received a call from Zheng. Zheng told him about the uninvited guests and asked him to hurry up to him. Just 5 minutes later, Zheng and Hu Yan stood and looked at an unknown detachment of warriors. One of the assistants told the commander about the ranks of Zheng and Hu Yang. But the commander was calm and not hot-tempered, and realized that entering into conflict with Zheng and Hu Yan was a stupid idea. Hu Yang was already taking out his swords and wanted to play with them. But Zheng asked him to calm down. Suddenly the commander came out to meet Zheng and said his name, Ding Hong. Zheng activated his aura and took out his blade so that they wouldn't think they could fool them so easily with their kindness and inaction. The commander's assistants sensed Zheng's strong, murderous aura and changed their minds about fighting him. Ding Hong asked Zheng to calm down and invited him to go together to the area C-157. Where do level 13 black spike ants live? Zheng heard level 13 and immediately changed his face. He really wanted to gain more experience. But this proposal made Hu Yan worry, because level 13 was beyond his strength. Sometime later, a detachment of warriors with Zhou Zheng and Hu Yang were already in the C-157 area. Level 13 black ants lived there. Ding Hong told Zheng that the blackthorn ants had a high crystal generation rate. He suggested that Zheng and Hu Yang just distract the ants. Zheng smiled a little and told Hu Yang that he would have to work again. The strategy was, Zheng and Hu Yang distract the ants, and the squad kills them. Commander Ding Hong said that they only need to bring 1 ant at a time. They won't be able to handle a large number. Zheng and Hu Yang got down to business. They had to lure 1 ant directly to the detachment of warriors. They provoked 1 ant. Zheng and Hu Yang were running away from the huge monster. While they were running away from the ant, Ding Hong called out to them that his squad was ready to receive 1 black ant. Ding Hong's squad began to advance towards the huge black ant. The warriors of the detachment attacked the ant from all sides. Suddenly the ant crushed one warrior with its huge pincers. Zheng realized that the squad needed help, so he flew into the air and was ready to attack the ant. Zheng jumped straight onto the head of the huge black ant. He used his stun skill to destroy the monster. A few seconds later, the black ant was destroyed. Zheng was still on the ant's head at this time. Hu Yang realized that Zheng was using his stun skill again. The commander told Zheng to continue attracting other ants. Zheng immediately ran towards the huge black ants. Ding Hong told his warriors to prepare for the next ant. Evening had already come. Ding Hong's squad, together with Zhou Zheng and the warrior Hu Yan, did a great job. Now they sat near the fire and fried ant meat. Ding Hong handed the black ant meat to Zheng and told him to taste it. Zheng liked the smell of this meat. The black ant meat smelled very tasty. Zheng tried a small piece and said that this meat tasted even better. Ding Hong laughed and said that when he tried it for the first time he was also shocked. Commander Ding Hong's entire squad thanked Zheng for the job done. Zheng stunned each ant with one blow. One of the warriors in the squad asked Zheng how he was so good at his fighting skills. Another warrior interrupted him and said that if they used the Zheng martial technique, they would have no equal on the battlefield. The commander asked Zheng if he could use his skills on other higher-ranking animals. Zheng replied that he had not tried it yet. The squad leader wished all the warriors a bon appetit and a good rest. Tomorrow Ding Hong's squad was ready to break in with renewed vigor. After another day of surviving in the area, Zheng rejoiced at the good harvest, as it was much larger than yesterday. The warriors sat around the fire again. The warriors thanked Zhou Zheng and Hu Yang for today's loot. Hu Yan felt a little awkward. A little later, Commander Ding Hong approached Zheng. He wanted to talk about something. The commander guessed that Zhou Zheng had just recently been to the burial ground. He was wondering where Zhou Zheng was from. Zheng said that he used to live in Titanium. Ding Hong had heard about Titan City. He said that the burial ground would soon make its way to all major cities. Ding Hong continued to reason. He believed that after acquiring roads to major cities, the warriors of America, Europe, and other places would one day be able to meet. Ding Hong asked Zheng if his stun was effective against warriors. Zheng smiled and asked if he wanted to check it out. Commander Ding Hong was a little scared after hearing these words. He lost consciousness for a few minutes. When the commander woke up, Zhou Zheng was looking at him and asking if he was okay. The commander began to crawl away from Zheng. He was afraid of something. The commander realized that Zheng had used a stun on him. He realized that if Zheng wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. Zheng asked the commander if he liked the result of the stunning. He asked the commander what he should do now. After 3 days, the detachment of Commander Ding Hong, along with Zhou Zheng and warrior Hu Yan, were at the airship parking area in the burying ground. Ding Hong said thank you to Zheng for helping his squad for several days. He said that they would have to disperse here. He wished Zheng good luck. Zheng was happy to help the commander's squad. At this time, Hu Yang was a little tense. Hu Yan asked Zheng why he had the feeling that Zheng and the commander were hiding something. Zheng replied that he simply promised the commander to do something. Warrior Hu Yan was at a loss. Hu Yan smiled a little and said that this Ding Hong of the Light and Shadow Squad is not as simple as he really seems. Zheng said that before answering the commander, he found out everything about him and his squad. It turns out that Ding Hong's squad was in 13th place in the top of the boneyard. Zheng explained that it was precisely because of such a high status of the detachment that he agreed to cooperate with them. After the conversation, Zheng went about his business. He told the warrior Hu Yan that if any business came up, he should call him. Zheng returned to his tower and immediately went to the shower to wash himself. After the shower, he decided to rest on the bed. Zheng was glad that he had finally washed himself of all the dirt. As he lay on his bed, he began to think about Xiang Shihan. But suddenly he remembered his affairs. He wanted to solve them right now. Zheng had long wanted to place the egg in a secluded place. Therefore, he decided to find such a secluded place. The abandoned warehouse of the Haiyan Tower was quite a good place for the dragon egg. Zheng climbed onto the roof of this warehouse building, after which he began to break through the roof of the building using his dagger. As soon as Zheng went down to the room itself, he thought that there should be no problems with the egg, since no one was in this part of the building. After which Zheng placed the egg from his magic backpack into this room. He really wants the baby dragon to hatch from the egg quickly. Zheng noticed that during this time his level had increased significantly, but his rank had long ago stopped at 7. Meanwhile, Xiang Shihan and Master Qin were at the warrior training center. At this time, people passing by noticed how a rank 7 warrior challenged a level 10 bone tiger. This warrior was Zheng. He was also in this building. Mentor Qin was talking to someone about cooperation. After the conversation, he approached Xiang Shihan. The mentor again wanted to invite the girl on a date, but Xiang Shihan has already repeated many times that she has a boyfriend. Mentor Qin said that he doesn't care about this guy and just wants to spend time with Xiang Shihan. The mentor said that he gave Xiang Shihan the opportunity. He just wanted to have fun with her, and she again disappointed him with her answer. Suddenly a man approached them. He told the mentor that there was no need to waste time. It was better to immediately take tough measures against Xiang Shihan. Mentor Qin grabbed the girl's hand and said it was not too late to convince her. Chin's assistant warned him to be careful around Xiang Shihan. The mentor didn't care about this assistant. He said that she was not his order. After these words, the mentor dragged Xiang Shihan somewhere. He held her hand very tightly. At this moment, people noticed how the door that Zhou Zheng entered opened. They thought that the rank 7 warrior had died. But suddenly a living Zheng came out of this room. He was already rank 8. The assistant asked the Zheng warrior if he needed to bring him something. Zheng replied that he needed a couple of bottles of styptic. Suddenly nearby, Zheng noticed Xiang Shihan. Her mentor Qin was holding her hand very tightly and was leading the girl somewhere. As soon as Zheng saw this, he immediately attacked Master Qin with his fists. The mentor did not expect to see Zhou Zheng here. He did not understand what was happening. Zheng responded to the mentor to remove his dirty hands from his girlfriend, after which he delivered a powerful blow with his fist. Zhou Zheng hit Master Qin well. After that, the main character began to finish him off. Zheng struck several blows. He was very angry with this mentor. After he beat the mentor, Zheng approached Xiang Shihan and told her not to be afraid of anything because he was nearby. When the mentor woke up, he said that Zheng was finished. Zheng asked Qin Tian who he was to touch his woman. Blood flowed from the mentor's nose. Qin was very angry with Zhou Zheng. Mentor Qin Tian's warriors helped him get back on his feet. The mentor ordered Zhou Zheng to be captured, then taken out of the city and slowly tortured. Xiang Shihan was very worried about Zheng. She told him to quickly run away from here before it was too late. But Zheng, as always, did not run away. He was ready to fight. Zheng wanted to use a lightning attack. As soon as one of the warriors attacked him, Zhou Zheng immediately used his skill. The warrior was wounded. Zheng stabbed his opponent straight in the throat with a dagger. This warrior fell to the ground and was almost suffocating, and eventually he died. Master Qin said that one of his warriors was dead. The mentor smiled and said that the system squad would never allow a person who dared to kill someone right on the street. He laughed viciously at Zhou Zheng. He said that Zhou Zheng had definitely come to an end. Xiang Shihan suggested that Zheng escape from here to Titan. She said that everything would be fine there. Zheng patted Xiang Shihan on the head and said that everything would be fine and that she had nothing to be afraid of. After which Zheng approached the mentor and said that his subordinates were worthless. The mentor said not to come close to him. Zheng told the mentor to come to him himself. He called Qin a pathetic scum. But then Master Qin realized that Zheng was only rank 8, so he had nothing to fear from Zheng. Zheng began to attack Master Qin, and the battle began. Qin said that he was not afraid of Zhou Zheng and that he was ready to fight him. He really wanted to destroy Zheng. But once the mentor entered the battle, he was unable to recognize and anticipate Zhou Zheng's movements. Zheng attacked him. The mentor no longer believed that Zheng had rank 8. How could an 8-rank warrior fight like that and use his skills? Zheng dealt a strong blow to the mentor. He hit the mentor in the chest. After this strong blow, Qin flew off to the side. Master Qin was already lying on the floor and could not do anything. He asked Zheng not to kill him. Zheng was about to finish off his mentor, but 2 warriors started running up behind him. Zheng wanted to tell Master why he didn't attack him in the first place. The mentor thought that Zheng was very afraid of the system squad and therefore did not kill him. There were already warriors behind Zheng. They told him to put down his weapons. Xiang Shihan began to be very worried about Zhou Zheng. Zheng told his mentor that he wanted to see hope in his eyes and then send him to hell. Suddenly, Zheng stood up and showed his rights as an A-class warrior, which meant that he could kill any person on the street, and Zheng would not receive any punishment for it. The warriors who wanted to kill Zheng were very surprised. They couldn't touch an A-class warrior. The preceptor, seeing Zheng's rights, began to ask for forgiveness on his knees and begged him not to kill him. But Zhou Zheng did not spare any, so he had to kill this Master Qin. After the assassination of Master Qin, the entire crowd of people who had gathered here were in shock. They had never seen the system squad be defeated. People said that Zhou Zheng is majestic as he is an A-class warrior. Meanwhile, there was one mysterious person in the crowd. He was glad that Zheng got to the burial ground. He was clearly up to something. Shihan bandaged Zheng's wound while he lay in bed at home. Shihan began to blame herself for this situation, and it was because of her that Zheng got into trouble. But Zheng said that he had this wound for a long time and now it just opened up because Zheng tried to make a breakthrough. Shihan asked if it's true that Zheng has such a high level of power that doesn't match his star power. Zheng took her hand and confirmed her words, because otherwise no one would have given him the Haiyan Tower. Shihan was upset that she would no longer be able to learn from the taming master because Zheng killed him. But Zheng patted her on the head and said that he would find her a better master. Zheng said that she helped heal his wounds. She doesn't want to say anything else to Zheng personally. Shikani blushed at these words, and love sparkled in her eyes. After 3 days, Zheng stood on the roof of the house and was about to complete the task and prepared his blade for it to 70% conductivity. Zheng jumped from the roof and went to Haitian Tower. An unknown warrior with gray hair was watching him from another roof and did not understand how Zheng disappeared after the jump. Zheng was already on the ground and took out blades from the system backpack. Zheng began to climb up the Haitian Tower using them in invisibility. Meanwhile, on the 57th floor of Haitian Tower, near the Crystal Vault, there were warrior guards sitting, talking among themselves and indignant at why they had strengthened the security near the vault so much this time. Zheng had already climbed to the 57th floor and saw 3 warriors with rank 11 and 1 with rank 10. Zheng came up with a plan and decided to act as usual, as in his previous missions. Suddenly, the soldiers heard a loud bang coming from this floor. The commander of the guard ordered Lao Yang and San Tzu to check what happened and who could get on the tower. They arrived at the scene and saw a strangely broken window. They went to the window and one of them began to examine the fragments of the broken window. One of them realized that it was artificial destruction, but it was too late, because Zheng was behind them. The security commander could not understand what happened to the soldiers whom he sent on a mission, because they still had not returned. He began to look at his communicator and did not see the points of his guard soldiers nearby and realized that something bad had happened. But before he had time to call for help or raise the alarm, he felt a chill behind his back and a blade near his neck. A warrior with gray hair who had nothing to do with Haitian Tower climbed to the floor and looked at the dying warriors who were looking at him. This warrior really enjoyed the feeling of gushing blood, which provoked his murderous aura. He instantly finished off the already wounded warriors and put them in a row, and he himself went in search of Zheng. Zheng had successfully broken the vault's defenses and was about to get inside. Zheng entered this hole and saw shelves with hundreds of crystals of all types to orange. Zheng was shocked by such wealth. He did not know that the Haitian company had such an impressive fortune. Zheng did not hold back and walked up to the shelf with orange crystals and began to pick them up. And the warrior with gray hair had already approached the vault and felt Zheng's presence inside and decided to add a little sparkle. Zheng heard strange sounds outside the vault door and went to check. Zheng couldn't believe that someone else was here because he killed everyone. Zheng understood perfectly well that these sounds could lure other guards and perhaps someone stronger. Zheng jumped out of a vault that was unoccupied. Zheng quickly ran to the exit, but he was stopped by a strong blow from the sword, from which he miraculously was able to dodge and retreat back. Zheng saw Yang Liu, the special envoy of the burying ground city. In the materials of the city, it was said that he was the strongest warrior. This Yang Liu had 15th level star power and was very dangerous. Yang Liu noticed the neatly stacked corpses of level 11 guard warriors, as well as a broken door to the vault. He was surprised because Zheng was only rank 8, but he could easily deal with them. Yang Liu had the wrong impression about Zheng, but Zheng was not interested in listening to him, and he tried to hit Yang Liu's head with an instant attack. But Yang Liu did not even budge, and easily protected himself from the blow with his sword. Zheng looked at him and realized that his affairs were bad and he was unlikely to be able to win. But before Zheng had time to come up with a plan, he saw Yang Liu's fist flying towards him at breakneck speed. Zheng did not have time to dodge the blow and felt very severe pain. The impact sent Zheng flying a couple of meters and hit a concrete wall hard. Yang Liu praised Zheng for his speed and reflexes, but don't underestimate a 2x higher rank specialist in this field. Zheng had already recovered from the blow and was clearing his throat because he had lost his breath. And Yang Liu was already walking towards him with burning eyes, because it was not in vain that the Haitian company chose him to protect the tower. Because Yang Du didn't care who Zheng was or what he was capable of. After all, Zheng will still come to an end today from Yang Liu, who was already ready to finish off the wounded Zheng. Zheng understood that this was the end for him, and he would not have time to do anything. But suddenly, after being hit by Yang Liu, Zheng simply disappeared right before his eyes. Jing used stealth at the last moment and managed to run around the corner. Yang Liu called Director Hai, who owned this tower. The director couldn't believe Yang Liu that Zheng just vanished right before his eyes. But Yang Liu looked with contempt at the director, who did not believe him, and he in turn apologized because he was afraid of his anger. But for an 8th-rank warrior to just slip out from under the hands of Yang Liu, it seemed like some kind of fairy tale and the ravings of a madman. Yang Liu believed that even though Zheng has the 8th rank, he is not at all simple and is definitely not an ordinary person. Yang Liu had a strange feeling that somewhere he had met Zheng before, and then suddenly remembered something. He opened his communicator and went to look for information about Zheng while Director Hai stood there in disbelief. Yang Liu found information about him that Zheng was a rank 7 warrior a week ago, and now he has already become a rank 8 warrior in such a short time. Director Hai could not stand it and spoke about Zheng, saying that he had not been able to find him for a long time, and now he himself came to him and stole his crystals. He ordered other guards to search the entire complex, and Zheng at that time sat and realized that soon the invisibility would disappear and it was impossible to delay any longer. He stood up and, holding the wounded place, and walked through the guard soldiers to the exit. Zheng noticed the room through which he entered and was very happy, but suddenly he got very sick and became very ill. Zheng could not hold back and vomited right on the floor of the building, where everyone could see the black liquid. This sound was heard by other warrior guards who were patrolling the floor and called for help. Yang Liu looked at the puddle and realized that Zheng was somewhere nearby and he definitely couldn't go far. And then Yang Liu noticed the door was ajar. Yang Liu immediately changed his face and was sure that Zheng had driven himself into a trap. Yang Liu and Director Hai ran into the room where Zheng was standing and looking into the hole. Director Hai yelled at Zheng, who stole his crystal and promised to spare his life if he returned everything to him. Yang Liu took out a blade and began to approach Zheng and say that he simply had no way out of this situation. But Zheng looked at them with a smile and said that they could not grab him so easily. Other warriors had already run into the room, and the director told him to jump since he was so brave. But Zheng simply jumped down with a satisfied smile. Yang Du did not expect this and tried to grab him, but did not have time. The director ordered Yang Liu to collect his corpse and bring it to him. But Yang Liu noticed something was wrong from below. After all, Zheng flew about 200 meters and activated his hang glider, which he took out of the system backpack. Zheng immediately called the commander of the patrol squad, who was sleeping at that time. He picked up the phone and Zheng told him the story. The commander immediately asked what could have happened to him and what happened. Zheng said that not everything is so simple and he is now injured, so he simply asked to poison his people to stop Haitian. The commander understood everything and said that he would organize everything as soon as possible, and Zheng wanted to take care of himself. Zheng hung up and decided that this wouldn't be enough, so he called Shun and told him everything. The next day, a patrol team had already arrived at the site of Haitian Tower. Their path was blocked by Director Hai, who was not happy about their arrival and said that they would not be able to cope with them. Here Yang Liu came out to the patrolman and said that mercenaries for special assignments, like him, are outside the law and have privileges. The patrol commander was very surprised that Director Hai hired a special envoy, Yang. An angry Yang Liu gave them a final warning. If the patrolmen did not get out of here, they would be finished. But the commander was not going to retreat, because he knew about the decree of the Ministry of Defense, which Zheng agreed with by telephone at night. But suddenly Yang Liu received a call from the ministry and was informed that Chairman Shun had refused Yang Liu's protection for the tower, and how strangely he forced him to go to the defense of the Haiyang Tower, which just belonged to Zheng. But the chairman's order cannot be challenged, and Yang Liu told Director Hai that he and his team were leaving. Yang Liu was very uncomfortable about such decisions by the Ministry of Military Training. Zheng sat in an abandoned building and rewrapped the wounds he received in battle, or those that had come apart again. Zheng realized that if it weren't for his warrior characteristics, he would probably have died in that battle with such a high-ranking warrior. Zheng looked at the thief's skill table and realized that he could defeat Yang Liu if he leveled up from level 74 to 80. Zheng also had pieces of metal with a shock resistance of 11 to 13. That same night, Zheng met with Ding Hong in a secluded place. Zheng gave him the shockproof metal, and Ding Hu gave him a couple of red crystals and thanked Zheng for the goods. Zheng was about to leave, but Ding Hu called out to him. and he asked if he would get into trouble because of this and if he could help him in a dangerous situation. But Jung said he shouldn't worry, because he is able to cope with the scoundrels. Jung stopped at a high-end equipment store on the way. He saw this armor and believed that it could repel the blow of the strongest. He asked to invite the manager of this store to him and agree on the purchase of this equipment. A couple of days later, Director Hai beat his subordinates, who had not been able to find Jung for several days. He did not understand why so many subordinate warriors could not find one person for several days. Then Director Hai began to contact Yang Liu and hoped that at least he could help him. Yang Liu lit a cigarette and said that he did not have the authority to help the director, but he knew one good warrior. But you will have to pay a lot for his services. 3 days later, Jung was outside the city fighting zombie giants. He tested his new armor for strength, which repelled the attacks of high-level zombies very well. Jung was very glad that he was able to acquire this armor, because the blows of even elite zombies now do not harm him. Jung injured the zombies and was able to reach thief level 75. He discovered a new skill with which he can control mutants and make his puppets out of them. Jung decided to immediately test this on a zombie giant, and using your new ability, was able to subjugate a zombie giant over which a mark appeared. The giant began to destroy her relatives, and for them Jung gained experience. Jung was happy with the new way of accumulating and leveling up, because now he didn't have to bother himself. After 4 days, Jung had already reached level 79 and subdued more than 3 zombie giants. He just stood and watched it from the roof and gained experience. Jung decided to call Shihan and asked how she was doing, and asked for forgiveness for being away for such a long time. Shihan was very worried about Jung and asked where he was, to which Jung said that he would be returning soon. Shihan will wait for Jung and added that his friends, but not very well, protect her in Haiyang Tower. Jung said that they are very experienced guys, and it is better for her to listen to her. Meanwhile, Director Hai hired a warrior who could find Jung via his satellite communicator. This turned out to be the strongest warrior Luotian No. 9 in strength in the entire burial ground. Director Hai gave Luotian a reward. It was a bimetal with a shock resistance of 15 points. Luotian said that he was pleased to cooperate with the director. He provided information about Zhou Zheng's location and received a reward in return. Hai said goodbye to Luotian and told him to take care of himself. The director ordered the Flamestone, Heavenly Sword, Shattered Beast, and Heavenly Hammer units to be summoned. Director Hai wanted to ensure that not a speck of dust remained from Jung. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng remembered his favorite elven bow. This bow and arrow with 5 points of penetration will encourage zombies to use all their strength. A special camera watched Jung shoot. On one of the floors of a nearby building, people were standing and filming Zhou Zheng. One person, who was the main one among them, his name was Bei Yang, said that if they posted this video, the price of an elven bow in the burial ground would increase significantly. There were a lot of zombies around Jung. These people did not understand how Jung would cope with everyone. Even the strongest warrior would have a hard time fighting an army of zombies. The zombies increased in size several times in an instant. All this time, Bei Yang continued to film zombies. The moment the zombies increased in size, all the people were shocked, including Bei Yang. Jung also noticed the growth of the zombies. He realized that he was still far from level 80. Jung noticed people on a nearby building who were filming him. They annoyed Jung very much. These people were watching the main character, so he could not use the system equipment. Jung decided that he first needed to get rid of the tail and go to the other side. Jung was still being watched by these people. One person asked Bei Yang what this warrior on the roof was going to do. He couldn't jump from there. Bei Yang replied to his friend that even if Jung jumps, it must be filmed. It will make a great scene. Jung jumped off the building and landed on the ground, after which, with the help of his skills, he accelerated to crazy speed. Bei Yang and his people were very surprised at such a fast speed of movement. They had never seen anything like this. Jung flew into the air. He was ready to attack the zombies. Jung flew at full speed towards the huge zombies. Bei Yang thought that Zhou Zheng would just crash. But Jung didn't even think about falling. He flew straight towards the zombies. Zhou Zheng had many skills with which he could defeat the zombies. This time he used stun. All the people were shocked how Jung survived and destroyed all the zombies. They began to ask Bei Yang if he had time to film these magical abilities of Jung. Baeyang filmed everything on camera. He thought that if the video was released in the burial ground, then this would be a sensation. After Jung dealt with the zombies, he climbed back onto the roof. Zhou Jung looked at the people who were filming him. He didn't understand why they were doing this. After Baeyang looked at Jung, he felt some kind of murderous aura. He felt uneasy. After a few seconds, Jung decided to hide away from these people, and Baeyang and his men simply watched as Jung moved further and further away. Meanwhile, in the burial ground at the airship parking lot, something was brewing. People said that all these airships belonged to the Haitian company. They said that this time the 4 largest Haitian troops would come out in full force. The people from the Haitian gang were already ready to go to Zhou Jung to take revenge on him. At this time, Director Shin's assistant came into his office and said that she had just received information that Yang Liu and Hai Guo had already set off. Director Shen heard the information and began to reason. He said that the assistant can go, he will decide everything himself. These people again made Director Shen doubt the decision of choosing Zhou Jing as a class warrior. The director said that whether Zhou Jung could cope with the Haitian gang, everything depended only on himself. While Shen was discussing the fate of Jung, the main character was still in a place full of zombies. Suddenly, an unknown car arrived at this place. A warrior with gray hair came out of this car. He was ready to destroy some zombies. After a couple of minutes, all the zombies were defeated by this warrior. Not far from this warrior was Zhou Jung. He was finally able to reach level 80. Zhou Jing was very happy about the new level. With level 80 skills, Zheng would be able to compete with the warrior Yang Liu. When Zheng took out his communicator, he saw brother Lei Hu calling him. Lately, he had been constantly calling Zhou Jung. Zhou Jung picked up the phone. He asked Captain Lei if something important had happened. Captain Lei Hu was glad to hear Zheng's voice again. He told the main character that the Navy SEALs and Yang Liu knew where he was. These people gathered their warriors and already flew out of the city. He informed Zheng that 4 Haitian troops were brought in this time. Zheng asked Captain Lei Hu how these people could know his location. Suddenly, Zheng heard the sounds of an airship approaching. Zheng said that he would not have time to hide anywhere from the Haitun gang. At that moment, Captain Lei Hu realized that these people had already found Zhou Jung and were about to attack him. The captain was very scared for Zheng. At this time, people from the Haitian gang spotted Zheng using binoculars. One of the warriors reported that Zheng's location had been successfully located. They were ready to be captured. Director Hai ordered everyone to go down and turn on several cameras to capture the moment of revenge. Director Hai said that he wants all the people in the city of Mogulnik to see the moment of death of the man who provoked their gang. Next to the director was a warrior from the Flamestone squad. His name was Hu Lei. This person asked the director if he could attack Zhou Jung first. The director approved of Hu Lei's war wish. The squad leader and his warriors walked forward with their large rocket cannons. Hu Lei wondered if Zheng could survive the impact of a missile warhead with an armor-piercing ability of 10 points. A few seconds later, Hao Lei and his troops opened fire on Zheng. Zheng became a little scared when he saw several high-armor missiles flying towards him. A moment later, an explosion sounded. All the warheads exploded near Zhou Jung. Director Hai already thought that Zhou Jung had died from such a blow. But Zheng used one skill that created an impenetrable field around him. Thanks to this ability, Zheng was almost unharmed. Director Hai couldn't think that a rank 8 warrior would have the ability to create an impenetrable field. Then Hai wanted to force Zheng to move. Zheng saw something falling right on top of him. He was a little horrified. He saw that the Haitian gang began to throw a bunch of explosive grenades at him. There were a lot of grenades, and they all exploded as soon as they touched the ground. Bombs began to explode right in front of the main character. Zhou Jing tried to dodge each grenade. Director Hai admired the sight and told his men to continue throwing grenades at Zheng. The director wanted cameras to film it. Old Man Hai shouted at Zheng and asked why he was running away. He called Zheng a coward. Director Hai decided to throw a special bomb that would be very difficult to dodge. Hai dropped this bomb. Everything around was blown up. This bomb was very powerful, so everything that was around exploded. After this bomb exploded, Director Hai looked down. He hoped that Zhou Jung would not be able to dodge such a strong explosion. But Zheng was still in the same place as before, with some kind of gun in his hands. Zheng looked at Director Hai menacingly. It looked like he was ready to shoot the director with this cannon. Director Hai didn't understand where Jung got this gun from. After his words, Hai ordered the crew to urgently take off. Director Hai saw several missiles trying to hit his airship. After Zheng's attack, the airship caught fire from the explosion of rockets, and some parts in the airship began to collapse, after which the airship began to fall straight to the ground, straight towards the zombies. The zombies were already ready to devour the Haitian gang. There were quite a lot of them. Director Hai told all the warriors to prepare all their equipment for battle. Jung watched as the airship gradually descended lower and lower. Jung said that the most interesting things were ahead. He was confident in his skills and strength. All these events were filmed by Beiyang's camera. They filmed everything that was happening around. Beiyang himself watched what was happening. He thought it was just an incredible scene for reporting. Beiyang's assistant said that there would be thunder and rain soon. He asked the commander if they would stay here or go back to their home. Brian replied that they had not been able to record anything so epic for a long time. He told his assistants that they would stay here all night. When the airship completely crashed to the ground, Yang Liu told Director Hai that they needed to leave immediately, as these sounds could attract even more zombies. Warriors from the Haitian gang were surrounded by a whole crowd of evil zombies. Yang Liu, along with the warriors, tried to repel the attack of the zombies and prevent them from approaching Director Hai. Warrior Yang Liu did not understand how their airship just fell to the ground. He could not understand how this happened. After which Yang Liu began to reason, he told the director that they underestimated their enemy. But he understood that the more excitement there was around what was happening, the more people it would attract. While the airship was falling, Zheng managed to hide on the roof of one of the buildings. Zheng looked at his watch. It was already very late. Therefore, Zheng decided to use stealth. Thanks to this skill, Zheng is almost impossible to notice. Zheng began to approach the warriors from the Haitian gang. They did not understand where the main character got the rocket launcher from. The warriors also talked about Zheng's armor. They said that it was not surprising that in such powerful armor, even an armor-piercing missile could not penetrate it. Meanwhile, Zheng was getting closer and closer to the warriors. These warriors suddenly felt some kind of cold behind them. It was Zhou Zheng. He was about to kill these rank 11 warriors. The killing of 2 warriors of the 11th rank, Yang Liu noticed. He said that both of these warriors were killed silently. Director Hai assumed that this was the work of Zhou Zheng. It was already dark outside. Even Yang Liu was afraid to go out there. He was a little nervous and worried. Yang Liu told the director to remove the corpses and assign squads to patrol. Several other warriors were discussing the murder of their comrades. One of the warriors thought that these warriors were killed by a ghost. Other warriors explained to him that ghosts do not exist. They said that most likely it was Zhou Zheng who did it. Suddenly, one of the warriors felt bad. It was Zhou Zheng. He wanted to get rid of all the warriors of this gang. Another warrior noticed that his comrade had been wounded and began to draw his sword to defend himself from Zhou Zheng. But Zheng delivered a powerful blow to the warrior's back. This warrior slaughtered 2 of his other comrades. The warrior who stabbed 2 of his comrades did not understand why his body did not obey him. It was actually Zheng who decided to test his new ability. Zheng stood behind the warriors and looked at them with a smile. The ability was that the target ceases to control their actions and remains in place for 15 seconds. The chance that the targets will attack each other is 10%. The cooldown of this ability is 3 minutes. After killing warriors from this gang, Director Hai ordered that this Zheng be found and brought here. Director Hai turned to Yang Liu. He told him, why not contact the extraordinary envoy Luo? This person could locate Zhou Zheng's current location. Yang Liu did not expect that Zhou Zheng could be so dangerous. He could not ignore the deaths of the warriors. A minute later, Yang Liu was already talking to extraordinary envoy Luo. All the while, Zheng was watching the Haitian gang. Now Zhou Zheng understood how the Haitian gang was able to determine his location. Zheng found only with the help of Luo's envoy. Zhou Zheng jumped from the roof of the building with a couple of zombies around him. Zheng shouted loudly that it was Luo Tian who revealed his location. As soon as Zhou Zheng jumped to the ground, Yang Liu noticed him, and he and the warriors chased after Zheng. Zhou Zheng used his skill called stealth. He tried to escape from pursuit. Yang Liu was very angry with Zheng. He wanted to destroy the main character. Yang Liu cut a couple of zombies out of anger. He could not catch Zhou Zheng. The 8th rank warrior managed to escape. Then, As Zheng was able to escape from the chase, a warrior with gray hair watched. He saw how Zhou Zheng managed to quickly hide from Yang Liu and his warriors. Initially, the gray-haired warrior believed that Yang Liu could become a worthy opponent for him. But now everything has changed. Zheng understood that the secrecy would soon disappear and its effect would dissipate. Zheng looked ahead. There were not a single zombie there. Everything around was empty. As Zheng approached the nearest building, he had a strange feeling about it. Zheng realized that he had no choice, which meant that he had to go to this mysterious building. Warriors were chasing Zheng along with Yang Liu. They wanted to catch up with the fugitive. Yang Liu stopped his warriors. He said that this building has some kind of strange aura. Zheng was already in this building at that moment. It was very uncomfortable to be in this building. Zheng felt this mysterious aura even more strongly. Zheng had a very strange premonition. As Zheng passed by, he noticed something strange in the wall. Right behind the fabric in the wall, there was some unknown demon in a capsule that looked like an egg. Zheng thought that this demon was evolving. He could not understand what kind of creature it was. Zheng realized that once the development process of this individual was completed, the egg would hatch into an individual of royal rank. Zheng decided to take a picture of this individual. Zheng was a little alarmed. Zheng took a picture of this creature and breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour passed. Yang Liu and his warriors were still waiting for Zhou Zheng to come out of this mysterious building. Director Hai asked Yang Liu if he should send his warriors to this strange building for reconnaissance. At this moment, Yang Liu was wondering where Zheng could have gone. Yang Liu still decided to order the soldiers to go to this building. He told everyone to be careful. Yang Liu's team went inside the building. All the warriors were scared. They also had a bad feeling. Suddenly, all the warriors felt a slight chill. It was Zheng who was approaching them. He was in a state of stealth. Zheng finished off all the warriors at once. Zheng was very strong and easily dealt with everyone in the darkness. But one warrior survived. After a few seconds, this warrior ran out of the building. He shouted loudly that there were ghosts in this building. Yang Liu stopped the warrior. He wanted to ask him a couple of questions. Yang Liu did not understand anything yet. Commander Yang Liu told the warrior to calm down and tell him everything he saw. This warrior said that in an instant, all his friends died on the spot, just like yesterday. Yang Liu remained silent and looked towards this mysterious building. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng was still inside this building, looking at the unknown specimen. Zheng understood that if this creature came out, enormous damage would be caused to the burial ground. Zhou Zheng understood that it was necessary to interrupt the development of this individual. He pounced on this transparent egg with 2 daggers. Zheng wanted to destroy this creature. Zheng saw that the shell of this specimen was restored very quickly. Zheng delivered several powerful blows and the shell was restored in a few seconds. But Zheng had special explosives and several other ammunition with her. With the help of these ammunition, Zheng wanted to undermine the shell of the individual and destroy it. Zheng believed that several explosives would completely destroy the shell and the unknown creature itself. After Zheng lit the fuse, he decided to quickly fly out of the building. Yang Liu noticed Zheng. He was happy that Zhou Zheng himself came out of this building. While Zheng was trying to escape, he managed to inflict some damage on one of the gang's warriors. Yang Liu had a premonition that something was about to happen. After that, Yang Liu told the warriors to follow him as soon as possible. Suddenly, an explosion sounded behind Commander Yang Liu, and the building completely exploded. The commander was shocked. Captain Yang Liu did not expect this from Zhou Zheng. He was completely shocked by what was happening. After the explosion, part of the building collapsed. Everything around was burning. Director Hai was not prepared for such an explosion. He was also in shock. The warrior and his neighbors stood on the roof of a neighboring house and watched the building burn. This warrior was simply silent. He was very alarmed. Meanwhile, Bei Yang was happy that he had captured such an epic moment of the explosion. Bei Yang's assistant said that it was an incredible scene. He said that their video would definitely become popular and everyone would see it in the burial ground. The assistant suggested that Brother Bei Yang come even closer to take a good shot and record the entire video in detail. Bei Yang agreed. He said that wealth comes from people who take risks. Bei Yang was willing to risk his life for the sake of reporting. After the explosion, Principal Hai's assistants told him that after such a giant explosion, more zombies would start appearing. Yang Liu at this moment considered Zhou Zheng a genius. Since he was able to escape by exploding the building, this was very smart for a rank 8 warrior. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng himself appeared from the smoke and thanked Yang Liu for his praise. Yang Liu was surprised that Zheng did not run away from here. The warrior Yang Liu took out his sword. He was ready to fight Zhou Zheng again. Zheng smiled and said that he did not need to run away. Old Man Hai intervened in the conversation and told Zheng that he would not have been able to escape from them in any case. Director Hai was ready to attack Zhou Zheng. He wanted to destroy him. Suddenly, a huge red hand came out of the ground. It was gigantic in size. A few seconds later, a large, huge red zombie crawled out of the ground. Director Hai did not understand what kind of creature it was or where it came from. This huge monster's eyes were burning. They were red. It looked like this zombie was very angry. All the warriors from the gang began to scream and panic. They did not know what to do with this monster. Suddenly, this red monster completely crawled out of the ground and stood up. He began to approach the warriors from the gang. The warriors saw this monster moving towards them, after which they began to run away from it, trying to hide. The monster was still able to catch one of the warriors. The warrior tried to run away, but this did not save him. At this moment, Zhou Zheng and Yang Liu continued to look at each other. Zheng told Yang Liu that only one warrior would come out of this fight alive. Zheng smiled evilly, and Yang Liu was very tense. After Yang Liu answered Zheng that he would come out of the fight victorious, the warrior Yang Liu believed in his victory. While Zheng and Yang Liu were talking, a huge red monster approached them from behind. Yang Liu turned his attention to this monster. The warrior was angry because this huge monster would interfere with his fight with Zheng. While Yang Liu was thinking about what to do in this situation, he was attacked by Zhou Zheng. He told his rival that he would not let the warrior Yang Liu escape. Zheng dealt several blows to Yang Liu, after which he left the warrior Yang Liu alone with the huge red monster. Yang Liu was not ready to fight this giant even though Yang Liu had rank 15. A huge zombie began to attack the warrior Yang Liu. His fists were huge. They destroyed everything in their path. After several attacks from the huge zombie, Commander Yang Liu was already breathing heavily. He could not cope with this monster. While Yang Liu was trying to rest, the zombie attacked him and tried to destroy the commander. Yang Liu tried to hold back the attack of a huge zombie. The commander used his skills to fight this monster. At this time, Zheng watched as Yang Liu defended himself from the zombies with his unique skills. The main character was glad that he did not go into battle with a rank 15 warrior, since Zheng most likely would have lost in this battle. Yang Liu used all his abilities and strength to defeat this red monster, and now Yang Liu finally managed to push away this huge zombie. Yang Liu was already rank 16 at that time. He was very strong and powerful. Yang Liu was finally able to feel his strength, and his spirits immediately lifted. He shouted to Zhou Zheng that he was ready to fight him one-on-one. Now Yang Liu was very strong. Yang Liu began to attack Zhou Zheng. He wanted to kill the 8th rank warrior, but Yang Liu's blow was repelled by the huge red zombie and did not allow Zhou Zheng to be touched. Yang Liu realized that even with his mighty strength, he could not withstand the blow of the huge red zombie. When Yang Liu was distracted, Zheng started shooting at his opponent. Yang Liu did not understand how Zhou Zheng managed to get behind him. Yang Liu realized that Zhou Zheng could turn invisible. Not a single person had such abilities and skills as Zhou Zheng. Yang Liu tried to hit Zhou Zheng with his saber, but the protagonist was good at dodging every blow from his opponent. Zheng told warrior Yang Liu that he would not be able to get out of here alive. Zheng said that Yang Liu would die here. Zheng used the invisibility trick all the time. It really pissed off Yang Liu. He couldn't do anything about it. Yang Liu tried his best to anticipate Zhou Zheng's movements, but he couldn't. While Zheng was fighting with Yang Liu, the huge red zombies began to scream very loudly. This red monster grabbed the warrior Yang Liu and squeezed him with all his strength. Yang Liu was trapped. He had nowhere to go. At this time, in the burial ground city, in the building of Director Shen, several people were sitting and chatting about something. Suddenly, Director Shen received an email and it was displayed on the communicator. Shen read it. It was written that rank 16 warrior Yang Liu had died. The director was silent. He could not believe that Zheng was able to defeat this warrior. Director Shen informed all his colleagues that the warrior Yang Liu had passed away. All of the director's colleagues were shocked. They could not believe that rank 15 warrior Yang Liu had died so easily. Brother Lei Hu knew that Zheng was not so simple. He considered Zheng to be the strongest warrior in the burial ground. The gray-hair warrior also always believed in Zhou Zheng. He knew that the protagonist had really powerful skills. This warrior wanted to work out his future plans. He wanted to think things over well about Zheng. An unknown man called the emergency envoy Luo. He told him that he must definitely help him. Luo's envoy began to question him about how the warrior Yang Liu had died. At this time, Zheng was already in the burial ground. Zhou Zheng was on his armored bull. In the city, Zheng heard people talking about Yang Liu's death, and people also said that Zhou Zheng killed the warrior Yang Liu. Zheng didn't understand how people knew about Yang Liu's death, since he had just died from a huge red zombie. Yang Liu was killed a few minutes ago, and the news had already spread throughout the burial ground. Zheng realized that his communicator had been switched off all this time. As soon as Zheng turned it on, he saw a lot of unread messages. After some time, Zhou Zheng was already in Director Shen's office. Shen said that Zheng did not disappoint him. He was happy for Zhou Zheng for his victory over the rank 16 warriors. Zheng told the director that Yang Liu had gathered a lot of soldiers to kill him. Shen, after listening to Zheng, asked him to come up and look at the envelope that was lying on the table. These were the property rights of the Haitian company. The Zheng warrior was very surprised. He told the director that these rights belonged to Director Hai, and Zheng did not kill him. The director said that in fact, this company conducted its business under the leadership of Yang Liu, and since the main character killed the warrior Yang Liu, therefore Zheng was the heir of this company. Director Shen explained to Zheng that if he was killed, then everything that belonged to Zheng would be given to the killer. Shen also told Zheng that there was one rank that was much stronger than the highest rank itself. This rank is called God of War. Zheng asked what rank Luo Tian's envoy had. He was interested in what the director would answer. Director Shen said that Luo Tian is a warrior, meaning he has the highest rank in the burial ground. Shen also said that Luo Tian is the head of the 3rd district. Zheng had never heard of such a position as district chief. While Zheng was examining the map, Director Shen told Zheng that the burial ground was divided into 50 districts, and each district chief could take 50% of the tax revenue. Director Shen said that there is no person in charge in District 47 for certain reasons. The director wanted Zheng to be in charge. A day had passed and Zheng was already in his Haiyan Tower. The servants in this tower told Zheng that by obtaining the rights to the Haitian company, his tower would become famous in any case. Zheng thanked everyone for their concern. He was very pleased to listen to his subordinates. As soon as Zheng took the elevator to another floor, he barely exhaled. Zheng was quite tired. Suddenly, Zheng saw Xiang Shihan running towards him. The girl pounced on the main character and hugged him very tightly. She cried when she hugged him. She was very happy to see Zheng alive. Zheng apologized for not answering his girlfriend's calls. Xiang Shihan hit Zhou Zheng on the back and told him that he was a fool. Zheng suddenly choked and felt uneasy. Xiang Shihan asked Zheng if he was okay. She thought he was injured. Zheng said that Xiang Shihan is also a warrior and hits quite hard. Zheng asked him to control his strength next time so as not to hurt him. Xiang Shihan apologized to Zhou Zheng for definitely hurting him, after which Xiang Shihan began to examine Zheng's wounds. She was very worried about her boyfriend. Xiang Shihan and Zhou Zheng went to their room. The girl said that Zheng is obliged to answer her calls because she is very worried about him. The next day came. All the most interesting things happened in Haitian's office. Zheng said that Haitian company now belongs to him. Zheng said that today he intends to put everything in order here. All the employees of Haitian company were surprised that Zheng wants to solve the whole problem in just one day. Zheng and all the employees of the company were sitting at a large oval table. Former director Shu was silent and waited for Zheng to start talking about the new rules of the company. Zheng said that for starters, Haitian will now be known as Haiyan Corporation. Secondly, the official structures will remain unchanged. And thirdly, the security department will be dissolved and completely reorganized. Former director Shu recalled that the security department is the core of the company. Shu understood that if Zheng wanted to disband the security department now, then he wanted to change everything. Shu considered Zheng quite decisive, because Zheng, as soon as he became the head of the company, began to change everything. After all, in recent years, the company's reputation has really left much to be desired. Perhaps big changes will give the company a second wind. All employees listened attentively to Zheng. He continued to voice the new rules of the company. He said that everyone who passed his test would be able to remain in their previous positions, and they would also receive a 20% increase in salary. Zhou Zheng also said that from this day forward, Miss Shihan will act as president. Former Director Shu was shocked. He realized that Zhou Zheng would not have time to manage this company. Shu was not sure that the Zheng girl would be able to cope with her position. Xiang Shihan told Shu that she hoped he would continue to work for the company. She said that she spoke with Zhou Zheng and decided to promote him to Deputy President General Manager. Shu was shocked by this news. He did not believe that he could become Deputy President. Xiang Shihan told Shu that the future of this company depends a lot on him. The girl gave Shu a piece of paper with a good description of their company's new project. Shu thought he was in a dream. He still couldn't believe what was happening. Shu said that working under Zhou Zheng became much more interesting. He was motivated by the news of the promotion. Xiang Shihan was cursing at Zheng at this time. She didn't like that he threw a lot of responsibility on her while he ran away. Xiang Shihan was very angry with Zheng and called him a fool. She did not like this act of Zheng. Zheng, meanwhile, realized that he had become the head of the 47th district. This news could not help but make him happy. Zheng said that Brother Shun should have known which area he was sending him to. Zheng thought that most of the residents were engaged in agriculture, but despite this, the area was very poor. The main character noticed how a little boy asked his mother to buy him meat in a small store. The mother answered her son that only rich people eat meat. The boy asked if they themselves could not earn money for food. After these words, the mother hugged her son and said that in the future he would definitely earn money for food, including meat. The little boy began to reassure his mother. He said that he believed his mother. Zheng decided to help the poor family. He bought a large piece of meat and gave it to the boy. After this, Zheng said that things will change in this poor area in the near future. The little boy thanked Zhou Zheng. He was very glad that now he could eat meat. The boy's mother also thanked the main character for his kindness. While Zheng was walking in the burying ground, all the people were already talking about the fact that Zheng would become the boss in the 47th district. They said that the previous 3 bosses had fled from there. In the 47th district, meanwhile, each resident was given 2 kilograms of meat and a pack of salt. People lined up to get their food. Zheng visited the administration of the 47th district and told everyone that from now on, the entire policy of this region will be radically changed. Zheng began to scold all the main managers that they had brought this area to this and simply morally humiliated everyone. Zheng finished scolding people and firmly said that everyone has 3 days left to fix everything. Zheng got up and left, and everyone remained sitting without moving, because they were ashamed of dissolving the district. Zheng decided to call Shihan, and she delighted him with the new 5000 strong security department. Shihan asked Zheng about the 47th district, and Zheng assured that he would not let the locals starve and live in poverty. Zheng promised that he would improve people's lives, but Shihan was interested in how he would do it, because a lot of work was required. But Zheng was sure that the slightest progress is already very good. Zheng believed that if everyone cares about the lives of other people, then Zheng will not be indifferent to them. The next day, Zheng got off the airship and thanked the captain. He opened his hang glider and took off into the air, and wished the captain of the airship a good journey and a happy journey. The ship's commander thanked Zheng and looked at him as a hero, and an unknown warrior with gray hair continued to follow Zheng with binoculars. Zheng returned to the C-118 White Forest area to level up. Zheng understood that it was very difficult to develop as a warrior than to level up a thief. Zheng remembered that the fastest way to level up is to be on the verge of death. But Zheng understood that motivation alone would not be enough for this. Zheng used his stealth mode to follow the white tigers. But the rank 13 white ferocious tiger was still beyond Zheng's strength. Therefore Zheng carefully walked near them in visibility. And suddenly I noticed a huge number of hostile vines, which even tigers do not dare to approach. Zheng, these vines were very reminiscent of the ones he used for the egg. But suddenly Zheng inadvertently stepped on one of them, and they began to attack him. Jung was able to dodge a massive strike from the vines and see a cave that could become a refuge for him from them. Jung tried to run into her with all his speed, but one of the vines was able to hit him and knocked him to the ground. The rest of the vines could no longer reach Jung because they could not squeeze through her hole. Jung was very glad that he remained safe. Jung began to grin at them that they were able to cripple him and therefore decided to go on the attack himself. Jung took out his bow and began firing at them from a secluded cave. Jung shot accurately. The vines couldn't do anything in response. Jung noticed that his arrows began to do much more damage because they were made of bimetal. After 3 hours, tired and tormented, Jung was able to kill a couple of vines and pumped his level by 60%. But Jung was not going to give up and decided to go all the way to improve his level. And the warrior with gray hair continued to wait for Jung and did not understand why he had been gone for so long. Suddenly a white tiger attacked him from behind, but the warrior with gray hair killed him with one blow in the blink of an eye. A week later, Jung was able to overcome all the vines that were nearby. He left the cave happy and tired with 85 thief levels. Jung opened the control panel and gained a damage skill against all targets within a radius of 15 meters. Jung was not said happy about the new skill, because he could additionally freeze potential opponents. Jung came out of the cave invisibility and went to look for new prey to gain experience. Jung approached a flock of white tigers and decided that one such tiger would be an ideal opponent for pumping up the level of star power. Jung walked near the flock, hid behind a cobblestone and began to observe. Jung saw one of the white tigers nearby and decided not to miss his chance. Jung pulled the bowstring and shot at the tiger, causing only 5 damage. But the tiger still felt it and went wild. Ran towards Jung. Jung began to run away, trying to lure the tiger as far away from the pack as possible. Jung ran about 1 kilometer and jumped off a small hill. Jung stopped because it was quite calm here to start training. 3 hours later, a breathless Jung stood and looked at the tiger, who couldn't even take away half of his health, and if it weren't for health potions, Jung would have died here long ago. Jung decided to sit down and rest a little, and took out 1 orange crystal from his bag. Just a minute ago, the ferocious tiger looked like a tame little cat who looked at Jung with starry eyes. Jung did not understand what was happening and decided to get the crystal. He brought him closer to the tiger, who happily wanted to take him away. Jung threw this crystal into the mouth of a mutant wild beast, who immediately ran to catch it. Jung was surprised that he could so easily make friends with a mutant tiger of rank 13. Jung urgently called Shirhan and asked what he could feed such creatures, or maybe he needed some drugs. The gray-haired warrior finally had a red dot, which indicated that Jung was next to him. Voni decided to go straight to him to see what he was doing again. Meanwhile, Jung was already feeding the happy and playful tiger with a huge piece of meat. Jung was shocked that Shihan would be able to recommend a really working method for feeding such animals. The tiger ate all the meat and headed towards Jung, with whom he began to caress, and Jung could not believe that he could tame such a mutant. Jung was able to activate the system for collecting pets, in the section of which the tiger began to be read as a new type of pet. Jung hugged the tiger and was very happy with his new pet, which he tamed by pure chance. Jung sat on the tiger and together they ran from the forest to the city. Jung called his director and asked him to prepare a room in the western region within an hour. But suddenly Jung noticed a green health bar, which indicated a high level of protection. Jung went into stealth mode and began to imply that it was the person who was following him. Jung walked towards him invisibly and began to think why a person with such a status was watching him and never even tried to kill him. Jung finally reached out to the man who was sitting in the tree. The warrior with gray hair felt some danger because the satellite communicator showed the presence of Jung nearby. Jung realized that the warrior began to suspect that Jung was nearby. It turned out to be Jiang Ning, a warrior of unknown level, apparently another god warrior. Jung was very surprised to see such a dangerous man in the forest, but something else caught his attention more. What made him remember everything that happened to him before? Namely, the emblem of the Shadow, the clan because of which the entire Jung village and his father died. He immediately remembered the other members of this gang whom he was able to kill, and his father, too, who burned in his own village, defending it with his valuable life. Jung could not leave it just like that, and so he attacked Jiang Ning, who sensed danger. which came from the bushes where Zheng was. Jiang Ning took out his blade, and with just one blow he was able to destroy about 50 meters of trees with a star wave. But Po Zheng, who was watching all this, did not hit. Jiang Ning praised Zheng for being able to get closer than 20 meters to him without being detected. Zheng took out his blade and rushed to attack, without thinking about the consequences. Jiang Ning did not tolerate such confidence from Zheng and attacked him, but Zheng managed to dodge and use his skill. After this, Jiang Ning's eyes all turned white, and he began to see poorly. He also couldn't really move, and didn't understand what was happening to his eyes. But before he could finish speaking, he was completely dumbfounded and could not move. Zheng, without wasting a second, struck Jiang Ning several times with his blade, but he could only break his mask, from which a face with a bunch of scars appeared. Zheng immediately delivered several more blows directly to the chest, but this didn't help one bit and didn't even break through his defense. Things were bad, Zheng was very tired, and the stun effect should have ended soon. Zheng only has 10 seconds left to immobilize Jiang Ning and get out of here. Zheng used his vulnerability scanning skill and realized that there were very few of them. Zheng also chuckled at Jiang Ning's stern gaze that remained the same even after being stunned. Zheng spoiled his clothes a little and tried to blind him, but unfortunately it was unsuccessful for him. I just turned around and walked away from him. Using the system backpack right in front of him, Zheng took out his striped tiger and jumped on it, running away from this place into the city. And after a couple of seconds, Jiang Ning came to a state, who fell into despair and anger from anger. Jiang Ning, out of uncontrollable anger, hit the ground with such force that he created a star vortex from his star power. A week later, Jiang Ning came to his leader's lair and told him everything. The leader clearly didn't like this story. He gave the frightened Jiang Ning one last chance, and if he failed, he would be replaced by another warrior. Zheng had already reached the city and came to Chairman Sheng. Zheng already had a purple glow and possessed rank 9-star power. At this time, the commander of one of the detachments observed the situation in the city and was already informed by telephone about Zheng, who would join their hunting detachment. He didn't mind, and said that Zheng should come to the #1 building of the airbase tomorrow. He looked at Zheng's rank and was very surprised when his squad could weld into a kindergarten, but there was nothing to do. In his opinion, Zheng would be very difficult in this squad. Meanwhile, Zheng finished his conversation with the chairman. Yi Sheng wished him good luck on the hunt tomorrow with Xiao's brigade, which gave the go-ahead. Zheng said that the chairman should not worry about this matter because Zheng will not let him down. That same day, Zheng came to check on his egg, which after a huge amount of time still hasn't changed. Zheng began to realize that there was not enough star power for this egg, and he should try to give crystals. He applied one of the crystals and it began to react with the egg. Zheng was very happy with the result and took out all his purple crystals from the system backpack. He covered the entire egg with dozens of crystals and began to observe. Although this method had some effect on the egg, it was painful and unpleasant for Zheng to lose so many crystals. The next day, a huge bear with a man on it was walking along the streets of the burial ground. It was some kind of warrior, apparently of a very high rank. People called him Yun Dongwei, and he was from the hunting brigade that Zheng joined. Yun, at such a young age, became the god of warriors, which greatly surprised all people, and Zheng saw all this. While eating noodles in a restaurant on the street, Zheng did not really respect him for his hypocrisy and knew that there would still be evil spirits in the brigade in his form. Zheng began to understand that he would not be assigned the main role in the hunting mission, but this would only be for the better for him. The next day, everyone was waiting for Zheng at the airbase, including the captain, who was already unhappy. The assistant noticed that the new guy on the team was really ignorant for deciding to be late for such an important task, but one of the good-natured warriors did not condemn Zheng, because he believed that youth is a great time for rebellion. But the other stink said that there was no need to worry because there were still a couple of minutes. He emphasized his abilities, especially his rapid progress in star power, and said that Zheng should not be underestimated. But suddenly Zheng burst into the door, which greatly frightened everyone present. Zheng greeted the team in a hurry and introduced himself. He began to suspect that he was a little late, because everyone looked at him like he was ignorant. The team boarded the airship and the captain read out all the rules of the brigade, which was based on cohesion. Any omissions and grievances should be left here, and if there are violations, then the guilty will be punished, finished Commander. Zheng was extremely surprised by such strict rules. The commander sent buildings to all participants in the operation. He started to voice it out loud, and everyone else, including the god of war, received a written form on their communicator. One of the warriors got scared and asked Zheng how he angered Chairman Shun, who gave such a difficult task. One of the warriors said that he saw a rank 18 mutant 3 days ago, but did not think that he would fight him. But the commander ordered no one to worry and not to cause panic. But Zheng was extremely worried about the news about the upcoming battle with a rank 18 mutant. The commander handed out pieces of paper and asked to write down all the characteristics, ranks, and armor of the equipment in order to identify the best indicators. The captain approached Zheng, but said that he would be of little use in the mission and he should just try to survive. But Zheng just laughed nervously because he was uncomfortable hearing this. A team of hunters stopped on the spot. They wanted to set up camp here. The commander of the detachment, his name was Xiao Zhan, informed all the warriors of the detachment that the headquarters sent them further instructions on their mission. Yun Dongwei said that they would have to go to the area where the king of steel spiders lived. The commander warned the entire squad that if they could not defeat the king of spiders, then a lot of different monsters would come to the burial ground. According to the materials, the Spider King is now located in the territory of Rongcheng City. The squad leader needed several volunteers to go to the city with the captain and find out the exact location of the Spider King. Commander Xiao asked his warriors who wanted to go with him. Everyone was silent. No one wanted to meet the Spider King. After the silence of his soldiers, the commander angrily replied that when it is necessary to take active action, no one has the courage to go with him on reconnaissance. After these words, Zhou Zheng raised his hand. He said that if no one objects, then he will go along with Captain Xiao. Zheng was not afraid of the Spider King. He was interested and curious, so he raised his hand. All the warriors were very surprised that the 9th rank warrior was not afraid of meeting the huge Spider King. After Zheng wanted to go with the captain, immediately all the warriors also began asking to go to Rongcheng City for reconnaissance. The commander tried to do everything to ensure that Zheng survived this mission, but it seems that this will not happen now. Xiao believed that courage could destroy Zheng. The commander said that the soldiers had a couple of minutes to get ready. He told them everything so that he could get in touch on time. Commander Xiao wished Zhou Zheng good luck. He wanted the rank 9 warrior to survive. After the commander's order to prepare, all the soldiers immediately fled. Zheng and the warriors of the squad were already in the city where the Spider King lives. On the way to the city, Zheng did not meet a single monster. It turns out that all the monsters lived in one place. Besides the king, Zheng saw several other steel spiders. He wanted to tell his team. A huge mutant hawk was also flying around the spiders, its eyes sparkling yellow. Zheng noticed this hawk. He said that this beast would be in great demand in the market. At the moment when he was looking at the monsters, Zheng was invisible, so no one should have noticed him here. Suddenly, Zheng realized that there was a huge spider behind him. Zhou Zheng thought that this spider could see him and was about to bite him. Zheng stood up and looked at the spider. The main character realized that the spider could feel him. But the spider passed by Zheng, which meant that the spider did not see or feel Zhou Zheng. Zheng exhaled from the tension. He was glad that the huge monster did not notice him. Sometime later, after reconnaissance of the territory, the whole team was together again. As soon as Zheng saw the commander, he asked him where his wounds came from, to which Captain Xiao replied that he encountered a little trouble along the way. One of the squad soldiers praised Zheng for being able to figure everything out himself and provide information about the spiders. The commander said that it would get dark at 5 o'clock, which means that they must deal with all the monsters before that time. The commander said that he and Yun Dunyi would fight the Spider King, and the rest should take care of the ordinary spiders. The commander also told Zheng personally that he would not participate in the battle, but would sit and watch the battle. Other warriors supported the commander's idea. They believed that Zheng would be able to help them at a critical moment. However, Luo Tian's envoy told the commander that all fighters should be treated equally. Luo Tian said that if Zheng joined them, then he must be able to do something. The commander looked sternly at Luo Tian. He told him that only he could command the squad and no one else. After a long conversation, all the warriors went into battle. Only Jung watched them fight the monsters. Jung was very surprised by the skills of these warriors. This was the first time he had seen how high-ranking warriors fought. Meanwhile, the commander called Yun Dun-wei to his side. He told the warrior to follow him. The commander and warrior Yun Dun-wei began to attack the huge steel spider. They used their sabers to defeat this monster. The commander and warrior constantly attacked the spider, but this did not bring any success. Then Commander Xiao decided to accumulate his strength and attack this huge spider. Xiao began to attack. He was ready to use all his acquired skills in battle. He had a huge saber in his hands, and he wanted to use it to defeat this monster. Xiao began to beat the huge spider with all his strength, hoping that he would at least slightly injure the monster. But this steel spider did not let Xiao get close to him. The monster used its web to push the commander away. Yun Dun-wei also came to Xiao's aid. He also wanted to destroy this monster. All the warriors from the squad fought with different spiders, so they could not defeat even one steel spider. Jung looked at the battle of the warriors. He did not understand why this squad had such a bad team battle. Jung believed that these warriors did not have any interaction. One of the warriors, whose name was Qin Han, was fighting one bloodthirsty spider, when suddenly another huge spider began to approach him from behind. Qin Han was not prepared for the second spider. He could only fight one monster. Suddenly, Qin Han noticed a spider approaching behind him. The warrior realized that things were bad. Qin Han fell to the ground. He completely lost control of his body. He was attacked by two spiders at the same time. While Qin Han was lying on the snake, he was bitten by one of the spiders. The poison of the steel spider was absorbed into the warrior's blood. Qin Han was on the verge of his death. He could not fight back this huge monster. Suddenly, Qin Han fell right into the hole. He was flying head first. Qin Han was completely defenseless as he had lost his weapons during the fight. Qin Han fell into the pit and lost consciousness. At that time, another steel spider began to approach him. This monster wanted to devour the warrior. Jung suddenly appeared from nowhere. He threw his comrade on his back and carried him away from these spiders. Zheng brought Qin Han to a safe area where the steel spiders couldn't get in. The main character took out a special antidote. He wanted to give his comrade a drink. Qin Han was still lying unconscious. Zheng began to feed Qin Han these antidote. Suddenly, Qin Han regained consciousness. He was shocked by this antidote. Qin Han was surprised that he recovered from the steel spider's venom so quickly. Qin Han told Zheng that he saved him. The warrior thanked the main character for such an act. The Qin Han warrior told Zheng that this antidote is simply amazing. It instantly neutralizes the effects of the poison. The warrior said that he would later thank Zheng for saving him. Qin Han was glad that he had such a comrade who would always come to the rescue. Zheng understood that now he could not stay here and just do nothing. Meanwhile, all the warriors were very injured, and Zheng helped them all. He took everyone to a safe area and gave them the antidote to the steel spider poison to drink. Zheng helped every warrior from the squad. He instantly helped them to completely heal and go into battle again with these spider monsters. Zheng saw that the Spider King did not receive any damage at all. Something had to be changed so that the entire squad would not die on this mission. Zheng saw only one solution to the problem with which he could defeat the Spider King. He wanted to become a captain and lead every warrior. Meanwhile, Shen was still in his office. The director realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the mission after all. The team of hunters could not defeat the Spider King. Director Shen called the Space Control Department. He ordered the department to activate the communicators of each member of the hunting team. Shen also said that Zheng should be appointed commander of the brigade. Zheng called Xiao on the walkie-talkie to give important information. Zheng also called all the other members of the brigade. He informed all members of the brigade that from now on that he was in charge of this battle. Zheng told all the warriors that if they did not change anything in the structure and strategy of the battle, then they could all die from the huge steel spiders. Zheng asked every warrior in the squad to listen to him and follow his instructions. He told Zhan Han to start holding back the Spider King, since he was the fastest in the squad. Zhan Han said that this was quite a dangerous task, but he was willing to help his team in order to defeat the Spider King. John Han trusted Zheng because he had an antidote to the spider venom. Zheng told Xiang and Yun Dunwei to retreat back and clear the way for the common spiders. He said that they should cope with such forces in 5 minutes. Both warriors listened to Zhou Zheng. He was ready to fight on the orders of the main character for the sake of his squad. Xiao told all the warriors to follow Zhou Zheng's instructions and listen carefully to his orders. Zheng continued to issue instructions to the warriors. He told Qin Han and Lao Li to encircle the spiders. He ordered the rest of the soldiers of the detachment to destroy other spiders in groups. The entire team of hunters followed the orders of Commander Zhou Zheng. Xiao continued to attack the steel spider. He was skilled with his saber. Thanks to Zheng's strategy, the squad was actually able to deal with the huge spiders. Yun Dunwei also took down the spiders with ease, all thanks to the instructions of Commander Zhou Zheng. He looked at Zheng. The main character stood on the roof of the building and led a whole detachment of warriors. Yun Dunwei realized that under Zheng's leadership, the team began to work more smoothly. Each soldier in the brigade performed his task. Zheng informed all the warriors that most of the spiders were finished. Now everyone should unite to exterminate the rest. However, Zheng knew that the fight with the Spider King would be the hardest and longest. The main character, meanwhile, sitting on the roof, decided to test his new weapon, called the Scarlet Moon. It was a special bow. This bow was specially created for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng jumped off the roof to help his squad and try out a new weapon in battle. Zheng took the bow in his hands and aimed it at the spider. This bow shot 3 arrows at once. The main character hit the spiders right in the head. Zheng shot very well with a bow, and most importantly, accurately. The damage from this bow was small, but with each hit, Zheng gained experience. Suddenly, Zheng saw the king of steel spiders approaching him. This spider had a lot of eyes, and it was larger than ordinary mutant spiders. Qin Han warned Zheng to be very careful with the Spider King. Any wrong move could lead to death. But Zheng was not afraid of the Spider King. He attacked him with 2 daggers. Zheng struck directly at the spider's head. Zheng's blows were very fast, and the Spider King could not dodge them or block these blows. All the warriors were very worried about the main character. They had never seen such speed. Zhou Zheng was incredibly fast. Yun Dunwei believed that if he were in Zhou Zheng's place, he would not be able to escape this Spider King. Zheng told the warriors to all attack this spider together, thereby preventing the monster from even moving. Victory was very close. Zheng reported that only the leader of the spiders remained alive. Zheng and Xiao tried to inflict as much damage on the monster as possible, but the Spider King repelled all the warriors' blows with his laser. The spider also threw its web at the soldiers of the squad, thereby confusing people. Zheng told one of the warriors that they needed to find the weak point of the spider. Powerful attacks were simply not enough to defeat this monster. Zheng told Captain Xiao that he could detain him. He asked Xiao to start attacking the king. Commander Xiao said that if Zheng could immobilize the Spider King, then hitting his head would not be a problem. Zheng told Xiao that the weak point of this monster is its neck. Xiao didn't understand how Zheng knew about the weak point of this huge spider. Zheng told Xiao to believe him that this monster's weak point is its neck. Xiao asked if he was sure that the weak point was the neck. The squad had only one attempt to defeat the Spider King. Zheng was confident in his decision. He immediately began to approach the spider in order to immobilize it. He told Xiao that the disarming would only work for 15 seconds. Commander Xiao couldn't believe that they could defeat the huge spider in those 15 seconds. Zheng began to attack the Spider King. He jumped right on his head. Zheng used stun to immobilize the terrible monster. He shouted to the warriors that it was time to attack the Spider King. The spider at this time was completely stunned. He had no control over his body and could not do anything. The warriors began to attack the huge monster. They wanted to quickly destroy it. Envoy Luo was shocked by Zhou Zheng's abilities. He did not understand how the main character was able to stun the big spider. Zheng looked at the time and said that in 3 seconds the stun would wear off. Zheng ordered all the warriors to step aside, since the Spider King was now very angry and could easily destroy a couple of warriors. After the stun time ended, the spider did not see anything for some time. It was completely blinded. The warriors around did not understand what was happening to the huge monster. All the soldiers climbed onto the roof of the building. They started counting down to check if everyone was in place. Commander Xiao carried out a countdown. It turns out that all 19 soldiers of the detachment survived, although some were seriously injured. Xiao looked at Zhou Zheng. He realized that he had underestimated him. Commander Xiao understood that if it were not for Zheng, the mission would have been a complete failure. Meanwhile, Zheng noticed that the Spider King had very little health left. In addition to low health, the spider had a bleeding status. The spider could barely breathe. A few seconds later, the huge monster lost consciousness and the Spider King was killed. Wu Zheng has finally leveled up. Now the main character was level 90. All the warriors rejoiced at the death of the huge spider. After a few hours, they were able to defeat the monster. Along with the new level, Zheng also received a revival ring. If the owner of this ring died, then with a 20% chance he could be reborn in the same place, with the same indicators. Zhou Zheng put this revival ring on himself. Now the main character was its owner. Suddenly someone called Zheng. The main character looked back. Qin Han decided to ask Zheng if he was okay. Zheng said that he was fine, and there was no need to worry about him. Qin Han called Zhou Zheng to inspect the spoils he received from the Spider King. In addition to the remains of the Spider King, they also found black quartz in it. It was a rather rare fossil. One of the warriors said that for the first time he saw black quartz live, with his own eyes. Late at night, the squad began to divide the spoils from the Spider King. Commander Xiao said that this time the biggest contribution was made by Zhou Zheng. Xiao suggested letting Zheng choose the trophies for herself. No one was against Commander Xiao's decision. Not a single warrior thought that Zhou Zheng had such powerful forces and skills. Zheng said that he did not want to take most of the spoils. He said that it was better to divide all the spoils equally. From the very early morning of the next day, Zheng left the common tent. He wanted to learn more about his new skills. Zheng learned that he now has a deadly skill that deals a fatal blow with 500% damage. While Zheng was examining his skill, Luo Tian's envoy approached him. Luo Tian turned to Zheng. It looked like he wanted to tell Zheng something. He told Zheng that he would send Haiguo to Haiyan to apologize upon arrival. Zheng was glad that Haiguo wanted to apologize for his actions. At this time, the airship of the Hunter Brigade was already approaching the burial ground. People greeted the warriors with flowers and congratulations. Everyone wanted to see the warriors who were able to defeat the Spider King. As soon as the airship landed on the ground and the door opened, people began to thank all the soldiers for the work done. Director Shun also watched this. Zhou Zheng did not disappoint him. The mission was completed. Shun believed that the main character really had amazing abilities. Board Chairman Yang sat next to Director Shun. He told Shun that the report said that Zheng had saved more than half of the brigade, which meant that Zheng had made high-ranking friends. Yang said that newcomers are always lucky. Director Shun interrupted him and said that it doesn't matter whether it's luck or not. The main thing is that the team of hunters was able to complete this difficult mission. Director Shun even wanted to train with Zhou Zheng side by side. Shun believed that Zheng was really strong. Council Chairman Yang said that he would like to meet the hunting team. Yang did not have much time. Shun and Yang walked towards the airship. Council Chairman Yang said that a strong tide of monsters is expected this time. Director Shun told Yang to be more careful. People were still standing on the street and waiting for the team of hunters to leave the airship. Some people asked Captain Xiao and warrior Yun Dunwei for a photograph. Suddenly, people noticed Director Shen and Chairman Yang nearby. They were very surprised. People didn't think they could meet these two right here. Director Shen and Chairman Yang stood on the roof of a nearby building and watched everything from above. Suddenly, a team of hunters came out of the airship. Yang noticed the same warrior Zhou Zheng. The chairman believed that the main character had incredible potential. After some time, important people were discussing Zhou Zheng and his skills. These people wanted to give Zhou Zheng the rank of warrior god. Council Chairman Yang had complete confidence in Zheng. Only one person was against it. His name was Qi Jiong. He believed that there was no way a rank 9 warrior could get the rank of god to a warrior. He said that it was impossible. Director Shen said that Qi Zhiyun performed very well according to this year's data. However, Shen said that everything would be decided by voting. The director said to raise their hands to those who were in favor of Zheng receiving the rank of warrior god. Commander Xiao said that Zhou Zheng deserves to receive this status, since he was able to almost single-handedly defeat the Spider King which was enough to obtain the rank of God of War. Chi Yun told these two warriors that they were the only ones who thought so. He was very angry with the Xiao commander. Director Shen supported Commander Xiao. He also believed that Zheng should receive the rank of God of War. However, Shen said that everything must be fair, so Zhou Zheng must fight with Lord Qi in order to reveal Zheng's abilities. Chi Ziyun agreed with the director's decision and was ready to tear Zheng to pieces. People on the streets started talking about Zhou Zheng again. They heard that the rank 9 warrior was being promoted to the rank of God of War. The gray-haired warrior heard what people were talking about. He did not hate Zhou Zheng. This warrior said that they would have to die together with Zhou Zheng. He was willing to sacrifice himself to kill Zhou Zheng. Meanwhile, Zheng was in the forest, struggling with huge vines. The main character wanted to quickly reach level 100 in order to get a couple of good skills. Once Zheng destroyed one vine, his rank became 10, and his level was already 100. A window of skills immediately appeared in front of Zhou Zheng. One of the skills allowed him to create a highly toxic poison, and there were also skills that allowed him to apply poison to the weapon itself. Zhou Zheng studied every skill carefully. He wanted to learn every skill in order to win any battle. Zheng began to create poison using his skill. Zheng applied the poison he created to his dagger. He now had the Spider King's poison blade. It could only be used 15 times, and the time limit was 30 minutes. As soon as Zheng received this blade, he immediately wanted to use it. He decided to test it on the vine. The Spider King's poison actually worked. Now Zheng had a blade that killed with poison. Now that Zheng had learned this useful skill, everything should have worked out for him. While Zheng was learning his new skills, former director Hai was near the gates of Boneyard City. Hai saw a pack of bloodthirsty wolves running not far from him. When Hai saw these wolves, he realized that they could no longer stop these wolves. Hai looked at the burial ground and realized that this time a fierce battle awaited them. Zheng was already in the city by that time. Zhou Zheng was sitting in the marketplace selling something. Suddenly someone called Zheng. Some girls stood in front of him. Zheng did not understand what she wanted from him. This girl introduced herself. Her name was Mohi. She was a member of the Azure Moths team. She wanted to purchase the Steel Spider King's poison from Zheng. Zheng asked Mohi why she needed the poison of the Spider King. He said that if she told her why she needed this poison, then maybe Zheng would sell it. She told Zheng in a low voice that she was actually developing a potion, and poison was the only ingredient she was missing. She asked Zheng to sell this poison at a good price. Zheng thought for a while. He realized that this girl was an alchemist. Zheng replied to Mohi that if she was really developing a potion, then he could provide her with all the necessary materials completely free of charge. But in this case, Mohi will have to share the potion with Zheng. Mohi joyfully ran about her business, and Zheng hoped that Mohi could still be relied upon. Suddenly, Zheng's phone rang. Zheng immediately paid attention to it. Brother Lei Hu called him and told Zheng that all the information about Qi Zhiyong had been collected. Lei Hu was willing to send this information to Zhou Zheng. Zheng thanked Brother Lei Hu for his work. Zheng was glad that there were people around him who could help him at any time. While Zheng was doing his business, people were discussing the next fight between Zhou Zheng and Qi Zhiyun. Many thought that Qi Zhiyun would be the winner since Zhou Zheng was only rank 9. All three of them cheered for Qi Zhiyun's God of War. Zhou Zheng listened to their conversation about the battle all this time. Zheng decided to call Shihan. He needed help. Meanwhile, the God of War Qi Jinyun was resting. He was confident that he could defeat a rank 9 warrior without any problem. Qi Jinyun laughed at those who believed in Zhou Zheng's victory. He did not believe that such people existed. The God of War understood that before the battle he needed to find someone to test Zheng's real strength. Zhou Zheng was already in the Snake Valley. He stayed there for 2 whole weeks just to get as much snake venom as possible. There were no signs of trouble when suddenly Zheng felt some kind of murderous aura. Next to Zheng was an unknown warrior. He was in a blue suit and with gray hair. This warrior's name was Du Lun. His rank was unknown as he was very high. This warrior reasoned how Zheng managed to reach rank 10 so quickly. In any case, Du Lun wanted to kill Zheng. Dao Lun called Zhou Zheng. He wanted to tell Zheng something. Seeing Du Lun, the protagonist asked who sent him here. Zheng thought that this warrior was sent here by his rival Qi Zhiyun. The warrior replied that he wanted to remain anonymous. He did not want to reveal his identity. Jeng called Do Lun's name. He asked why he wanted to kill him. The warrior did not understand how the main character knew his real name. While Du Lun was thinking, Zhou Jing suddenly attacked this warrior. Zheng landed a good blow to his opponent's shoulder. After Zheng's attack, the warrior Dao Lun said that it was a rather boring trick. It was easy to predict. Suddenly, Du Lun felt severe pain at the wound site, and Du Lun's bleeding effect triggered. Zheng began to count the time during which this effect would work. Warrior Dao Lun did not understand what was happening to his body. He felt very bad. Thus, Zheng killed the first warrior using the poison of the rank 18 Spider King. It only took 26 seconds for a warrior with the rank of God of War to die from the spider's venom. Zhou Zheng was wondering what interesting things he managed to get this time. The main character found some kind of bag in the dead warrior's pocket. In this bag there was an unknown thing with a red button. Zheng took it out and began to examine it. Zhou Zheng's phone rang again. This time it was Mohei who called him. She told him to come to the laboratory quickly. The potion was already ready. Some time passed and Zheng was already in the laboratory. Zheng asked Mohei if it was a potion that she made using spider venom. Mohei said that this potion was indeed created from the venom of a spider. She called this potion the Rage Potion. Zheng began to examine this potion. Mohei told him that this potion improves his stats threefold within 15 minutes. Zheng and the joyful Mohei went to the outskirts of the western region so that Zheng could test her potions. Mohei doubted her potion, but Zheng reassured her and was confident in her and her potion. Zheng took out the potion and asked Mohei to move away for safety. Zheng drank the whole potion in one gulp, and he immediately felt a strength that was several times greater than his previous one. A powerful star aura appeared near Zheng, showing his strength. Mohei looked at this in surprise. She could not believe such an amazing effect of her potion. Zheng ran near Mohei and asked her to supply him with it in the near future, and Zheng, in turn, would help with resources. Mohei could not calm down from what she saw and at first did not understand anything. But then she agreed unconditionally. Later, Zheng came to Jill Corporation, where the manager was already waiting for him. The manager apologized that her president could not introduce the company because she was not feeling well. Manager and Zheng to the 18th floor, and the manager showed the workshop where the company's best equipment and weapons are produced. They walked around the floor and the manager showed off one suit, the rarest and best warrior costume made from materials from a rank 17 monster. But Zheng was more attracted to the blade, which had an armor-piercing ability of 16 points. The manager said that all these things are a gift to the director for the God of War, Zhou Zheng, who, although not alone, the company believes in his victory. Zheng was very embarrassed and did not want to accept such an expensive gift. But then suddenly, a very beautiful and young girl appeared and asked Zheng not to be modest. The manager was surprised to see the company president named Lu here. She approached Zheng and saw that he was extremely surprised by her appearance. And Zheng just gave a compliment and couldn't believe at first that the owner of such a company was such a beautiful girl. Director Lu loved Zheng's compliments. Zheng had already packed his equipment and asked why he was called. Was it really just because of the equipment? But Director Lu said that this was just a modest gift from Zheng for the upcoming battle. She suddenly started talking about the dome that was erected over the burial ground, and because of it her company cannot neglect generally accepted norms. Until Zheng becomes a warrior god and wins this fight, for which her company vouches. At this time Jiang Ning was driving his car and could not believe that his accomplice Du Lun had died. He couldn't believe that Zheng did this and cursed him, throwing the device for attracting zombies out the window. After 3 days, Zheng was preparing for a duel with the god of warriors. Zheng once again made sure that most of his company had bet on his victory and was about to leave. But in front of him was Shihan, who was very afraid for him. But Zheng reassured her and asked her to trust. The battle was supposed to take place in the Dongmen Arena, where many people and warriors came. Some people did not have enough space in the stadium and will have to watch the broadcast on TVs. At this time, Zheng had already entered the ring in a new suit and with new blades. And also the warrior god, who was confident in his abilities and did not even train, also appeared on the other side of the ring. They met face to face and Qi Zhiyong promised to deal with Zheng once and for all. People in the stands screamed and cheered for their candidates in mortal combat. But Qi Zhiyong was very interested in how Zheng was able to kill a palace-rank shadow warrior. He noticed that Zheng had acquired armor from the Geely company, and therefore he should not be careless with him and be on the alert. Qi Zhiyong understood that it was probably not that easy for Zheng, even though he was a rank 10 warrior. Chairman Shen watched from the top rows, and one of his assistants beat the drum and the fight began. And Qi Zhiyong and Zheng have already taken comfortable positions. But suddenly all the people in the stands were surprised by Zheng's actions, who simply did not move and looked at Qi Zhiyong, who activated his star power. But in Zheng's eyes there was a plan, and there was not a drop of fear. He extended his hand toward Qi Zhiyong with a smile, and this was clearly visible on the screens that people were viewing, including Zheng Ning. He immediately realized that Zheng was again using his technique to stun the enemy. Qi Zhiyong attacked Zheng with a huge sword. Well, he immediately stood in a stupor in front of Zheng, and his eyes turned white. He understood and felt everything, but could not move any of the limbs of his body. People in the stands could not understand why the god of war stopped moving, because he was supposed to be very fast. Zheng immediately grabbed his blades and decided to act while there was time. He struck with his new blades from below directly into the stomach, but this had no effect on Qi Zhiyong's health, because Zheng's dagger couldn't penetrate his armor. In this case, Zheng had only one way out, namely in a series of strikes pulled together from his skills as a thief, which should have taken away at least 1/5 of Qi Zhiyong's health. But Qi Zhiyong's health line was almost full, and the torpor effect was already ending. When Qi Zhiyong came to his senses, he immediately took up his katana, but at the same moment, due to strong shaking, he vomited. He heard angry cries in his direction, that everything was bought and the god of war was simply draining the battle. But he didn't care. He just wiped some of the blood off his face and chuckled at Zheng's trump card. He immediately dealt a crushing blow with his sword, right by Zheng, who was just watching. Suddenly the people on the podium in Shihan were simply surprised by what they saw. The god of war himself fell into shock. Zheng was able to use close evasion, one of his skills pumped up to 100. The god of war simply stood there in shock at what a rank 10 warrior was capable of. He immediately threw a bunch of punches in a rage, from which Zheng recovered and thought about what to do next, because this cannot continue. Zheng jumped back and decided that he needed to hit the target to break through Qi Zhiyong's armor and use poison. Zheng applied poison to the blade using his skill. At this time of thinking, Qi Zhiyong was already flying towards Zheng in a jump, but Zheng managed to put down his blades and protect himself from the blow. Qi Zhiyong thought that Zheng was definitely tired of living since she was trying her luck in close combat. Qi Zhiyong used his power on the widow and simply blew up the place under him with Zheng. Shihan saw all this and got a little worried. Qi Zhiyong himself stood and looked at the pile of dust in which Zheng was not, because Zheng was already flying invisibly at Qi Zhiyong from behind, and dealt powerful blows to his back. But Qi Zhiyong did not even stagger and struck back, which Zheng dodged. Qi Zhiyong and Zheng stood on both sides, and the people in the stands couldn't believe that rank 10 warriors were so strong. Zheng understood that all the blows were simply pointless. If he couldn't break through his armor, then he wouldn't win either. But Zheng was not going to give up, and decided to try again. Zheng literally disappeared in front of the perplexed Qi Zhiyong, who thought it was teleportation. But he managed to block the blow, and retaliate, saying that Zheng still won't break through his armor no matter how hard he tries. Zheng began to change strategy, because this could no longer continue. Zheng began circling Qi Zhiyong, creating clouds of smoke. People in the stands stopped seeing the warriors in the ring and started complaining. Zhang Ning understood that Zheng was trying to make favorable conditions for himself, but he did not understand why. Qi Zhiyong was already getting nervous. He called Zheng a coward, and his antics were child's play. But Zheng, while no one saw him, took out a potion with a potion that improves performance by 3 and drank. And after a couple of seconds he already flew out with a sickle towards Qi Zhiyong, who managed to put down his sword and saw the red, murderous eyes of Zheng. Qi Zhiyong dealt a strong blow and was able to push Zheng away from him. He rushed into a counterattack, shouting something under his breath. But Zheng needed exactly that, namely a loss of vigilance. Zheng managed to hit him and break through the defense, pushing him a couple of meters. But Zheng did not stop there and rushed at the uncomprehending Qi Zhiyong. and thanks to the loss of vigilance and powerful strength, Zheng was able to push Qi Zhiyong straight into the concrete wall. Zheng's strength, according to Qi Zhiyong, was higher than that of Xiao Jianling. Qi Zhiyong barely stood up again and realized that he was losing. He was not going to deal with this, and rushed with all his strength and grabbed hold of Zheng. And together with him, he broke through the wall of the arena and flew further. People in the stands thought he was crazy because it was against the rules. And Jiang Ning thought Qi Zhiyong was an idiot if he thought he could deal with Zheng away from prying eyes. But Chairman Shen asked everyone to calm down and wait for the winner to return to the arena. Meanwhile, Zheng fought hand-to-hand with Qi Zhiyong. Zheng understood that if they were far from people, then this whole show would have to end. But suddenly Qi Zhiyong struck Zheng with a sword and hit Zheng's hand, injuring Zheng. Zheng noticed that the blade was infected with some kind of strong poison. It turned out to be cadaveric poison, which was banned on all continents and was used as a virus and not even a poison. Nervous Zheng began to understand the seriousness and said that this was not according to the rules. But Qi Zhiyong only laughed, because what rules would a person follow who reached such a status through deception and betrayal? Qi Zhiyong did not care what methods he used because no one would go to find out how Zheng died. Zheng understood by what rules Qi Zhiyong plays and decided to make the last decision and took out a bottle of healing potion from the system backpack. Satisfied and angry, Qi Zhiyong looked at Zheng with some anxiety because he did not understand where he got the test tube from. Zheng completely cured himself with the antidote and began using the invisibility skill. At this point, Qi Zhiyong's face changed and he didn't understand how a person could just evaporate. But then Zheng dealt a strong blow to his chest. Zheng said that Qi Zhiyong is not the only one who died from his ignorance towards the enemy. A couple of minutes later, people in the stands noticed that someone was returning to the arena. It was Zhou Zheng who was dragging Qi Zhiyong's lifeless body. Shen did not doubt Zheng's strength and was glad that he did not fail him in front of the entire city. He officially declared Zheng the winner and additionally the god of war to loud applause from the audience present. Shihan almost burst into tears from excitement and surging joy for Zheng. The team, including the god of war, with whom Zheng went on missions, were also happy for him. And the news of Zheng's victory was conveyed to the director of the company, Jili, who was glad that she got a good return on her investment. Zheng, who did not have time to come to his senses, was met by his old patrol team, who were most happy for him, and they began to throw the dissatisfied Zheng into the air, who called it child's play. But the team didn't like it very much, and they didn't catch Zheng, who fell to the ground. Zheng was very glad that he could finally become the god of war, but now he will face many different problems and difficulties. Already at night, Shihan began to wonder why Zheng had been bothered by something all day long. But Zheng said he just wants to go home to family and friends. Shihan completely agreed with him because she also wanted to see her native land. Zheng offered to return to Titan when Zheng finished all his business in the burial ground, to which Shihan happily agreed. Zheng came back the next day with an egg that showed no noticeable improvement or change. Zheng didn't understand what to do because the egg had already absorbed a lot of crystals. Zheng decided to take a risk and took out all his red crystals. He placed them on the egg and they immediately began to move strongly and react. Zheng decided that the red crystals would make up for lost time, and in the near future Zheng would have her own dragon. On the same day, Zheng came to the chairman, who told him the bad news. He said that someone has accelerated the coming influx of monsters and zombies on the city, which will begin in a couple of days. Meanwhile, people were harvesting crops on the border of the burial ground. One of these people said that he did not know how long the monstrous tide would last. Another answered him that there were many warriors left from the eastern region. He believed that these warriors would be able to deal with the monsters. People just needed to finish harvesting rice quickly. These people hoped that at this high tide there would not be many monsters. All important events took place near the gates of the burial ground. The commander of the soldiers ordered the use of Molotov cocktails to destroy the monsters. The warriors threw Molotov cocktails straight at the pack of monsters. There was a lot of smoke around. The mutant wolves were all covered in smoke. They also fought the monsters from the air. One of the pilots said to aim for the front line of wolves. All pilots, by order of the commander, simultaneously dropped their missiles on these dangerous animals. The commander was glad that his tactics worked. Several dozen wolves died. Suddenly, the captain of the plane noticed a huge green dragon in front of him. This dragon was flying straight towards his plane. The captain realized that things were bad. These dragons knew how to breathe fire. They were quite dangerous even for high-ranking warriors. The warrior with gray hair said that all this chaos started because of Zhou Zheng. He said that he was the one who created the tide of monsters just to destroy Zhou Zheng. Meanwhile, Zheng fought with toothy wolves. He helped the warriors drive away these monsters. The warriors thanked Zhou Zheng for his help. They said they couldn't cope without him. Zheng told them not to relax, but to continue to fight until the end, because the first wave was not over yet. Suddenly, Zheng and the other burial ground warriors heard a very loud sound nearby. It was several green zombies. They made their way through the trees and approached the gates of the burial ground. The warriors were surprised that there were so many high-level zombies here. Even if it was a tide of monsters, these zombies are not so easy to leave their habitat. It is unclear how they ended up here. Zheng was very tense. He did not believe that this was happening again. The monster invasion had begun again. Zheng told all the warriors to retreat. The main character was ready to distract these zombies. Zheng ran towards those giant monsters as fast as he could. Zheng ran close to the zombies, took out an unknown button, which he took from one of the shadow warriors, and then pressed this button. Instantly, all the zombie giants began to aggregate even more. These monsters became more and more angry. It turns out this thing called all the zombies to a certain place. Zhou Zheng realized that a gang of shadows was involved in everything. It was they who organized the influx of these zombies. The protagonist told director Shen that the shadow warrior Jiang Ning was to blame for everything. The director heard Zheng, but realized that this whole influx of monsters was provoked by a gang of shadows. Director Shen said that he would send people to help Zheng and deal with the shadow gang. After Zheng reported all the information to the director, he saw a red health bar among the trees. He realized that someone was next to him. At first, Zheng thought that there was a zombie hiding behind the trees, but then he felt a murderous aura. Zheng realized that there was some kind of warrior behind the trees. Zheng walked through these trees. There was the shadow warrior Jiang Ning. He was a member of the Shadow Corporation. Jiang Ning was glad to see Zheng here. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Immediately after the two warriors met, a fight began. They both wanted to kill each other. Zheng tried to dodge Jiang Ning's blows. He did it well. Zhou Jing and Jiang Ning fought each other. Both had powerful attacks, but so far no one had won this fight. Suddenly, Jiang Ning landed a good blow on the main character. Zheng was a little injured. Zheng realized that he was very inattentive, which is why he could not dodge his opponent's blow. Jiang Ning shouted to Zheng that he would die in half an hour from loss of blood. But Zheng shouted to his opponent that the strongest would win. After Zhou Zheng used the stealth skill, he completely became invisible. Jiang Ning said that an ordinary person cannot disappear without a trace like that. Zheng disappeared before his eyes. While Zhou Zheng was invisible, he understood that Jiang Ning was the only person who knew his main secret. Therefore, Zhou Zheng had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Zheng walked right up to the warrior's back. Jiang Ning said that Zheng stopped hiding from him. Jiang Ning wanted to fight like a man in fair conditions. After these words, Zheng became visible again. He was confident that he could defeat Jiang Ning even without the stealth skill. Only now did Jiang Ning really understand that Zheng could actually turn invisible. Jiang Ning understood that even if Zheng used his stealth skill, it would not help him break through his armor. Zheng knew that his opponent had powerful armor that would protect him from blows. Therefore, Zheng took out a dagger, which, when breaking through the armor, gradually killed with poison. Zheng began to attack Jiang Ning. He shouted to him that even if he could not penetrate the armor, the poison would be enough to kill Jiang Ning. Zheng also decided to use his new skill called Chaos. This skill really worked. But Jiang Ning drank the antidote in time and was completely cured of Zheng's poison. After Jiang Ning drank this antidote, he told Zhou Zheng that this poison was really amazing. It worked perfectly against any poison. After these words, Jiang Ning immediately attacked Zheng. This shadow warrior had a huge katana in his hands. While Jiang Ning attacked Zheng, he took a special rage potion. Thanks to this potion, Zhou Zheng was able to repel Jiang Ning's attack and then blind him. Zhan Ning didn't see anything, he just swung his katana around like that. After his sight was restored, he could not recover. And all because there was a huge red zombie standing right in front of him, which Zhou Zheng had summoned. Zhan Ning realized that things were bad. He wanted to run away, but Zheng would not let him escape so easily. Zheng used a stun skill, after which Zhan Ning froze in place. He could not do anything. The huge red zombie grabbed Zhan Ning and held it in his fist. Zhan Ning was very scared when the huge red monster began to open its mouth. Zhan Ning tried to scream, but it was already too late. After a few seconds of sleep, this red zombie has already devoured the shadow warrior Zhan Ning. After which this red zombie went to God knows where. Zhou Zheng at that time sat on a tree and watched as the monster moved further and further away. Zheng noticed that the red zombie was walking towards the eastern area. By this time, all the soldiers should have already been recalled to the burial ground. Zheng understood that while the tide of monsters subsided a little, he had to hit the road. At this time, Brother Shen was looking at the map of the burial ground. He was coming up with new strategies in order to get rid of the flock of monsters. Suddenly, someone entered Shen's office. It was Zhou Zheng. He asked the director if he could find out anything about metal rods. Director Shen said that they did a good job and found the necessary information about metal rods. The principle of operation of the rods was to send signals that attract zombies. According to Director Shen, this thing attracted about 4 million zombies to the burial ground. Zheng replied to Shen. He said that the burial ground could cope with such a surge of zombies. He said that people need to be sent to destroy these rods. Shen said that if they mean normal zombies, then they really don't pose a threat, but monsters sometimes gather in packs, which can be a big problem. Zheng just kept silent and listened to Director Shen. He completely agreed with him. Shen said that due to the fact that Zheng created a special medicine, the warriors became much less likely to die. Most likely, the intensity of the tide of monsters will increase every day. Shen said that Zheng needed to rest. Koga Zheng was about to leave. The director said that the Shadow Gang had been completely destroyed. Zheng thanked Director Shen for his help. Zheng went up to his dragon egg. He began to remember his father. Zheng seemed to be talking to him. Zhou Zheng only wanted to tell his father that the Shadow Gang had been destroyed. Zheng wanted his father to rest in peace. The main character believed that his father died for a reason, defending his land. Jag believed that with this system, he could forget all past feelings and live relying only on himself. But Zhou Zheng realized that he was mistaken. Everything was completely wrong. He believed that one person cannot change anything in this world. Even if a person is very powerful, he will meet a stronger opponent, and in the end he will be defeated. Suddenly, Zheng heard the dragon egg begin to move a little. He thought the baby dragon just wanted to get out. Zheng decided to help the dragon. He gave him 3 red superpower crystals. Zhou Zheng understood that there was a rich aura here and there, could be no mistake this time. Suddenly, a small head of a baby dragon appeared from a huge egg. He began to climb out of the shell. Zheng didn't understand why the dragon was so big, since it had just hatched. As soon as the dragon completely crawled out of this egg, he immediately noticed Zhou Zheng nearby. The dragon began to quickly approach the main character. Zhou Zheng was very scared. The dragon came close to Zheng and began to sniff and lick him. Several days passed, and Zheng was already teaching his little dragon various tricks. For every trick he performed, Zheng rewarded the dragon. Zheng gave the baby ordinary bread as a reward. The dragon really liked this bread, he simply adored it. Zheng understood that now no one goes outside the city, so he could calmly train his dragon, without any problems. However, Zheng understood that soon this dragon would become his real flying friend and would save his life. Zheng received another call from Director Shen, who said that they had just received information that a new wave of zombies was about to hit them. In the meantime, a sound sounded in the burial ground. It notified about the first-level bestial tide. People in the city had a very bad feeling. Director Shen was in the conference room of the burial ground at that moment. He was aware that everyone knew that a new wave of beast tide was approaching. He also said that the western region had already been defeated. Shen said that since the burial ground was founded, they have repelled many attacks. However, this time they will face the most difficult test in recent years. This time the number of attacking animals increased 5 times. One of the captains told Zheng that the flying beasts were only 50 kilometers away. while the Earth beasts were only 40 kilometers away. Several planes took off towards the monster tide. Each warrior was ready to fight for their hometown burial ground. Airplanes attacked flying dragons, and ordinary warriors fought ground monsters. 3 days passed. Zhou Zheng was ready to train his flying beast again. Zhou Zheng began to summon his dragon. He believed that the baby dragon had grown up long ago and could be taught to fly. Zheng summoned his dragon. The main character told the animal that now he can only summon it at night. Suddenly, the dragon flew into the air. Zheng was very surprised how he learned to fly so fast. Zheng decided to reward his dragon. He was very happy that his friend learned to fly. The main character gave the dragon bread, but the dragon asked for more. 1 piece of bread was not enough for him. Zheng realized that his dragon was very picky and asked for too much. Then Zheng gave the dragon 1 red crystal. Zheng hoped that the dragon would have enough of this crystal. But the dragon was still very sad. It was clear from him that he was not yet full and wanted to eat more. Zheng was very surprised that 1 red crystal was not enough for the dragon. He gave all the remaining crystals to his beast. Zheng had no more crystals with him. The dragon was missing something again. He was very picky. Zheng realized that the dragon did not want to eat low-rank crystals. He began to look for plants that contain at least a little superpower. Then Zheng remembered one thing that he borrowed from one of the animals when he was leveling up. Zheng still did not understand what this thing was and what it was supposed to be used for, but this thing definitely had some kind of power. Zheng gave this thing to his dragon. The dragon ate her whole. Zheng realized that the dragon had finally had enough. After the dragon ate this thing, it began to increase in size. Its eyes began to glow blue. Zheng was afraid of his dragon. He did not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Zheng was shocked. His dragon was hit by one of these meteorites. The dragon lay and did not move. Zhou Zheng was very afraid for his friend. The main character ran up to his dragon. He wanted to help him somehow. Zheng decided to send the dragon to the system space for pets, where the dragon is definitely not in danger. He began to teleport the dragon into this space. This system space for pets had a containment function. So as long as Zheng doesn't release his dragon, the animal should be fine. After Zheng teleported his friend to a special space, he began to blame himself. The main character realized that there was no need to give this edible thing to the dragon. Suddenly, Zheng saw many flying creatures in the sky. He thought that the beast tide had begun again. 3 days passed, and the warriors were still fighting the mutant monsters. Commander Xiao realized that these monsters were not decreasing in number, which meant something had to be changed in the battle strategy. Zhou Zheng came to the aid of the warriors. He also destroyed the bloodthirsty monsters, not sparing them. The other warriors were glad that the god of war Zhou Zheng was helping them in the battle. They considered him the strongest in the burial ground. Director Shen and Chairman Yang watched Zheng's battle. They said that not one warrior in the burial ground was capable of destroying these flying monsters so quickly. Director Shen was worried about his city. He didn't know if they could defeat all the monsters. Suddenly, the burial ground warriors noticed a dragon emperor among the monsters. This dragon had special power. There were several of these dragons, but they were very difficult to fight. When Shen saw several of these dragons, he ordered all the warriors to retreat towards the city and defend the border. All the people in the city were scared. They did not understand where to hide from these monsters. Zheng, on the other hand, was determined. He was ready to fight monsters of any complexity without sparing himself. The detachment commander ordered the soldiers to restrain the monsters as much as possible. He said that they could not allow the city walls to be destroyed. The warriors attacked these dragons. They were ready to defend their city at the cost of their lives. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed an approaching flock of mutant monsters. He reported this to the commander. The director said that all the warriors should attack the Dragon Emperor, and he would deal with this flock of monsters. Commander Xiao thought perhaps this was the end for the burial ground. Since there were a lot of monsters, it was difficult for the warriors to fight them. Meanwhile, in one of the houses of the burial ground, Dad reassured his son. He said that the city's warriors would repel the attack of the monsters and destroy them. The son told his father that he also wanted to become a real warrior in the future and defend his hometown from monsters. Dad said that in the future he will definitely become the strongest warrior in the burial ground. Suddenly the wall collapsed. It was a huge monster. He was very hungry. This monster destroyed the wall and was ready to devour people. This monster was already opening its mouth. The father tried to protect his son, but he had almost no chance of salvation. Suddenly, this red monster was attacked by a blue dragon. He grabbed the neck of the monster. A few seconds later, the monster was defeated, and the blue dragon was already looking for the next victims. Nearby, he saw another flock of monsters. He immediately went in their direction to destroy everyone. This dragon was much larger than ordinary monsters. It could easily destroy any monster. The director and chairman did not understand where this blue dragon came from. They thought that this beast would now destroy all their warriors. People realized that the blue dragon helps them destroy bloodthirsty monsters. The dragon easily dealt with flocks of flying monsters and completely destroyed them. This blue dragon had some kind of superpower. It was not for nothing that he was so powerful and destroyed any monster. Director Shen didn't understand what was happening here and why this blue dragon decided to protect people. Commander Xiao noticed someone on the back of this blue dragon, someone sitting and controlling this beast. It turns out that this dragon was led by Zhou Zheng, and it was he, together with his flying beast, who destroyed all the creatures that walked towards the burial ground. Zheng told the dragon to continue attacking these creatures. Also, the dragon Zheng knew how to spew fire. Zheng said to direct the flames of fire directly at the earthly monsters. The main character wanted to set them on fire. Other warriors thought that this dragon was sent from heaven to help them in this war. The soldiers began to shout that they were saved. At this time, the blue dragon and Zhou Zheng were setting all the ground monsters on fire. These monsters were very scared. They began to retreat. Director Shen realized that the ground monsters were retreating. Shen couldn't believe his eyes. All the warriors had already exhaled after a long battle. They began to rejoice in victory. They had finally dealt with these nasty monsters. All the warriors saw who really controlled the dragon. It was the god of war, Zhou Zheng. The people of the burial ground began to shout loudly, shouting the name of Zhou Zheng. They were very glad that in the burial ground there was such a warrior who could protect their city at any time. Zheng shouted to all the warriors that now is not the time to relax. He said that they should take advantage of the fact that the enemy is now scared. So he told the warriors that they need to deal with all the monsters and completely destroy them. After which Zheng loudly shouted that the burial ground has always been and will be protected. All the warriors supported the main character. They were all ready to defend their city no matter what. The director said that Zhou Zheng is full of secrets that ordinary people cannot understand. But the director was shocked that Zheng was able to save the burial ground from death alone. Shun said that all the people of this city would now remember his name, and everyone would consider him a real hero. After that, the director took up the sword and said that they need to continue to fight. A week later, all the destroyed walls were completed and strengthened, making them more durable. Zheng at this time was still in the burial ground. He was sitting on his dragon along with his girlfriend. Zheng and Xiang Shihan wanted to fly to Titan to visit their loved ones. Zheng told his blue dragon to take off and fly to Titan City. The main character was very happy that he could finally spend time with his girlfriend. He loved Xiang Shihan very much. The warriors saw the flying dragon again. They immediately realized that this dragon was controlled by Zhou Zheng. Zheng shouted loudly. He greeted his hometown Titan. He had not been there for a long time. Meanwhile, Mistress Su was sitting outside Zhou Ji's grocery store. Suddenly she saw Lan Shi coming straight towards her. He had been raising his rank away from home all this time. Lan Shi was able to reach rank 10 in such a short period of time. Lan Shi ran to hug Mistress Su with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, in the burial ground in the conference room, Director Shen gathered people to talk about Zhou Zheng and his skills. Shen said that taking into account Zheng's abilities, he proposed to secure his place in the Central Capital selection. Chairman Yang said that with Zhou Zheng's forces, they would be able to achieve impressive results. 2 weeks later, Zhou Zheng and his relatives and Xiang Shihan walked around the burial ground. Lan Shi said that it was not at all surprising that the burial ground was so different from the Titan. He believed that the burial ground was on a completely different level of development. Mistress Su, meanwhile, was communicating with Xiang Shihan. They were talking about business. Suddenly, Xiang Shihan began to say that in this unpredictable world, You need to have courage and be sure to confess your feelings to the one you care about. Su felt awkward. She didn't think that Xiang Shihan would start talking about this topic. Xiang Shihan understood that there is not always a desire to share something like this with others. She said that she had heard a lot about Mistress Su from Zheng. Xiang Shihan was a little jealous of Su for Zheng. She wanted to know more about Su's owner, Yun Wen. At this time, Zheng suspected something was wrong. He had a bad feeling. He didn't like that Xiang Shihan was stopping with Mistress Su. After some time, Director Shun invited Zheng to his head office at the burial ground. The director said that this time, the negotiations to enter into an alliance with the burial ground were more successful, all thanks to Zheng's significant contribution. Shen also said that this time there will be a selection process for the Super God team in the central capital. Each region must send 9 outstanding warriors to participate. Director Shen said that they must be there. Because of this event, Zheng again needed to leave his loved ones. He needed to go to the meeting place by airship. Zhou Zheng said that this time he would have to leave for a whole year. He asked Lan Shi to protect everyone. Lan Shi said that the master should not worry. Lan Shi was ready to protect all his loved ones, even if it cost him his life. Zheng said goodbye to Lan Shi and Mistress Su. He needs to fly away. Zheng said goodbye that he would be back soon. Meanwhile, during the flight, Director Shen told the protagonist that in this selection he would have to meet talented players from other regions. Zheng thought that all the brilliant warriors would gather there. But Zheng himself did not consider himself a genius. He considered himself an ordinary warrior with super abilities. Zheng understood that during this competition, one should not forget about leveling up and pumping up skills. Finally, Director Shen and Zhou Zheng arrived at the place they needed. They were met by a special person. His name was Tang Shu. He was responsible for escorting Director Shen and Zhou Zheng to the meeting place of all the most talented warriors. This man showed where to go. Suddenly, Tang Shu saw that Zheng was only rank 10. He was very surprised. Usually the most powerful Voni from all over the country come to this meeting, but suddenly a rank 10 warrior comes. Tang Shu told Zheng and his friends that the training base was 30 kilometers from the central capital. All warriors living there will train and gain experience. The person also said that the overall ranking will be displayed every month for 1 year to determine the winner at the end. Zheng asked Mr. Tian a question. He asked him whether the training base was closed or not. Zheng understood that if he stayed here for a whole year, then he could forget about leveling up the thief. Tang Shu replied to Zheng that the base was not a closed type. The base needed to report only once a week. Several hours passed. The car in which Zhou Zheng was sitting and other warriors from the burial ground drove up to the meeting place. The machine was watched by warriors from other regions. One of the warriors told his captain that Xiao Jian from the burial ground could compete with him. The captain said that no matter how strong the warriors in the burial ground were, he said that it was their city of Hailan that entered the top 10, so they had an advantage. The military car from Mogilnik was already approaching the training base. Zhou Jing, Director N, and other warriors from the burial ground began to get out of the car. Tang Shu said that the building in front of them was the training base. Tang Lu showed the leaderboard. This table was compiled in accordance with the successes and strengths of the warriors, and it was updated every day. Suddenly, a voice came from the microphone. This voice asked all the warriors to come to the registration counter to register as participants in the competition. All the warriors from different regions began to approach the registration counter, and a queue formed. And finally, Director Shen was near the counter. Rank 19 was displayed on the screen. It was quite a high rank, above average for sure. Warriors from other regions said that the burial ground was a middle-class settlement, who would have thought that masters like Shen would be there. After Shen came Council Chairman Yang. He also had rank 19. Warriors and captains from other regions realized that the burial city should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, next in line was Zhou Zheng. He walked up to the registration desk, and a special device showed that he was rank 10. Warriors from other regions were shocked. They did not understand what a rank 10 warrior was doing here. They believed that he was too weak for this competition. Zheng was given a special watch that had many functions. All of Zheng's personal data will be forwarded to a common database. While Zheng was looking at the watch, the data was updated again, and other warriors from other regions noticed this. In first place in the table was Zhu Fei. The warrior Ye Yihong was catching up with him. The first and second are very close. The difference in points is not that big. But many warriors considered Zhu Fei to be an incredibly strong warrior. Zheng looked at this table. He found his friends from the burial ground there. Chairman Yang was in 17th place, and Director Shun was generally in 30th place. Yun Dun-Wen did not understand at all how the scores of each warrior were calculated. He did not like that he was only in 56th place. Yun Dun-Wen was very angry. Zhou Zheng told him that his situation with these points is no better, so there is no need to be upset. Zhou Jing had only 31 points. He was at the very end of the list. The main character understood that he would soon be able to score a large number of points and get ahead of many warriors. Other warriors said that Zheng had the worst result. These warriors did not understand why a rank 10 warrior came to this competition. Zheng heard what the warriors were talking about. He believed that this was only the beginning of his journey. Zheng told himself that it doesn't matter where he is now. An instructor was watching all the warriors. His name was Cho Chang, and his assistant was also sitting next to him. Cho Chang said that all these warriors could compete with each other. The instructor said that even a rank 10 warrior will take part in the competition. The instructor believed that Zhou Zheng was also not so simple. Otherwise, why would he come to this competition? His assistant said that none of these warriors could get here just like that. Each of them would have to prove themselves, including Zhou Zheng. After a short conversation, the instructor and his assistant went about their business. Finally, the assistant said that tomorrow the first competition will take place. Tomorrow everyone will show their abilities in practice. The next day came. All the warriors stood in the main square. The chief instructor stood in front of them. Zheng was also on duty. He was a little sleepy and tired. Instructor Cho Chang said his name. He said that from now on he is their instructor. This year it was Cho Chang who was in charge of training the warriors. Cho Chang said that all the warriors who are here are the strongest in their regions. But the instructor believed that all these warriors were just non-entities. The instructor said that if someone does not agree with this, then let this warrior come out and challenge him here and now. He said that if any warrior could defeat him, he would immediately send a request to the central capital to include the warrior in the top 3. Instructor Cho Chang was a powerful rank 23 warrior. He was one of the strongest in the country and one of the top 3. Zheng was shocked when he learned that their instructor was rank 23. At first, Zhou Zheng didn't even believe Cho Chang. After a short silence, the instructor said that he would now begin to announce the rules for receiving points. During the battle, opponents are in a specially designated area. Mortal wounds are not allowed, otherwise points for victory will not be awarded. Zheng listened carefully to the instructor. Cho Chang said that points are counted once a day. The final position of all warriors will be announced only after a year. Any other information can be viewed on a special watch. The instructor continued to speak. He said that they do not limit the warriors in any way, so they hope for discipline throughout the competition. After his speech, the instructor wished each warrior to score as many points as possible and good luck in completing the tasks. Some time passed. Zheng was sitting in his room. He was thinking about how to get a lot of points. Zhou Zheng understood that in this competition there are many ways to earn points and reach the top of the table. Zheng began to look at the tasks. He found a location outside the continent. This location could only be passed by warriors above rank 20. Zheng was very surprised by this. Zheng saw some warrior apply for this mission. A few seconds later, the main character saw several more warriors submit their applications. Zheng noticed that Chairman Yang and Director Shun also accepted the application for this mission. Zheng realized that there would be a lot of competition for points. Zheng was very interested in this mission. He was interested in how difficult it was. Zheng decided to approach Director Shun and tell him good luck in completing the mission. The main character told Shun to be very careful. Shun told Zheng not to worry about this, and he also added that the entire burial ground expected outstanding results from him. Zheng said goodbye to the director. Shun's helicopter was already leaving for the mission site. One of the commanders approached Zheng. He asked him if Zheng wanted to apply for a car to the central capital. The main character said he wanted to. The commander asked Zhou Zheng again. He asked if the rank 10 warrior was sure to go there. Jung said that the central capital was of great interest to him. The commander heard Jung. He went to apply for the mission. After Jung had already been given the vehicles, the commander said that with rank 10 there would be almost no chance of coping with even the easiest mission. The commander didn't understand why Jung was going to the central capital. Jung had already been on the road for several hours. He continued to drive along the route he needed. Sitting in the car, Jung thought about leveling up. He knew that leveling up would be a safer option than going out to earn points. Jung finally reached the central capital. He got out at the main building. Jung knew where to go. When Jung entered this building, he immediately turned on the computer. The computer contained a variety of materials and potions. Jung also found the Mohei potion here. He took several potions and also decided to stock up on various poisons. After 10 minutes, Jung finally did everything he needed to do and then went outside. Now Jung could finally start preparing. The main character was very happy. Meanwhile, one of the assistants informed the director that Zhou Zheng had already applied for access to the Hegu Plain. The director said that there were rank 16 monsters in the Hegu Plain, but Zhou Zheng was only rank 10. The director realized that Zhou Zheng is not so simple. Every time he comes up with something new. He is quite brave for a rank 10 warrior. Zheng was already heading to the mission site. He used his blue dragon. Zheng opened his map to find the landing site. He told the dragon to descend quickly. Zheng jumped off the dragon. He was ready to carry out his task. When he landed, Zheng saw a pack of white wolves nearby. All of the wolves had a very high level. They were rank 16 neon wolves, their eyes glowing green. Zheng drank a special potion to become much stronger. After Zhou Zheng drank the potion, he immediately began to attack those white wolves. The next day, the commander showed a graph of the distribution of points for today. The director was surprised that Zhu Fei had earned another 3,000 points. This warrior was indeed very strong. But there was one who surpassed him in this indicator. It was Zhou Jing. The director remembered that Zheng was heading towards the rank 16 Hegu Plain. The director didn't understand how a rank 10 warrior fought against rank 16 monsters. It was almost impossible. It turns out that Jing really destroyed all the 16th rank wolves. Zheng was stronger than the 12th rank warrior. 6 days passed. The director looked at Zheng's characteristics and his points received. The warriors did not understand who this rank 12 warrior was. Over the past few days, Zheng had managed to improve his level well. At the moment, Zheng was in 138th place in the standings. Zheng and the other warriors were having lunch. The warriors told him that he knows how to surprise others. Zheng said that so far he was just lucky. Suddenly, while Zheng was eating, one of the warriors decided to challenge him. This warrior was ready to fight Zhou Zheng. This warrior's name was Jiang Wei. Commander Xiao told Zheng that Jiang Wei was from Storm City and a rank 18 warrior. Jiang Wei was currently ranked 197th in the rankings. The other warriors were surprised that a rank 18 warrior was challenging a rank 12 warrior. People thought that Jiang Wei decided to choose the weakest warrior so that he could easily defeat him. Commander Xiao stood up from his seat. He said that if Jiang Wei wants to fight someone, then let him fight him. Jiang Wei told Commander Xiao not to interfere in his conversation with Zhou Zheng. Zheng stood up from his seat and said that he was happy to receive extra points for defeating Jiang Wei. A sign came out from Zheng. It was written that the warrior Jiang Wei wanted to fight him. Zheng had to choose which button to press. Before Zheng dared to press one of the buttons, Commander Xiao approached Zheng. He told him that Zheng did not have to accept the challenge. It was just stupidity. But Zhou Zheng was confident in his choice. He was ready to fight a rank 18 warrior, so the main character pressed the accept button. Zheng believed that refusing this fight would be a disgrace for him. After Zheng pressed the accept button, Commander Xiao told Jiang Wei that he was wrong to challenge Zheng to a fight. After which, Xiao wished Jiang Wei good luck. Warrior Jiang Wei did not understand why Commander Xiao was so worried about him. He thought that Zheng was too weak for him. The next day, the fight between Zheng and Jiang Wei was supposed to take place. One of the warriors shouted that this would be the first battle of the tournament. He said everyone should come to him. Warriors began to approach this warrior and bet their diamonds. Many bet on Jiang Wei since his rank was much higher than Zhou Zheng. But Yunding One confidently decided to bet on Zhou Zheng. He was confident of his victory, since he knew Zheng well. The other warriors were shocked that Yunding-1 had bet on a rank 10 warrior. Following him was Commander Xiao. He was also ready to bet his diamonds on Zheng's victory. He was confident of his victory. Yun Dunwei wondered how many crystals Commander Xiao should supply. Commander Xiao placed 3 black crystals. He knew that Zheng would win this fight. One of the warriors told the captain, who accepted all the bets, that because of these 2 they would be completely left without profit. The commander told the soldier that he did not understand anything about stakes. The commander said that they would earn more if the warriors installed Jiang Wei. At each fight there were judges who watched the fight and judged the 2 warriors. Jiang was already walking towards the arena. He was ready to win and take his points. Jiang Wei was also not afraid to lose. He was also confident in his abilities. Jiang Wei believed that there was nothing a rank 12 warrior could defeat him. Yun Dunwei said that if Zheng summoned his flying dragon during the battle, it would be an instant victory for him. Commander Xiao said that there was no need. Zheng greeted the director. She was the judge in this fight. She thought that despite being rank 12, Zheng should show his skills and defeat a rank 18 warrior. The director wished success to the main character. Following Zheng, Jiang Wei also walked past the director and other judges. Jiang Wei didn't understand why the director didn't want to greet him. He was a little embarrassed. Both warriors were already on the battlefield. The director said that she agreed with the rule of battle. The winner takes 10% of the loser's points. Zheng had 21,000 points, and Jiang Wei 18,000 points. Both warriors faced each other. The director shouted at them to start the fight. Jiang Wei started shouting at Zheng that he had no personal grudge against the main character. He told Zheng to show off less and be more modest next time. Zheng replied to Jiang Wei that he would give him a chance to leave this fight without serious injury. Jiang Wei found it funny that a rank 12 warrior would want to hurt him. Jiang Wei picked up his saber. He was ready to fight. Zhang threw the first blow at Zhou Jing, but easily dodged the blow, after which both warriors began to fight, each trying to hit his opponent with his powerful blows. But Zheng constantly blocked Jiang Wei's attack. Warrior Jiang Wei did not understand how a rank 12 warrior could block all his attacks. He was very surprised. The director, meanwhile, was watching the fight. She saw how Zheng skillfully dodged all his opponent's blows. The director was very interested in watching Zheng's actions. And finally, Zheng went on the attack. He used a skill, thanks to which he was able to deliver several blows with a dagger to his opponent's body. Jiang Wei did not understand how a warrior with such abilities could only be rank 12. Zheng easily delivered powerful blows to Jiang Wei's body. The protagonist was confident of his victory. After many blows to the body, Jiang Wei's jacket was completely torn. Zheng held his opponent tightly and did not allow him to budge. Warrior Zhu Fei realized that Zheng is quite a strong warrior. She said that Zheng has good potential. Jiang Wei had almost no strength. He was already ready to give up. At this time, Zhu Fei and the other warriors were looking at him. They watched as the 18th rank warrior Jiang Wei was suffering. One of the warriors announced the end of the fight. He said that Zhou Zheng, a warrior of rank 12, easily won this fight. Zheng received his long-awaited points. He was very happy with his victory. The other warriors looked at him with surprised faces. They did not believe that Zheng had rank 12. The next morning, Zheng got up at 6 o'clock. He finally slept well. After some time, Zheng was already on the street. He walked and examined the buildings nearby. Zheng understood that at this time, everyone must earn their points. Suddenly the commander called Zheng. Zheng called him Brother Jia. Commander Jia waited for Zhou Jing at this place for an hour. Commander Jia said that thanks to Zheng's victory yesterday he was greatly enriched, after which Brother Jia invited Zheng to go to the capital to have fun after training. Zheng accepted Jia's offer. They agreed with him, and then drank good coffee. After this conversation, Commander Jia urgently needed to fly out on his important business. Jia said goodbye to Zheng. He said that they would definitely see each other in the future. Zheng had a good chat with Brother Jia and wished him good luck. As Commander Jia flew away, Zhou Zheng understood that it's time for him to go about his business too. A few minutes later, Jing came running instead. Where there were no people at all, it was quite quiet there. Jung came to this place to release his blue dragon. The main character began to summon his dragon. Jing summoned his dragon for faster movement. Thanks to his animal, he could cover long distances. Jung told his dragon that today they will go to the desert lands. Meanwhile, one of the warriors noticed that Jing had not applied for transport to the capital today. Using the watch, this warrior informed other commanders that the information regarding Jung's transport was completely reliable. The blue-haired captain ordered his warriors to report information about Jung if she appeared. This captain didn't believe that Jung could just go anywhere. One of this captain's subordinates asked why they had to get rid of the warrior Zhou Jung. The captain asked this warrior if he thought Zhou Jung was a strong warrior. This warrior replied that Jung is probably considered quite a powerful warrior. His skills are simply incredible, and his attacks are very powerful. The captain said this proverb, when a tree grows strong, it must finish growing, and all they have to do while it is still growing is to cut it down. While the captain and his soldiers were waiting for information about Jung, the main character was approaching the place he needed. And now Jung finally approached the desert lands. Ahead was the territory of rank 19 dragon-like snakes. Jung considered the venom of these creatures to be an excellent ingredient for any potion. Jing walked a little further forward. There he noticed warriors from the trade union. They were fighting with a huge black dragon. One of the warriors wanted to save his comrade from the bite of this dragon. He jumped on him, thereby pushing him away from this monster. But it was already too late. This man had already been bitten by the dragon. This man's name was Sang-ji. A huge poisonous dragon bit him. The person who tried to save him was the captain of this alliance. He said that things were very bad, since Sang-ji was already infected. This captain told Sang-ji to urgently use his star power to rid the body of the dragon poison. Sang-ji said that he could not do anything. Jung observed these people. He heard that the trade union is one of the most influential forces in the capital. Jung wanted to make friends with the warriors from this alliance. Moreover, Jung really enjoyed saving other people. This immediately lifted his spirits. Jung went down the mountain straight to the detachment. At first they did not understand with what intentions Jung came and asked who he was. But Jung did not tell anything, but simply showed the antidote with a smile on his face. He quickly approached the poisoned warrior and poured antidote into his mouth. The detachment looked at him in complete shock. They could not even understand anything. Jung also gave his antidote to another warrior, and the commander did not even understand what it was. Suddenly he noticed that Ji, the poisoned warrior, began to come to his senses earlier, and the pigment of his skin returned to normal. The other warrior also returned to normal and thanked Jung. Already in the evening, in the tent camp of the same trading detachment, one of the survivors ran to Jung, who was warming himself by the fire, and thanked him again. Jung was very pleased to hear this because he himself just wanted to hunt there. The commander noticed this, and it was very strange for him that a warrior of this rank could hunt in such a dangerous place. But Jung didn't answer him and simply opened the control panel of the training center. Everyone from the trading detachment was simply shocked that such a warrior came to participate in the training camp. Then the detachment commander was already sure that Jung had enough strength to hunt in this region. And one of the warriors chuckled and said that he always knew that Jung is not as simple as he seems. The next day, the commander invited Jung to go with them to collect the poison of dragon-like snakes. But Jung kindly refused because he liked to hunt alone. Jung turned around and left, and the warriors began to realize that not all people are limited by the ranking system. Jung took out his dragon from the pet section and flew on it in search of dragon-like snakes. A week later, Jung was able to collect enough poison to kill many snakes. In total, Jung managed to collect a dozen vials of poison. Jung gathered everything together and put it in his pockets. The next day in the city center on the market square was in full swing. One of the warriors offered services for selling various things. This person was very interested in Jung, who approached him. He whispered in his ear and suggested that he find a quieter place. Jung introduced him to the essence of the matter, and the buyer named the cost of 2 red-high crystals for 1 gram of poison. He also noted that the price is reasonable because selling such poison directly requires documents. Jung was satisfied with the price, but he was more worried about whether the buyer would be able to afford all the goods, and showed him only 3 vials of poison. The buyer, with grief, used his last money to buy poison from Jung and was very pleased. And Jung went further to look for people to sell the remains. This information reached the chairman of the trade union, who was dissatisfied with this situation. He ordered his assistant to find information about the supplier and buy more poison from him to sell at a higher price. After this, the price of poison began to grow very strongly and already reached 4 red crystals. But everything changed in just a day. The price began to fall sharply and reached 3 crystals. And Zheng, having successfully collapsed half of the trading market, was able to get a huge amount of money for all the frauds. In the morning, Zheng decided to take a walk and do a couple of things and became quite a rich warrior. Zheng came to the shores of a luxurious area with villas and bought absolutely all the villas. The next day, he called his friends and relatives to the airport in the central capital. Among those who arrived were Shihan, Mrs. Su, Lan Shi, and the Zheng team, which had helped him a long time ago, led by brother Zhang. Zheng met them, standing with workers from the area where the luxury villas were located. Zhang's brother decided to play a joke, especially on the fact that Zheng was standing with the girls. But Zheng didn't really like it, and he hit his friend in the quick in a friendly manner so that he wouldn't say anything stupid. Another friend of Zheng asked why Zheng invited them so abruptly to fly to the capital. But Zheng and his friends went to a luxurious area and offered everyone ownership of a personal villa. And with a smile on his face, he said that this was just the beginning, and everyone looked on with surprised eyes. Zheng also bought a personal company in the center of the capital for his base. The entire team of warriors looked at the buildings in complete shock. Commander Zhang asked how much the building cost because it looked great. Zheng proudly replied that he only needed 5 black crystals of the highest grade. Towards the evening, Zheng was relaxing with friends on a hike and saw himself in the statistics in 255th place and could not believe that he was so overtaken in just a couple of days. The commander noticed how Zheng began to worry about his position and suggested that he go to the base while they took care of everything. One of Zheng's friends also noticed this and suggested that Zheng return to training. Zheng got up and agreed with him, called his dragon and went to hunt. Zheng sat on the dragon and flew away, and Lan Shi looked on and wanted to become just like the young master. Zheng again began to train and destroy snake-like mutants. Time passed, and Zheng continued to rise in the ranking of warriors higher and higher. After a couple of weeks, Zheng was already able to enter the top 50 best warriors in the training camp. But Zheng was not enough, and he continued to train. He was finally able to easily cope with all the difficulties and increase his star rank to level 13. Zheng considered this a success and decided to take a break. Zheng found a nearby forest and set up a hammock to take a nap. But suddenly I heard some sounds not far in the forest. It was some kind of team that was setting up a tent camp and making a fire. They started to have lunch when suddenly the commander of the detachment noticed something. Through the bushes they saw Zheng, who was lying on a hammock. The assistant asked what to do because soldiers cannot behave so freely in such a place. One of the other warriors noticed that Zheng was only a rank 13 warrior, and the commander ordered him to be followed. But suddenly, he changed his mood and decided to show him how cruel the world is. He decided to deal with Zheng and show him the law of the jungle. Zheng heard the approaching footsteps of warriors unknown to him, who obviously walked towards him with an evil grimace and weapons not to drink tea with him. But Zheng decided to first just ask what they needed. But what could you expect from stupid idiots who began to show off and prepare for battle? They, without waiting for Zheng, rushed at him while he was lying on the hammock. One of them hit the hammock with his sword and broke it into pieces. But Zheng was no longer there. Zheng was already behind him and holding a blade near his neck. A couple of minutes later, the rest of the squad arrived, looking in horror at the corpses of their comrades. The commander angrily began to shake his partner and ask how a warrior of rank 13 could deal with them. But suddenly, Zheng came out of the forest and began to grin at the commander of the idiot squad. Zheng called his dragon and said that he should have thought first before provoking it. The dragon flew closer, and with a fiery beam struck each warrior and burned him to the ground. Literally a second later, only burnt earth remained from the place, and things with some valuable materials that were left from the detachment. Zheng realized that the rest of the warriors were leveling up very quickly, and therefore Zheng had to approach this responsibly. A couple of days later, in the Devil's Swamp, some detachment was looking for rank 20 boars. Suddenly one of them heard the sounds of battle and thought that another team was nearby and decided to check. It turned out to be Zheng, who alone dealt with the boar. Jung noticed the approaching people and was clearly surprised, because he didn't need unnecessary problems right now. One of the squad saw Jung and immediately recognized him. The warrior of the detachment was really looking forward to meeting him and immediately took up arms, because he wanted to take revenge for the old. But the commander stopped him and asked him to wait a little until Jung was exhausted and spent a lot of energy. Jung noticed that people were not going to fight him, but were simply watching. Then Jung decided to kill this boar first. The commander watched him and was surprised at how skillfully Jung dodged and delivered his blows. He did not understand how a warrior of rank 13 managed to achieve such skill. Jung was able to penetrate the boar's armor with one of his blows, and then the commander already fell into some despair. He did not understand how he managed it. Jung was finally able to deliver the final blow to the boar and finish it off with a powerful blow from above to the head. The commander decided to deal with him now because Jung's potential would otherwise grow exponentially. The commander did not want to lose his 5th place in the list of the best and did not want to lose it in the future to some young talent. Jung was already exhausted and noticed a red streak of life and realized that things were bad. Jung jumped away from the boar and ran, but the evil commander had already flown out of the bushes and was flying after him. Jung knew that with his strength he would not be able to dodge the blow. Then he decided to use his other skill. The commander had already struck at Jung, but the protagonist did not think of giving up. He decided to use his new skill. Jung easily pushed his opponent straight into the bushes. Jung's new ability gave him the ability to push back his enemies with a laser. When the commander woke up, he realized that after his blow, Jung should have already been lying on the ground, but there was no blood on the commander's fist. Did Jung really withstand this blow? After using the ability, Jung told the commander that he considered him a stronger warrior. The commander still didn't understand how his punch didn't completely kill Jung. In fact, Jung's new ability allowed him to transfer enemy damage. This skill was level 125. After Jung used this skill, he decided to hide completely. The commander tried to catch up with Jung, but the main character was too fast. The angry warrior did not understand how it was possible to move like that, without leaving any traces, and even so quickly. While Jung was using the stealth skill, the evil commander was calling him. He wanted Jung to come to him. Jung said to himself that this time he would let this warrior leave, but next time he would not be so lucky. After searching for Jung for a few minutes, he finally decided to leave here. Jung breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that this commander had left. He really infuriated the main character. It turns out that this commander's name was Zhang Rucheng. The main character said that in the future he will definitely get rid of this person since he provoked him. Suddenly, Jung received a call on the phone. After Jung answered the phone, he was completely shocked. It turns out that some detachment captured his friend Lan Shi. The warriors of this detachment mocked us. One of the warriors began to run up to Lan Shi to help him. Lan Shi was lying on the ground. He had almost run out of all his strength. Suddenly the warrior stopped. A huge saber was pressed to his throat. One wrong move and the commander would have been dead. The man who led the squad said that Lan Shi has a rather low rank, but what a strong character. The commander and friend of Lan Shi began to say that it is always possible to reach an agreement and resolve the issue peacefully, even if they occupied their territory. The commander of this detachment grabbed Lan Shi by the head. He said that he was the commander of the 3rd largest company in the central capital. This company was called the Shining Wing. He said they had to give up all their armor to stay alive. The warrior who tried to save Lan Shi said that this squad needs to stop talking nonsense. The warrior said that even if someone from the Shining Wing was behind them, they would regret it anyway. The Shining Wing squad leader said that he calmly explained everything to them, and Lan Shi and this warrior decided to show their character. Suddenly, Jung flew to this place. His friend Lan Shi told him by phone that there was a disaster. Commander Jung immediately came to the rescue. Lan Shi and the other warrior were glad that Commander Jung had finally come to help them. The Shining Wing squad leader laughed at Jung and his rank. This commander thought that this rank 13 warrior came here to pay for his friends. After the conversation, the squad leader ordered the soldiers to attack Jung. 2 warriors attacked Jung. They wanted to jump on the main character and kill him. But Jung called these warriors idiots. He smiled. He was ready to finish off this squad and avenge his friends. Meanwhile, the president of a company called Shining Wing received a call and was told that one of the squads was in trouble. The president of the Shining Wing company was named Chen Yunnan. He did not understand what was happening to his squad. The president's assistant began to shout that Manhwa was to blame for everything. He said that these people had taken one of the company's squad hostage and were demanding 47 inferior quality black crystals as ransom. One of the president's chairmen asked whether a group of several people really deserved to make such a fuss. This person was the director of the Shining Wing Company, and his name was Zhao Zhongguan. He said that his people would deal with Zhou Zheng's company. The president's aide said that Commander Pan was in the hands of these people. They said that they would kill the hostage if any action was taken. Zhao Zhongguan said that the people who captured Commander Pan Shenghua are only brave in words. He said that in reality these people are not able to show anything in practice. The director of this company asked the assistant if they were able to find information about the people who took their commander hostage. The assistant said that he had already sent people. Suddenly, someone called the assistant to the president of the company. After the conversation, the assistant said that this time it would not be so easy to deal with these people. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, one of his friends asked Zhou Zheng if the people from the Shining Wing Company would agree to exchange Commander Pan. Zhou Zheng told his friend Zhang not to worry. Zheng said that he would not mind fighting a stronger opponent from the Shining Wing Company. Behind the main character, Commander Pan shouted. He told Zheng that he did not have long to live, since other warriors from the Shining Wing Company should come here soon. Suddenly, the commander was kicked by another friend of Zheng. He wanted him to shut up quickly. He said that Commander Pan was not capable of anything except talking. Sanji informed Zheng using his watch that Zhao Chongguang had gone to help Commander Pan and was about to appear here. Zheng thanked Sanji for the useful information. Sanji's brother said that there was no need to thank him. He was ready to help Zhou Zheng at any time. Zheng told all his friends that at the end of the training camp, all survivors would be automatically qualified as a member of parliament in the central capital. Suddenly, the gray car came closer and closer to Zhou Zheng. The head of the Shining Wing Company, Zhao Zhongguan, got out of the car. When Zhao saw Zhou Zheng, he was very surprised. He didn't expect him to be here. Zhou Zheng greeted Chief Zhao. He was happy to see him. Zheng said that he didn't think that Chief Zhao himself would come here. Zheng asked the boss if they had brought 47 black crystals as requested by the protagonist. Chief Zhao laughed at Zheng. He said that Zheng was a rather brave guy, but the chief was ready to sort out and destroy all the warriors who took Commander Pan hostage. Zheng told the boss that he was wrong. The protagonist was sure that he would be able to defeat Chief Zhao anyway. Zhao called Zhou Zheng crazy and laughed at him. He asked Zheng for what purpose he was sent to the central capital for training. Zhao believed that a rank 13 warrior was too weak. Zheng said that it was not for Zhao to judge him whether he deservedly got here or not. Then Chief Zhao said that if Zheng really wanted to get these crystals, then he would have to defeat him. Zheng agreed to fight Zhao. Zhao was a little surprised that Zheng was not afraid of his death. After this, the chief told Zheng not to blame him later at the end of the battle. Zheng and Chief Zhao were already ready for battle. They were both confident in themselves and in their victory. Zhao said that in a fight with Zheng, he wouldn't even need armor or weapons. The boss suggested that Zhou Zheng start this fight. Zheng said that if he strikes first, it may happen that Chief Zhao simply will not be able to counterattack after Zheng's first strike. Commander Pan shouted to Chief Zhao that Zheng really couldn't be hit first, otherwise this battle could end instantly with Zheng's victory. Zheng had a very strong first blow. Chief Zhao did not listen to the commander. He told him to watch how he would deal with Zhou Zheng. Zhao told Zhou Zheng not to hold back and attack him first. Zheng immediately attacked the boss. Zhou Zheng was in stealth mode, so he could disappear at any second. Chief Zhao saw that Zheng began to attack him, so he took a fighting stance and was ready to deal many blows to the main character with his bare hands. Zhao hit Zheng, but the main character managed to turn away from the blow. The boss didn't understand what was happening. Commander Pan again saw this trick from Zhou Zheng. He was completely at a loss. The commander understood that Zheng could easily defeat Zhao. The commander of a large gang was only able to wake up just now. As he opened his eyes, he saw a cheerful Zheng. He was very surprised and a little scared how this could even happen to him. He could barely stand up, and this even surprised Jung. The idiot tied to the tree started shouting at his boss, but the boss, without any words, simply took his bag of resources, and he handed it to the surprised Jung, who did not think that everything would be so easy. Jung was glad that Chief Zhao did not do unnecessary things and did not make the situation worse, and said goodbye to him. This information with the Shining Heel Squad spread throughout the country and even reached the main building where everyone discussed it. People began to suspect that all this was Starlight, and Zhou Zheng was clearly involved in this, with whom no one now wanted to deal. Jung was extremely happy to hear this because he was able to improve his status. In the evening, Jung studied the market for the level 22 materials that fanatics in the top rankings are mining through a computer site. Madame Lu also looked at these statistics and communicated with Jung during this time. Zheng promised her that he could get her materials of such a high level, and in return she promised him the best equipment. At the moment, the price of materials of this level started with 1 colored crystal. Zheng was confident that he could get it and help Lady Lu well and get good equipment. Jung began to think where he could go, because the only place nearby was the island of Kyushu, but there are already so many warriors. But Jung immediately remembered his dragon, with which exploration of the world would not be a problem for him at all. He immediately flew out of the office and went on an adventure. Zheng asked his animal to fly as far as possible, away from prying eyes. Just 12 hours later, Jung reached cold and snowy Antarctica. Here the dragon stopped and landed. Jung was not very happy about the new places, because he didn't even understand where he was, and there were not even signs of life nearby. But the dragon suddenly grabbed the ice with his teeth, in which some dinosaur was frozen. And then Jung understood everything. Jung decided to check if these monsters have crystals. Having cut the carcass of one of them, Jung found a colored crystal and was very happy. Jung saw how the dragon had already started eating, but stopped him and asked him to take him to a place where there would be more animals. The dragon took off, and Zheng began to doubt again. After all, underneath there was only a storm of snow. But suddenly the dragon growled like crazy, and with all his strength he and Jung flew into a snowstorm. Jung held on as best he could, and all possible specks of dust and ice flew into his face. But suddenly everything stopped, and Jung saw something very unusual. It was like there was a whole civilization. It looked like some kind of steppe with long rivers. Green-scaled monsters of a level unknown to Jung lived here. Jung was very surprised, because with his rank he could not see the level of these monsters. But suddenly the hungry and fierce dragon Jung flew straight at them. He immediately grabbed one of them in his mouth and began to gnaw, and Jung continued to be indignant. Suddenly the scaly dragon activated a ring of fire around itself, and the dragon Zheng, in turn, created a blue energy sphere, and they both shot a stream of fire at each other. Jung had no idea what was happening, but suddenly, in the face of danger, his rank suddenly increased. But this clearly could not continue, and it was necessary to retreat as soon as possible. The dissatisfied dragon Jung retreated, and the mutant looked at the retreating opponents. Jung was still digesting the information, and finally realized that he was facing the strongest monsters in the world. Suddenly the dragon felt bad, and he spat out the scales of this mutant. Jung was very surprised how his dragon was able to bite through his armor. But it didn't matter, because the piece was quite large, enough for Zheng's new equipment. Having rested a little, Zheng and Darkon were already at full strength and were ready to fight the green monsters again. Dragon Zheng grabbed the green monster by the back, but Zheng came to the dragon's aid and stabbed him in the back. Dragon Zheng took the initiative and Zheng left him. A week later, Zheng was able to collect quite a few scales of these monsters and colored crystals. But suddenly Zheng was flying on his dragon and noticed a huge white wolf, which at first glance seemed like an ordinary monster. Suddenly a detachment of warriors appeared nearby, whose warrior was rank 24 named Novik. He went alone to deal with the monsters, and the squad remained to admire him. Novik went hunting through a powerful storm. He hid behind a huge piece of ice and saw the Zheng dragon who devoured the huge white wolf. Dragon Zheng noticed Novik, and he, in turn, did not know what to do, because he had never seen him before. But before he had time to prepare for battle, the dragon simply flew away, and Novik calmed down. He went out to the white wolf and decided to process it because it could be skinned for sale. But suddenly Zheng appeared and demanded to leave because it was his prey. Novik was so surprised that a rank 14 Asian was doing in such places. He, without thinking about the consequences, decided to finish off Jung. Jung hit himself on the head. After all, I knew that everything would be like this. Jung called his dragon, which flew straight at Novik. Novik was very scared of the dragon that was flying towards him. He started to run away, and Jung took the dagger and ran after him. Jung caught up with him and began to attack him in the back. Novik set up a block and did not understand what the point of this attack would be. But Jung again used his technique, and the newcomer stood up like a stone and could not move. Jung quickly ran away and left it to his pet dragon, who easily killed him. And Jung found a whole purple crystal in his possession. Jung was very unpleasant that he could not deal with such high-ranking warriors, but he believed that it was a matter of time. Meanwhile, in Novik's native capital at the Information Bureau, the information about the death of Novik, who was third in the place of the best warriors in their rating, lit up. All women and not only could not believe in the death of such a talented warrior of their country. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the general reported to the top management about the place where the god of war, Novik, died. Andrei, the head of the Information Bureau, said that Novik died instantly. Volodya, the leader of the Eurasian Economic Union, asked for the results of the death, to which Andrei replied that the reason was probably the attack of some beast, and his crystals were probably stolen by some other warriors. Volodya ordered people to be sent to monitor the market to find the seller of the blade and identify the thieves. Zheng at that time was flying on his dragon and already really wanted level 180, which was still 45 levels away. After all, once he achieves it, Zheng will be able to use all the rare artifacts. In the meantime, Zheng decided to train hard. As for the points, Zheng decided to quickly gain them. Zheng arrived with new materials at the Gili Company building, where the scientist studied Zheng's material and was surprised at its level. He conveyed to the press room of Company Director Liu about the level 24 materials that Zheng brought. Director Liu thanked Zheng and asked how much to pay for them. Zheng said that he would sell them without any problems. But he also has a very interesting offer. Zheng cooled his tea and offered to exchange for a 20% discount on his part, and they would make him armor from these materials. Director Liu immediately agreed. But Zheng remembered something else. He whispered in her ear about something she could look at. "This is a very important thing, so it is better that there is no one else in the room." The director of the company asked the security guard to leave. Zheng began to take out his item from under his shirt. Surprisingly, these were the very materials of the green mutant beast of an unknown level. The director saw the strong radiating energy and happily grabbed this piece from Zheng's hands. She knocked the door down and asked everyone to leave. She scanned a piece of scale and the machine sparkled in gold and showed a scale level exceeding rank 30. The director was in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. She rushed into the arms of Zheng with joy, who definitely did not expect this. But I realized in time that it was too strange. She felt ashamed. She turned away and began to make excuses, but Zheng didn't care. Zheng asked to make a couple of daggers from this material, to which the director decided that she would do it herself. A week later, a new Zheng suit was made from rank 24 materials. But Zheng himself was already playing with a dagger made from rank 30 materials, the armor of which had a lethality rating of more than 30. The director hasn't had time to name them yet. And then Zheng waved it and called it a green snake, which matched its color. Meanwhile, at the training center, some warriors were engaged in physical training. A warrior with purple hair sat near the fence and had a presentiment that soon the complex would be restless, because the assignment platform for training center warriors will be launched soon. But one warrior said that it was pretty cool and you could earn more points. But the purple-haired warrior knew how valuable it would be. He couldn't believe that the warriors would form groups. After all warriors must prove themselves and prove their worth. In the end, only the strongest will be chosen. But as expected, by lunchtime everyone received a notification about the launch of the instructions platform. Zheng already knew about her and wasn't too worried about it. A little later, Zheng and his acquaintances gathered at the negotiating table. One spoke about the creation of detachments, because alone you will be an easy prey for others. But Zheng did not agree with his decision and preferred to go alone. Chairman Shen agreed with Zheng because the rewards would be very high. Suddenly, Zheng was offered to use his dragon as an assistant, and Zheng liked the idea. The next day, the first 3 tasks already appeared. For the first, they gave 30,000 points, for the second 15,000 points, and for 3 they gave a maximum of 35,000 points. Jing chose 3 tasks for himself, in which the main problem will be a huge number of zombies. In total, the first mission was accepted by 30 people, the second by 127 people, and the third mission was accepted by 50 people and Jung. Jung was sure that all 50 applicants would not fit him, and the hard drive would be in his hands. Jung was finally able to fly to his destination. It was a great place because here Jung was able to safely enter the building and complete tasks. Jing looked at his communicator and saw that 113 more people had accepted his assignments. Then Jing jumped off because he needed to move quickly in order to be the first to complete the mission. Jung opened his parachute and began to land. Meanwhile, at the capital airport, some team wanted to rent a plane. Suddenly, one of the assistants ran towards the captain and shouted that he managed to rent it. He also added that 4 more fighters would fly with them for greater security. The captain was pleased with this news and ordered to move forward because they had little time. He also noticed that other outstanding warriors had already gone to S City, and they too should keep up. Jing, meanwhile, had almost landed. He lowered the parachute straps, and from a small height, he jumped off and landed with a crash on the asphalt, and was eventually surrounded by zombies on all sides. But for Jung, this was not a problem because it was very easy for him to escape. Jung reached the building and began to come up with a plan of action. Jung noticed that the building has an alarm system that has been operating since ancient times. But Jung didn't care and took out his dagger, and he began to pick the lock of the huge door, and the alarm began to ring. At this time, the plane, surrounded by fighters with the team commander, flew to the city S. The commander was informed that the deployment point was approaching, and 3 minutes later the whole squad jumped out. The detachment commander understood that someone was probably already able to get ahead of him, but he didn't want to lose his mission and thought that no one had entered the building. But when I saw the alarm working, I got very angry. Jung has already gone up to the floor. He needs to go to the server room, and started searching among a bunch of computers. But he decided to do everything my own way and just sort by adding all computers to your inventory. Taking all his things, he ran upstairs, knocked down the door to the roof. Jung saw the approaching team with parachutes. The commander did not understand that Zhou Jing could have forgotten here. He started shouting at Zhou Jung to stay still, otherwise he in turn would not be a man. Jung immediately saw an old friend. Jung clearly did not want to meet him and therefore took out a spear, which he was about to throw at the stunned commander. Under his cheerful joke, he threw a spear at the commander using star power, which successfully pierced the parachute and sent it straight to the ground. Jung looked with a satisfied smile. How the commander fell to the ground with a crash. The commander survived, but was clearly badly wounded, and his body was covered with abrasions. And Jung began to grin at him and asked how he felt, and he himself had already opened the hang glider, and he just flew away after finishing his speech. The excited assistants to the captain had already run up to him and asked about his well-being, but the wounded and powerless captain only spoke Jung's name and promised to take revenge. The stupid assistant began to reassure the commander, and said that Jung did not have the disc they needed, but he was very mistaken. The captain ordered the zombies to be sorted out while they and another comrade go looking for the disc. The broken and already upset commander, together with the assistant, reached the system room, where there was absolutely nothing anymore, and Jung was already flying back to hand in his assignments. Jung was going to adjust the glider because it was very slow, but suddenly I noticed a bunch of zombies walking towards the squad. Jung was very pleased that everything went well and he would not be persecuted. Jung has already arrived at the collection control center. He waited his turn and was greeted by a woman who thought that Jung had come to receive assignments. But when I heard that Jung had already completed the tasks, I was very surprised because not even a day had passed. Other warriors discussed in whispers behind his back all the discs he had obtained. Meanwhile, the commander and his squad were fighting a crowd of zombies. There were a lot of them. In this place there was another group that was also fighting zombies and was about to retreat. But suddenly, one of the warriors had information about the fired task with the disc for which they were so furiously pursuing. A warrior with green hair hit himself in the face out of anger and began to swear. And some warrior with purple hair admired Jung, who completed rank tasks in less than 24 hours. This warrior also knew about the giant beast, with the help of which Jung performed some tasks. Someone dialed Jung on the communicator and began praising him, and said how furious everyone was, who also accepted this task, and asked what Jung would do. And Jung has already gone to that very island of Kyushu, in which lived silver snakes of level 22. There is also a good and profitable task in this valley, which one of the warriors at the top of the table named Ju Fei has already accepted. But Jing knew that they did not have an antidote for the poison, and the tasks would be much more difficult for them to complete than Jung. At this time, somewhere in the valley, an assistant was running at full speed to Fei, and he reported about Yihuan and his detachment, which arrived from the east. But Fei reassured him and said that Chu Qinglin had also come here from the north, so there was no need to worry so much about it. Then the assistant asked if it was worth asking them for help, but Fei didn't see the need for this. He considered himself very strong and thought that he alone would be enough to complete the mission. The assistant confirmed his thought, and they remained to wait for the appearance of the king of silver snakes. Moreover, Fei was so strong that he could defeat him alone. But suddenly Fei noticed some sounds behind him. It turned out to be the same silver snake that seemed to have heard their conversation, and Jung at this time had already descended to the island and was riding on his white tiger. Jung was very hot and thirsty compared to her surroundings where it was very cold. But suddenly Jung's attention fell on the trail, which way he decided to move forward, and he came to the sounds of Fei's battle with the silver snake. The assistant noticed Jung and reported this to his brother Fei, but he was not going to be distracted by him and continued his battle with the snake. Jung realized that they were simply waiting for her for a long time, but Jung was not happy with this situation. After the snake was killed, Fei's brother was wondering why Jung was hanging around here. But Fei didn't understand what was on his mind to walk so calmly in such places. He decided to check out the situation nearby and asked his partner to gather resources. Jung was walking along the valley and was already able to get poisoned without going halfway. But this was not a problem because he had his bottles of antidote with him. At Ye Yihuang's tent camp, they reported that Ju Fei had entered the valley after some Jung. But Yihuang himself remembered that someone else had entered there before him. Suddenly all his comrades literally lost their heads in surprise, because with such a Jung rank, entering the valley is the same as jumping into a volcano. Yihuang did not understand. Jung had completed a mission of this rank, but he still came here, so he decided to check everything himself. Jung was already almost at the mouth of the valley, and looked at a bunch of red stripes of life, of which there were a lot. Suddenly Jung noticed a stranger next to him. It was Ju Fei, who thought that Jung just wanted to die. But Jung just winced and replied that this poisonous vapor would not bring him to his grave. But then Jung came up with a brilliant idea and invited Fei to collaborate. Fei at first did not understand his proposal and in what sense it even meant. Jung said that it was better for all four to work, and pointed to Yihuang and Chu Qinglin, who were behind Ju Fei. Chu Qinglin and Ye Yihong were indeed here. Ju Fei said that even he did not notice how they appeared here, and Zhou Zheng could feel their presence. Zheng interrupted Ju Fei and said that the atmosphere in this forest is very tense. Zheng wanted to say that they are all teammates. Zheng said that everyone is here to defeat the Silver Snake King. The main character said that even if they wait for the King of Snakes, there is an option that another team of warriors can take advantage of the situation and take everything away. Warrior Ju Fei asked Zhou Zheng what his plan was. Zheng said that the four of us need to become a real team. The main character was ready to lure the Snake King out. Zheng told his comrades to stand at the entrance. Ye Yihong asked Zheng why they should trust him when he could easily deceive them. Zhou Zheng said that even if he failed, they would still not lose anything, but would simply continue to wait for the Snake King until he came out of his lair. All the warriors agreed with Zheng. They were ready to cooperate with the main character. Ye Yihong understood that even he himself would not have been able to lure the king out of his lair. The warrior considered this deal profitable, since Zheng was very confident in himself and his abilities. When Zheng was about to go to the Snake King, Ju Fei asked the other warriors if Zhou Zheng was up to the task, or if he just wanted to escape. Warrior Chu Qinglin said that Zheng is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Chu Qinglin carefully studied the information about Zheng. Ye Yihong also said that in any case their team is made up of warriors in the training center, which means they can trust each other. He said that each team member would receive points for completing the task, so Zheng would not be able to deceive them. Zheng, meanwhile, was near the snake's lair. There were a lot of stone mountains around. Zheng understood that there were even more toxic poison fumes here, which meant that he needed to be very careful and attentive, and also monitor his health level. When Zheng entered the lair of the silver snakes, he saw one of its inhabitants. This snake's eyes sparkled purple. To prevent other snakes from noticing him, Zheng decided to use the skill of stealth, thereby silently finding the king of snakes and luring him to himself. The main character walked further and further, and almost everywhere he saw these silver snakes. Zheng didn't expect to see such a large number of monsters. He was a little annoyed. Suddenly, among the ordinary silver snakes, Zheng noticed the largest snake. It was golden in color. Zheng realized that this was the king of all silver snakes. There were also a couple of silver snakes next to the Snake King. Zheng was still invisible, he reasoned. The main character believed that if you touch the king of snakes, other silver snakes will immediately attack him. The antidote that Zheng had was effective within 30 minutes. For one day, Zheng will need about 40 bottles. It's a good thing he had enough of this healing potion. Zheng decided to wait a little, and if the situation does not change, he will have to use his spare power and his unique skills. Zheng sent photos to the soldiers so they could see how many snakes there were. When the warriors saw the photo that Zhou Zheng sent them, they were surprised at how dangerous it was there. Some time passed. Zheng continued to wait for the snakes. He thought they would start to move. But no, the king of snakes still lay and rested in one place. Chu Qinglin asked his comrades why Zheng was taking so long to lure the Snake King. He suggested that the warriors contact Zheng by phone, to which Zhu Fei said that Zheng told them not to disturb him or call him while he was in the lair. Suddenly, Zheng himself called the warriors. He said the snake will soon crawl towards them. Zheng told everyone to prepare for the attack. The main character said that all warriors would receive points for killing the king of snakes, and the materials could be divided among everyone. Zhu Fei asked Zheng how they would divide the materials among everyone if there was only one Snake King. Zheng at this time was running from a huge snake. He told Zhu Fei that the king of snakes was not alone. There were 3 of them. Zhu Fei asked Zheng to detain these snakes. At this time, Zheng was running away from these giants. He was very scared. Meanwhile, he gathered all his warriors and told everyone to prepare for battle. 3 huge snakes at this time were approaching closer and closer to the warriors. Zheng finally brought some snakes to the warriors. All the warriors were ready to attack these giants. Zhu Fei ordered to attack the snakes. Zheng barely exhaled. He was tired of running away from these snakes. Now he wanted to rest. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng saw one of the snakes open its mouth. It wanted to spit out poison on the people, thereby poisoning all the warriors. Zheng reported this to one warrior who was running past this snake. This warrior managed to jump to the side. The snake's venom did not hit him. Thanks to Zheng's hint, this warrior was able to survive. The warrior thanked Zheng for such help. While the warriors fought with the snakes, Zheng told them what to do. He shouted to all the warriors so that they should all aim at the snake's head, otherwise they would not be able to break through the snake's scales. He also told the soldiers to attack his left eye, where the snake had a blind spot. Zhu Fei was very surprised by Zheng's knowledge. He realized that Zheng had such extensive combat experience, which was very helpful in fighting monsters. Zhu Fei understood that Chu Qinglin should have already been injured, since with his low rank it would be very difficult for him to deal with this snake. But Zhu Fei did not understand Zhou Zheng at all. He used to believe that a low-ranking warrior was not capable of anything, but Zheng proved the opposite. After a while, the warriors and Zheng still destroyed 3 huge snake kings. At this time, the warrior Zhang Rucheng was still remembering Zheng. He simply hated him. Suddenly, someone called the warrior on a special watch. The head of this city himself spoke to him. He told Zhang Rucheng that he should not underestimate Zhou Zheng, as he was very strong. The head of the city invited Zhang to make friends with him and not conflict anymore. Zhang Rucheng began to say something, but he was interrupted by the head of the city. He told him that it didn't matter what conflicts he and Zheng had. The main thing was to make peace with him. After all, he could easily kill Zhang Rucheng. The boss said that he would send information about Zheng later. After seeing the information about Zhou Zheng, the warrior Zhang Rucheng was shocked by what he saw. Now he was truly afraid of Zheng. Jung was flying on his dragon. He called Shun and invited him to meet. But director Shun said that he now needs to score a lot of points in order to reach the top 10 in the table. Jung heard brother Shun. He said that as soon as he has the opportunity, he should write to him. The director told Jung to be very careful, because he is now the most talked-about warrior in the city. After speaking, Jung landed on the ground. Chu Qinglin stood there looking at the blue dragon. Chu Qinglin was glad that Jung was on their side because he had such a dangerous dragon. Zhu Fei said that Jung is not an ordinary warrior who has superpowers. But for some reason, ordinary people from the city do not understand this. Jung specially gathered all the warriors here because he had a good plan, thanks to which every warrior could make good money. Ye Yihong and the other warriors asked Jung about the plan, wondering what Jung would come up with this time. Jung asked all the warriors if they knew what purge was. Just a few minutes later, Jung was running away from 3 silver snakes. The warriors asked Jung how many snakes were in this lair. Jung replied that there were only 27 snakes. 7 days passed. Zhang Rucheng's assistant told his captain that from 4th to 9th place in the table, there is not such a big gap. The assistant captain told Zhang to look at where Zhou Zheng was now. He was in 78th place. Meanwhile, the strongest warriors, along with Zheng, sat and talked with each other. Chu Qinglin told Zhu Fei that there was already a gap of several thousand points between them. Zhu Fei said that these several thousand points will disappear very quickly if he decides to rest and stops getting them. After which he pointed his finger at Zheng. He said that for Zheng it would be a matter of a few minutes to surpass them. Chu Qinglin said that he also did not intend to compete with Zheng. Ye Yihong said that next time they would not choose the mission that Zheng chose. The main character realized that he would have to work alone. He had just found a Shrank mission. In this mission he had to steal a phoenix egg. Jing paid an unknown passerby to take him to the phoenix's habitat. This man asked Zheng why he was here, because it is very dangerous here. The phoenix is a rank 23 creature. Zheng interrupted this man. He said that he came here to get the phoenix egg. This man did not understand how Zheng wanted to steal the phoenix egg, and even alone. The main character said that he would not be the only one trying to take this egg. Perhaps other unfriendly warriors would come there. At this time, Zhang Rucheng also accepted this task. Zhang's assistant did not understand why his captain accepted this task. Zhang Rucheng replied, "He said that you can get several times more points for killing monsters than for completing tasks." The warrior said that if everything worked out, he could earn about 40,000 points, possibly even more. Not far from Zhang Rucheng there was a red phoenix nest. Zhang Rucheng's assistant noticed the phoenix and reported it to his captain. After hearing this, the captain was very happy. He said that while there was time, we must prepare well. Suddenly, Zhang Rucheng's assistant noticed a warrior near the phoenix's nest. He immediately told the captain. This warrior was Zhou Zheng. The assistant captain did not understand why Zheng came here and what he needed here. The assistant asked Zhang Rucheng what to do now, since the city boss said not to contact Zheng. Zhang Rucheng realized that now his blue dragon is not near Zheng. So if Zheng slips and falls into the abyss, nothing bad will happen. That's what Zhang Rucheng thought. While they were talking, Zhou Zheng had already climbed to the very top. He was a little tired. As soon as the main character climbed to the very top, he saw several phoenix eggs near him. Zheng understood that he needed to quickly pick up the egg before the phoenix itself arrived. The main character teleported one egg into his special backpack, after which he began to move away from the nest, since an adult phoenix was soon to arrive. Suddenly they started shooting at Zheng. Zheng definitely didn't expect this. It turns out that Zhang Rucheng's assistant shot at the main character. He used his sniper rifle. A few seconds later, the adult phoenix returned to the nest. He immediately began to scream loudly. The huge bird noticed the disappearance of the eggs. As soon as the phoenix noticed Zheng, it immediately flew towards him. This bird was very angry after the egg went missing. At this moment, Zheng used his skill. He was now invisible. Zhang Rucheng didn't understand where Zheng had gone. He simply disappeared before our eyes. He was nowhere to be found. At this time, Zhou Zheng noticed other warriors on the hill. He realized that they were the ones who were shooting at him. The main character wanted to take revenge on them. The mate told his captain that the bird was never able to find Zheng. He said that if they stayed here, the phoenix would sooner or later notice them and start attacking. Zhang Rucheng told the assistant that it was time to retreat. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng appeared from behind Zhang Rucheng and said that they would not have the opportunity to escape. Zhang Rucheng said that the main character does not have enough strength to defeat them. The assistant captain wanted to warn Zhang Rucheng, but the captain told him to shut up and not stop him from talking. He said that now this blue dragon is not next to Zheng, which means they are ready to fight against each other. Zheng said that Zhang Rucheng was wrong, because the main character could summon his dragon at any time, after which Zheng began to call upon his flying friend. As soon as the dragon appeared, it immediately opened its toothy mouth. It wanted to tear Zhang Rucheng into pieces. Captain Zhang Rucheng did not understand how this was possible. Such abilities could not be possessed by an ordinary person, after which the captain remembered that Zheng could not penetrate his armor, so he and his assistant must destroy Zhou Zheng. Zheng smiled and took out his special weapon, after which he attacked Captain Zhang and delivered several good blows to his opponent. Zhang Rucheng did not lie that Zheng was capable of breaking through his armor, but the main character was very strong, and therefore easily broke the armor of even this level of protection. After the attack, Zhou Zheng said that no matter whether he has this huge dragon or not, the result will still be the same. After these words, Zheng again attacked his enemy. He was ready to kill Zhang. After the main character destroyed his main enemy and his assistants, Zhu Fei received some kind of notification on his watch. Zhu He read the notice out loud. It said that Zhang Rucheng and the 6 cadets were dead. Warrior Ye Yihong knew that something was going to happen to Zhang soon, since this warrior showed off a lot and played with death. When Chu Qinglin saw this notification on his watch, he simply remained silent. He had nothing to say. And suddenly all these warriors realized that Zhou Zheng was also undertaking the same task. He also wanted to find the phoenix. One day passed. Zheng returned back to the training base. He went to the cash register and told the girl that he had already completed the task with the phoenix egg. The girl was completely shocked by what she heard. Zheng simply went on about his business. After completing this task, the main character could finally start actively leveling up. A month later, Zheng was already in 10th place on the table. These results of Zhou Zheng impressed the other warriors. People thought the main character was very talented. Zheng had been fighting with the silver snakes all this month. He was already rank 15. He wanted to change the location and hunt other animals and monsters. Zheng went to the north. It was very cold there. Animals such as polar bears lived there. As soon as Zhou Zheng arrived there, he was immediately ready to begin his hunt for these beasts. After another 10 months, Zhu Fei and the other warriors discussed Zheng's rapid rise in the table. They wanted to see how much Zheng was ahead of other warriors in points. They opened the overall standings. Zheng had more points than the total of the first 9 warriors. He was several times ahead of the other warriors, and therefore was in first place. Suddenly, Zheng came into the room with these warriors. The warriors began to ask him where he was and how he managed to get so many points. At this point, Zheng already had 21 ranks. He said that all you need is desire to reach the top one in the table. And now a whole year has passed since this tournament began. One of the commanders was ready to name the winner, the warrior who was able to score the most points. Commander Chao said that this year the warrior Zhou Zheng took first place. He was the one who was able to score the most points. Chairman Yang and Director Shen were very happy for their brother Zheng. Director Shen knew that Zheng would succeed. Commander Chao also said that the warriors who ranked in the top 10 would become members of the center's parliament, and Zhou Zheng would become the captain of the Asian group. This commander warned Zheng that leading her group was not that easy. Zheng was confident in himself, so he said that he would show the other teams what a real Asian team was like. Several weeks have passed. All the most interesting events are happening in the Naban forest. George, the captain of the European team, brought his team here to get the crystal fruit. Commander George told his soldiers that this time not only they received information about the crystal fruit, but also teams from Asia, America, and Eurasia. Zhou Zheng and his dragon were also in this forest. The main character also wanted to take possession of the crystal fruit. As soon as Zheng arrived in this forest, he immediately called his warriors and said that he was in the target area. The warriors heard their captain Jung and informed him that the European team should be somewhere nearby. Jung thought for a moment, and then said that his dragon would definitely cause a little trouble for the other teams. The captain of the European team heard some sounds in the forest. Before that, he was told that there were no animals in this forest. When George raised his head and looked up, he saw a huge blue dragon in front of him. The dragon flew over the European team all this time and watched them. George did not see the level of the dragon. He realized that they could not defeat this monster. Suddenly, George realized that this dragon could only be here thanks to the captain of the Asian team. When Jung first saw the warriors from the European team, he realized that they would be quite difficult to defeat and destroy. Jung has not yet seen other teams from Africa and Eurasia. The main character understood that he could release his dragon and take the crystal fruit from the other team, but in this case he would gain little experience. Zhou Jung immediately ran away somewhere in an unknown direction. The captain of the African team was Mambori. He had the same 26th rank as George. He also came to this forest to get the crystal fruit. In addition, the captain of the Eurasian team, his name was LeFou, also wanted to get this valuable fruit. Commander LeFou was confident in his team. He believed that no one could stop his warriors. Meanwhile, the warriors told Zhou Jung that according to the information received, the crystal fruit should be behind these vines. They said that this wall was preventing them from getting to the crystal fruit. This problem had to be solved somehow. Zhu Fei told Jung that these vines were very tough. If they try their best to get rid of them, people from other teams will be able to take advantage of the situation and attack them. Another warrior from Team Jung informed his commander that other teams would also try to destroy this wall. Jung had good experience with such plants. The main character told the other warriors to watch his movements. With good weapons, they could break through this wall. Jung wanted to show his warriors how to properly fight these dangerous plants. The main character took his saber in his hands and began to hit the vine. He destroyed several branches of the vine. Jung moved further and further, destroying this terrible plant. With one blow, he broke the branches of this insidious plant. While Jung was destroying the vine, he told all the warriors that to destroy this plant, you only need to cut off the main maternal branch. This will save a lot of effort and time. Chu Qinglin ordered all the team warriors to repeat Jung and destroy this plant. Zhu Fei interrupted Chu Qinglin. He said that Zhou Jung is the captain, and only he can command the warriors. At this time, the European team was also fighting this dangerous plant. George and his warriors believed that it was their team that would be able to take the crystal fruit. While the knights from the European team were fighting with the vine, Commander LeFou heard the sounds of battle and realized that the knights from the European team were somewhere nearby. One of the warriors approached Commander LeFou and asked his captain how they could fight these vines and this plant. LeFou loudly shouted to his warriors to fight these vines no matter what. Meanwhile, the warriors of the European team were very tired. They wanted to take a break and then move on, fighting with the vines. Assistant Commander George's name was Matthew. He was very hot and had trouble breathing. There was very little fresh air in this forest. Suddenly, the sound of a shot was heard from somewhere. Looks like someone started shooting. The man who started shooting hit Deputy Matthew square in the neck. After this shot, Matthew felt severe pain in his neck. Commander George noticed that his assistant felt bad. He asked him if he was okay, after which the commander put the assistant in his arms. He noticed a poisonous dart in his assistant's neck. The commander realized that Matthew was poisoned by soldiers from the African team. Ye Yihong noticed that his team had made good progress, and Zheng's team was even ahead of other teams. Chu Qinglin told Ye Yihong not to relax ahead of time. Zheng was in a good mood at this moment. He believed in his team and his warriors. He believed that they could cope with any obstacles. Suddenly, Zheng noticed several red health bars in the distance. These bars meant that there was someone from another team next to Zheng's team. Zheng wondered if the other teams wanted to get rid of them and kill all the warriors in his squad. The main character, without thinking twice, went on reconnaissance. But before that, he told his soldiers this. Zheng climbed one of the trees. Suddenly, he noticed one of the warriors of the African detachment passing nearby. Warriors from the African squad fired their pipes at other warriors. Zheng saw how one of the warriors of the African detachment was ready to shoot at his warriors. The main character immediately jumped from the tree, quietly approached this warrior and told him in his ear that he also really liked to play around with poisons. How many seconds later, this warrior from the African squad was brutally killed by Zhou Zheng. Zheng understood that the African detachment had only 5 warriors left. At that moment, one of the Zheng warriors saw something moving in the bushes. He thought that the enemy was sitting there. This warrior warned all his comrades that there was someone in these bushes, which meant that there might now be an enemy attack. The warriors were a little scared. They looked towards this bush. Some warriors were already taking out their weapons to protect themselves and their team. But there were no enemies in the bushes. Commander Zhou Zheng came out from there. None of the warriors expected to see him there. One of the warriors said that they thought they were already under attack. Zhou Zheng said that a little more and it would really be like this. He told his warriors that there were warriors from the African team nearby, and they could easily poison any warrior from his squad. After that, Zhou Zheng said that these warriors from the African team were finished. Zheng killed 2 rank 24 warriors. The warrior told his commander Zheng that these were the strongest warriors in the African team. He was surprised that the commander easily dealt with these warriors alone. This warrior understood that Commander Zheng was very strong, but who would have thought that he was so good? Zheng at this time told all the warriors to be alert and not relax. The main character explained to Zhu Fei that they were not the only ones who were attacked by the African team tonight. Several hours passed, morning came, the bright sun woke up all the best troops. The commanders of the 4 squads finally met in one place. They stood opposite each other and thought only about the crystal fruit. The commander of the European team introduced himself. George said his name. Now that the 4 best teams in the world were meeting in one place, he wanted to discuss everything with the other commanders. The commander of the African team, Mambore, did not want to discuss anything with anyone. He insisted that this territory belonged to his team and that all outside warriors should leave here. George began to communicate with the Mambore. The commander of the European team asked him how he had the courage to attack his team. Wasn't Mambore afraid that all the troops would unite against him? After hearing this, Mambore laughed and said that if Commander George is really so brave, let him try to do something. LeFou told them both to shut up and listen to him. He said that yesterday's misunderstanding can't even be called an attack. He suggested sticking to the old rules, namely, whoever receives the fruit will become its final owner, and no one dares to take the fruit from the owner. Commanders George and Mambore agreed to LeFou's condition. The commander of the Asian team, Zhou Zheng, also agreed to these terms. The Vians told Zheng that she needed to speed up and quickly destroy all these vines. Warrior Ye Yihong said that the other teams have more experience in such events. Zheng thought for a moment and then explained to all the warriors that they were not dealing with the vines of this plant in order to get to the crystal fruit. Chu Qinglin was shocked by what he heard. The main character said that he thought these vines would be great for training. In order to obtain this crystal fruit, Zhou Zheng decided to use a slightly different plan. The commander said that his soldiers did not go anywhere, but continued to train, fighting this dangerous plant. Meanwhile, the European team could not cope with the vines. Some knights did not have enough strength to cut these vines. Despite this, Commander George ordered all his soldiers to hold formation and under no circumstances surrender. He said that these vines are very strong. No one can cope with these plants alone. Commander LeFou was in no hurry to fight this plant. He was waiting for the help of his comrades. LeFou considered all the knights from the European team to be stupid, since they simply brazenly tried to destroy the vine. LeFou wouldn't mind going to fight this plant. But why complicate the situation when you can just wait for reinforcements from other warriors? Reinforcements finally arrived, several planes bombed the plants, and pilots dropped many explosive bombs on the vine. The vine began to burn from these explosions. The commander of the European team was very angry. He did not like that LeFou decided to use the technique to destroy the dangerous vine. George was about to call his people. He said his team also had military fighters. While LeFou and George tried to resist the nasty plant, the commander of the African team simply watched this. He wanted to wait for a good moment and thereby get the fruits faster than other teams. When Zhou Zheng saw that the commanders of other teams were using military aircraft, he realized that he could also use his flying friend. The main character called on his blue dragon to help him get special crystal fruits. As soon as Lei Hu saw this huge dragon near Zheng, he fell into shock. He did not understand where this huge beast came from. Mambor also did not understand how this dragon appeared here. He began to guess that Commander Zhou Zheng had called him. The huge blue dragon flew into the air along with Zhou Zheng. At first, Commander George thought that Zheng and the dragon would simply fly away in an unknown direction. He didn't understand what Zheng was going to do. Zheng barely held on to the dragon. He told his flying beast to behave more calmly and aggregate less. The blue dragon began to accumulate fire. Afterwards, this beast began to spew a huge amount of fire from its mouth, thereby setting fire to the dangerous plant. While the dragon was burning the entire area where these vines were located, Zheng managed to jump from the dragon to the ground. As soon as Zheng was on the ground, he discovered the very crystal fruit that all the teams were hunting for. Zheng tore the fruit off the ground with one powerful blow. Why, he was about to leave with this crystal fruit. The dragon began to take off from Zheng, and the main character was finally able to get the first crystal fruit. As soon as the dragon took off, the warrior Ye Yihong immediately noticed him. He realized that his commander was on the back of this huge flying beast right now. Commander Le Fu also noticed the dragon. He realized that Zheng had managed to obtain one of the crystal fruits. The commander of the African team was simply silent. Looking at this huge dragon, he could not believe that Zheng managed to take the first crystal fruit. Zheng, along with his dragon, began to approach all the commanders. He told all of them that the fruit now belonged to him and he was its real owner. Zhou Zheng knew that he would be able to become the owner of this fruit. He always believed in himself. Commander George was very tense. He didn't like that the commander of the Asian team was able to get this crystal fruit. Lei Fu began to consider Zheng a truly strong opponent. At this time, Chairman and Team Cao were in the Eastern Tower. Commander Cao told the chairman that Zhou Zheng and his team should return soon. The chairman initially could not even imagine how long this confrontation between the teams would last. However, just a couple of days later, the fruit was in our hands, the chairman said. After these words, he asked the commander how quickly Zheng would arrive to them. Only a few hours had passed, and the crystal fruit was already lying on the main table. The chairman was telling people that this crystal fruit was the trophy of their Asian team. He said that this time, thanks to the work of Commander Zhou Zheng and his team, it was the Asian team that managed to get the crystal fruit. Not all warriors knew the value of this fruit. An ordinary person only needs one piece to join the ranks of warriors and immediately receive rank 10. Zheng reasoned on how unique this crystal fruit was in this world. He understood that this thing was a real fruit of experience in the game. The chairman told Zhou Zheng that according to the rules, he would receive 10% of what the Asian team earned. He said that instead of 10%, Zheng could also receive 10 kilograms of a special alloy, and he could also receive payment in the form of crystals. The main character asked the chairman if the divided crystal fruit would still be effective if divided. The chairman replied that this fruit does not lose its effectiveness when divided into parts. Zhou Zheng understood that 10% of the fruit would be enough to increase his rank. But still, Zheng decided to choose the second option. He would receive 10 kilograms of a special alloy. From this alloy it will be possible to make better equipment and get even more fruits. A whole year passed, Zheng received a huge number of fruits, now they all belonged only to him. However, the main character wanted to find another fruit to create the legendary thief costume. Zhou Zheng opened the panel. There he looked at what resources needed to be obtained in order to get this impenetrable thief armor. Within 100 kilometers there were still energy fluctuations that came from the fruits. Zheng understood that one of the fruits would only ripen in about 6 months. But in any case, the main character had to look at him and understand what stage of growth he was at. Meanwhile, Commander George prepared a trap for Zhou Zheng. He camouflaged several of his guns and tanks. He had a special button in his hands. When pressed, all the camouflaged tanks would start shooting. George could only wait for Zhou Zheng. He wanted to destroy him once and for all. George told his warriors that they should all move away, because if the trap was triggered, then everyone within a radius of 3 kilometers would be consumed by the flames. George was sure that Jing and his blue dragon would definitely not run away anywhere now. At this time, Jung flew up to one of the fruits. He realized that there were still ripe fruits that could be picked up. The main character was already flying with his dragon straight towards one of these ripe fruits. Suddenly, Jo Jung realized that something was wrong here. He carefully began to look closely at the area where this fruit was located. Up close, he saw how the tanks became visible again, before which Jung could not notice them. Jung shouted to his dragon. He told him to quickly fly away from here. The main character realized that someone wanted to kill him. Commander George was standing nearby, and he shouted to Jung that it was too late to escape. George pressed the red button, which activated all the tanks. After that, all the camouflaged guns began to fire. All the cannons fired directly at the Jung dragon, thereby injuring it. Jo Jung told his dragon to rise even higher. The main character decided to look at his watch. He saw so many red dots. This meant that there were a lot of explosive cannons nearby. Jung couldn't believe it. George looked at poor Jing all this time and laughed at him. He shouted to him, "Goodbye, Star of Asia!" One of the explosions hit the Jung dragon, after which the dragon and Jung began to fall to the ground. Jo Jung was flying head first. He didn't want to die like that. He thought his end shouldn't be like this. He only wanted to die with honor, and not such a vile death. Jung fell straight to the ground. All this time Jung was remembering the past. He remembered his girlfriend Xiang Shihan and his beloved Mistress Su. Jung understood that Lan Shi and brother Jiang were waiting for him at home. The main character did not want to die. But he could not do anything, just a little more, and Jung would be crushed by hitting the ground. Jo Jing hit the ground, after which his vision darkened. It seems Jing died. A few hours later, everyone in the city already knew about the death of Commander Jo Jung. People were sorry that such a strong warrior died. Some believed that Jung was killed by envious people. Jung had already created a grave, and many people had placed flowers there. Mistress Su and Xiang Shihan did not understand anything. They simply remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, Mistress Su realized that Jung was indeed dead. Mistress Su couldn't help but cry. Lang Shi was full of anger. He wanted to find the person who killed his master and then destroy him with his own hands. Commander George himself had already arrived in the city. He began to mock Jung's death. He said that Jo Jung died because he did not know the limits and went where he shouldn't. After hearing this, Lan Shi was ready to attack George, but was stopped by Brother Jiang. He asked Lan Shi to calm down. Brother Jiang said that this person is one of the strongest in Europe. In a battle with George, they would not have a chance to win. George looked at Lan Shi with a smile. He told him that he is very similar to Jung. He also doesn't know when to stop. Commander George said that the next time they met Lan Shi again, he would teach him some manners. Meanwhile, somewhere far away in the mountains, some kind of miracle began to happen. On an empty stone, one of the warriors simply began to revive. It was Jo Jung. After Jung was reborn, he did not believe at the beginning that he had not died. He looked at his revival ring. Jung thought that this ring saved him from certain death. The main character still couldn't believe that he was reborn. Jung was sure that he was resurrected in the same place where he was killed. According to the rules of the game, there should be a spawn point somewhere here. And then Jung realized that he was not reborn because of this ring. He realized that he had been reborn in the game itself. Even if Jung dies, he will subsequently be reborn again, only his level will drop to the first. In any case, they killed me, said the main character. Jo Jung was ready to take revenge on everyone associated with his death. Jung wanted his offenders to pay 10 times more. 2 months later, Jung managed to reach level 200. By that time, the Jung dragon had also grown to unimaginable sizes. He was very large. This dragon, like Jung, was reborn. Jung was very happy that he was able to reach the highest level in this world. Many years have passed since Jung began his journey in this mysterious world. Jung had to face many difficulties and had many sworn enemies whom he destroyed. Jung remembered every moment of his life as if it happened only yesterday. However, now Jo Jung has completely changed. He is no longer the same as he was before. After reaching level 200, Jung wanted to return to his home. The main character went to one house. Quite a few people gathered in this small house. It wasn't just a house. It was a restaurant. Opposite Jung, at the same table, sat an unknown man in a black jacket. Jang handed the glass of drink directly to this man. It seemed Jang wanted to treat the stranger. He didn't mind giving away his drink. The stranger thanked Jung for such generosity. This man hid his face under a mask. The stranger gave Jung some bread in exchange for a glass of juice. He said this bread was very tasty. Jung broke the bread into 2 parts and put some kind of camera-like device into one of them. He said that with this camera the show will be even bigger. Commander George stood on the 2nd floor of this restaurant. The commander said, "Everyone probably knows why he gathered everyone here." George said that exactly 2 months ago the best warrior in Asia, Jung, died in his arms. One of the people sitting in the hall was sure that it was Commander George who killed Jung. Another said that the loss of Jung greatly slowed down the development of the Asian region. Jung heard everything George said perfectly well. He was surprised that Commander George had the courage to admit that it was he who killed him. At that moment, Jung was invisible. Jung called George a bastard. The main character wanted all people to remember how the commander of the European team would die. While Jang was going up to the 2nd floor, Commander George was explaining to his assistant Austin that the best beauties had gathered in this restaurant today. So the commander asked Austin to leave. Austin told George that he could wait for him outside. Jung at this moment was already preparing his cameras on the drone. Today the whole world will be privileged to watch George's death. People in the capital watched Commander George's performance on a huge screen. It was Jung who turned on the hidden cameras and secretly filmed the commander. George was already ready to perform. He did not even think that the camera could film him. At first people did not understand where this broadcast was coming from. Then they recognized from the face that it was the commander of the European team, George. Nobody understood what was going on here. Jung was already ready to attack George. The main character quietly asked George if he remembered him. The commander remembered this voice. This voice very much reminded him of Jang's voice. When the commander turned around, he saw Jung in front of him. He didn't understand what was happening here. It was impossible. George was sure that 2 months ago he had finished with Jung. Jung simply looked at the commander and smiled evilly. All this was broadcast on the main screen of the city. George asked Jung how he could be alive. He told the main character that he should have become a pile of ashes long ago. Jung replied that there are warriors who rise from the ashes just like him. The commanders of the other squad and Jung's comrades thought that Jung was a devil. An ordinary person was not capable of rebirth. Xiang Shihan and Mistress Su couldn't believe their eyes. They saw Jung alive. Brother Jung and other comrades said that this was indeed the same Jung whom they lost a couple of months ago. Jung's friends were very happy about his return. The commander wanted to destroy Jung again. He wanted to tear the main character into pieces. But Jung was already level 200. He was very strong. He used his skills to push George away from him, after which he took out his saber and wanted to say something to him finally. Jang told Commander George if he didn't do such stupid things, there wouldn't be any problems. George was now completely weak. He was being filmed by a flying drone. Everyone saw how Jung mocked his offender. The main character believed that ordinary people were watching a great show. After these words, Jang used his strongest skill. It was called instant death. With this skill, he destroyed Commander George. George's guards realized that Jung was indeed very powerful. It was in vain that they disturbed him and killed him. One of the warriors on the European team said that they must send reinforcements immediately. The commander said that there was no need for this now. Jung will deal with warriors like George in seconds. Perhaps the current world order will be completely changed because of this powerful warrior. All close friends were very happy to see Jung again. They waited for him to fly to them on his dragon. Jung was already flying up to the Titan city. Then he noticed how his devoted friend Lan Shi was waving his hands at him so that he would land here. As soon as Jung landed, all his close relatives immediately ran up to him. Jung said that he will do his best to protect his family and his friends. After meeting with loved ones, the main character went to his father's grave. He returned to visit him. It was in this place that it all began. And this is where Jung wanted to build his future.